things without inhibitions. The other two knights, with equally big godly bodies, were also holding their true treasures and retaliating. Luo Feng looked down and nodded his head. Demon Clan, Skyflower Knight, Nine Territory Alliance, Jiawei Horde Leader, and Thousand Shadow Knight. No wonder no one is willing to give in. It turns out there are two universe overlords. Skyflower Knight may have been strong, but he was only strong in terms of his life gene level, which was as high as around 2,000 times. Jiawei Horde Leader and Thousand Island Knight's life gene levels were both 100 times. Their powers were obviously inferior by one level. However, they both had relatively large godly bodies, so the only disadvantage they had was that one level of difference. Jiawei Horde Leader was a fighter while Thousand Shadow Knight was a spirit reader. With both working hand in hand, they definitely made a worthy fight. They were not keen on defeating Skyflower Knight, they only wanted to buy some time, so that when the true treasure was fully emerged, they would be the first to snatch it away. Now that the senior true treasure, a blue-colored true treasure Heavenly Hammer, was already halfway out. The handle of the hammer was already fully exposed. The hammer's head was gradually emerging too. One top-tier universe overlord and two universe overlords. The true treasure will definitely be taken by either one of them. Just my luck. If there was only one universe overlord, I would still take the gamble. But three of them, one of whom is one top-tier universe overlord. High up in the sky, some other knights of different races were shaking their heads helplessly, not daring to intervene. Under Skyflower Knight's attacks, Jiawei Horde Leader and Thousand Shadow Knight could still put up a tough fight. As for them, mere universe knights, trying to fight him was rushing to their doom. Luo Feng was suspended high up in the air, looking down in silence. Who is that? Someone said. Not someone I know of, but his aura is pretty strong. And he is a lone wanderer, so it's highly possible that he is a universe overlord. Seems like this universe overlord is waiting for an opportunity. All the knights of different races started discussing among themselves. They were aware that from this level of fighting for the treasure, there would be no chance for them, mere knights, to intervene at all. Jiawei Horde Leader and Thousand Shadow Knight, both of you want to snatch my treasure away. Skyflower Knight roared. The blood-red vertical eye was incomparably fearsome and insane. The true treasure that emerged this time is a Heavenly Hammer true treasure. Heavenly Hammer is the weapon I wield, so this should belong to me. With the two of you trying to back me into a corner, do not blame me for not showing mercy. What bullshit. Both of us may not be your match, but if you think you can kill us easily, dream on. Should we both fear you? Jiawei Horde Leader and Thousand Shadow Knight were extremely crazy. Jiawei Horde Leader never failed to put up tough resistance, while Thousand Island Knight would use his spiritual force to transform 1,000 phantoms that could envelop all of heaven and earth, thus pestering Skyflower Knight into a crazy frenzy. Skyflower Knight could only use his huge hammer to blast away their attacks. Yet Jiawei Horde Leader and Thousand Shadow Knight were not in a hurry at all. They were both waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the moment the true treasure was fully emerged, when they would snatch it away immediately. Time passed by. The three were in a continual state of crossfire, while the other knights high above watched without daring to intervene. Luo Feng, too, watched silently. Almost. The true treasure will soon be born. The eyes of Jiawei Horde Leader and Thousand Shadow Knight lit up. Thousand Island, our last chance. All depends on you. Leave it to me. Thousand Shadow Knight said, his eyes filled with insanity. When it was time to fight, he just had to fight like crazy. Treasures had to be fought for. Wanting this for yourselves is wishful thinking. Skyflower Knight roared. He made his way toward the treasure. He did not want to be so far away from it, but Jiawei Horde Leader and Thousand Shadow Knight were attacking aggressively. Their might was overwhelming. Every attack would end up with both sides retreating violently. And while they fought, Luo Feng had been gradually descending toward them. The treasure is born. It's born. In a split second, every knight in the air was electrified with excitement. Skyflower Knight, Jiawei Horde Leader, and Thousand Shadow Knight all reek. Ted as one. At the same time, they noticed a figure already swooping down from midair. Jiawei Horde Leader, Thousand Shadow Knight, Skyflower Knight, and Luo Feng had surrounded that godly hammer with their godly power. When that blue hammer showed up, all of them wanted to penetrate their godly power to make it recognize them as its master. However, none of them succeeded because of what happened with Seal Star. The sealing life imprint could not be disturbed. Another asshole. Skyflower Knight roared. Scram. Don't think about it, said Thousand Shadow Knight, and moved all his 1,000 phantoms towards Skyflower Knight, trying to stop him. Break. Skyflower Knight waved his godly hammer and smashed all the phantoms. Those phantoms were actually flying blades with engravings on all of them. Law threads started to connect with each other, and the 1,000 blades became one. Although each of the flying blades was only a treasure, all of them combined made a senior true treasure. Luo Feng duplicated himself as well. One of them was a fiery towering being transformed from Masha body, while the other was the real Luo Feng, who broke out of a world ring. Luo Feng had 10,000 world rings like that. After all, world energies were useless when it came to actual fighting, and the best way to show up was to break out of a world ring. To Luo Feng, breaking out of a world ring could smash the sky and land. Golden waves began tumbling and covered the vast forest. Jiawei Horde Leader, Thousand Shadow Knight, and Skyflower Knight were all affected by the resistance from the Golden River, which sharply slowed them down. The 9 strange beasts were surrounding the godly hammer in the boundless Golden River. All was silent. Skyflower Knight, Jiawei Horde Leader, and Thousand Shadow Knight all stopped. The 30 universe knights of other races were all looking down, dazed. They thought the 4 great beings might fight each other to the death, but they hadn't expected one of them to have a domain-type true treasure. That is, 9 Tiger River. It's 9 Tiger River. Luo Feng's 9 Tiger River. The domain-type true treasure, 9 Tiger River. Luo Feng's here. All the universe knights of other races were shocked. A silver-armored and silver-winged youngster was walking on the golden waves. It was the human, Luo Feng. Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng. Skyflower Knight, Jiawei Horde Leader, and Thousand Shadow Knight were all dazed. They never would have expected the legendary Luo Feng to come and take advantage in the end. The waves were churning. The 9 strange beasts surrounded the godly hammer and delivered it to Luo Feng. He took the godly hammer, and Masha body went back to the world ring. You fought so hard, but sorry, said Luo Feng. I'll take the true treasure. Luo Feng's godly body isolated himself from all the godly power outside and easily made the godly hammer recognize him as its master. Quick, let's go. Let's go. It's Luo Feng. I'll die if we don't leave soon enough. All the great beings of other races started to flee. Even Thousand Shadow Knight and Jiawei Horde Leader exchanged panic-stricken eye contact. Luo Feng was too famous, and he had killed universe overlords before. Several universe overlords had died at his hands. Lives always came first. They both broke out of the waves and flew away. The moment Luo Feng showed himself, all the universe knights, including the 2 universe overlords, flew away. And only that top-tier universe overlord Skyflower Knight was still glaring at Luo Feng in the waves. Human Luo Feng. Skyflower Knight roared. You dare to show up on the original stars? Why not? Luo Feng chuckled in the waves. He knew that Skyflower Knight and other races would report to the powers behind them once he showed up. However, it was all part of his plan. Wonderful. Skyflower bent, and the soul red eye under the snowy hair looked madder. Perhaps they're afraid of you, but I'm not. You're a joke to me. Indeed, he didn't fear Luo Feng at all. He had a life gene level of 2,000 times. And also, he had a much larger godly body than Luo Feng and a great advantage, even if they were at a stalemate. A joke. Luo Feng grabbed the handle of the Blood Ghost blade on his back. He strolled over with the blade. I've killed universe overlords before, but I've never killed a top-tier universe overlord. I heard that even universe masters find it difficult to kill top-tier universe overlords. I want to try. You want to kill me? Skyflower Knight's eye went wide, as if he just heard the greatest joke in his life. Luo Feng nodded, and his voice resounded. Yes, I want to kill you. The universe knights of other races who had flown out of 9 Tiger River were all watching from a distance. They didn't need to be afraid of Luo Feng as long as they were far enough from him. They wouldn't miss a fight between 2 top-tier universe overlords. All of them were startled when they heard what Luo Feng said. Haha, what a joke, roared Skyflower Knight. Even universe masters can't guarantee to kill me, let alone you. Luo Feng. Let's show you how powerful a top-tier universe overlord actually is. Skyflower Knight dashed at Luo Feng with a godly hammer in each of his hands. Luo Feng held the Blood Ghost blade and smiled. All the universe knights of other races were watching the fight closely. They got close to each other quickly. 60,000 miles, 30,000 miles. Suddenly, Luo Feng stopped smiling. Instead, his eyes started to glint ferociously like an actual beast god. He shot forward like lightning. He lost his calmness and exploded like a volcano. He was much more forceful than his opposition. The godly hammer and Blood Ghost blade hit one another. Luo Feng backed down 3 steps, while Skyflower Knight bounced away, yet he turned around in the sky and stopped. No wonder you were able to kill a universe overlord, said Skyflower Knight. You're indeed or powerful than me, but not by much. You can't even completely suppress me. Skyflower Knight had expected Luo Feng to be a bit more powerful than him. After all, Luo Feng could easily kill a universe overlord, which was something he found difficult to do. Yet Skyflower Knight now determined that Luo Feng was only slightly stronger than him. Really? Said Luo Feng. He held the Blood Ghost blade in his hand and walked towards Skyflower Knight on the waves. He had only performed the ultimate technique of a universe overlord, level mountain, and it was as powerful as the technique Skyflower Knight had. Haha. I'll see how long your godly body can last. Skyflower Knight took large steps forward, and the space was trembling. Luo Feng's eyes glinted coldly. He was just warming himself up, trying to test the power of Skyflower Knight. He concluded that he wouldn't be able to kill Skyflower Knight in short time if he used Golden Mountain and Golden River. He had to perform the ultimate technique of Universe Masters, Golden Light. All the Universe Knights were watching the fight. Jiawei Horde leader said, "Top-tier Universe Overlords are not only skilled, they have strong godly bodies too. Luo Feng can only be at a slight advantage. If they keep fighting, the human Luo Feng might actually." Suddenly, he was dazed. All the 30-something Universe Knights who were talking quietly were dazed. Below them, a golden light shone, a gleaming golden glow. Sharp and cold. The godly hammer Skyflower Knight was wielding fell on his own body under the attack from the blade. The force from the blade's attack hit the senior True Treasure armor and reached the limit of the armor. Skyflower Knight could hear the humming from the armor. How? Skyflower Knight's eyes glinted with shock and fear. Skyflower Knight bounced back. He was powerless under that shock wave. 11% gone, he gasped. How? Is he a Universe Master? Is he a Universe Master already? Skyflower Knight was shocked to his very core. His godly body was almost 60,000 miles tall. Yet one attack took away 11% of his godly body. This was something that could only be accomplished by Universe Masters. Luo Feng had needed 2 attacks to kill Parachopper Knight. Skyflower Knight had a senior True Treasure armor, but his godly power, he was 20 times more powerful than Parachopper Knights. However, Luo Feng's godly power had become 100 times more powerful after becoming a Universe Knight. And the weapon he used had changed from Cutting Pearl Blade to a top-tier True Treasure weapon, Blood Ghost Blade. Hence, a senior True Treasure armor was significantly weaker. One attack consumed 11% of his godly body. Meanwhile, all the Universe Knights could sense that the force of Skyflower Knight had weakened by at least 10%. One attack consumed 10% of a top-tier Universe Overlord's body? They were all stupefied. This was something only Universe Masters were capable of doing. When two beings of comparable powers were pitted against one another, the rebound force during a head-on confrontation would normally cause Luo Feng to reduce speed or fall backward. Yet, at that very moment, the difference was extreme. Luo Feng was using his ultimate technique of a Universe Master level as though he was truly a Universe Master. After one strike, he was hot on Skyflower Knight's heels right away, dealing another strike to the godly body of his opponent, which was already thrown a distance away. Not good, thought Skyflower Knight. One strike after the another, in 9 strikes, I will be completely annihilated. Skyflower Knight no longer had the time to feel shocked over the fact that Luo Feng had become a Universe Master. To him, the utmost concern at the moment was escaping for dear life. White Needle. Right behind Skyflower Knight, a huge, white, shuttle-shaped object suddenly appeared. It was approximately 600 miles long, all white, and was extremely shiny and smooth. It took the shape of a shuttle, and once it appeared, it flew straight towards Skyflower Knight, who happened to accelerate in the direction of the shuttle-shaped object upon receiving a second strike from Luo Feng. He immediately aimed for the entrance and inserted himself into the white shuttle-shaped object. After entering the flying shuttle, Skyflower Knight heaved a sigh of relief. I was almost killed by Luo Feng, he said. Skyflower Knight's blood-red eye behind his snow-white hair was filled with trepidation. Too powerful. When Luo Feng first started using his power, it was only a fragment of his full power. He is holding back on what he truly is capable of. Thereafter, that explosive display of power. It was totally on the level of a Universe Master. Scheming, continued Skyflower Knight. He is so scheming. That one strike. It was so fast I didn't have time to dodge, so strong I didn't have the power to ward off, and so mysterious that it was unfathomable. I shall never be able to comprehend it. This is the technique of a Universe Master, and I'm afraid it might be the ultimate technique of a Universe Master. Only a Universe Master will be capable of creating such a technique, and only a Universe Master is capable of injuring me. This Luo Feng must have become a Universe Master and kept it under wraps. Skyflower Knight was anxious yet getting emotional. Luckily, when I was contributing valuables to the race, I chose White Needle during the exchange of True Treasure and not the top-tier True Treasure armor. Skyflower Knight sighed to himself. As a top-tier Universe Knight, his wealth was far more sizable than an ordinary Universe Overlord after countless years of accumulation. Furthermore, he had wandered about the Universe Ocean for a long time. There were many kinds of treasures, and during the opening of the original star this time, he naturally wanted to exchange with his race to earn an important True Treasure F. Or self-protection. At that time, he'd had 2 choices. One was to exchange for a top-tier True Treasure armor. In the human race, 100 True Treasure points would suffice, or 2, to change for a senior Flying Palace type True Treasure, in the human race. The minimum amount for this would be around 200 True Treasure points. Obviously, a Flying Palace type True Treasure was more expensive, but he had gritted his teeth and made the decision to pay the price for that Flying Palace type True Treasure. I made the right choice, he said. If I had chosen the top-tier true treasure armor, my defense may have been strong, but Luo Feng's attacks were scary. Even with the top-tier true treasure armor, one strike would be able to injure me by at least a fraction of 1,000th. This Luo Feng had me backed into a corner. Should I have been struck 1,000 times, I would have had no chance of escaping annihilation. Skyflower Knight heaved a sigh of relief as he hid in his flying palace type true treasure. Here, he was safe and did not need to feel scared. Nine Tiger River was mighty and majestic. Luo Feng stood on its golden waves and looked afar at the white, flying shuttle that was hovering in midair. His expression changed involuntarily. A flying palace type true treasure. Haha. Luo Feng, a voice said, transmitted from the white flying shuttle. I admire you. You are absolutely a genius, and out of all the billions of races in this vast universe, you are indeed the cream of the crop. Within such a short period of time, when other great beings have thought of you as a top-tier universe overlord, they would never have suspected that you had already become a universe master. If not for this flying palace type true treasure, I think today would have been my last. Ha ha. But now, I think it is just your luck. Just my luck. Luo Feng said, glaring at that white flying shuttle. Furious? Very angry. Skyflower Knight's shrill voice mocked, transmitted over from that white flying shuttle. But what can you do to me when I am in this flying palace? Even if you were tens or hundreds of times stronger, the most you could do would be to stare helplessly. Luo Feng did feel that he had made a blunder. He had made elaborate preparations for the battle to fame this time. He had devised counteractions for various possible unforeseen circumstances. He might have proven his capabilities, as witnessed by the numerous great beings watching the fight from afar, and Skyflower Knight did admit that Luo Feng was indeed powerful, but after all this, one of the worst possible situations he had calculated had happened. Skyflower Knight owned a flying palace type true treasure. In summation, there was no way he could make a clean kill and get rid of Skyflower Knight. This battle would not end conclusively. As for the question of whether he could force open the white flying shuttle, Luo Feng had no intentions of trying. A flying palace type true treasure was the sturdiest tie out of all treasures of the same level. Such treasures were the best at warding off material attacks. An ordinary flying palace type true treasure, in terms of its degree of sturdiness, was comparable to that of a senior true treasure armor. A senior flying palace type true treasure was thus comparable to a top-tier true treasure armor. Like Sky Wolf Master's Sky Wolf Palace, which was also a senior flying palace type true treasure, it belonged to the minority of top-notch treasures, which, by the human race's exchange rates, was worth about 800 to 900 true treasure points. With it, Sky Wolf Master was able to run rampant about the universe. Even Primal Chaos City Leader and Nine Remoteness Master were unable to force Sky Wolf Palace apart. This flying shuttle was only slightly inferior to Sky Wolf Palace, but it was enough to run rampant in the universe. The majority of Universe Masters would not be able to do anything to it. Skyflower Knight, who owns such a flying palace type true treasure, usually could only depend on soul attacks. But Luo Feng was not skilled in launching soul attacks. Humph. Luo Feng put Nine Tiger River right away, transformed into light, and accelerated into space. Trying to escape, said Skyflower Knight. The white flying shuttle followed closely and quickly. Luo Feng and the white flying shuttle dashed through the sky, one after the other, while knights of different races watched from afar, dumbfounded. He actually had a flying palace type true treasure. Skyflower Knight said that Luo Feng is a universe master. Of course he is a universe master. How strong he is. If he is not a universe master, what else can he be? Even a top-tier universe overlord lost 10% of his godly body with just one strike from Luo Feng. Other than a universe master, who could be that powerful? Skyflower Knight, are you sure you want to shadow me like this? Luo Feng said, looking behind him. Yes, said the voice from the white flying shuttle voiced. I have you under my watchful eye. There is no escape for you. Luo Feng swept one look at the gigantic white flying shuttle behind him, which was really something that he could not tackle. He was aware that the automaton race, bug soldiers, and demons had always been looking for information about his movements, so Skyflower Knight would naturally be tracking down his exact coordinates and promptly informing the higher-ups of his demon clan everything he knew about Luo Feng. Playing big? Thought Luo Feng. I'm afraid it is time to depend on the 9th volume now. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with traces of murderous intention. At the territory of Demon Clan, in the Dream Ancestors' secret region. The body that Skyflower Knight left within his race was rapidly brought back to the Dream Ancestors' secret region by a servant of God Country Transportation. Upon arriving at Dream Ancestors' secret region, he immediately connected to virtual space with his consciousness. Like the automaton race, the Demon Clan also created a virtual world of their own. Even for Earth, a simple virtual space, Palace of War Gods, was previously created, and it was merely based on a simple thought. To achieve the far-reaching influence that spread throughout the universe like the virtual universe, where all the laws were adhered to, was a difficult feat. Yet, if the area of virtual space was small and solely used for communication of information, that was much simpler and more achievable. The Demon Clan had such a virtual space. It was an area that enveloped the Dream Ancestors' secret region. Within the virtual space of the Demon Clan, amidst the clouds and mist, a group of towering white palaces were in continuous sequence. These were the residences of the Dream Ancestors. Among the clouds and mist, a long table was occupied by 9 figures. Above 8 of them was a large silvery white snake that was coiled up into a pan-shaped position. The snake's body was stretched outward into the distance, and amidst all the clouds and mist, it was hovering between being visible and remaining hidden. It was, nonetheless, a looming and massive figure. The other 8 figures were also comprised of an array of forms and looks. Obviously, these were all noble beings of the Demon Clan. Teacher. Skyflower Knight appeared out of nowhere, a body cloaked with snow-white hair. He bowed with unmatched reverence. The head of the silvery white snake looked over. You said you discovered Luo Feng and even mentioned that he was a universe master? Yes, Skyflower Knight replied. At that point in time, most of the other 8 universe masters seated around the table started voicing their thoughts loudly. Liar. That human Luo Feng cannot possibly have become a universe master so quickly. Impossible. Skyflower Knight continued. This is the truth. I have seen and tested him myself. If not for my flying palace-type true treasure, White Needle, which I earlier exchanged for with the race, I'm afraid I would have been annihilated by him. Impossible. To kill you, he must definitely have the power of a universe master. How long has he been cultivating himself? It seems impossible. The universe masters were still unwilling to believe what they had just heard. Only Dream Demon Ancestor remained silent as he observed their reactions. Skyflower Knight immediately said, words alone are useless. I shall let you all see the situation at that time. Then you all will clearly believe my words. With that, Skyflower Knight looked toward the sky and recalled everything that he had undergone. The scenes reenacted in his memory and were replayed as a simulation of the actual event from the beginning to end. From the start of his fight against Jiawei Horde leader and Thousand Shadow Knight. Silence. All the universe masters watched with undivided attention. Billions of years of common knowledge told them that it was impossible to become a universe master in such a short cultivation period. Otherwise, one would be impossibly powerful. The simulation ended. All the universe masters remained silent for a moment. They all could tell the truth from the blows exchanged between Luo Feng and Skyflower Knight. For the first strike, the difference between the power of the two was not obvious. However, when Luo Feng served up his second attack, he brought forth such an immediate upsurge of power, so strong that it caused Skyflower Knight to lose 10% of his godly body right away. The only missing detail that they could not see from the simulated scenes was how the incredible yet mysterious strike was dealt. Skyflower Knight did not know how Luo Feng had done it, so naturally, he was unable to replicate the exact nature of the move. One strike that could cause a split straight away. Just by posture alone, it was impossible to create a 100% simulation. That would be totally pointless. The true essence lay with the Beast God path, the path that could stir up and actuate countless law engravings. This was a scene from memory that could not be simulated. Luckily, I hid in my flying palace, Skyflower Knight said solemnly. If not, I would have been annihilated. Not necessarily, Dream Demon Ancestor said, finally speaking up. Luo Feng may not necessarily be a universe master. When he was only an undying, he fought and killed Bark Mirror Emperor. When he was a universe knight, his godly body must already have been stronger than yours. With such a strong godly body, he must have chanced upon a unique opportunity or even been bestowed with a talent technique. Or he could have obtained a talent technique that was comparable to an ultimate technique of a universe master. The other universe masters nodded. Have you ever seen him controlling a part of time and space? Dream Demon Ancestor asked. No. Skyflower Knight shook his head. Just one stance of a powerful technique, said Dream Demon Ancestor. That may be a talent technique. Unless he is able to display 2 techniques, then one of them must be his own creation. Dream Demon Ancestor shook his head. Furthermore, you are still not powerful enough to make a correct identification. Only through a battle with him would a universe master will be able to clearly judge whether or not he is a universe master. Are you tracking him now? Yes. Skyflower Knight immediately added, he will not be able to escape. I am tracking him down, for sure. The silvery white snake went on to say, I will contact the automaton race and bug soldiers. This time around, with the joint efforts of the 3 races, we must eradicate Luo Feng. 3 beings arrived in the sky. They were the 3 universe supreme masters from 3 pinnacle races. The silver snake head said, Luo Feng showed up on the original stars, and he has the power of a universe master. I've got the report as well, said the Phantom. Skyflower Knight of your demon race fought Luo Feng. And he's no match at all. He survived because of his flying palace-type true treasure. I have the information, too, said the breathtaking being. Good, said the silver snakehead. It's a great opportunity. We can cooperate with each other and kill him now. Of course we have to, but is he actually a universe master? The breathtaking being said. I want to know, too, said the phantom. Although none of them believed Luo Feng could have become a universe master in such a short time, they all knew that the universe was constantly changing and miracles were possible. The silver snake said, I'm not sure. Of course, I hope he's a universe master. The universe supreme masters from the automaton race and the bug race wished the same thing, as Luo Feng was already too powerful and it would be better if he actually was a universe master. If he was already a universe master, it meant Luo Feng wouldn't be too powerful later. I think he has an incredible inherited technique, and that was how he hurt my disciple, said the silver snakehead. If he's a universe knight, we need to kill him. Even if he's a universe master, we can still eradicate him. What do you think? My demon race alone might not succeed, but we have a much greater chance if we cooperate. Father God of Automaton race and Empress of Bug race both went silent. I agree. I'm on board. They both answered. Nobody can stop us if we cooperate, the silver snake said with a smile. I think we send 3 universe masters each, and 9 universe masters go to that original star at the same time to encircle them. 9 universe masters? You're overestimating Luo Feng. The Empress and Father God were reluctant, as there weren't enough universe masters within their races. We can't give him any chance if we want to kill him, said the silver snakehead. Otherwise, he'll get away and be stronger. If it weren't for that man being so crazy, our races would be suppressed by the human race. Don't underestimate the humans. They have great potential. I see that crazy man on Luo Feng. No. How is it possible? All of them were terrified, thinking of the crazy man who was annihilated. Think about how long Luo Feng has practiced, said the silver snakehead. I'll send 3, said the breathtaking being. I'll send 3 as well, said the phantom. All the universe supreme masters reached a consensus. Together, they would send 9 universe masters, along with a great number of universe knights, to kill Luo Feng. And the other powers would make sure the Hong Alliance didn't meddle. Luo Feng was flying on original star number 02933, and a white shuttle was following him. Still following me? Luo Feng looked behind him. All the 3 races have got the information, and they might have made a plan already. Fortunately, they don't know my trump card. It'll be a wonderful fight. Boundless golden waves showed up, and the white shuttle was covered by the waves, which slowed it down. 9 Taij. Our river. Skyflower Knight lowered his head, and his eye glinted disdainfully. Want to get away? Don't count on it. His godly power permeated. Useless. I'm in the 9 Tiger River and you're controlling it. If you're a bit farther than me and I get out of it, I can keep following you. Skyflower Knight was confident. Time flew. 9 Tiger River moved forward, and Skyflower Knight was in 9 Tiger River. After a while, why is he squandering his godly power by using 9 Tiger River? Skyflower Knight smirked, but then he was dazed. Wait. Space Law Domain. Skyflower Knight performed Law Domain. 2 law domains clashed with each other, and Skyflower Knight felt something wrong from the clash. Why did Luo Feng keep stopping him from inspection? Skyflower Knight heard a laugh and the golden river disappeared. Ha ha ha. Skyflower Knight. How stupid are you? A towering golden horned beast with 6 horns was standing in the sky. A head with snowy hair showed up from the shuttle and said, Where's Luo Feng? The golden horned beast smiled. He's not here anymore. Damn golden horned beast. How are you controlling the 9 Tiger River? Skyflower Knight was anxious and infuriated. We're best friends, and I've been adventuring through the original stars with him, said the golden horned beast. I've been hiding in his world ring. He's already put 9 Tiger River back into the world ring and taken back his life imprint. That's how I use it. Golden horned beast smiled. As for Luo Feng, he's flown far away. Damn it, said Skyflower Knight. He clenched his teeth. He remembered that Luo Feng won the name of top-tier universe overlord because he had slaughtered a great many universe knights of other races, and many of them claimed to have been killed by a black, strange beast, or a golden horned beast. How could I forget about the golden horned beast? Skyflower Knight said, irritated. Haha, perhaps you can still catch Luo Feng now. Golden horned beast smiled, waved his wings, and flew away. Skyflower Knight was angry with himself. He had been tricked. Inside the virtual space of the demon race, Skyflower Knight had to report to his teacher, Dream Demon Ancestor. Teacher, he said. I lost Luo Feng. Lost him. All the races were irritated, but they couldn't do anything but change the plan immediately. They had to order the great beings from the Demon Race Alliance, the Bug Race Alliance, and the Automaton Race Alliance to search for Luo Feng on original star number 02933. They sent 9 universe masters to that original star. Coming after me? Luo Feng flew through the sky to where he meant to meet Golden Horned Beast. That Skyflower Knight was underestimating me. He was so easily tricked. Luo Feng was smiling when suddenly, everything went silent. The first Universe Master of the 9 Universe Masters sent arrived at the original star, following the boundless energy. All the Universe Knights went quiet. They LL knew that a Universe Master had arrived. You're dead, Luo Feng, a deep voice said, trembling the ground. Luo Feng smiled. Which Universe Master is it? Bug Race Alliance, Master of Banff, came the answer. You want to kill me? Luo Feng chuckled. Luo Feng laughed louder and louder without caring about the space constraint around him. He kept flying. These are Luo Feng's coordinates. Go there. Encircle him. The alliances quickly gave the order, and a great many Universe Knights on that original star went toward those coordinates, and even great beings of the 3 alliances on other original stars flew there. Hong Alliance got the information immediately and quickly made arrangements. On original star number 02933, where Master of Banff stayed, another Universe Master had arrived. However, the space and time were in disorder because of the fight to control space and time, and neither of them was able to control the space and time. It's a Universe Master from the Hong Alliance, Luo Feng realized. At the same time, Luo Feng got an email from his teacher, Primal Chaos City Leader. It read, Luo Feng, Long Yan Master has already arrived at your original star. This time, all the 3 pinnacle races will try their best to kill you, and our alliance can only stall them. Even if I go there, I'll be constrained. I heard that you have the power of a Universe Master now. Can you guarantee you will survive that? Self-destruct if you can't. Understand? The Hong Alliance wasn't worried. They'd given Luo Feng the Soul-type True Treasure after image. They knew that Luo Feng had the clone technique, and the worst he would suffer would be the loss of some true treasures. Of course, I can, Luo Feng replied. This is getting more and more interesting, he said to himself. Time will tell. I don't know how this fight will end. Luo Feng beamed. 3 Universe Knights of the Demon Race Alliance were flying several 100 million miles away from Luo Feng. Though they were not of the demon race, they followed the order from Dream Demon Ancestor. We're not far from that human Luo Feng, said a short man with a bloody beard. According to the information from the Demon Race Alliance, we can find that human any time. Jinya and Puya, we must be careful now. Once we find that human Luo Feng, we need to keep following him. The reward from the alliances is huge. We understand, the other 2 short men said. They were all from a powerful race, but they all belonged to the Demon Race Alliance. Big brother, we're much weaker than Luo Feng, and we'll definitely die if we're trapped in his 9 Tiger River. Which is why we need to be careful and don't get too close to him. We need to be at least 19 million miles away from the ground. And by doing that, we can see more than a 300 million square foot area. Besides, the information is clear that there are not many Universe Knights from other races. If the Universe Knight we see is not on the information Answers are, it's the human Luo Feng. I understand. The 3 alliances were extremely careful. When Master of Banff arrived, he immediately controlled the entire original star, and he knew every great being on the original star. He recorded all the Universe Knights of other races near Luo Feng and passed the information to all the members from the alliances. As long as it was not a Universe Knight in the information, it could be disguised by Luo Feng. The members needed to identify the stranger Universe Knights, and they would rather make wrong killings than let Luo Feng go. After all, it didn't mean anything to kill some Universe Knights. However, Luo Feng couldn't get away. Who? 3 traces of light were flying in the sky. Look. The 3 men slowed down and saw a silver-armored and silver-winged man. Luo Feng wasn't camouflaging himself. Instead, he showed his true identity. It's the human Luo Feng. We found Luo Feng. It's him. They were all excited and anxious. They hadn't expected to find Luo Feng so quickly. Jinya, Puya, this is a great opportunity. The bloody beard guy transmitted his voice. Stay away from him and he can do nothing. Even if we get killed, the alliances will revive us. The other 2 nodded. There was a promise from the alliances that if someone was killed, they would be resurrected, and the true treasures and treasures lost would be returned. And the more one contributed, the more he would be rewarded, which was why all the great beings devoted all their efforts. Stay 30 million miles away from him. We can go in 3 directions. We can't let him get away, and we need to make great contributions and get great rewards, the bloody beard one said. The other 2 also nodded. They separated and tried to approach Luo Feng. All the bodies of the Universe Knights from the Bloody Beard Being's race gathered in a small universe secret region. They had a virtual space where they could pass the information back to their race immediately. And then, the seniors within his race would pass the information to the seniors in Demon Race Alliance. We've confirmed Luo Feng's coordinates, and there are 3 Universe Knights following him. Other Universe Knights are approaching him as well. The 3 alliances immediately passed the information onto the great beings of the races under them. All the Universe Knights, Universe Overlords, and even Universe Masters approached the new coordinates as quickly as possible. The golden waves were churning, covering 90 million square feet, but the three universe knights of the Buhan clan kept their distance. Luo Feng stepped on the waves and yelled, "Back off and I'll spare your lives." Ha ha ha. Human Luo Feng, are you kidding me? We don't need you to spare our lives. We're 6 million miles away from Nine Tiger River. What can you do about us? You're indeed powerful, but we're millions of miles away from you. Human Luo Feng, this is your doom. All the great beings of our Alia. Enses are racing toward you. It won't help no matter how you're trying to disguise yourself. Stop running. All of them laughed and looked confident. Luo Feng frowned. If he kept being watched, his route would be exposed, and the three alliances would easily know where he was, which was not good for his plan. I have to use it, thought Luo Feng. I need to show my skill. Luo Feng stood still and stared at the three universe knights of other races in the distance. I didn't want to kill you, he said. Don't blame me. You kept following me. Luo Feng stood still, which confused those three. Why wasn't Luo Feng running? Not our concern. We're more relaxed if he doesn't run. Just when the three bearded guys transmitted their voices to speak to one another, a being shone at the edge of golden waves and disappeared, then reappeared in a flash 6,000 miles away again. Shua, 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 shua. Hundreds of shadows shone and approached those three universe knights, which terrified them. Teleportation? Nobody can do teleportation on the original stars. Not even universe masters. It's an inherited technique, it must be. They were all in panic. What they did not know, however, was that Luo Feng was not teleporting. Masha Body was performing his inherited technique, domain, and with his godly power, mind, and willpower, he was able to teleport himself over 100 times in 1 second. He could travel millions of miles a second. After only 3 seconds, Masha Body arrived at where the black-bearded man was, and his blade became a shining, golden light. The golden light was sharp and cold and fast. Ah! The black-bearded man waved his hammer and shield, trying to defend himself. Although Masha Body was weaker than the golden horned beast body and the original earthling body, it was still a universe knight with a life gene level 100 times. And he was performing the ultimate technique of universe masters, golden light. Masha Body was as powerful as the golden horned beast and the original earthling body before they became universe knights. One attack, and Hong! The black-bearded man's godly body trembled and was annihilated. No! How is it possible? The other two universe knights were terrified after seeing their friend killed in one attack. The bloody bearded being started to report the information and said, he's able to perform a skill like teleportation. A skill that can only be performed by special life forms like Masha Clan, and it's really powerful. One attack can kill a senior universe knight. Shua, 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 shua. After 2 seconds, another universe knight was killed. After 4 seconds, the last universe knight was killed. The fight was finished. 3 universe knights had been killed in 10 seconds. Nobody could even put up a fight. Masha Body was as powerful as Purple Rain Knight. And the original Earthling body could rival a universe master. Masha Body could fight the most powerful world tree, even flourishing. Light Horde leader, wearing an ordinary true treasure armor, was killed by one attack, not to mention those senior universe knights without any true treasures protecting them. Luo Feng took the treasures and put away Nine Tiger River. An alliance of 3 races. Luo Feng's eyes glinted fiercely. The 3 races' alliances got the information from the 3 universe knights who had just died. There was recorded footage showing Luo Feng's black, godly body breathing fire. This led the demon race, automaton race, and bug race to conclude that Luo Feng had the clone technique. That body was a Masha Body. He can perform the inherited technique domain. And he has the inherited technique duplicate. However, the Masha race is good at hiding and fleeing, but they're not good at fighting. He killed a senior universe knight with one attack? Did he actually become a universe master? The seniors from the 3 races were all shocked. On original star number 02933, the top 3 powers consisting of the Demon Alliance, the Automaton Race Alliance, and the Bug Clan Alliance had joined efforts in their desire to hunt and kill Luo Feng. News of such a major movement would naturally spread to the other forces like the Northern Territory Alliance and Nine Territory Alliance, all of which had temporarily moved out of the source region of the looming storm. At that very moment, there was a total of 2,102 Universe Knights from the Bug Clan Alliance on this original star, and 1,906 Universe Knights from the Automaton Race Alliance. The Demon Alliance had the greatest number in the first place, and with a large base, and the total number of Universe Knights present was 5,230. Altogether, the total number of Universe Knights exceeded 9,000. And this was only the beginning amount. At that moment, there were still other Universe Knights rushing to this original star, which was merely one out of the 10,081 original stars. The number was still increasing continuously, and for now, at least 1/5 of the total number of Universe Knights from these three alliances, scattered all over the 10,081 original stars, were present on this original star. Could there be a force as great as that of a Universe Master? Would there be the Masha body? A great being from the automaton race, flying in midair, shook his head and sneered. So, for all those present in the danger zone who are not members of any of the three alliances, all shall be killed? What a joke that just one human, Luofeng, could create such a great commotion. But the response makes sense, since only a handful of those left in the danger zone are not members of any of the three alliances. The danger zone referred to an area with a radius of 3 billion miles, with Luofeng as its center. The number of Universe Knights from the three alliances within this danger zone was gradually increasing. Every great being had the ability to see things at a distance as far as hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Is greatly increased the chances of Luofeng being discovered, which could happen at any moment. Diving Sail Knight, a great being from the automaton race, was leisurely cruising in midair as he commented, "The three alliances, from the start of the hunt until now, have seen the annihilation of countless Universe Knights. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the three alliances have committed to a promise that they would reverse time and space to resurrect those who have died and to return the treasures registered under those who have died and underwent resurrection. Otherwise, out of the numerous Universe Knights, who would be willing to risk the danger of losing their lives? Without the numerous Universe Knights willing to take the risk, this hunting plan would never be carried out." Diving Sail Knight was a universe overlord and had been roaming about the original star as a lone wanderer. Leisurely he flew, but his eyes were constantly scanning his surroundings, observing every trace of life from the flowers and the grass to the lake waters. Given the speed of calculation of his consciousness, he could easily discover any suspicious spots. Within the entire original star, every living being, from flowers to grass to earth and land, existed as though they were one. Even if one were damaged, it would be able to recover rapidly. If a Masha body transformed into a stone and tried to hide in that guise, by meticulous sensing, one would easily be able to tell that this stone looked out of place with everything else on the original star. After flying around for some time, Diving Sail Knight's eyes lit up as he saw a silver light that was far away, almost 60 million miles away. Amidst that silver light was a black-haired man with silver armor and silver wings. The human, Luofeng. Diving Sail Knight closed the distance between them right away, but was prepared to maintain a fair amount of distance between them. After all, the two were far from each other right now. The moment Luofeng charged into the forest, with all the weeds in the deserted plains, he would be more difficult to spot. "I have found Luofeng. His latest coordinates are..." Diving Sail Knight immediately reported to his race. Suddenly, at the main command ground of the three alliances, upon receiving the latest coordinates of Luofeng's whereabouts, a new spot was added onto the diagram showing the route of Luofeng's movement. The higher-up sent out orders immediately to get over 9,000 Universe Knights to move toward the coordinates of Luofeng's latest whereabouts. Around half an hour later, a sharp and cold golden light sliced through the air. Although Diving Sail Knight was doing his best to ward off the attacks, he was still like a tiny ant facing a speeding truck. The cold blade brought about a bone-piercing chill that sliced right through his armor. The terrifying impact immediately reached the maximum limit of this senior true treasure. A godly body that was almost 30 feet tall felt a great jolt, then faced complete annihilation. "I have a senior true treasure armor, but I was still unable to ward off one strike from his Masha body. Is he really a Universe Master? Luckily, I have stored my most important true treasure back in God Country." Such thoughts flashed through Diving Sail Knight's mind as he felt his entire godly body disintegrating. Then his consciousness fell into a limitless darkness. Masha body kept the true treasure suspended in midair and said softly, "Diving Sail Knight did not bring his most acclaimed true treasure, Diving Sail Wings, with him." From killing Diving Sail Knight, he only managed to obtain a piece of senior true treasure armor, an ordinary true treasure weapon, and a world ring. The legendary Diving Sail Wings was nowhere to be found. Even so, "I have still earned quite a fair bit," said Masha body. "Killing one universe overlord, I can earn much more than killing 10 senior Universe Knights." Luofeng stood on the water surface of Nine Tiger River while he waited for Masha body to return. Then, with a single thought in mind, he summoned Masha body back into his world ring. At the same time, he put away the ghost blade that Masha body had taken earlier to carry out his mission. Ghost blade was a top-tier true treasure. It was mighty and extremely powerful. Luofeng had to contribute many of his treasures and a handful of treasures from the Blood Cloud treasure vault to his race to be able to exchange for this ghost blade. Previously, Luofeng had needed to deal 2 strikes before he could slice through Parachopper Knight's senior true treasure armor to kill him. Diving Sail Knight also wore senior true treasure armor, and his godly body was almost 30 feet tall, which was even more massive. If Masha Body had used Bohi sword, then whether it was 10 strikes or 100 strikes, the number would not matter. Masha Body could rely on the Ghost Blade to bring out a sudden upsurge of power, causing his opponent's senior True Treasure armor's defense level to fall by a great deal. That was when he could achieve a clean kill with a single strike. And this was only a top-tier True Treasure, Luo Feng thought to himself. If this was a pinnacle True Treasure or a supreme True Treasure, what power would that be? Top-tier True Treasures were usually used by Universe Masters. Even if a Universe Knight might own one, usually, top-tier Universe Overlords only owned about 1 to 2 such treasures. The 16th Universe Knight and the 1st Universe Overlord, Luo Feng said to himself as he stored 9 Tiger River and started another round of rapid escape. During the escape, he interchanged between his original Earthling body and Masha Body. When he was in the form of Masha Body, he would use his talent technique domain to rapidly change position, trying his best to increase the difficulty for the 3 alliances trying to surround him. Every Universe Knight from these 3 alliances that he met along his way, he had killed without a trace of mercy, then claimed the loots of his victory. There were a dozen higher-ups in the main command ground of the 3 alliances, and they were all in rage. The number of Universe Knights from the 3 alliances that have been killed by Luo Feng has reached 115, of which there are 3 Universe Overlords. That annoying fellow. Let him gloat all he wants. Let him go crazy. Now that the danger zone is shrinking, the chances of finding him are greatly increased. Besides, Master of Banff is rushing here as quickly as he can. It won't be long before Master of Banff arrives. The area where he can escape is getting smaller. Let him enjoy his last crazy moments. Luo Feng was too ruthless, and his success rate in killing was much too high. The responsibility of resurrecting these Universe Knights ultimately fell back on them, the Universe Masters within the alliances. On the original star, the number of Universe Knights coming from the 3 alliances had exceeded 10,000, and there were many who had entered the danger zone, causing a sharp increase in the number of Universe Knights from the 3 alliances within the danger zone. It was getting more troublesome for Luo Feng to hide his tracks, and his disguises had become pointless. Transforming into a stone? He would be out of place on this original star and would be detected and discovered in no time. Transforming into a knight of some other race? He would be courting his own doom in a place where killing without mercy was the rule rather than the except. Transforming into dead members of the 3 alliances? Everyone knew that senior Universe Knights moved about in groups, so the only disguise he could take was one of a Universe Overlord. But how many Universe Overlords had he killed in total? Besides, the 3 alliances would know right away how many Universe Overlords had died at Luo Feng's hands, so it would not be difficult to recognize him that way. As for transforming into the Universe Overlords of the 3 alliances who were alive, Luo Feng had never set eyes on any of them before, so there was no way he could replicate their form or aura. Furthermore, the coordinates of every Universe Overlord were in the records of the main command grounds, which had been keeping close tabs. Luo Feng would be most easily seen through. In conclusion, there was nowhere he could escape to. Just as he had changed his direction, he met 3 Universe Knights of the 3 alliances. Upon killing them, he found himself facing another Universe Knight soon enough. The chances of discovering my tracks are getting higher, said Luo Feng. These Universe Knights maintain a far distance from one another, and it would put a toll on my Masha Body if I were to go after them. Previously, when I fought with 4 Universe Knights, I only managed to kill 3. 1 escaped. Luo Feng's eyes flashed traces of red. However, since all of you are so crazy as to leave me no other options, then bring it on. Let's go for a kill. The more he killed, the more murderous and bloodthirsty Luo Feng became. 160, 180, 200, 240, 280, 320. Luo Feng had gone crazy in his killing spree. As the chances of running into the Universe Knights from the 3 alliances multiplied, the speed at which Luo Feng killed them likewise increased. With every kill he made, Luo Feng made sure to take away all spoils of his victory. The higher-ups of the 3 alliances were growing increasingly furious. Human Luo Feng. After killing you, all that you have taken shall be ours again. Banff, how long more to reach Luo Feng? He has been changing his whereabouts, but not too long. Just let him struggle a little more for now. Master of Banff was rushing in Luo Feng's direction at the fastest he could. He was now the Universe Master Closet to Luo Feng. In the whole of this original star, there were 4 Universe Masters from these 3 alliances that had arrived. However, Long Yen Master's interference hindered them from expanding the area of time and space under their control. In the vast sky of the original star, a gigantic whirlpool tunnel hovered in midair. With an overwhelmingly towering height of over 500,000 miles, a gigantic figure stepped out of the tunnel and appeared in midair. It had a huge mountain of a body with 8 hooves that resembled heavenly pillars and 4 long, thick arms. Right in the middle of its mountainous body was a humongous eyeball. He was an incomparably powerful presence whom the Demon Alliance had courted with an extremely generous offer of countless benefits, Tongling Master. Tongling Master was a special life form that had been born at the birth of the universe. Special life forms may have been powerful, but once a special life form had cultivated itself to reach the level of a universe master, that was the true show of power. Of course, many top powers would be vying to invite him to join their race. When he was still at the level of a universe knight, he had finally made a decision and joined the Demon Alliance. Ha 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 ha. Tongling Master's booming laughter brought tremors to the limitless and vast ocean waters. The unending black waters spread out in an instant to enshroud the ocean, forests, deserts, swamps, and deserted plains. It was almost as though within a split moment, it had completely enshrouded the entire original star. The entire original star was then enveloped by a vast black ocean containing a fearsome restraining force that was simply unbelievable. All the great beings, including Luofeng, were completely engulfed by the black waters. He had a towering body with a huge dragon tail extending from the base of his spine. He looked up at the black ocean, and under his burning godly power, the entire black ocean was suppressed. It couldn't get close to him. Floating mountain ocean. Long Yen Master whispered. Tongling Master's here, too. His eyes glint. Ed with concern. They sent Tongling Master. He is quite a handful. All the universe masters sent by the three alliances are extraordinary, and it seems that they really want Luofeng's life. Our alliance can't do anything. Long Yen Master exclaimed. Even if the Hong Alliance put all our efforts and sent Huge Axe Creator to come here, the three alliances can also send a Universe Supreme Master to constrain Huge Axe Creator, and it might be bloodier later. The Hong Alliance wasn't afraid of any one-to-one combat. However, it could only disturb the cooperation of three alliances. Luofeng's power has surged too fast. His progress intimidates the three alliances, and the three alliances who've been fighting each other have set aside their feud and formed a single alliance. Long Yen Master shook his head and looked at the dangerous area. Luofeng, you're on your own, now. The best we can do is to stall them. Nobody knew how Luofeng's current situation. The Three-Race Alliance didn't know it, and neither did Hong Alliance. Ha ha. Everyone who has tried to stop me has died. Die. Nobody can survive. Luofeng looked peaceful, but his eyes were glinting ferociously. Actually, the spiritual force crystal in his head had been giving Luofeng a headache while he was on the earth. And that crystal made him innately mad, during which he looked forward to life or death combat. When he was cornered by Li Wei, he slaughtered all those who cornered him. Such madness was only mild until he did soul transfer on Golden Horned Beast. The Golden Horned Beast was naturally bloodthirsty, and that bloodthirstiness affected Luofeng, which made Luofeng more and more fearsome. Fortunately, Luofeng had an extremely strong mind and willpower, with which he was able to control it well. It had been a long time since he'd slaughtered like this after becoming undying. Even after he had fully comprehended Beast Godheart, he hadn't slaughtered like this. This was the first time after he had fully comprehended Beast Godheart that he killed out of madness. The more he killed, the faster he killed. 100. 200, 400, 800. Luofeng was completely absorbed in the Beast Godheart. And he killed every life form in his sight. The killing bordered on insanity. One supreme being after another died, and no one could resist him. Besides, those universe knights find it difficult to get away from Masha Body's inherited technique domain. Boundless black ocean submerged the plain and sky, and the constraining power was so large that Luofeng's mind was clear from killing. Clear. Luofeng looked around the boundless ocean. It looked like water, but it was an area made by special energies of high density like that of Nine Tiger River. Strong power, thought Luofeng. Wielded in combat, it might be 100 times stronger than an attack using all the power of my Masha Body, and it might rival the Thousand Treasures River of my teacher. It must be Tongling Master's floating mountainous. Luofeng had gathered enough information. He had the access authority of a top-tier universe overlord in the virtual universe, allowing him to read some information of the universe masters of the bug race, the demon race, and the automation race. The more he read about them, the more he realized how terrific universe masters were. However, Luofeng was still confident that he could achieve his goal in this fight. Human, Luofeng. A vigorous voice went into Luofeng's ears. Tongling Master from the Demon Race Alliance. Luofeng smiled. You're still smiling, said the vigorous voice. Ha ha. How bold you are. Just so you know, Master of Vanoff will be here soon. Luofeng smiled even broader, turned around, and kept flying in one direction. He broke the black ocean water, moving quicker and quicker. You still dare to fly in my floating mountain ocean? The vigorous voice became angry, and the power within that ocean surged. The drops of water began hitting Luofeng like neutrons, but Luofeng kept flying without being affected. Said the voice. I thought my floating mountain ocean might kill you if I fully utilized it, but now, it seems you indeed have some abilities to be proud of. The power from the Black Ocean kept surging. It could have easily killed a top-tier universe overlord. However, Luo Feng easily broke through the water and flew into the distance, which startled Tongling Master at the other side of the original star. Did that Luo Feng really become a universe master? He wondered aloud. I have a pinnacle true treasure force armor on me, thought Luo Feng. And it can weaken attacks to 1/100,000 th. My godly body is more than 55,000 miles tall. Even the pinnacle universe masters might need to use all their power if they want to kill me. Only a domain-type true treasure? It can't hope to affect me. Luo Feng knew his power clearly. True treasure armor. From ordinary true treasures, senior true treasures, top-tier true treasures to pinnacle true treasures, most of them could weaken attacks to 1/10,000 th, yet they had different limits. Only the most exceptional pinnacle true treasures were able to weaken attacks to 1/100,000 th. Force armor was able to weaken attacks to 1/100,000 th, which meant force armor was an exceptional pinnacle true treasure. Besides, force armor had an incredibly high limit. Attacks from universe masters were unlikely to reach the limit /, which meant force armor was able to weaken the attacks from universe masters to 1/100,000 th. Flame Emperor had the force armor to protect his godly body and the original soul to protect his soul. He didn't need to be afraid of anything. And, of course, Sitting Mountain Guest had a supreme true treasure. Luo Feng was able to easily resist the attack from my floating mountain ocean, even when I fully utilized it, reported Tongling Master. All the universe masters were startled when Tongling Master passed the news back the three alliances. There were two possibilities. 1. Luo Feng had become a universe master, and he had a supreme godly body. 2. Luo Feng had an incredible true treasure to protect his godly body. Did Luo Feng become a universe master? Humph. Perhaps he got an incredible true treasure by luck. It's not that easy to get a true treasure. Real true treasures all have strong backgrounds, and you can't just get one by luck, unless the seniors give it to you. Several universe masters are using top-tier true treasure armors. How could Luo Feng also be given one? Master of Banoff will fight him, and we'll know the truth soon. The bug race, the automaton race, and the demon race all found that Luo Feng had a great many mysteries, and some great beings started to wonder whether he had become a universe master. Luo Feng broke the black water and flew freely. Mashabadi was in one of his world rings. It felt so good to kill them all. Luo Feng had killed more than 800 universe knights, which gave him a satisfaction he had never felt before. Besides, he also had the craving to create techniques. The desire to kill in his heart. He wanted to combine that with his blade technique. He was indeed incredible when performing Golden Light, but he didn't feel the madness. Mashabadi looked up and saw the godly power being triggered. Complex engraving pictures kept showing up. Luo Feng could sense that urge. No, he thought. It doesn't feel like that. No. Luo Feng knew that he was able to create Universe Overlord level techniques using only his rations. However, it would require inspiration and emotion for him to create techniques of Universe Masters, just as when he had created Golden Light when he had just fully comprehended Beast Godheart. No. Yes. That's it. Luo Feng looked to the gigantic engraving picture in the sky, and under the control of his mind, the engraving picture became increasingly complex. He gained more and more inspiration, and the desire to kill was completely injected into the engraving picture. In the end, the engraving picture was completed. A gigantic, complete engraving picture floated in the sky, emanating endless force and faint aggression. Done. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He pointed to the sky, and another giant engraving picture showed up, which was the engraving picture of Golden Light. The two engravings were floating side by side in the sky. Both permeated boundless power. The one on the left looked bloodthirsty, and the one on the right looked indifferent. Finally, I've created the second ultimate technique of Universe Masters, Luo Feng said. He smiled. It had been a long time, and he'd already started the 6th level of the Beast God path. Under the strain and excessive killings, he'd created the second technique. I'll name it Bloodlight. Suddenly, a towering being raced toward Luo Feng from among the Black Ocean. A voice resounded in the sky. Luo Feng turned back and knew immediately. Master of Banoff was here. Master of Banff had an upper body that resembled a human, fair-skinned with a shiny mass of long golden hair, but a lower body that took the form of a reptile. His look was heartwarming, just like how the sun provided warmth, and his smile was as amiable as a loving mother. He had the ability to make one unconsciously fall into a state of euphoria. Master of Banff observed this human in the distance and saw a youth dressed in silver armor and sporting a pair of silver wings, one who could remain unaffected even under the oppression of the vast ocean waters of the floating mountain ocean. He is the one who the 3 pinnacle races are after, he said. The human, Luo Feng. He recalled what the Bug Clan Queen had ordered him to do before he arrived here. Banff, you shall be tasked with killing Luofeng. Out of everyone in my Bug Clan Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and the Automaton Race Alliance, your skills in creating illusions are said to be the best. Luofeng has risen far too quickly, and his growth is appalling. If we allow him to continue progressing, he will become a major source of trouble for my Bug Clan Alliance. If he continues to hide in places like the Primal Universe, there is nothing we can do, but luckily, he has now made an appearance in the original stars. From the Bug Soldiers and Demons to the Automaton Race, everyone knew that the moment Luofeng chose to self-destruct, at the very best, they would gain some true treasures. Yet all their hard work would be in vain. However, even if there was a possibility where their hard work would be in vain, it was something they might be able to avoid if they tried. If Luofeng hid in the Primal Universe, the three pinnacle races would have no chance of eradicating him at all. Now that he had appeared on the original star, it was the chance of a lifetime. They had to grab it. This Luofeng, the Bug Clan Queen had said. He has risen so rapidly that he must be full of self-confidence. It is impossible that he would self-destruct without even putting up a fight. If that was the case, why would he have bothered coming into the original star? We have to make good use of his pride and his confidence. Get rid of him. Bear this in mind. She continued. The first goal is that we have to use soul control. If you can control his soul, this human genius is as good as gone, or he could even become a tool for my Bug Clan Alliance. This is the greatest success possible. If this can't be achieved, then we shall have to penetrate his soul to eradicate him. That is the only way we can kill all his various bodies at one go. He is only a human, yet he has the potential to be incredibly strong, especially if he can mature so quickly. He must have a unique talent that is extremely powerful. There are some kinds of special talents that, upon reversing time and space to bring about a resurrection, the resurrected being will no longer be able to possess it again. The Bug Clan Queen was very aware of the secrets of the University. SE. Some of these unique things were just as she claimed. Like the memory of the 9-volume manual, which could only be handed on to one person. Once the master of it had been annihilated, even if time and space were reversed for a resurrection to take place, the memory of the 9-volume manual could never be restored. For a universe master, annihilation was for eternity. There was no room for resurrection. Likewise, for some unique talents that were extremely powerful, once death occurred, even reversing time and space would not be able to restore anything. First goal, soul control, the Bug Clan Queen had instructed. If this cannot be achieved, then we shall move on to the second goal, to penetrate his soul and eradicate everything. If we still cannot achieve that, it means we have failed. There is still a third goal, to destroy this body of his and take all the treasures this body is carrying. Maybe there is a treasure within these that holds the secret to how he can make such tremendous progress up to now. Bug Clan Queen had listed 3 choices. Obviously, she was still hoping that they could use the most direct method of soul control when tackling Luofeng. In the void space that enveloped the Dream Demon's secret region, a couple of figures sat at a long table. The silvery white snakehead was in the central seat while the other demons were divided into 2 factions. One was the Dream Demon Ancestor, and the other was Shock Demon Ancestor. Usually, those gathered here would be members of the Demon Clan, but today, even Tongling Master was present. Master of Banff has already met with Luofeng, Tongling Master announced. We shall wait for Master of Banff to send us the good news, the silvery white snakehead said in a booming voice. The numerous universe masters nodded. Trouble had to be eradicated early. One being with the power of Primal Chaos City Leader was enough to bring much trouble to the enemies of the human race. There were many times where the presence of Huge Axe Creator was not required at all, as Primal Chaos City Leader alone could settle everything. If there was another being as powerful as Primal Chaos City Leader, that would be scarier than 3 or 4 ordinary universe masters put together. Master of Banff looked at Luofeng from afar and sneered. His voice was low and deep, like the tremors of an earthquake as he said, "To think you can actually shake free from the influence of my power. Your willpower must be getting pretty strong." Compared to Master of Banff, I still have much room for improvement, Luofeng said from afar. How humble you are, Master of Banff said, in no rush to attack. Within a short time, more than 800 universe masters of the 3 alliances have been annihilated by you. Your methods are appalling, but a power like yours, why would you want to kill those who are much weaker than you? Luofeng shook his head. Not going to provoke me? I do not mind showing some sympathy and mercy. But to provoke me one after the other, you all are really asking for it. Haha, enjoy your just desserts. Master of Banff laughed. Makes sense. Luofeng was taken aback and looked at Master of Banff with a baffled look. Master of Banff smiled. Luofeng, do you know which race I represent? Bug Clan Alliance. Luofeng answered immediately. He was still maintaining vigilance, as he could not grasp the intention of this Master of Banff. Wrong answer. I am from the Northern Territory Alliance. Master of Banff shook his head and said, I just left Bug Clan Alliance some time ago, albeit secretly, and have joined Northern Territory Alliance. My true purpose in coming here today is to invite you to bring your fellow Earthlings from your home planet and join me in the Northern Territory Alliance. I know. Earth is a mysterious life planet, and it is impregnated with your kind, but the human race has forcibly occupied your home planet as their own. If you are willing to, the Northern Territory Alliance is willing to reclaim Earth for you. Having said this, Master of Banff stopped and looked silently at the faraway Luo Feng. At this point in time, Luo Feng's eyes started to lose their glow. However, a split second later, get lost. Luo Feng let out a deep growl through gritted teeth all of a sudden. Tremors produced as ripples on the surrounding black ocean waters. An invisible, blurry godly power was exerted. Great, great, great. You indeed deserve my admiration, Luo Feng said, staring at Master of Banff. Through his gritted teeth, he snarled, well deserving of the title of Master of Banff. You're indeed well-versed in the art of using illusions for attacks. While leading me into a conversation, you gradually brought me into an illusion as I unconsciously took the bait. I can now consider myself to have seen and tested the skill of the most top-notch, top-tier illusionist for myself. That was fast, thought Master of Banff. Even when I am tackling a true universe master, I am able to exert my influence for a while, but the speed at which he broke free from my influence was too fast. This spells trouble. Master of Banff concealed his shock. He had just managed to penetrate through, had just led Luo Feng into an illusion, but Luo Feng had managed to detect it and speedily broke free, hence dismissing his godly power. Truly worth the admiration, said Luo Feng. He grasped the handle of his ghost blade slung across his back and drew his sword out in an instant. With eyes staring, he gave his challenge. Master of Banff, let me show you what I am capable of. Luo Feng moved in a split second. His speed was extremely fast. The black ocean water that was surrounding them was rolling and tumbling. Layer after layer of waves suppressed Luo Feng, and, even with the help of his Shi Wu wings, his speed was still greatly limited. Master of Banff, on the other hand, managed to retreat at the speed of lightning, so while Luo Feng was under sup. Press-on within the domain of the floating mountain ocean, Master of Banff was, on the contrary, benefiting from it. Master of Banff reported the information immediately. Queen, soul control failed. His willpower and consciousness were too strong, comparable to those of an ordinary universe master. He is extremely determined, and I suspect he still has a soul-type true treasure. He was reporting the information as required when Master of Banff also came to realize that he had failed to achieve the first goal. He could only rely on the second goal. Meet your doom. Master of Banff stayed far away and looked at Luo Feng. His eyes were a dazzling shade of sparkling cyan, beautiful enough to pull on one's heartstrings. But suddenly, his eyes seemed to turn into two blue crystals, and an invisible soul seemed to charge rapidly into Luo Feng's mind. In his mind, two gigantic blue whirlpools revolved at mind-numbing speed. The two blue whirlpools collided. Pieces of blue crystals formed, which headed toward where Luo Feng's godly power was and penetrated it. Qi. Within the life imprints of his godly power, Luo Feng felt as though acid had been splashed onto his skin. The pain was so intense that it bore through his very soul. Yet Luo Feng remained expressionless. He had made it through life and death inheritance. How could he bow down so easily? Luo Feng growled a command deep in his heart. After image. Stand guard. The amethyst-like triangular crystal that was hanging in the middle of his chest immediately spurted countless law threads, connecting every inch of godly power on his body, bringing about a layer of life imprints over him that seemed to act like a layer of armor. At the same time, the strange sounds of beastly roaring could be heard coming out of the triangular crystal. The roars were transmitted throughout his entire being, rapidly easing the pain he suffered from. He also managed to control his own godly power quickly. He charged at the two gigantic blue whirlpools with unrestrained craze. He wanted to banish them entirely, to the extent of complete annihilation. Destroy. 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 Master of Banff's gaze was fixated on Luo Feng from afar. The blue crystals in his eyes were in continuous revolution, which in turn issued a continuous transmission of an intangible but impactful energy at Luo Feng. The first goal has failed, but I refuse to believe that I am unable to kill him by penetrating his soul, said Master of Banff. I will see to your demise. Master of Banff was giving it his all. Killing a soul was a completely different story from a material kill. Once a soul was killed, only the life imprints would completely disappear. Luo Feng's godly body would still look the same, the only difference would be that he had fallen. Just like this soaring Sky Master. Luo Feng heard a resonating roar before him. He stared at Master of Banff and said, "You have failed." He had force armor and afterimage as a double D. Defense mechanism, yet it was still a laborious and strenuous fight. The Demon Alliance, the Automaton Race Alliance, and the Bug Clan Alliance had specifically sent Master of Banff, who was indeed extremely powerful in areas of illusion and soul attacks. A pity he was still so far from the mark, especially if he had intended to use soul killing on Luofeng. Master of Banff was in disbelief, but he knew he could only report to Bug Clan Queen. The second goal failed. Luofeng may have an extremely powerful soul-type true treasure. His speed of defense is much too quick. My guess is he may possibly own a top-tier soul-type true treasure. When Universe Supreme Masters from the Bug Race, the Automaton Race, and the Demon Race heard the news, they felt angry and discontented. But getting angry was pointless. Whether they tried soul control or soul killing, everything so far had failed. Banff, move on to the third goal, Bug Clan Queen commanded. Simply kill Luofeng. Take back everything he has. All the valuables that he took away from Universe Knights. And also, take the true treasures that he has on him. Take everything back. If we can just obtain some top-tier soul-type true treasures and various other true treasures, this operation will still be worth the while. Yes, replied Master of Banff. Master of Banff stepped on the black water. He held a cyan spear 10 times longer than his godly body. There were bloodstains on the spike, and it looked ancient and bloody. Luofeng, even if you are already a Universe Master, you'll die today. Master of Banff roared, and his hoof stepped on the water. He dashed toward Luofeng with his spear point toward him. The entire space trembled because of that. It was a technique that contained the path of space and time. Ha ha ha, come. Luofeng waved his wing, and his body instantly blurred, and the space and time beside him went into disorder. He charged forward like a trace of light, but under the suppression of the domain of floating mountain ocean, he couldn't fly too fast. Master of Banff stabbed at Luofeng with the spear. The attack didn't seem all that powerful, but Luofeng felt that the entire universe was being pierced by the spear. A visible linear crack appeared in the space on the original star. A golden light shone. It was sharp and cold. Dang! Blood Ghost Blade hit the tip of the spear. The power contained within the two weapons collided. Silently, the black ocean of a 60-square-mile area was cleared, and the plane around them also vanished. And then the rumbling sound spread. Luofeng bounced away like a car hit by a truck while Master of Banff took a couple of steps back. An ultimate technique of Universe Masters. Master of Banff stared in disbelief at Luofeng in the distance. Why's your life gene level still 100 times if you're able to create an ultimate technique of Universe Masters? The human race should have helped improve your life gene level instead. Why do you ask so many questions? Luofeng said as he regained his balance in the sky. He knew why Master of Banff was asking him this. Ordinary life forms like the human race, the demon race, the bug race, the space beasts, and Masha bodies were only able to increase their life gene level to 100 times, and that was the limit. Many universe overlords had reached that level. However, Universe Masters were creatures outside of space and time. They became the masters over space and time, which was why they were called Universe Masters. To Sector Lords, Undying Fighters, and Universe Knights, the limits of life gene level was 100 times. However, Universe Masters, creatures who lived outside space and time, could surpass the limit of 100 times and improve their life gene levels, thus strengthening their godly bodies. The size of their bodies might be larger as well. The constraint of size and life gene level was nothing to Universe Masters. They were able to approach the perfect life gene level of 10,081 times, but it was extremely difficult. Normally, Universe Masters were able to improve their life gene level to 1,000 times, and it was almost impossible to increase it to 5,000 times. As for the perfect life gene level, it only existed in legends. If you are indeed a Universe Master, you should have increased your life gene level before creating any techniques, Master of Banff snorted. Or you're just a Universe Knight with a life gene level of 10,000 times, and the attacking technique you just performed is a bestowed inherited technique. You'll know whether or not I'm a Universe Master very soon, said Luofeng, and he dashed toward Master of Banff with his Blood Ghost Blade held high. Come, said Master of Banff. No matter who you are, an exceptional Universe Knight or a young Universe Master, I can kill you, even if I follow the path of illusion. Master of Banff stepped on the ocean water, and the space around him trembled. He raced toward Luofeng again. They both went mad. Sometimes, Master of Banff used Soul Attack to affect Luofeng, and sometimes, he used Illusion to affect him. He had a life gene level of almost 2,000 times, and the quality of his godly power was 20 times better than Luofeng's. Together with that illusion, within the domain of floating mountain ocean, Luofeng was being completely suppressed. Luofeng bounced away and rolled in the water, then quickly charged again. They both used all their power and skills, each trying to kill the other. Master of Banff was at an advantage within floating mountain ocean, especially with his illusion abilities and far greater godly power. However, Luo Feng had an exceptional pinnacle true treasure, Force Armor, which could weaken any attack to 1/100,000 th. Besides, the godly body of Master of Banff was only 60 miles tall, but Luo Feng's godly body was more than 55,000 miles tall. This was a typical fight between universe masters. Both of them had enormous godly bodies and strong defensive skills, which meant there wasn't any significant difference between their power. This was why it was extremely difficult for a universe master to die, unless they put all their efforts, which was precisely what Luo Feng and Master of Banff were doing. They were burning their godly power. I have much higher quality godly power, said Master of Banff. I have a true treasure armor, and my godly body is more than 60 miles tall. I'll consume you to death. It sounded ridiculous, but it was exactly why it was difficult for universe masters to die. Master of Banff, Luo Feng said. He bounced away again and floated in the black water. Then he roared, tell that Tongling master to take back Floating Mountain Ocean. 2-1. Not fair. Master of Banff smirked. It's not a competition. We're trying to kill you. Damn it, said Luo Feng. He could distinctively feel his disadvantage against Master of Banff, which was the quality of godly power. They had the same level of techniques, though. An indistinct sound reached Luo Feng and Master of Banff. All the Universe Knights and Universe Masters on the original star heard the sound, too. Long Yen Master, on the other side of the original star, smiled. Chaos. Finally you're here. Thousand Treasures River. Luo Feng was glad. The river covered the entire original star. Thousand Treasures River and Floating Mountain Ocean hit each other on the original star. It was just like when the two domain-type treasures of Luo Feng and Tianyang Knight hit each other. Thousand Treasures River and Floating Mountain Ocean were both top-tier domain-type true treasures, and they hit each other relentlessly. Each occupied half of the original star, and the center was where Luo Feng and Master of Banff were fighting. Laughter spread along Thousand Treasures River to Floating Mountain Ocean. Haha. Tongling Master, you and Master of Banff are bullying my disciple together. Don't you think that's shameful? The voice of Tongling Master spread to Thousand Treasures River. Primal Chaos City Leader, this is an action taken by all the three races. Do you really think this is all we've got? Do you really think you can save your disciple? Haha. Just so you know, your disciple is dead even if I don't do anything. Luo Feng glared at Master of Banff, clenching his teeth. Green light glimmered around him. Luo Sector. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. It's Luo Sector of Bai Long Master. Just when the two domain-type true treasures from Primal Chaos City Leader and Tongling Master hit each other, Master of Banff took out Luo Sector. He was carrying a domain-type true treasure as well. Hung. Master of Banff looked at Luo Feng, grinning gleefully. I'm supposed to kill you in this action. Do you think I wouldn't come prepared? I was ordered to do soul attack on you first, which is why I haven't used this until now. With this top-tier domain-type true treasure, you'll die much sooner, as you're weaker than I am. Great. Luo Feng smirked. Fantastic. Ha ha. Master of Banff sensed something wrong. Why are you laughing? He demanded. Master of Banff, said Luo Feng, now I'll let you know the most powerful technique I've created since I became a universe master. I've been waiting for this moment for so long, and it's now time. I bet many of the universe knights of the three races have entered the danger zone. Luo Feng smirked. What are you saying? Master of Banff looked a bit intimidated, but then he snorted. Do whatever you want. Ha ha. Luo Feng pointed at the cyan light, and following his laughter, the sky and land turned dark. Boundless dark air started to flow as if they had entered another realm, a realm of chaos filled with chaotic airflow. It was the supreme inherited technique, I am the universe. Once I am the universe was performed, the diameter could reach 6 billion miles, forming an oval-shaped miniature universe. Why is it dark? Wondered one of the universe knights spectating from far away. It was all black ocean before, followed by boundless water, and then cyan light. Now, the sky has turned completely dark. Is it the chaos airflow? Inside the danger zone gathered a great many universe knights and universe overlords from the three alliances, and they all looked up at the cyan light being surrounded by boundless chaos airflow. The force of the airflow made them stop breathing. Each of them felt that the chaos airflow could annihilate them easily. Luo Feng stood in the sky, maintaining the miniature universe with a diameter of 6 billion miles. He was the master of the miniature universe. How mighty, Luo Feng said, closing his eyes to enjoy it. He was only undying when he killed Tianyang Knight, so the miniature universe he had performed then wasn't all that powerful. He had needed lots of chaos airflow to kill Devil Fog Knight. However, his godly power had improved 100 times since then, and the miniature universe was 100 times stronger. A little bit of the air could crush a senior universe knight easily. Luo Feng had a godly body more than 55,000 miles tall, and not even 1/1/10,000 th of it was consumed. However, I Am the Universe consumed 10% of his godly body, and it could only last for 9 seconds at a time. How powerful the miniature universe was that it required such a great amount of godly power. As compared to the previous killing of Tianyang Knight, Luo Feng's miniature universe was a full 2 notches higher in power level. It could completely envelop all the universe knights of the 3 pinnacle alliances that were within it and wipe them all out at one go. This control over the fate of countless thousands of universe knights gave Luo Feng an unprecedented feeling of liberation and excitement. This is the moment I have been waiting for. At this moment, Luo Feng was carefree. He was entirely without inhibitions, mad with rage. When Virtual Real Devil Master had barged his way onto Redbud Isla Endi to kill him, Luo Feng had been incredibly angry. However, it did not take him long to realize that this was the law of strength and weakness of the universe. Since he had demonstrated how awfully fearsome the strength of his power was, it was understandable that the 3 pinnacle races would want to get rid of him. His only worry was that they would continue to bother him. The only solution was to make the 3 pinnacle races unwilling to provoke him, just like how the 3 pinnacle races were unwilling to aggravate Primal Chaos City leader. The question was, how? Earlier on, Luo Feng had made many kinds of plans to carry out his battle to fame. The first plan was to achieve a clean kill of the top-tier universe overlord Skyflower Knight and let the trillions of races in the universe know that Luo Feng had the combat power of a universe master. If the 3 pinnacle races would henceforth retreat, that would be good. Luo Feng did not want to blow the matter out of proportion. With their retreat, he would also have gained enough fame within the universe to earn a reputation for himself. However, if the 3 pinnacle races wanted to blow things out of proportion, Luo Feng had also devised subsequent counteractions as backup plans. While Luo Feng had been carrying out his initial plan, a terrible development had occurred. Skyflower Knight had unexpectedly possessed a Flying Palace-type true treasure, White Needle, and had managed to escape from Luo Feng. To make matter worse, he had turned the tables by following Luo Feng instead. As Luo Feng had not managed to kill Skyflower Knight, he naturally felt he had not made the impactful statement he'd hoped. On the contrary, Skyflower Knight was now hot on his heels, which had led to the 3 pinnacle races choosing to ride the waves and take the opportunity to eradicate Luo Feng. With the power of Luo Feng's Masha body, he had easily shaken Skyflower Knight off. He could have taken advantage of the time when the 3 pinnacle races still lacked concrete plans on how to attack him. During that time, he could have made a speedy escape into the nearest whirlpool tunnel and sneak away immediately. However, Luo Feng had not done so. He had let Skyflower Knight follow him about, and after some time, when Luo Feng felt that the 3 pinnacle races had reached a consensus after negotiations and were starting to deploy forces, he proceeded to shake Skyflower Knight off his tail. Even when Skyflower Knight was no longer able to keep up with him, Luo Feng still did not try his make to escape. In the beginning, he only relied on his original Earthling body to fly around and hide about. He was aware that the 3 alliances would surely deploy numerous universe masters because the ones who had weaker powers were not his match. He was also aware that when they did so, the Hong Alliance would inevitably send universe masters to intervene. Therefore, he could depend on the fact that a large number of universe knights would try to encircle and trap him to determine his whereabouts. In the beginning, he had not made use of Masha body to use domain, as he had been worried that the 3 alliances would not take the bait and carry out their plan. However, numerous universe knights started surrounding him, and Luo Feng also started to kill. Masha body was able to make use of domain and move at such an alarming speed that the other universe knights had no chance to escape. The results revealed that he was indeed quite ruthless, having killed more than 800 universe knights. Of course, this was only for starters. When the universe master that the 3 alliances had sent, Master of Banff, finally arrived, Luo Feng met his advances without a trace of fear. Luo Feng had always wanted to challenge a universe master to test his true power and see where he really stood. With force armor and afterimage, and with Golden Horned Beast holding onto Star Tower, even a Universe Supreme being would not be a life-threatening risk to him, much less a Universe Master. Luo Feng was confident of staying alive. The battle with Master of Banff was just a means for him to test his true power and see where he really stood. It was just a way for him to prove his capability. What truly caused the 3 alliances to feel heartache and regret was his strongest technique, I Am the Universe. Previously, I Am the Universe had a diameter of 60 million miles, and in the original star, those who wanted to encircle and trap him were already within this area. Now, I Am the Universe was ridiculously powerful, and its diameter was 6 billion miles. Out of all the techniques, perhaps only Star Tower could surpass it. Killing these universe knights could be done within the blink of an eye. Upon achieving this stage of planning, Luo Feng finally managed to reach the climax. The prominent Longyan master stood in midair as he kept trying his best to gain control of a part of time and space to interfere with the other universe masters' efforts to do likewise. Although he was not very successful, he could still indistinctly feel that in a certain direction from afar, there was an immeasurable and fearsome aura. This aura was shocking. Primal Chaos City Leader, what is happening? What has happened? Long Yen Master shot out a series of questions out of anxiety. Could this be some special techniques the three races are using? He did not know the situation. On the other hand, Primal Chaos City Leader, who was controlling Thousand Treasures River, was crystal clear on what was happening because his Thousand Treasures River had touched that gigantic miniature universe. This is. Primal Chaos City Leader was very much taken aback. There is already a hint of the mystique of a primal universe. This technique is already considered to be at a level of the most powerful technique of a universe master. Who could be using such a technique? Could it be that fellow Banff? He already comprehended the most powerful technique of a universe master. Primal Chaos City Leader was indeed shocked. Whatever this technique was, it would be categorized as being at the pinnacle or ultimate level. However, the ultimate techniques created by a universe master would be further graded as high or low performing. Some might have barely made it past the threshold to be considered an ultimate technique, while the others might have attained the limit of an ultimate technique. These would be the so-called strongest techniques of a universe master. They represented the limit a universe master could achieve. The universe masters capable of creating techniques of such a standard were all well-renowned in the universe. For instance, Primal Chaos City Leader and 9 Remoteness Master. On the surface, it was impossible to tell who was the creator of this miniature universe. If Master of Banff can achieve this then this is bad news, said Primal Chaos City Leader, beginning to feel frustrated. What? Gasped Tongling Master. He shared the same amount of shock. His floating mountain ocean also touched this miniature universe and felt the limitless power it contained. The strongest technique of a universe master? Tongling Master could differentiate in an instant. It was simple. If one stance of this technique could transform a godly power into its most original form of chaotic airflow, then this must be the limit of a universe master. And probably only the technique of a universe supreme being would be able to surpass such a technique. Who could have created it? Wondered Tongling Master. Luophone? Impossible. Banff? Right, his accomplishment of soul abilities is said to be on the top level of all universe masters. I shouldn't be surprised that he can create this miniature universe. Tongling Master sighed to himself. To think that Banff is one step ahead of me and managed to create a technique of such standard when I have yet to succeed. Creating an ultimate technique posed no difficulty to a universe master. It was all about whether there was enough time spent achieving it. But as for the limit of an ultimate, according to legends, the strongest technique of a universe master was something the majority of universe masters could not create. On original star number 02933, a miniature universe suddenly appeared. Outside of it was Primal Chaos City Leader, Long Yen Master, Tongling Master, and a few other universe masters, all of whom were clueless of its true creator. There were many who were inclined to believe that it was the creation of Master of Banff. But in that miniature universe, Banff, you could actually create a strongest technique? A towering beast with 6 thick, strong, clawed hoofs and a very long nose had just detected the limitless chaotic airflow in the surroundings and was momentarily shocked. He was quick to let out a sound that echoed in the cyan light of Master of Banff's RO boundary. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Banff and another universe master. This one was in a different kind of human form with a black-scaled helmet and 3 eyes with a dark red glow. This time, the 3 races sent out 9 universe masters. The other 6 universe masters were dispersed in all directions. While Master of Banff was battling Luophone, there were 2 other universe masters rushing to get into the area within the danger zone. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage resonated through the area the 2 universe masters were in. This technique was not used by me, said the voice. It's Luophone. The human Luophone. The 2 universe masters were dumbfounded. What? How is that possible? Quick, we need to join efforts to break this technique. Master of Banff urged with great anxiety. The power of this technique is extremely strong. My top-tier domain-type true treasure is unable to break it open at all. Together, there was no time to waste feeling shocked by Luophone using such a technique. The other 2 universe masters were quick to understand the severity of the trouble they were facing. Such a large miniature universe must have enveloped a great many universe knights within it. If all of them were killed, reversing time and space to resurrect such a large number might not be possible even if all the universe masters of the 3 alliances were to try until they were gravely injured. When Luofeng's miniature universe had just started to take form, Master of Banff knew right away that something was not right. He tried to manipulate his top-tier domain-type true treasure, RO boundary, to create an impact on the entire miniature universe. However, the miniature universe was constructed after the godly power of Luofeng's gigantic godly body had internalized the complicated miniature universe picture of secret engravings. His stability was unbelievable. Luophone. Luophone. Don't mess around. Master of Banff said, transmitting his voice over to Luo Feng, who was far away while he struck the miniature universe with an impact. There are as many as 6,000 Universe Knights here. These are Universe Knights from the three great alliances, not just the Bug Clan Alliance. The number of races implicated is even higher. If you kill them all, you are making yourself the enemy of all those many races. The godly bodies of these 6,000 Universe Knights would consume an immeasurable amount of godly power. To resurrect them would be a great price to pay. If you kill them all, there will be dire consequences. The three great alliances will go crazy. Master of Banff was going mad with anxiety. The valuables of over 6,000 Universe Knights were important, but their lives were also very important. These were all senior Universe Knights, and there were even some Universe Overlords. Resurrecting a Universe Overlord, a Universe Supreme being required excessive power. Even resurrecting 1 to 2 senior Universe Knights would be a tough feat for an Orden. Airy Universe Master, if there were tens or hundreds of them, then only an extremely powerful Universe Master was able to resurrect them. But resurrecting more than 6,000 of them? Overwhelming. If Universe Supreme Beings and Universe Masters of the three alliances were all deployed into action, and all were heavily injured, it would be impossible to resurrect them all. If the task of slowly reversing time and space to resurrect more than 6,000 dead bodies fell on the Universe Masters, who had to recover their powers on their own prior to resurrecting the rest, how long would that take? If there was a huge price to pay to allow a Universe Master to continuously recover its power so that he could continue resurrecting, what a ridiculously exorbitant amount would that be? Compared to the price required for resurrection, the majority of these senior Universe Knights would use their series of treasures. There were also a few true treasures. But when everything was added together, the accumulated amount might be the value of a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. It was still a far cry from the imposing price required for resurrection. Offend the three major alliances, said Luo Feng. Make them go crazy? Ha ha ha. Time and again, every one of you has attempted to kill me, destroy my soul, and see to it that I can never be resurrected. And now, you want to negotiate with me? Suspended in midair, Luo Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness and insanity, and at the same time, both hands pushed downward in a sudden motion as he shouted, "All of you shall die." The unlimited chaotic airflow of the entire miniature universe was like a gigantic metal board beyond measure. It moved downward, suppressing everything beneath it. Those countless cyan lights were simply irresistible. Over 6,000 Universe Knights from the Bug Clan Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and the Automaton Race Alliance looked up at the sky and let out cries of shock. Then a thunderous bang sounded, and the entire miniature universe seemed to shake under the impact. It was as though the gigantic metal board was crushing thousands of houseflies, making mincemeat out of all of them. All the Universe Knights were annihilated one after the other. Even their treasures were crushed and shattered. Just when the other two Universe Masters tried to fly to the end of the miniature universe to destroy it, the chaos airflow crushed all of the 6,000 Universe Knights. This. Both of the Universe Masters were terrified, as they knew it was a huge issue now. Master of Banff glared at Luo Feng. Reckless. Of course I am reckless. Luo Feng shouted. You're all trying to kill me, so why should I show any mercy? I killed them, and now I'm killing you. The endless chaos airflow flooded toward Luo Feng in the miniature universe. Luo Feng's godly body became more than 600 miles tall, and the Blood Ghost Blade became several hundred miles long. The chaos airflow infused the Blood Ghost Blade, and air was a blurry shadow around the blade. Take this. Luo Feng roared. Kill me? How arrogant you are. Master of Banff dashed toward Luo Feng with his spear. The attack Master of Banff had was affecting space and time with the help of Luo Sector. As for the attack from Luo Feng, it had the power of the miniature universe, and was backed by the ultimate technique Golden Light. When they hit each other, the power turned everything around them hollow. The chaos airflow, the green light from Luo Sector, and the particles were all blocked outside. Master of Banff almost bounced away while Luo Feng only took 2 steps back. Ha ha. Luo Feng laughed and raced forward again. What? Master of Banff had his eyes wide open. He hadn't expected to be at a disadvantage. At the level of Master of Banff, the moves were extremely quick, and they hit each the other dozens of times in only 3 seconds. Master of Banff was at a disadvantage every time. When they hit each other for the final time, the miniature universe was completely gone, followed by the chaos airflow. Haha, laughed Luo Feng. Master of Banff, I can't kill you, so there's no point in fighting you. I'll leave first. Luo Feng shook his wing and flew into the distance like a streak of light. His voice was resounding. Don't run. Master of Banff roared and chased Luo Feng like a streak of light. Luo Sector tried to stop Luo Feng as well. However, Luo Feng's Wu wings broke the resistance from the Luo Sector, and he kept flying faster and faster. Though he didn't have fast acceleration, he reached light speed when Master of Banff was around 6,000 miles away from him. They continued flying, remaining 6,000 miles away from each other. Luo Feng used the miniature universe this time. He manipulated the chaos airflow and killed more than 6,000 universe knights. It only took him 6 seconds to finish the entire process, and he was talking to Master of Banff during that. When the miniature universe lasted for 9 seconds, Luo Feng stopped the godly power and the miniature universe dissipated. 10% of Luo Feng's godly body was gone because of that. Unfortunately, they're too far from me, and I can't take their true treasures and treasures, Luo Fen whispered while flying, and he was smug. Of course he was smug. It would be an incident that would never be forgotten in the universe. He had killed more than 6,000 universe knights, the weakest being senior universe knights, at once. Such an event was extremely rare, even in the entire long history of wars in the universe. More than 6,000 universe knights attempted to encircle Luo Feng, yet he had killed them all at once. This was something that had never happened before. In the history of the universe, the powers would fight each other, and a supreme being would race to their enemies' homes and be slaughtered. Luo Feng looked back and transmitted his voice. Master of Banff, you can't do anything. Why were you still chasing me? Damn it. Master of Banff refused to give up. It was a major issue now. This wasn't a war related to the survival of races. This was just an attempt to kill Luo Feng, and yet the 3 pinnacle races had suffered such losses. Master of Banff was infuriated. Thousand Treasures River. Luo Feng kept flying to Thousand Treasures River, and Thousand Treasures River and Floating Mountain Ocean continued colliding with each other. Finally, Luo Feng flew into the domain of Thousand Treasures River. Haha. Luo Feng looked back at Master of Banff. Why aren't you chasing me anymore? Don't be smug, Luo Feng. Master of Banff spat angrily in a hoarse voice. I do admire your power. It's indeed incredible that you created a supreme technique. However, it's not going to end this way. You killed more than 6,000 universe knights of the 3 races. Do you really think they're going to let this go? I guess I'll wait and see. Luo Feng grinned. Master of Banff glared at Luo Feng. You won't be able to handle it. Really? Luo Feng smiled and flew toward the center of Thousand Treasures River. Hang! Master of Banff turned around and flew away. Since he controlled Luo sector, the valuables left by the dead 6,000 universe knights flew toward him. However, the valuables were only able to move at less than 180,000 miles per second. It would take a long time for all the valuables to reach him. Primal Chaos City Leader sensed something wrong when he saw the miniature universe. Did Master of Banff create supreme technique? He wondered aloud. Luo Feng's in deep trouble this time. It seems that soul control and soul penetration both have failed, and if the body of Luo Feng dies, the true treasures will be lost. Huh? He went out? Primal Chaos City Leader saw that the universe dissipated, and was Luo Feng flying toward him. However, Thousand Treasures River wasn't able to detect the valuables left by the dead universe knights because of the resistance from Luo sector. However, what Master of Banff said spread to Thousand Treasures River. Master of Banff said, I do admire your power. It's indeed incredible that you created a supreme technique. However, it's not going to end this way. You killed more than 6,000 universe knights of the 3 races. Do you really think they're going to let this go? Primal Chaos City Leader was truly amazed. Luo Feng heard a voice from Thousand Treasures River. Luo Feng. Teacher, said Luo Feng. Did you perform that supreme technique of Universe Masters? Yes, I did, Luo Feng admitted. You killed all those Universe Knights? Yes, I did. None of them survived, answered Luo Feng. Primal Chaos City Leader went silent. Luo Feng had been able to perform a supreme technique. He had killed more than 6,000 Universe Knights with one strike. Even Primal Chaos City Leader was dazed by such a piece of news. It was a miracle. Anything can happen in the universe. Primal Chaos City Leader whispered, and then he transmit his voice. Luo Feng, from now on, you're a Universe Master. I am actually not a Universe Master yet, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng needed to hide the truth from the other races. However, he didn't need to hide it from his teacher, and his teacher would be able to tell the difference. You're a Universe Master now, said Primal Chaos City Leader. What do you think the difference is between you and a real Universe Masters? Even if you become one in the future, you're just going to get a stronger godly body and gain control over space and time. It won't have a huge impact on your amplification, even if you become a Universe Master. Luo Feng understood what his teacher was talking about. When other great beings became Universe Masters, they would have stronger godly bodies and better law comprehension, and thus, they were able to create more powerful techniques, which made them much stronger than Universe Overlords. However, the case was different for Luo Feng. Luo Feng's technique was already a supreme technique of Universe Masters, and even if he became a Universe Master, he would just have pure godly power. And control over space and time didn't help anything in combat between Universe Masters. Though Master of Banff found it really puzzling, he still told Bug Empress the news. Empress, Luo Feng just performed a supreme technique of Universe Masters, and the power was so strong that it formed a gigantic world with a diameter of 6 billion miles. All the Universe Knights within that range died. Actually, he hadn't needed to pass the news at all. When all the Universe Knights disappeared at the same time, the races within the three alliances were already furious and shouting. The Universe Masters of the three alliances roared. Do you really think our alliances can still walk around the universe if Luo Feng stays alive? It's a disgrace. A disgrace to our alliances. We need to kill Luo Feng. Kill him now. How? Do you think the Hong Alliance are fools? The Universe Masters kept debating. They all agreed that it was a disgrace. Other powers would see them as jokes, and Luo Feng would gain his fame by using the three alliances as stepping stones, which could not be tolerated by the Universe Masters from the three alliances. Dream Demon Ancestor, Bug Empress, and Father God met each other again and started to discuss what to do. It was as if that the ancient sky were frozen, creating a horribly depressive atmosphere. Four minds became four huge phantoms and arrived at three different locations. A being with a gigantic silver snake's head and a strange beast covered with a sawtooth shell appeared in one location. A breathtaking being appeared at another location. A giant, oval-shaped phantom was at another. We all know what happened already. The voice of the breathtaking being, Bug Empress, was still gentle and seductive as usual. Luo Feng performed a supreme technique of a universe master and created a miniature universe, and all the 6,000-something Universe Knights trapped inside were killed instantly. He also defeated Master of Banff and went back to the Thousand Treasures River of his teacher, Primal Chaos City leader. Empress, Master of Banff, you chose this, the black oval phantom said angrily. A hoarse voice came from the strange, sawtooth-shelled beast. Bug Empress, it said, Master of Banff executed that, and your alliance should bear more responsibilities. The voice from Bug Empress sounded cold. You've agreed to this. Besides, who could have expected Luo Feng to perform a supreme technique of a Universe Master? Even if it had been a Universe Master from your races, it wouldn't have done a better job. The other two demon ancestors and Father God from the automaton race understood this, but they had lost too much this time. Only a few of the fallen 6,000 Universe Knights had multiple body techniques. Besides, Luo Feng had killed an additional 800, meaning there were around 7,000 Universe Knights to be resurrected. And they were at least senior Universe Knights. This was a terrific figure. The issue had to do with the distribution of responsibilities, which was why the beings of the demon race and the automaton race brought up the fact that Master of Banff had fallen short, following which, they could demand more. Humph. Bug Empress snorted. We'll resurrect the Universe Knights of our own. Don't even think about asking us, the Bug Alliance, to revive more. Empress, said the being with the giant snake's head. We, the Demon Alliance, sent the most Universe Knights this time. More than half of the Universe Knights on that original star were of the Demon Alliance. And more than half of the Universe Knights who died were from Demon Alliance. We contributed the most, and now, we're responsible for the most? Not fair. We didn't force you to send so many Universe Knights, said Bug Empress. You sent all those Universe Knights voluntarily, and now it's your responsibility to bear the consequence. Besides, we agreed before that we would be responsible for our own Universe Knights who died. Nobody expected that so many Universe Knights would die. They all thought that only few Universe Knights would die. They only realized that they'd been wrong after Luo Feng's Masha body had shown up. They could still have dealt with the death toll at that point. However, the one-time massacre at the end had left them hurting. And now, they were quarreling with each other. Even supreme beings like Universe Supreme Masters wouldn't acquiesce easily when it came to race interests. Plus, the stakes were huge this time. Resurrecting one senior Universe Knight would severely injure a Universe Master. Only those Universe Masters with gigantic godly bodies like World Tree and Mountain Giant were able to revive more. The size of godly bodies determined the number of Universe Knights that a Universe Master was able to revive. The larger their godly bodies were, the more they were able to revive. However, there were around 7,000 Universe Knights. The dead Universe Overlords alone were a huge burden to those 4 Universe Supreme Masters, and there were only so many Universe Masters within the 3 alliances. They wouldn't be able to resurrect all those Universe Knights even if all of them were injured. In my opinion, said the oval-shaped phantom, we should stop arguing and go ask 9 Remoteness Master for help. 9 Remoteness Masters 9 Remote Ocean rivals a supreme true treasure, and it's totally able to resurrect 7,000 Universe Knights. The more one resurrects, the more serious the backlash from the universe would be, said the silver snake-headed being. 9 Remote Master is indeed able to withstand the backlash using his 9 Remoteness Ocean. However, most of the Universe Knights who died haven't been to 9 Remoteness Ocean, which means 9 Remoteness would have to come here to resurrect them. 9 Remote Ocean cannot be moved. A godly body made by 9 Remoteness Master. His godly bodies are able to revive a Universe Knight initially, but the backlash will be much stronger later. And he might not be able to revive one Universe Knight. All of them went quiet. The universe would punish those who turned back time to revive great beings, as it was against the universe operation law. The more one went against it, the more serious the punishment would be, as it was provoking the universe origin. Of course, 9 Remoteness Ocean was able to withstand it. Unfortunately, 9 Remoteness Ocean couldn't be moved. "We can't let all the Universe Masters revive the Universe Knights," said the oval-shaped phantom. "It'll severely weaken our alliances, but we can't take too long to revive them, as we've already made a promise. I think we can go ask those Universe Masters of special life forms. Our alliances have several, and the Northern Territory Alliance and the Ancestral God School have many more. Each of them is able to resurrect more than 100 Universe Knights, and will be responsible for those Universe Overlords, after which we can revive some Universe Knights." The Universe Supreme Masters quickly reached an agreement. It was the plan that was least costly. The responsibilities would be distributed equally. Each alliance lost 1 Pinnacle Domain-type true treasure, which pained those Universe Supreme Masters. "The plan to resurrect Universe Knights is settled," said the Black Phantom. "We need to talk about that Luo Feng now." "We have to kill Luo Feng," said Bug Empress. "He has the multiple bodies technique, and he has tremendous power," said the strange, sawtooth-shelled beast in an old, raspy voice. "Even Universe Masters can't deal with him unless we go kill him ourselves. However, there are only 4 of us. There's no way we should all go. Yet we won't be able to catch him if only one of us goes. Regardless, I agree with you, Bug Empress. We suffered great losses this time, and our alliances will be seen as a joke to other powers in the universe. We need to kill at least one of his bodies." "I agree," said the beast with the silver snake's head. "Kill one of his bodies and take his true treasures," said the oval phantom. "Otherwise, we'll be laughed at forever." "Luo Feng has a Masha body," said the beast in his old voice, "and he's extremely fast. We might not be able to catch him. Even if he can get out of Original Stars," said Bug Empress, "we'll keep hunting him, and we'll kill him and seize his true treasures." They all understood that Luo Feng killing all those Universe Knights had already brought shame upon them. Even if killing one of Luo Feng's bodies didn't help much, they would become a complete joke if they couldn't even kill one body of Luo Feng. "Ask other Universe Masters to track Luo Feng. We'd better constrain him. Dream T, you'll be responsible for it." On Original Star number 02933, a blurry shadow of Primal Chaos City Leader materialized in front of Luo Feng within Thousand Treasures River. The real body of Primal Chaos City Leader was more than 18 billion miles away from Luo Feng. "Teacher, you want me to court death?" Luo Feng was shocked. "Our alliance all cheered what you did, and I would have done the same thing if I were you," said the phantom of Primal Chaos City Leader. However, the 3 alliances were the ones who did wrong first, so they couldn't respond excessively. Luo Feng nodded. Universe Masters were usually forbidden to commit mass slaughtering among superpowers. Otherwise, it would be provoking another power, which might eventually lead to war. However, the 3 alliances had wanted to kill Luo Feng first, so it wouldn't lead to war. "But they need to save face," continued Primal Chaos City Leader. "Those 3 alliances suffered such great losses from you. If they just let it go, they'll be ridiculed by the entire universe. They will attack you again, and a Universe Supreme Master might arrive. To save face, they must kill you, even if they only kill one of your bodies. You can put all your true treasures with other bodies and send one of your bodies, like Masha body, and let him court death. It'll only take a little bit of your godly power, and those 3 alliances can publicly claim that they killed you." Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Luo Feng. "What do you think?" Luo Feng pondered what Primal Chaos City Leader had said. He wasn't a fool. If it weren't for the plan he already had, he would have said yes. After all, it wasn't a shame at all for Masha body to die at the hands of a Universe Supreme Master. Unfortunately, it would go against his Blood Cloud plan. "Teacher, I won't fight them," said Luo Feng, "but I won't just walk to my own death." "Teacher, you know what I'm capable of. I can certainly get out of the Original Star easily." "Even if you do, they'll keep hunting you," said Primal Chaos City Leader. "Just let your Masha body die and get it over with." Thousand Treasure River Khan. Thence to form a blurred image of Primal Chaos City Leader, who was smiling as he spoke. "Your opponent killed you so easily, and of course, they knew that you allowed yourself to be killed on purpose. But they wanted face. You are a new and upcoming individual, so bowing down to the 3 top powers was not a big deal. But this time, over 6,000 Universe Knights were killed in one go. It is news big enough to shock the entire universe. Your fame has skyrocketed. No single great being would dare belittle you anymore, including the Universe Supreme Beings." Luo Feng nodded. Even if the enemies were the 3 great alliances, even if they wanted to kill Luo Feng, they had to admit, not one of them dared to underestimate him. "Teacher, allowing my Masha body out would be equivalent to asking me to watch it get killed by our opponents without doing anything to help." Luo Feng shook his head. "Courting death in such a manner is not my cup of tea. Even if they were to kill me in the future, they would have to do so with true capability. Since you have made up your mind, I will not stop you," said Primal Chaos City Leader. It's just that the bad blood between you and the three great alliances will continue to intensify. Luo Feng smiled and said, there is nothing to fear, even if there is much hatred. His smile carried absolute confidence. He had established a name for himself within the universe, but he had relied solely on himself to achieve all these. Of course, he was not afraid of any great being. Good. Primal Chaos City leader's blurred image nodded and replied, what should be done? You just go ahead and do it. Yes. Luo Feng gave a slanted smile and right away, he started to summon his Masha body out while his original earthling body went back into the world ring. Shua, shua, shua. Luo Feng's Masha body flashed continuously. Being within the Thousand Treasure River domain did not cause any interference to his speed at all. Luo Feng was able to maintain a speed of a few million miles per second, and it only took him a minute or two to make it to the next nearest whirlpool tunnel. There were a total of 10,081 whirlpool tunnels on every original star, and the distance between two such whirlpool tunnels was approximately 600 million miles. Time to go. Luo Feng went through this whirlpool tunnel immediately and arrived at another original star number 0829. Ha ha. Masha Luo Feng displayed his talent technique, Domain, once again, and within a mere 5 minutes, he went through another whirlpool tunnel and arrived at another original star. Domain was an uncommon talent technique that only gifted ones could possess. Some could not be mastered even with due diligence. Just like the talent technique of dividing bodies, a skill that made many universe masters go green with envy. Domain allowed Masha body to fuse with space in an instant and break away thereafter. Why was the fusion possible? It was because the Masha body possessed a life crystal with 10,081 different planes. Before its transformation, it might have reached a consensus with the space laws and thus possessed heightened senses, but it was still unable to fuse with space. Upon absorbing the essence of the heart of space, however, this life crystal had started to undergo changes. That was when it had gained the ability to completely fuse with space. Universe Masters and Universe Supreme beings were unable to completely fuse with space, and were thus unable to become a part of space. About 10 minutes after Luo Feng left original star number 02933, a towering and winding, gigantic silver snake emerged from the whirlpool tunnel and remained suspended in midair. Limitless power spread throughout the entire original star within a split second. Unbelievable willpower shrouded the whole original star. In the brief moment, he had taken control over all of time and space on this part of the original star. The control over time and space by Universe Masters was always a far cry when compared to that of Universe Supreme beings, who were even able to bring about a temporary withdrawal of universe laws. Of course, original stars were situated nearest the land of origins of the universe. The universe origins could not be defied or provoked. In the land of origins, not even Universe Supreme beings could teleport about, and one's flying speed was unable to surpass the speed of light. After all, if one were to engage in a fight with the universe origins, even the mightiest Universe Supreme beings would be on the losing end. Dream Demon Ancestor. All the Universe Masters, including Primal Chaos City Leader and Long Yen Master, showed their respects. Primal Chaos City Leader, where's your disciple, Luo Feng? Dream Demon Ancestor's voice was transmitted through space and immediately resonated in Primal Chaos City Leader's ears. My disciple, Luo Feng, left this original star earlier. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. Since Dream Demon Ancestor is here, Long Yen Master and I shall take our leave. Let's go. Primal Chaos City Leader and Long Yen Master sped toward the whirlpool tunnel that was not far behind them and made their exit from this original star through the tunnel. Humph. A grunt resonated throughout the entire original star. Dream Demon Ancestor sneered after them, enraged. All of you 9 Universe Masters must start heading out to the other original stars, he ordered. Search every original star you get to and find Luo Feng. Understood. Universe Masters were highly efficient when it came to conducting searches. The moment they arrived at the various original stars, they would gain control of time and space right away. At that point, scouring the entire planet was a piece of cake. Luo Feng's Masha body and other disguises would all be rendered useless. Besides, all 3 alliances had each sent close to 10 Universe Masters to conduct large-scale searches. After all, during the opening of the Orig Einal stars, there were already a sizable number of Universe Masters entering the stars in search of treasures. The only trouble was that flying from one whirlpool tunnel to another was quite time-consuming. One after the other, Universe Masters were arriving. They all started to us control of time and space, which shocked the numerous Universe Knights who were clueless about the major event that had brought about this large-scale search. However, very quickly, they all caught wind of the news of the unbelievable event that had happened on original star number 02933. Such a major event would never be able to be kept under wraps. Furthermore, the Hong Alliance had been adding fuel to the fire, hence causing the news to spread even faster. Luo Feng has defeated Master of Banff? With one stance of his talent technique, he killed over 6,000 Universe Knights, and those were all at least at the level of senior Universe Knights. There were even a few Universe Overlords. This is not a joke, right? It's true. The news is already spreading. Over 6,000 Universe Knights, all killed with one move? Has Luo Feng become a Universe Master? God. Blade River Emperor? Wrong. He should now be Blade River Master. Back when I was in the Ancestral God School, in the virtual space above the open public square, I witnessed his fight against Bark Mirror Emperor. It happened not too long ago, probably only around 20,000 years. Since then he has become a Universe Master? What a miracle. What unbelievable defiance. This Luo Feng, he is so powerful. Over 6,000 Universe Knights. If I could kill over 6,000 Universe Knights in one move, my name would be remembered throughout the universe, and countless races would come to know me and continue to spread my name. If this is the case, even if I were to be annihilated right away, I would do so with a most willing heart. You must be out of your mind. The explosive news hit the billions of races like a tornado and drove countless great beings into a frenzied state. This was practically a fairy tale. The unbelievable rate at which Luo Feng had risen was what made countless Universe Knights look up to him. He now stood on the highest pinnacle, shoulder to shoulder with all the other Universe Masters. Of one accord, they all started to address Luo Feng as Blade River Master. Luo Feng was indeed stepping on the three major races and had defeated over 6,000 Universe Knights to become a legend who shocked the universe. It was equivalent to announcing to the trillions of races, I, Luo Feng, have officially joined the ranks of pinnacle great beings of the vast universe. Among the hills in original star number 03129, a being wearing a blood-red battle robe and a mask, with a pair of golden horns on his head and a tail extending out from behind his robe, made himself comfortable by leaning against a mound behind him. Luo Feng smiled. So comfortable. With his Masha body, he continuously went through one whirlpool tunnel to the next at high speed. After 3 consecutive transfers through 3 different whirlpool tunnels, he decided to remain on original star number 03129, where he quickly put his Masha body back in his world ring and let his golden horned beast body take the form of Blood Cloud Palace Master before coming out. Now, Masha body and his original Earthling body are in the world ring, while on the outside, there was Blood Cloud Palace Master. The renowned Blood Cloud Palace Master. Luo Feng leaned against the mound and laughed out loud. How carefree. It was such a chore being on the run previously, where he also had many things to take account for. For example, taking care not to compromise any of the Hong Alliance's benefits. Now that he had a change in identity, transforming into Blood Cloud Palace Master, he did not need to worry about anything more, since Blood Cloud Palace Master already was everyone's enemy. This sort of freedom to wander about anywhere in a carefree manner was satisfying. Luo Feng stretched out his hands, and a long shuttle with red lines appeared. One end of the shuttle was thick while the other was sharp, and it seemed very ordinary. In fact, this was Star Tower in another form after being disguised by Blood Cloud Pearl. Blood Cloud Pearl was extremely powerful in its ability to use disguises, but, of course, the disguises would not be too far off the mark to be considered ridiculous. For instance, it would be impossible to disguise Star Tower as a domain-type true treasure. That would not work out. Star Tower was originally in the shape of a tower with a thick lower end and a sharp top. It was just slightly disguised into the form of an ancient, long shuttle. Henceforth, this long shuttle was Blood Cloud Palace Master's new weapon. Luo Feng had lain in the same spot leisurely for more than an hour when a towering figure suddenly stepped through the whirlpool tunnel. He had a strong and burly build and was quite manlike, except for the fact that on his head were 9 fiery red tentacles, and each tentacle was entwined with a flame. His eyes resembled flaming red rubies. He was the famous Sinking Fire Master. Immeasurable power was unleashed within a split second and fell upon the entire original star. Across the original star, Universe Knights from the various powers of the universe initially felt shocked, but the next moment, they were all discussing amongst themselves. A Universe Master. A Universe Master has arrived. Could it be looking for Blade River Master, Luo Feng, too? Obviously, they had all heard the news that at that moment, Universe Masters of the Demon Alliance, the Bug Clan Alliance, and the Automaton Race Alliance were conducting a large-scale search for Luo Feng. As the search went on, Universe Masters of the other top powers who were on the 10,081 original stars joined in the fun of watching what was going to happen. They were all curious to know whether, in the end, the 3 great alliances' efforts would come to naught, or if they would finally succeed in killing Luo Feng. Sinking Fire Master stood in midair and took control over time and space in this original star to search for Luo Feng, yet he discovered another presence. What a familiar aura. What familiar power. What familiar armor. What a familiar mask. A hint of shock flashed in Sinking Fire Master's eyes as he exclaimed, Blood Cloud Palace Master. If Luo Feng's offense was that he was too ruthless in his approach toward the three major alliances, then Blood Cloud Palace Master could be said to have created an even bigger storm. He was practically the nightmare of trillions of races within the universe's public enemy. Various universe knights and universe overlords had died at his hands. Even universe masters had been killed by him. I have found Blood Cloud Palace Master. Blood Cloud Palace Master is now on original star number 03129. Sinking Fire Master immediately transmitted the news to his other higher-ups of Demon Alliance, including Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor. Dream Demon Ancestor was still waiting for news on that original star. We didn't find the human Luo Feng on original star number 08293. We didn't find the human Luo Feng on original star number 08448. The universe masters from the three alliances were adventuring the original stars, and they kept reporting back to Dream Demon Ancestor. Dream T, have you found Luo Feng? Inside the virtual space of Dream Ancestor's secret region, a giant, strange, sawtooth-shelled beast emerged from the darkness and arrived at the palaces that belonged to Dream Demon Ancestor. He talked to the gigantic silver snake. No, we haven't. You still haven't. Shock Demon Ancestor growled. Luo Feng might have already made it back to the human territory given how fast Masha Body is. I think so. The giant snake's head turned around and looked at that strange beast. After all, it's a death mission for ordinary universe knights. As for universe masters, there are only so many universe masters of the three alliances, and they're scattered everywhere. It'll take them a long time to get there, during which time, Luo Feng can run far. He must have arrived back in human territory by now. Dream T, what can we do if that human Luo Feng keeps hiding in the primal universe? Asked Shock Demon Ancestor. Then we won't be able to do anything, answered Dream Demon Ancestor. The primal universe is controlled by Primal Chaos City Leader. Even if we go to the primal universe, we won't be able to rival Primal Chaos City Leader. He can control the entire primal universe. They both went silent. It was common knowledge that Primal Chaos City Leader was invincible in the primal universe. That Luo Feng is being stupid, said Dream Demon Ancestor. 4 pinnacle races have been fighting for an eternity, and no race has been able to annihilate the others. As long as there are universe supreme masters, the fight won't go too far. If Luo Feng is already able to perform such a terrific technique, it means he's already a universe supreme master. Perhaps he's not one yet, said Shock Demon Ancestor. It doesn't matter now, Shockhorn. He has the power of a universe master. Not only does he have the ultimate techniques of a universe master, but he's even created a supreme technique of a universe master. At most, one of them is an inherited technique, which means others were created by him, and he has several bodies. The giant, silver snake's head was swinging his body and sighing. Even if we go, we can only kill one of his bodies. We can't do more than that. If we can't kill him for good, it won't matter. If he's smart enough to send one body to come here, it'll be over. Dream Demon Ancestor was a little infuriated. However, we've all lost face. 3 alliances will never let him off. All the 3 alliances wanted Luo Feng dead. After all, Luo Feng made them suffer great losses. Unfortunately, they had set Luo Feng up in the first place. Plus, Luo Feng had the Hong Alliance and the Ancestral God School to protect him. The Hong Alliance was one of the top 9 superpowers in the universe. And the Ancestral God School was also secretly protecting Luo Feng. Given Luo Feng's own power, the 3 alliances could only kill him if they were willing to risk everything. If he was willing to send one of his bodies to be killed, they wouldn't go crazy. However, at this point, there was no chance for Luo Feng and the 3 alliances to ease the situation. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a piece of breaking news. Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, I've found Blood Cloud Palace Leader. Blood Cloud Palace Leader is on original star number 03129. Blood Cloud Palace Leader? Both Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor were stunned. That guy showed up? Shock Demon Ancestor said. He dares to show up. Humph. That maniac. Dream Demon Ancestor was also infuriated. He's been missing for millions of eras, and he shows up on an original star now? Even Universe Supreme Masters will find it difficult to kill him on an original star. What should we do now? Asked Shock Demon Ancestor. Spread the news and let everyone in the universe know, said Dream Demon Ancestor. Blood Cloud Palace Leader is proficient in fleeing, and our Demon Race Alliance won't be able to catch him by ourselves. It's going to cost a lot to kill him. Besides, he's a common enemy to everyone in the universe. We can just let everyone contribute. Shock Demon Ancestor nodded. Okay. Hehe. It's been a long while. He dares to show his face? The eyes of Dream Demon Ancestor glinted fiercely. Blood Cloud Palace Leader appeared on original star number 03129. The news was spread from the Demon Race Alliance to all the 9 superpowers in the universe. Aside from the 9 superpowers, powers like the Thorn Ring Alliance and the 9 Territory Alliance all knew about it as well. Inside the Ancestral God Palace of the Ancestral God School, there came a furious voice. Blood Cloud Palace Leader? Blood Cloud showed up? He dared to show up? Sky Beacon Godly Master. You'll lead the 3 Universe Masters under you. Go to the original star and kill that Blood Cloud. Yes, Ancestral God. One of the guarding Godly Masters, Sky Beacon Godly Master, immediately led the other 3 Universe Masters and left the Ancestral God Palace. It's Blood Cloud. The Northern Territory Alliance had the greatest number of great beings, universe knights, and races. They had suffered the most losses back when Blood Cloud Palace Leader had roamed the universe committing mass slaughters. A great many great beings, including top-tier universe overlords, had been killed. Even a universe master had died. Blood Cloud Palace would kill anyone he didn't like, without any feud. Some great beings had once tried to butter him up and attempted to admit him into the Northern Territory Alliance, but they had been crushed and killed by Blood Cloud Palace Leader. All in all, Blood Cloud Palace Leader was a maniac and extremely evil. He had made himself an enemy to almost all the powers in the universe. After more than 3 million eras, the resentment flooded the great beings' minds when they knew that Blood Cloud Palace Leader showed up again. And the seniors from the Northern Territory Alliance weren't able to withstand that either. Blood Cloud Palace Leader disdained the Northern Territory Alliance to its very core. Immediately, 12 Universe Masters were ready to kill Blood Cloud Palace Leader. Maniac. That maniac dares to show up again? He thinks he's safer on the original star because Universe Supreme Masters can only fly? Leave him to me. I'll kill him. Me too. He killed me before, and fortunately for me, our Alliance leader resurrected me. Now that I'm a Universe Master, I'll kill him for insulting and killing me. Space Beast Alliance, Space God Mountain. Blood Cloud? He dares to show up. Space Beast Ancestor roared. The insult he brought upon our Alliance will be paid for with his life. Ancestor, I'll go kill him, said a Universe Master. Me too, said another. That bastard. He ran away when I just arrived back then. Our Golden Horned Beast bloodline will be part of this too. Immediately, the Space Beast Alliance decided to send 4 Universe Masters to kill Blood Cloud Palace Leader. All the Universe Masters sent were exceptional ones. The Hong Alliance, the Virtual Universe, Hong Alliance City, Hong Alliance Palace. Huge Axe Creator sat at the center while the Palace Leaders sat at the sides. That Blood Cloud Palace Leader showed up after 3 million eras. What should we do, Huge Axe? Blood Cloud Palace Leader didn't mess with us, the Hong Alliance, said Huge Axe, and only our alliance managed not to suffer much from him. I don't think we should meddle this time. Besides, you know Blood Cloud Palace Leader. His Blood Cloud Palace is a true treasure used to flee. There were discussions about within the Hong Alliance, but nobody was willing to be a part of this event. After all, Blood Cloud Palace Leader didn't mess with the Hong Alliance, and if the Hong Alliance meddled and Blood Cloud Palace Leader took revenge, it would end badly. Let's see how Blood Cloud Palace Leader fares, said Huge Axe. On original star number 03129. On a hilltop, Blood Cloud Palace Leader leaned against a mound, looking quite tranquil. He wore a fiery cape and mask and had a long shuttle. Madness, exclaimed Luo Feng. Based on the news from the Hong Alliance, all the powers in the universe are going crazy. Teacher Sitting Mountain guessed, how amazing you are. All the powers except the Hong Alliance want to kill you. Luo Feng shook his head in amazement. Even the Ancestral God School and the Space Beast Alliance, with whom he had a great relationship, were coming after him. Almost there. The news is widespread already. Luo Feng nodded. He stood up immediately. He raised his head, looked around and whispered, perhaps all the powers have already taken action. Ha ha. Come and kill me. Just don't get killed by me instead. Luo Feng, wearing a fiery cape with a pair of golden horns, flew up into the air. Sinking Fire Master was performing control over space and time. He kept his eyes on Blood Cloud Palace Leader, and he heard everything Luo Feng said. Sinking Fire Master grew intimidated. He hadn't expected Blood Cloud Palace Leader to be this rampant. Blood Cloud Palace Leader is moving. He's moving. He's flying to the whirlpool closest to him. Sinking Fire Master immediately reported the news to Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor. The powers of the universe hadn't formed an encirclement around him yet. Dream Demon Ancestor replied with an order immediately. Sinking Fire Master, I order you to restrain Blood Cloud Palace Leader. You want me to stop him? Sinking Fire Master expressed his unwillingness at once. Although he was a member of the Demon Alliance, he was not actually of demon origin. Instead, he was a leader of a strong race. Blood Cloud Palace Master was infamous, and he had previously killed 2 Universe Masters. How strong he was. He definitely belonged to the ranks of Pinnacle Universe Masters. Sinking Fire Master might not be weak, but upon comparing, he still lost to Blood Cloud Palace Master. Just to pin him down. Dream Demon Ancestor ordered, besides, you still have your other bodies. I may have my other body, said Sinking Fire Master, but this old fellow has not shown himself for more than 3 million eras. There is no way I can predict what he is capable of. If this body of mine is annihilated, my true treasures shall fall into his hands, too. Furthermore, I have a token of Jin Chang Valley with me. Sinking Fire Master was unwilling to take the risk. He was the leader of a strong race, the entire RAC. He depended on him. Even if this body of yours were to be annihilated, when Blood Cloud Palace Master is killed, all your true treasures will eventually be returned to you, Dream Demon Ancestor said. Even if Blood Cloud Palace Master survives this ordeal, whatever loss you incurred, my alliance shall compensate half the amount. Humph. You are the renowned Sinking Fire Master. Is it possible that you cannot even protect yourself from Blood Cloud Palace Master? All right, said Sinking Fire Master. Since Demon Ancestor has promised, I shall make my advances. Sinking Fire Master ceased to hesitate. He transformed into light and speedily gave chase after Blood Cloud Palace Master. Luo Feng and Sinking Fire Master were not that far apart, probably only a few dozen million miles away, as Luo Feng sped through space. Blood Cloud Palace Master, hold it. A booming voice resonated in his ears. Humph. Luo Feng sneered and continued moving forward. The booming voice spoke again. Blood Cloud Palace Master, I, Sinking Fire Master, would like to speak with you. It was obvious that Sinking Fire Master did not really want to fight Luo Feng. After all, the top powers were the ones who bore deep hatred for him. Personally, he did not bear such great enmity toward him, but so long as he could pin him down, he could claim credit for his work done. Even better, if Blood Cloud Palace Master was killed, henceforth, when the time came for treasures to be split and distributed, Sinking Fire Master would naturally be able to claim his share. Sinking Fire Master, you think I am as foolish as you are? Luo Feng brushed him off lightly. You. Sinking Fire Master was so mad that he momentarily went speechless. He could not help letting out a sigh. No wonder Blood Cloud Palace Master had enemies all over the universe. He was truly a mean-spirited character. There was no bad blood between the two of them, but in this short exchange of words, Blood Cloud Palace Master had already crudely called him foolish. Wasn't this an insult to a universe master like himself? If it were some other great being saying the same words, Sinking Fire Master would have roared in rage and prepared for battle, but as it had come from the notorious Blood Cloud Palace Master, his rage dissipated fast. After all, Blood Cloud Palace Master was naturally cruel-natured. If not, how would he have offended the various top powers of the universe? One flew ahead while the other gave chase behind. Sinking Fire Master was lagging far behind in his pursuit. At the same time, he was constantly reporting to Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Monster to update them about the latest situation. Blood Cloud Palace Master is escaping as fast as he can move, said Sinking Fire Master. I am unable to keep up, so keeping him in view may only be temporary. After a short moment, Luo Feng flew right into a whirlpool tunnel. He has entered a whirlpool tunnel that leads to original star numbered 06231, Sink. ING Fire Master reported immediately. This news from the Demon Alliance was immediately disseminated out among the super beings, and it took only a short moment for various parties to know that Blood Cloud Palace Master had entered original star numbered 06231. Star River Master, we are about to arrive at original star number 03129, the coordinates of Blood Cloud Palace Master's whereabouts. 6 Universe Masters of the Northern Territory Alliance were flying together in the original stars. The leader of them was Star River Master, who had the highest status in the Northern Territory Alliance. Although there was a total of 12 Universe Masters from the Alliance involved in this operation, the other 6 were originally in the original star, and were thus making their way from the various original stars they were on to join the group. Stop. Star River Master ordered. The other 5 towering figures halted in midair at the same time and looked towards Star River Master, a looming black space. Blood Cloud Palace Master has already left original star number 03129, and has gone through a whirlpool tunnel to arrive at original star number 06231, Star River Master announced. What should we do? This spells trouble. The other 5 Universe Masters all felt that things were looking extremely bleak. Get the coordinates of the whirlpool tunnel leading to original star number 06231, Star River Master barked out his orders. What is the fastest route to take? If we take a turn after passing by 8 original stars, the time we spend on traveling would be the shortest, a Universe Master spoke up to answer at once. Then let's take off, Star River Master ordered. All 6 Universe Masters changed their course of flight right away. The news spread, which indeed caused much dissatisfaction among various powers who were after Blood Cloud Palace Master's life, but they were all at their wits' end, too. Every original star had a total of 10,081 whirlpool tunnels. This was the greatest problem when it came to hunting him down for the kill. Maybe this was what Blood Cloud Palace Master had counted on when he showed up on the original stars. Sinking Fire Master's towering figure also went through the Whirlpool Tunnel and entered another original star. He had just stepped in and had yet to control time and space to conduct his search. Sinking Fire Master looked around in surprise. He could see that, at a distance of approximately 60 million miles away, an endless dark mist pervaded the air. Amidst the dark mist, an ancient palace loomed indistinctly, and in front of that palace, a lone figure stood upright. Shrouded by the dark mist, the figure seemed vague and only faintly discernible. Blood Cloud Palace. Sinking Fire Master recognized the famous treasure right away. Blood Cloud Palace was a top-tier flying palace-type true treasure. It was an entire level higher than Sky Wolf Palace. Its sturdiness was unmatched, even Universe Supreme Being S would find it hard to cause damage to Blood Cloud Palace. It could release a dark mist over an area as far as hundreds of billions of miles away. The combination of lingering dark mist and towering palaces, that had to be Blood Cloud Palace. By making use of Blood Cloud Palace, one could continuously avert death. Blood Cloud Palace Master did not escape. Sinking Fire Master was secretly taken aback. Ha ha ha. Sinking Fire Master, why are you scared? The dark mist suddenly spread out to envelop Sinking Fire Master as a voice resounded, saying, "Aren't you after me? It's been a long, long time since I fought a battle. Now, I am giving you the chance to fight me." Humph. Sinking Fire Master roared in rage. This Blood Cloud Master disregarded him without a trace of respect. Blood Cloud Palace Master's voice was transmitted over to him. Haha. As expected. You have no guts at all. I will leave you here then. Sinking Fire Master saw how Blood Cloud Palace Master continued flying away and let out an angry roar at once. Blood Cloud, don't make haste in escaping if you truly have the guts. Transforming into light, he gave chase right away. Ha ha. Blood Cloud Master waved his hand and stowed Blood Cloud Palace in a long shuttle he held onto. Then he charged over with a flash. I shall let you taste my might, said Sinking Fire Master. Sinking Fire Master held onto two large hammers. The 9 tentacles on his head blazed with more flames as he roared. Luo Feng charged over at high speed with his long shuttle in hands. At the same time, he sighed inwardly over the fact that out of the 100 million of races in the universe, an extremely large number of great beings, especially those of super beings, wielded hammers as their weapons. A distance up to 60 million miles apart, yet the two dashed in each other's direction and were face to face in a split moment. Blood Cloud, time to die. Sinking Fire Master roared. A wave of his hammer was, naturally, followed by a ferocious roar, a roar that seemed to have come from the primordial age of the universe. Sinking Fire Master had come to exist upon the completion of Beast God path between fire and space. One strike with his hammer, and the stability of the space in the surroundings would be shattered like glass being cracked, shattered, and crushed beneath a tank. Just you alone. Luo Feng was as tall as 600 miles at that moment, but it was likewise for Sinking Fire Master. Luo Feng was holding onto Star Tower, which, after being disguised by the Blood Cloud Pearl, took the form of a shuttle more than 1,800 miles long. Meet your doom, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng stared at his opponent from afar. The godly power of his entire body was already burning up and gushing in a continuous stream into the long shuttle he held. Until that very day, Luo Feng could only fully comprehend the first level of the sculpture of complicated secret engravings on the Star Tower. He might have been close to full comprehension of the second level, but he was still a little shy of completion, so he could not fully activate the power on the second level. This, in turn, would require him to consume more godly power, as the power on the first level was simply not as strong as that of the second level. He activated the Star Tower Long Shuttle. With the Long Shuttle, Luo Feng used his ultimate technique of a Universe Master, Blood Light. It was newly created. Thus, this was the first time it was being used in battle. Shatter. Sinking Fire Master roared. The might of his godly hammer was immeasurable. At that moment, it was as though the skies were falling apart as the earth shattered. But suddenly, a dazzling, blood-red light shuttle flashed by. The speed was frighteningly fast. There was no way the two godly hammers of Sinking Fire Master could block the blows. Pooh! The blood-red light shuttle pierced right through Sinking Fire Master's chest. Sinking Fire Master gritted his teeth and rammed his godly hammer onto Blood Cloud Palace Master's body. Hong! Hong! The two rebounded in opposite directions. How could he be so fast? Thought Sinking Fire Master in amazement. So fast that I didn't have time to block his attacks. Sinking Fire Master had expected that there would be some changes in Blood Cloud Palace Master since he had not been seen for more than 3 million eras. However, he had never expected that the use of a new true treasure, Long Shuttle, would bring about such a fast speed. He may not have been adequately prepared. This was simply too fast. Sinking Fire Master was shocked. Well deserving of his title, this Blood Cloud Master. Given the size of my godly body, he could still cause me to lose 1% of it. His capability certainly falls within the pinnacle list of Universe Masters. Luckily, it's only this one time. I will not allow him to attack my godly body directly again. The two continued to exchange blows, purely using their weapons to fight. The remaining power after blocking off the attacks of the weapons was certainly much weaker, but at least the injuries were purely physical injuries. There were no other weapons to help them dodge blows from one another. It was Luo Feng's long shuttle piercing into Sinking Fire Master's body and Sinking Fire Master's heavy hammer crashing down on Luo Feng's body. Force armor is simply incredible, thought Luo Feng. It can reduce the impact of attacks to 1/10,000, so that one blow of the hammer would practically seem harmless to my godly body. I can recover in no time. Luo Feng looked at the long shuttle he held. This is undoubtedly a Supreme True Treasure. I only activated the first level to drive the Supreme True Treasure, so the Supreme True Treasure was only unleashing part of its might. Nonetheless, it was already more powerful than the greatest blow I dealt during my battle with Master of Banff earlier on. Luo Feng had prepared well for this fight. Force armor was, after all, strong. R&D defense compared to Beast God armor, so Luo Feng temporarily swapped his original Earthling body with Blood Cloud Palace Master so the latter would be able to wear force armor. And in his hand, he wielded Star Tower Long Shuttle. Blood Cloud Palace Master, you have my respect, Sinking Fire Master bellowed. But you are simply out of changes. Ha ha ha, laughed Luo Feng. Anyone can blow his own trumpet. Luo Feng and Sinking Fire Master continued to exchange blows. Sinking Fire Master put in his utmost effort to ward off the blows from Luo Feng. The first godly hammer failed to do so, but the second one did, albeit to a most insignificant degree. Sinking Fire Master was completely thrown off by the force of Luo Feng's attacks. Star Tower is simply too powerful, thought Luo Feng. To think I have merely used part of its might. Previously, when I was fighting Master of Banff, I had the additional support that my miniature universe rendered, but all I could do was suppress. Now, I'm practically trampling on Sinking Fire Master. Luo Feng could feel the enormity of the power of Star Tower. Every pierce was so fearfully fast, and every impact was able to send Sinking Fire Master flying off into the distance. This was complete suppression and belittlement of his opponent. It gave Luo Feng a sense of unprecedented pleasure and satisfaction. In the form of Blood Cloud Palace Master, Luo Feng was greatly at ease. As he held onto Star Tower and trampled on a Universe Master, Luo Feng was gleeful. Regarding the second level of secret engravings, Luo Feng was only a finger's breadth away from full comprehension. Besides, he had already comprehended the fifth form of Beast God Path earlier when he was on the original star, so he was quite accomplished in his studies of the pictures of secret engravings. Now, in his current state of mind, at the 35th exchange of blows between him and Sinking Fire Master, he had unknowingly activated the second level of the sculpture of secret engravings to its entirety in a split second. Luo Feng was completely devoted to killing, and he was extremely stimulated. He made his breakthrough and completely understood the second level of law engravings on Star Tower. After getting Star Tower, Luo Feng had been following the engraving picture path to understanding the mysteries behind Star Tower. He knew clearly that Star Tower was his trump card. Luo Feng had created techniques like Level Mountain, Golden Mountain, and Bloodlight because of temporary inspirations. And Luo Feng didn't even study into the second level of Shi-Wu Wings, even though it was easier than the second level of Star Tower. Luo Feng kept studying the mysteries of Star Tower. It was even more difficult than creating ultimate techniques of Universe Masters. Until today. He roamed the universe disguising himself as Blood Cloud Palace Leader, and he was able to crush Universe Masters. Boundless burning godly power flooded Star Tower and the Heave. End pillars and seal stars started to shine. Its power surged. The godly power required was much more than when he had only cracked the first level of engravings, but the power was gushing. It was the 35th time Luo Feng and Sinking Fire Master clashed. It's little wonder he's completely suppressing me, thought Sinking Fire Master. It's Blood Cloud Palace Leader. However, I can withstand him. I can resist every attack from him, and the attacks have only consumed a little of my godly body. I can stall him until the other Universe Masters arrive. Sinking Fire Master didn't feel ashamed even though he was being crushed. It was, after all, Blood Cloud Palace Leader. The same Blood Cloud Palace Leader who killed 2 Universe Masters and became an enemy to almost all the powers in the universe. It was not surprising for him to be crushed by Blood Cloud Palace Leader. On the contrary, he would have felt weird if he were Blood Cloud Palace Leader's equal. They hit each other again like traces of light. Luo Feng triggered the second level of Star Tower. Following a deafening noise, the long shuttle of Star Tower immediately became much larger. The shuttle, which had only been thousands of miles long, immediately became tens of thousands of miles long, and Luo Feng had to become larger as well to feel comfortable holding such a gigantic shuttle. The long shuttle caused terrific whirlpools that dismantled the space around it, together with the lands and grass on the original star. Sinking Fire Master opened his eyes wide, and the antennae on his head started to burst aflame. Impossible, he roared and put his godly hammer-ups in front of him as if to form a wall. The shuttle stabbed the center of the hammers, and the power hit the chest of Sinking Fire Master. Sinking Fire Master shot back like a beam of light. How? Although Luo Feng was thrilled by the power of the second level of Star Tower, he knew now was not the time to be thrilled. It's time to kill him. Luo Feng quickly followed him. Sinking Fire Master was completely stupefied. The power from that attack terrified him. The hammers hit his chest, and the power immediately ravaged his top-tier true treasure armor, hitting the armor's limit. His godly body trembled. 32% of my godly body is gone? Sinking Fire Master was shocked. He was a universe master and had been one for an eternity. He had a life gene level of more than 1,000 times. Besides, he was also wearing top-tier true treasure armor and had a godly body more than 600 miles tall. Yet 32% of his godly body had been consumed with one attack. Blood Cloud Palace Leader was indeed powerful, but the Blood Cloud Palace Leader known to history wasn't this powerful. Take another one. The bloody being arrived again, and the shuttle slashed the sky, forming whirlpools that crushed the space on the original star. It was irresistible. Sinking Fire Master bounced away, and Luo Feng followed him like a bolt of lightning. How can he be so powerful? Wondered Sinking Fire Master, realizing his godly body was down to 29% already. He transmitted his voice, looking at the bloody being racing toward him, and said, I didn't expect Blood Cloud Palace Leader to have gotten stronger. It's not shameful for this body of mine to die at the hands of Blood Cloud Palace Leader. After an explosion, the body of Sinking Fire Master was annihilated. Haha. True treasures of a universe master. Luo Feng reached out his hands and took the world ring, the giant hammers, the top-tier true treasure armor, and a green bean into his world ring. Then he flew away like a trace of light. A sense of refreshment wafted with a breeze in the sky as Luo Feng flew toward a space whirlpool in the distance. I killed a universe master, Luo Feng said. He was still excited. Although he realized that Sinking Fire Master had multiple bodies the moment he killed him, as there were still life imprints on the true treasures, Sinking Fire Master wasn't able to retrieve those true treasures. He was too far away. Luo Feng would certainly be able to break those imprints. He isn't dead yet. After all, he's a universe master. Luo Feng was thrilled, and he looked at the shuttle in his hand. Supreme True Treasure Star Tower. No wonder it's a Supreme True Treasure. My human race doesn't even have a Supreme True Treasure, and one Supreme True Treasure can be a guarding treasure. No wonder. It was too powerful. When Luo Feng was only able to drive the first level of Star Tower, Sinking Fire Master's godly power surpassed Luo Feng. And they had techniques at the same level. However, Luo Feng was at a great advantage with his true treasure. Sinking Fire Master was also using a pair of top-tier true treasure hammers, but the power of them was nothing compared to that of a Supreme True Treasure. The Supreme True Treasure at the first level not only completely made up for the disadvantage Luo Feng had in terms of godly power, but also gave him a great edge. And after he cracked the second level, Luo Feng, whose godly body was only at 100 times, was able to rival the most powerful universe masters with Star Tower. The difference in godly bodies was made up for by Star Tower. Even Primal Chaos City Leader, Star River Master, and 9 Remoteness Master didn't have Supreme True Treasures. Even Huge Axe Creator didn't have one, yet Luo Feng had one. Supreme True Treasure. Luo Feng exclaimed. The second level of engravings were much more complicated than those of the ultimate techniques of universe masters, and they can rival those of I Am the Universe. Fortunately, there are engravings already, and I only need to learn how to utilize them. I can't even imagine how terrific the third level of Star Tower will be. The second level of engravings could rival I Am the Universe, and after the engravings were combined with Star Tower, the power was much stronger than I Am the Universe. What about the third level? Haha. With Star Tower, I can go everywhere in the universe. Luo Feng was amazed. Suddenly, a powerful force arrived, and the original star was controlled. The ruins were completely recovered. Control over space and time? Universe Masters are here. Luo Feng immediately realized that they were only the first group of Universe Masters. They would be followed by numerous others. Blood Cloud Palace Leader. Blood Cloud Palace Leader. Don't you dare run. Who are you to yell at me? Luo Feng guffawed, and the whirlpool portal appeared. He flew toward it and went into it, leaving the original star and arriving at another. 2 Universe Masters tens of billions of miles away from Luo Feng were furious, but they could do nothing about it. They had to report it. Blood Cloud Palace Leader entered original star number 08625. Sinking Fire Secret Region had a diameter of 800,000 light-years. It was the center of the Ninhua race, and their leader, Sinking Fire Master, also lived there. Every 10,000 years, a group of peerless talents would be led to the Sinking Fire Secret Region to receive the best training. Inside Sinking Fire's secret region, a giant mountain range hundreds of millions of miles long floated in space, and suddenly, an eye on the mountain opened. "What a pity!" Sinking Fire Master exclaimed. "I chose Li Volcano as my body, and it was destined to move with difficulty. Otherwise, my Ninhua original body wouldn't have been killed so easily." He had gotten lucky while adventuring through the universe as a Sector Lord and had been bestowed with a second body by the universe. He had bred another body, ultimately choosing the gigantic Li Volcano. However, the larger a godly body was, the less flexibility it had. This one was so inflexible that it was too difficult to fly. It couldn't even move at its own discretion. Like World Tree, although it could move, it remained on that island. The Li Volcano body of Sinking Fire Master was a 60 million miles long, and it was difficult to even move it, not to mention going to that original star. "Regardless, that Blood Cloud Palace leader is indeed powerful," he said. "Impressive. He suppressed me the whole time, and his shuttle dismantled the surrounding space and turned it into whirlpools. Is that a more powerful technique?" Sinking Fire Master felt that that attack was different than the ones he had encountered in the past. Perhaps a Universe Master will die this time. He killed 2 Universe Masters before. Will he kill a third this time? On original star number 08625, in the vast sky above the ocean, Blood Cloud Palace Master flew through the air at high speed. He wore his blood-red battle robe, blood-red mask, and his curved, golden horn. Meanwhile, in his world ring, his original Earthling body was dealing with the loots of his victory. Within his world ring, clad in black armor with a lone horn on his forehead, Luo Feng stood on the vast ground and looked at the loot before him, a true treasure which was a pair of gigantic godly hammers, a top-tier true treasure which was a piece of simple, unsophisticated armor, a true treasure which took the form of a green seed, and a world ring. "Crack them." Luo Feng looked at the true treasures and world ring before him and divided out 5 streams of godly power at once, of which 2 went directly into the true treasure godly hammers, and 2 went into the true treasure armor and green seed respectively. The last one went right through the world ring. Luo Feng was not about to waste any effort on the world ring. He forcibly destroyed it right away. A loud bang sounded, followed by a large quantity of materials, valuables, and several true treasures falling from the world ring that broke apart. The scene was like a cluster of fireworks exploding in the sky, raining down on the land. In a split second, his surroundings were completely piled with mountains. This Sinking Fire Master was really one unique character, collecting these few true treasures and branding each and every one with a life imprint. Even those valuables, more than half of them were branded with life imprints. Luo Feng shook his head. His godly power was further divided into more streams, which dashed for those true treasures and valuables to penetrate them. The impact of his godly power was continuously felt. It had been said that with true skills, one could mold a thick metal rod into a fine sewing needle. With brute force, he cracked open the imprints. One after another, he continued, until finally, with his godly power, he completed the cracking of all the imprints. One of his bodies took the identity of Blood Cloud Palace Master, an ancient existence known to the vast universe, and roamed the original star seeking adventures. The other body was working hard at cracking all Ho's life imprints of the true treasures and valuables that were Luo Feng's winnings. "What great satisfaction," he murmured. "Cool." Luo Feng felt a deep satisfaction that came from the bottom of his heart. When he first set foot off Earth and entered the universe, feeling jittery and frightened, he had spent his efforts striving and fighting. Every moment had been filled with pressure, and he always felt as though he could never gain control of his own destiny, much less control or guard the fate of his fellow Earthlings. Until now, when Luo Feng had finally gained a foothold for himself. "Throughout the universe, I may not be the strongest," he said. "Universe Supreme Beings are all much stronger than I am. Those who were comparable to me were aplenty. They were all Universe Masters at the pinnacle level. Even though, with Star Tower, I may at most be comparable to them. But at least, I am ranked within the pinnacle list of this vast universe." Joy abounded deep in his heart. Setting foot on this path of a great being, was it not all for the sake of seeking greater freedom? For the foothold he had now? "My battle records this time round indicate the truth of what Primal Chaos City Teacher has said, that I have become a Universe Master." Luo Feng continued to forcibly crack those life imprints as he waited expectantly. "I believe," thought Luo Feng, after Hong Alliance's internal discussion, "very soon, I will be qualified to become a Palace Master of the Hong Alliance Palace. By then, just as Huge Axe Creator promised earlier, the day will come when I can sit alongside them. That will be the day I can claim back planet Earth. After an endless fight. 180 million years. Soon, the other great beings all felt that Luo Feng had only undergone around 100,000 years of cultivation, yet, the amount of time that Luo Feng had personally experienced was, in fact, 180 million years. If one's willpower was not strong enough, such long years would only bring one to a mental breakdown and ruination. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The life imprints of the treasures were continuously cracked and cleared, one after the other. After a short moment, the life imprints of the ordinary true treasures were also continuously cracked and cleared, one after the other. Soon, even the life imprint of the one and only senior true treasure found in the lot was cleared. After a good half an hour or so, upon consuming a tremendous amount of godly power, the pair of gigantic godly hammers and the top-tier armor were completely cracked. Not a single item here belongs to Sinking Fire Master anymore. Luo Feng carefully looked through the loot and concluded that all that was obtained from Sinking Fire Master had been completely laundered. Luo Feng's gaze came to rest on a mountain where a tremendous amount of materials were piled up. His godly power immediately locked down on one of the objects among the lot, a piece of a purple crystal pillar that was slowly floating upward. The entire crystal pillar was filled with diagrams of secret engravings. It was faintly different from the rest, and the diagrams confirmed Luo Feng's doubts. Zhencheng Valley. Luo Feng frowned, then laughed. My luck is not that bad after all. During the opening of the original stars, the Disambiguation Temple was one of the greatest treasures that had appeared. However, there was quite a handful of treasures that were one notch lower than the Disambiguation Temple, one of which was Blade River Luo, whose birth was already completed. There were also some treasure temples that might have shown up but had yet to open up. The Disambiguation Temple was one that had yet to open its doors, and Zhencheng Valley was also a place with hidden treasures. Although it had appeared, it had not opened. Luo Feng also knew of such information, so he recognized the crystal pillar as a token of Zhencheng Valley with one look. It was said that there was a total of 9 tokens, and when the births of all 9 tokens were completed, Zhencheng Valley would officially open. Only those with the tokens were allowed to enter Zhencheng Valley. Otherwise, no entry was allowed. While the original Earthling body in the World Ring was cracking life imprints and found the token of Zhencheng Valley, Blood Cloud Palace Master was flying about in a disorderly manner, fleeing to another original star as he was being pursued in a frenzy. At this point, news of Sinking Fire Master's body being killed was fast spreading out to the higher-ups of various top powers of the universe. Sinking Fire Master's 9th body has been killed, and his true treasure was taken away. Sinking Fire Master has already released the news, saying that Blood Cloud Palace Master's power is now much stronger than it was 3 million years ago, and he has changed his true treasure weapon to a true treasure long shuttle. Even Sinking Fire Master cannot fight him off. We must be vigilant, and if we are not confident of surviving, we had better not fight Blood Cloud Master alone. Therefore, Universe Masters decided to move about mostly in 2s and 3s. Of course, there were still some who went after Blood Cloud Palace Master alone. They either had humongous godly bodies, true treasure armor that was extremely strong, or flying palace-type true treasures. Some who were Universe Masters already ranked in the pinnacle list. In short, only those who were extremely confident dared to act as individuals. Going after me. Luo Feng was speeding through the air as he laughed out loud. Every original star has a total of 10,081 space whirlpools that allow me to change my route in any way I like. Even if the universe top powers were to each send out several Universe Masters, how many could they come up to? Besides, all of them were not strong enough to stop me at all. In the name of his Battle to Fame plan, Luo Feng allowed Blood Cloud Palace Master to come out of hiding and wander about leisurely. On the one hand, he could test the power of this supreme true treasure. Secondly, Blood Cloud Palace Master's presence served as a good diversion. The 3 alliances would grow so infuriated that their attention would be diverted away from Luo Feng. After all, compared to Blood Cloud Palace Master, killing Luo Feng was merely an internal fight among the 4 pinnacle races. Blood Cloud Palace Master was the true cause for the rage felt by the various powers of the universe. Goal achieved, Luo Feng mumbled under his breath. Time to return to my god country. How do I make my way back? All this time, Luo Feng had been flying about in a spontaneous manner. There were times when he was near a whirlpool tunnel that led to the outside world, yet he did not go through it, as he understood that such an obvious route would likely lead him straight into the ambush set by a great being just outside the whirlpool tunnel. Just as Luo Feng was thinking about how he should leave the original star to return to his god country, he arrived at a whirlpool tunnel. Luo Feng stepped right through it without a second thought. Blood Cloud Palace Master, don't you dare escape. Blood Cloud Palace Master, take up my challenge if you have the guts. 3 Universe Masters had been hot on his heels, but they were too far behind to stop him. Most unwillingly, they watched Luo Feng make his escape into the next original star number 08605. Original star number 08605. Luo Feng had just stepped into this vast universe when he caught sight of 6 faraway figures. They were actually less than 60 million miles away from him. The leader of the group was a distorted, dark void while the other 5 towering figures all exuded extraordinary auras. Luo Feng recognized them at first glance. The Northern Territory Alliance. Blood Cloud Palace Master, all 6 figures all seemed to shout at the same time. Ha ha ha, one of them laughed. Blood Cloud Palace Master, we were just preparing to head over to the other original star to hunt you down. To think you actually came running here on your own. Now we meet. We just got lucky, said another. Blood Cloud Palace Master, what a route you have chosen, to run into our path so coincidentally. You have been hopping around different original stars, and we are also changing routes all the time. Now, we finally run into one another. These 6 Universe Masters of the Northern Territory Alliance would not be easy to handle. Along the way, these Universe Masters had been constantly receiving information stating that Blood Cloud Palace Master had made his way to a certain original star, or that Blood Cloud Palace Master had just moved on to another original star. The speed of change was extremely fast. Of course, this naturally led to the 6 Universe Masters of the Northern Territory Alliance having to constantly change their routes. After all, it would be futile for them to always be chasing him from behind. They would never have been able to catch up. Instead, they had to intercept from the front. But to do so, they need luck. There were simply too many space whirlpools. No one knew which one Luo Feng would go to. Just a slight change in direction would make a great difference in distance. Luo Feng could not be bothered with those voices. The 6 Universe Masters before him, 5 of them might be quite powerful and well-known, but with Star Tower in his hands, they were no threat to him. What truly caught his attention was the leader of the group, the Dark Void life form. Star River Master. Luo Feng spoke up. Blood Cloud Palace Master, the Dark Void transmitted a voice in acknowledgement. You and I. For the first time, we meet face to face. Twice previously, I hunted you, but each time I got to you, you escaped. This time, I have had better luck. I actually ran into you. All at once, endless starlight enshrouded the entire original star while a powerful force bound all corners together by enveloping the area. This was none other than a top-tier domain-type true treasure. You can forget about escaping, the looming Dark Void said. I heard from Sinking Fire Master that you are very powerful. I would like to see for myself, if you are able to escape from me alive. My guess is, you should still be able to make your escape from our siege this time. Luo Feng looked on from afar but maintained his vigilance because, Star River Master's reputation aside, in terms of power, status, and reputation, he was not any inferior to Luo Feng's teacher, Primal Chaos City leader. This was definitely one of the top-ranking individuals on the list of Universe Masters. Even a Universe Supreme being would have been unable to tackle Star River Master. All these facts were evidence of his astonishing prestige of a top-ranking Universe Master. However, this is how I can see the gap between me and the pinnacle Universe Masters. Aggression was burning in Luo Feng's heart, and he gazed at the leader in the distance. He completely ignored the other 5 Universe Masters. He only had eyes for Star River Master. You're not running, came a voice from the Dark Void. Luo Feng gazed at his opposition. Neither are you. Ha ha. A guffaw came out of the Dark Void. Interesting. No wonder almost everyone in the universe wants you dead. You're indeed bold and arrogant. Stop talking. Luo Feng yelled, and his eyes glinted fiercely. If you want to fight, fight me now. Time's precious. He was replacing his teacher Sitting Mountain Guest as Blood Cloud Palace Leader, so he needed to be qualified. Blood Cloud Palace Leader was a wicked and rampant being roaming the universe. Blood Cloud Palace Leader, you live up to your reputation. All of a sudden, an arm-shaped substance extended out of the Dark Void, and a mace-shaped true treasure weapon appeared in the hand. At the same time, another arm-shaped substance showed up. This hand also held a mace-shaped weapon. Both maces were bronze, and the periph. Eri was gold. This true treasure of mine is named Kuan Yi, and it's a top-tier pinnacle true treasure, said Star River Master. Top-tier pinnacle true treasure? Thought Luo Feng. Luo Feng understood that there were gaps even between valuables at the same level. The true treasure Star River Master was using now was only second to Supreme True Treasures, and it must have been as powerful as the mace-type weapons that Double-Face Ancestral God had been using. His status was self-explanatory based on the true treasure he was using. The other 5 Universe Masters spread out without meddling. They believed in the power of Star River Master. Take 3 attacks, said Star River Master. If you can, I won't stop you. Here's the first move. Star River Master started to move right after he said. He raced toward Luo Feng like a black phantom. Come on. Luo Feng dashed toward him holding the shuttle and shouted, Bloodlight. Luo Feng's godly body surged to 6,000 miles tall, and he performed his most powerful technique. His burning godly power flooded the shuttle. The shuttle twisted the space around it and formed whirlpools. The power was so strong that the other 5 Universe Masters were intimidated. Star River Master held the maces, which looked like bolts of lightning. Pai! Pa! 2 black beams of light gushed forth and hit the shuttle. The Black Void holding the 2 godly maces bounced away, and Luo Feng stepped back. This is the first move. Screen. The maces emanated powerful energy. I've looked down upon you. After all, it's only an ultimate technique of Universe Masters, and it's not enough to suppress you. I can tell that you're a pinnacle Universe Master. Take my second move. It's a supreme technique of Universe Masters created by me. As the voice went into Luo Feng's mind, Star River Master started to move again. The Black Phantom charged at him. The maces turned the space into darkness. A miniature universe? Luo Feng was shocked. It looked like a miniature universe, but there were some differences. The maces smashed toward Luo Feng like two worlds. Break! Luo Feng growled. He raced toward the maces, and the shuttle of Star Tower also stabbed toward the maces. Luo Feng felt his body trembling, and the shock waves hit his force armor. However, the power was neutralized by his force armor. Luo Feng dove away from the shock wave. This is the first ultimate technique of Universe Masters I created, Black Knight, said Star River Master. It seems that the shuttle in your hands is also a pinnacle true treasure. Otherwise, you would only be at a slight disadvantage. Luo Feng looked at the dark void in the distance. A pinnacle true treasure? What a joke. A race could have many ordinary pinnacle true treasures. As for pinnacle domain type true treasures and pinnacle soul type true treasures, a race might have several. However, a supreme true treasure was superior. The disadvantage he had because of his godly body and tech. Neeks were almost made up for by the shuttle of Star Tower. His first move is an ultimate technique of Universe Masters, and his second move is a supreme technique of Universe Masters. What about the third move? Luo Feng was confused. Could there be a more powerful one? That didn't sound right. Supreme techniques of Universe Masters should be the best that Star River Master could do. You're qualified to take my third move, said Star River Master. My supreme move. The other 5 Universe Masters collectively held their breath. They transmitted their voices in private. Look, the supreme move of Star River Master. We get to see it again. Last time Star River Master performed it, he killed a Universe Master in Universe Ocean, and the other 2 Universe Masters fled. They were all excited, as Star River Master wouldn't perform this move unless it was absolutely necessary. The original star was trapped in darkness again, and a dark power permeated through it. At the same time, a completely different power arose from his maces. The maces started to shine. They were shinier than 10,000 stars combined. One of them was dark and the other was bright. Luo Feng felt despaired when he handled it. He tried to banish the negative mood. It was not a soul attack, rather, it was an attack so perfect that it could only be odd and even made its oppositions. Of course, Luo Feng's willpower was strong enough for him to recover from those feelings immediately. He stabbed with his shuttle again. The space trembled. The light river hit the shuttle, and the shuttle resisted the river. The shuttle was as stable as a mountain. However, Luo Feng could still feel his godly power trembling even after the power being weakened by his force armor. Luo Feng bounced away beneath that power, and he could barely stop in the distance. Everything dissipated. The original star returned to peace again. 1/500th of my godly body is gone, said Luo Feng. He was astonished. He first used the shuttle to resist that move, and he used force armor to withstand it again. However, 1/500th of his godly body was still gone. If he used Blood Ghost Blade instead of Star Tower, the power would have been 2 levels more powerful. One attack could destroy 50% of his godly body. He was shocked to his very core, but what he didn't know was that Star River Master was even more shocked. What? Star River Master was terrified. He was already a pinnacle Universe Master, and he had a supreme technique of Universe Masters. He had created 2 supreme techniques of Universe Masters and had combined the 2 into one in Universe Ocean. It looked simple, but it took a long while when he combined the 2 as one. This attack. This was the move that made him awed by the entire universe, and that meant he did not need to be afraid of Universe Supreme Masters. He'd always known that only a few Universe Masters in the universe could rival him. A great amount of my godly power was consumed because of that move, but his godly power is hardly gone. Star River Master was shocked. He didn't know that Luo Feng had the supreme true treasure, Star Tower, in addition to his pinnacle true treasure force armor. If Star River Master knew that he had failed because of a supreme true treasure, he would have felt relieved. A voice came from Blood Cloud Palace leader in the distance. What is that move? River and Black Knight, said Star River Master. Incredible. Impressive, said Blood Cloud Palace leader. Luo Feng really was impressed. He took 3 moves, and the second move was Black Knight. Luo Feng could tell that the third move, River and Black Knight, was a combination of Black Knight and River, and their power led to a tremendous attack. The only supreme technique he knew was, I am the universe, and it had been bestowed to him by the universe. He couldn't create any. Yet his opposition had created several of them, and he was able to combine them. No wonder. It's Star River Master. Luo Feng exclaimed. Go, said Star River Master. You're able to take my supreme technique without being severely injured. At the same time, he took back his Star River and flew away. Star River Master. The other 5 Universe Masters followed Star River Master reluctantly after glancing at Luo Feng. They knew they wouldn't be able to injure Blood Cloud Palace leader given that he was able to resist the supreme technique of Star River Master, and now that Star River Master had left, they would follow him as well. Star River Master, Luo Feng whispered. He had finally witnessed the top-tier Universe Masters. He disappeared like a streak of light. A piece of news came when the Universe Masters were searching for Blood Cloud Palace leader on the original stars. Star River Master from the Northern Territory Alliance had fought Blood Cloud Palace leader, and Blood Cloud Palace leader had only suffered from a slight injury even under Star River Master's best moves, and Star River Master had left voluntarily. All the Universe Masters searching the original stars were shocked. Star River Master utilized all his power? Though I could survive that, I would be severely injured. That Blood Cloud Palace leader's power barely changed at all? How can he be that powerful? Did Blood Cloud Palace leader hide in Blood Cloud Palace? No? He withstood the supreme technique of Star River Master? They couldn't believe what they heard, and the more they learned about that fight, the more hopeless they became. Gosh, Star River Master used his best true treasure to perform his most supreme technique. Blood Cloud Palace leader was able to withstand that without even being severely hurt? A sense of hopelessness flooded almost every Universe Master's mind, even for beings like Sky Beacon Godly Master, who were confident that they were Star River Master's equals. Let's go back. Just go? Just like that? What else can we do? If Star River Master can't deal with Blood Cloud Palace leader, then no one else can. Even Universe Supreme Masters are only slightly stronger than Star River Master. In the original universe, the power of Universe Supreme Masters was heavily constrained. What could Universe Supreme Masters do? Heavily injure Blood Cloud Palace leader? The Universe Masters gave up one after another. They all felt helpless. I can't believe Blood Cloud Palace leader is this powerful. Although Blood Cloud Palace leader was always powerful, he wasn't as insanely powerful as this. When hunted by beings like Star River Master in the past, he would have definitely run away without putting up a fight. It's much more difficult to kill him now. Some Universe Masters chose to leave. This was how the universe worked. Power determined someone's destiny. No matter how crazy, evil, and reckless someone was, if he could become a Universe Supreme Master, no powers would dare to mess with him, and instead, they would try to butter him up. Like lone Universe Supreme Masters such as Sitting Mountain Guest and Virtual Real Devil Master, they all had weird tempers and might kill anyone at any time. No powers dared to go after them. Why? One didn't even need to be a Universe Supreme Master. Someone at Star River Master was already attractive enough for all the powers in the universe. Obviously, Blood Cloud Palace leader was hardly injured by the supreme technique of Star River Master. Apparently, he was almost at that level. Don't mess with that maniac. Don't mess with him. We can't kill him, he's great at fleeing, and he doesn't have any inhibitions. Unless we try to seal him, no powers will be willing to make such sacrifices to do that. After all, Blood Cloud Palace leader is only an individual. He's not related to any powers. One fight determined his status. Blood Cloud Palace leader had gone from a common enemy among the powers in the universe to someone no one was willing to mess with. Actually, there were powers who wanted to admit him, but based on their experience, Blood Cloud Palace leader might kill those who approached him. He was a maniac. Inside Luo Feng's God Country. Luo Feng's original plan was to take a tour on the original stars for a longer time, but he didn't expect all those Universe Masters to leave. And Luo Feng went out without being noticed. The waves were churning like thunder, tumbling through the boundless remote ocean. Above the remote ocean, at the center of his God Country and inside the godly palace, Luo Feng looked down at the God Country. I came back. It's done. Luo Feng smiled. He felt relieved as never before. He recalled the series of incidents starting from Virtual Real Devil Master coming after him, which triggered him to kill Heavenly Flower Knight, but he didn't expect him to hide in a flying palace-type true treasure. That had led to a bigger incident in which he had killed 8,000 Universe Knights, fought a Universe Master, and killed more than 6,000 Universe Knights with his miniature universe. After Blood Cloud Palace leader showed himself, it had led to a larger disturbance, distracting everyone. I've achieved my goal. I'm at the same level of Master of Banff, Luo Feng thought, and I performed a supreme technique. I am a Universe Master. And I am a Universe Master who's a handful. His only weakness was his inability to control space and time, which might lead to some suspicions. However, it didn't matter. He was able to perform Golden Light and Miniature Universe, which showed Luo Feng had the power of a Universe Master, at least according to the powers in the universe. Besides, Luo Feng had several bodies, which meant he was extremely difficult to kill. Regardless, that Star River Master is indeed strong, Luo Feng exclaimed. If I didn't have the Shuttle of Star Tower, that attack would have destroyed half of my godly body. He used the long shuttle to resist it. And then, the power was weakened by force armor, yet he had still lost 1/500th of his godly body. 2 moves could kill him. I have a weaker godly body compared to the Pinnacle Universe Masters, and I don't have a stronger enough weapon. Luo Feng frowned. Blood Ghost Blade is not enough to fight Universe Masters. A body of Sinking Fire Master had a pair of hammers which was a top-tier true treasure. And he wasn't even a top-tier Universe Master. The Flame God Halberd that Flame Emperor used was a top-tier Pinnacle true treasure, which was at the same level of force armor. Primal Chaos City Leader had 3 bodies, and the most powerful one was the one fighting in Universe Ocean, and even the one in the original star was the one wearing Thousand Treasures coat and holding a true treasure stone staff. Thousand Treasures coat was only a domain-type true treasure at the same level as the true treasure of Star River Master. As for attacking true treasures, they should be similar. My weapon isn't good enough, thought Luo Feng. Okay. Teacher said if I killed 10 top-tier Universe Overlords or 1 Universe Master, he would make a Pinnacle true treasure for me. I need a top-tier Pinnacle true treasure like Flame God Halberd. He didn't need a domain-type Pinnacle true treasure. After all, a top-tier Pinnacle true treasure weapon was also highly valuable. Luo Feng took out a stone token. Teacher. Luo Feng's consciousness entered the token and started to pass the message. The token was an ordinary true treasure made by Sitting Mountain Guest for communications, which made Luo Feng admire Sitting Mountain Guest even more. Blood Cloud Pearl was used for disguise while tokens were used for communications. Those, plus Force Armor and Star Tower, all had strict requirements for those who used them. The true treasures made by Sitting Mountain Guest were largely different from those born in the universe. A message was conveyed immediately. Haha, disciple. I've already heard what you did on the original star. But my question is, why did you fight that Star River Ma? Stir? You've intimidated all the powers by doing that, and they won't want to encircle you anymore. Luo Feng was rendered speechless. If this was the case, no wonder teacher ran when he came across being stronger like Star River Master. His teacher was certainly able to create a body to resist Star River Master. I didn't think of that, said Luo Feng. Besides, I wouldn't have been able to run away. That's right. You're not good enough for that. Sitting Mountain Guest, while in disguise, was extremely proficient in escaping. Why were you contacting me? He asked. Teacher, I killed a body of Sinking Fire Master, said Luo Feng. It should be counted as killing a Universe Master. You're oversimplifying things, my disciple, said Sitting Mountain Guest. Luo Feng was speechless. Things were not going as he'd expected. Of course it doesn't count, said Sitting Mountain Guest. Killing a body should be as difficult as killing a real Universe Master, Luo Feng tried to argue. Of course it's not, said Sitting Mountain Guest. Blood Cloud Palace Leader is known for his fierceness. If it weren't for having another body, ordinary Universe Masters wouldn't even dare to fight you in the first place. As for those who have multiple bodies, they have the guts to take risks, even if they're not strong enough. Do you really think Sinking Fire Master would fight you if he didn't have another body? Luo Feng said nothing. He knew he was right. Most of the Universe Masters chasing him were in groups, and those who acted alone had security. No one is such a fool, said Sitting Mountain Guest. It's not as easy as you think to kill a Universe Master. He only risked it because he had multiple bodies. Sitting Mountain Guest laughed. It won't be so easy to get your teacher to make a Pinnacle true treasure for you. Luo Feng pouted, but it seemed there was nothing he could do. Teacher, I killed the body of that Sinking Fire Master and got some true treasures, but I can't exchange them. If I give them to my race, my identity will be exposed. Luo Feng was concerned about this. The valuables obtained by Blood Cloud Palace Leader were stolen goods, and true treasures with great fame could be identified easily. It would be difficult to exchange them. That's right, said Sitting Mountain Guest. I'll handle it. Come here to exchange for a true treasure. Here are the coordinates of my place. Just come here. The coordinates were sent. Luo Feng looked forward to it. It had been a long time since Sitting Mountain Guest first became his teacher, but he had never been to his home yet. Sure, said Luo Feng. I'll be there as soon as possible. Luo Feng organized his true treasures, left his god country, and took off for the home of Sitting Mountain Guest. At an extreme end of the universe, in a deserted domain that was more than 9 billion light-years away from humanity, Luo Feng first used God Country transportation to reach a place nearest to the coordinates HW. As given. Thereafter, he relied on teleportation. It took him 2 days, and finally, he arrived at his destination. Teacher, you have been staying here? In his silver armor and silver wings, with his ghost blade slung behind him, Luo Feng stood amid the dark of space. At one glance, it was pitch black everywhere, without a trace of light, without a single star. There was absolute silence and cold. Void land of the universe? Luo Feng said to himself. When the universe evolved, galaxies started popping up, positioned slightly apart from one another. A great quantity of galaxies would form a starfield. The distance between starfields was expansive, and the distance between star sectors was much greater. As for the human domain and other domains, there would be an immeasurable, vast void, a pitch-black space that existed between them. Within the universe, these void spaces had diameters ranging from a few 100 million light-years to a few billion light-years, all of which were in complete silence and darkness. With Luo Feng's powers, his eyesight could not see even the slightest trace of light. One could never imagine how frighteningly immense this void space was. "My dear disciple, do come in already," a voice sounded near Luo Feng's ears. Luo Feng turned right away. A dazzling, elegant, exquisite bridge appeared. The entire bridge seemed to be made of transparent crystal stones and bathed in gold. Luo Feng flew over immediately and landed on the bridge and made his way to the other end. The walk along the bridge enabled him to feel the intense change of space at once. Luo Feng immediately checked the universe coordinates and was shocked to discover that with every step he took on the bridge, he moved 10 million light-years. From this end of the bridge to the other, the universe coordinates had shifted 1.2 billion light-years. At the other end of the bridge was an exquisite-looking lake where all kinds of fish frolicked in the water. "This isn't right," said Luo Feng. He turned to take a look behind him. Previously, the bridge had only seemed to be around 300 feet long, but he had traveled 1.2 billion light-years. The lake before him was also of a diameter, a few hundred feet. But according to what his godly power sensed, this was neither a lake nor were those fish in it. It was a domain-type true treasure that wields extremely strong power. Walking along the lake, he saw flower beds and grassy patches. "This isn't right," Luo Feng repeated, taking a closer look. Those stalks of grass were actually huge, ancient trees with little stones adorned around them. They were actually metallic materials that were as big as a star level. Amazing! The control of universe space is unbelievably incredible, Luo Feng mused to himself as he walked. His teacher's residence was very quiet. As for that exquisite palace and lake, they were actually a flying palace-type true treasure and a domain-type true treasure, respectively. As for the OT, her items, they were various sorts of precious materials. Entering the palace, Luo Feng came to a garden where he saw a sitting mountain guest holding a stone and caressing it with his eyes closed. "Teacher." Luo Feng went to him and bowed deferentially. Sitting mountain guest opened his eyes and put the stone aside. Smiling at Luo Feng, he commented, "You made it here quite fast." "Teacher, this place is too deserted. Otherwise, I would have arrived much earlier." Luo Feng also smiled. "Teacher, why have you chosen such a place as your residence?" The quiet, sitting mountain guest said. "And this void space is of a diameter that is more than 100 million light-years. Although it is devoid of anything and incomparably deserted, it is unfit for humans to live and multiply their numbers. But I am a lone wanderer, so this place, on the contrary, is good for me. Besides, this is only one of the many places where I live when I am in the primal universe." "Oh yes, where are those stolen goods you took?" "What do you mean by stolen goods?" said Luo Feng. Luo Feng had no other alternative but to take everything Sinking Fire Master owned, the pair of godly hammers, his armor, and the green seed. Sitting mountain guest looked. "What are you after?" "A pinnacle true treasure blade," Luo Feng replied. He took out a pair of godly hammers that were top-tier true treasures. Their powers could be combined when required. There was also the armor, which was also a top-tier true treasure, and the green seed, which was merely an ordinary soul-type true treasure. To the humans, it was worth 60 true treasure points, which was close to the value of a top-tier true treasure weapon. "Not enough." Sitting mountain guest looked at Luo Feng. "I will not take advantage of you. I will definitely offer you a price that is 30% less than what you would need to pay to exchange for a true treasure within the race. But this is obviously not enough. Add in this ghost blade." Luo Feng took out ghost blade that was slung across his back. Since he was going to trade for a blade, this ghost blade would no longer be required. Sitting mountain guest still shook his head. "Teacher," Luo Feng said, glaring. "I only have this one pinnacle true treasure blade," Sitting mountain guest said. "Although it may not be a pinnacle true treasure of the highest grade, these few true treasures you have here are really still not enough." Luo Feng frowned. The true treasures he had with him were all in use, and those that were being used were stored in the treasure room at Blood Cloud Palace. Sinking Fire Master might have owned several ordinary true treasures, but Luo Feng had categorized those and returned them to Blood Cloud Palace. After all, he did owe the treasure room in Blood Cloud Palace quite a few pieces of treasures. "Oh, right. Within Sinking Fire Master's world ring, there is one senior true treasure and a token of Jincheng Valley. Add these two." Luo Feng took out a green and gold medallion and the crystal token of Jincheng Valley. "A token of Jincheng Valley." Sitting mountain guest looked and laughed. "Well, I have been quite bored recently. Heading to Jincheng Valley for an adventure sounds good. All right, add on these two. We can barely make it now." "Teacher, you are really going to Jincheng Valley?" Luo Feng's eyes widened. The birth of Jincheng Valley was a treasure the level of Blade River Luo, and it was yet to be completed. Luo Feng had a disambiguation mirror stone, so he was looking forward to the disambiguation temple more. He was not as eager to get into Jincheng Valley. Just to get a pinnacle true treasure weapon, going to Jincheng Valley was not a great deal. But this was a pinnacle true treasure weapon, and it was comparable to Blade River Luo. Why? Am I not allowed to? Sitting Mountain Guest stood up. Life is long. We have to find some pleasures to get us by. Sitting Mountain Guest walked afar as he shouted, still not coming? Don't you want your true treasure blade? Luo Feng hurriedly followed behind. They came to a palace hall that was decorated in a unique manner. All the walls within the hall were filled with a large quantity of sculptures, and every sculpture was engraved with many different patterns. There was a pattern that depicted a scene of two great beings fighting a battle on the vast plains. There was also a pattern that depicted a scene of a great being killing a large number of other great beings. The patterns all exuded some kind of ancient aura and power, causing the entire palace hall to be enshrouded in a strange atmosphere. Feels as though I am on a battlefield. Luo Feng was in the palace hall, feeling his heart set ablaze as he felt the impulse to fight and kill. He was appalled as he realized, my willpower can feel the influence. This palace hall is filled with true treasures, said Sitting Mountain Guest. Including the decorative items, all of them are true treasures. Majority of them are, however, just ordinary true treasures. Luo Feng's eyes scanned everything around him. There were many display cases and shelves in the hall, and on them were knives, blades, strings, ropes, shuttles, maces, hammers, axes, clocks, pagodas, boats, balls, flowers, grass, cloths, medallions, statues, cubes, all sort of items, strange and bizarre, numbering as many as a few thousand, scattered throughout the hall. All these all true treasures. Luo Feng was taken aback. All of these are. Even the items used to contain things are. Sitting Mountain Guest smiled. Ordinary true treasures were made easily and effortlessly, so to me, they do not really have much value. Like that transmission token, ornaments, decorative ornaments, and many others. All of these are just ordinary true treasures. Luo Feng went speechless at such wonders. Even Craftsman Master would not be able to make such statements. Only Sitting Mountain Guest was qualified enough to dare say that Ordina. True treasures were made so effortlessly. So, which is mine? Luo Feng asked. In that corner. Sitting Mountain Guest pointed to a faraway corner. Luo Feng looked to where Sitting Mountain Guest was pointing and saw the seemingly ordinary blade in a corner of the room. He walked over right away. The scabbard was a dusty gray, and on it were some sculptures that looked beautiful. The moment Luo Feng reached out to touch it, he felt the presence of an evil spirit that was so overwhelming that it invaded his body instantly. Within the vast, black space, a blade several tens of thousands of miles long hung suspended horizontally in midair. The blade was slowly being drawn out of the sheath, and the frightening evil spirit seemed to continuously invade Luo Feng's willpower. Clang! The blade was completely unsheathed. A murderous intention whirled up in the air and spread all over. At this moment, Luo Feng's life imprint stored within his godly power was completely branded onto the blade. The blade shall be called Absolute Guest. Luo Feng whispered. Use this for now, Sitting Mountain Guest said. This blade should be more than enough for you. Of course, what would suit you best would be a pinnacle true treasure blade that is made with your Golden Horn World Stone as its core. All the limitless essence of gold in the world within your body converge to form a Golden Horn World Stone. Once made into a weapon, it would be the most suitable one for you. The materials required were exceptionally more than usual, and you are still unable to provide me with those yet. Golden Horn World Stone. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. So, teacher did have his plans. Golden Horn World Stone is the convergence of the limitless essence of gold in the world within your body that was trillions of miles large. It is an extreme limit of the metallic materials within the primal universe. At least, within the primal universe, it was one of the top-tier metals. Only at Universe Ocean can you find something better than that. But, judging from your body, using Golden Horn World Stone to make a weapon would be the most suitable for you. Luo Feng immediately asked, what are the materials I need? After you have killed a Universe Master or 10 top-tier Universe Overlords, then we shall talk about it, Sitting Mountain Guest said. This pinnacle true treasure blade, Absolute Guest, is one treasure I expended a lot of hard work and effort to make. Don't let it down. Luo Feng nodded. All right, you should get going. Sitting Mountain Guest was not one to hold Luo Feng back. Since teacher had said so, Luo Feng gave a bow and left quickly. Looking on until Luo Feng was out of sight, Sitting Mountain Guest returned to his seat in the garden and picked up this same piece of stone. Looking down at it, he sighed softly. When is the time I can further improve? Luo Feng had barely returned to his god country and was just getting started in familiarizing himself with tea. He pinnacle true treasure blade Absolute Guest, which was extremely powerful. It was then that he received mail from Primal Chaos City Leader, who was in the virtual universe. Luo Feng, Blade River Master, regarding what happened on the original star, why didn't you come to me? Don't you know that the Universe Masters of Humanity have not taken a break because of you? Come over here as soon as you can. The moment he read the mail, Luo Feng's eyes lit up and his heart started beating faster and faster. Of course, he should have guessed that what happened on the original stars would cause the higher-ups of humanity to commence with urgent meetings to discuss his actions. Now that Teacher had summoned him, it seemed a concluding decision had been made. Teacher called me Blade River Master. Luo Feng could not be bothered with anything else and immediately let his consciousness connect to the virtual universe. At the apex of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, the giant, round graphite table was surrounded by endless airflow. There were 6 gigantic stone chairs around the table, each with complex sculptures on it. On the table were also numerous sculptures. Take a seat. Primal Chaos City Leader sat down and pointed to the second chair on his left-hand side. Sit there. Sure. Luo Feng sat down and took a look at the stone table in front of him. He was curious as he never knew there was a place like this in his teacher's palace, and it was floating right above the palace of Primal Chaos City Leader. He glanced at the sculptures on the stone table. One of the pictures depicted 3 great beings saluting a great being, one depicted a great being doing mass slaughtering, and one depicted how 2 great beings attacked a group of great beings. The sculptures were abstract, but Luo Feng could tell that one was Primal Chaos City Leader. And there's my chair. Luo Feng sat down after he noticed the sculpture on the back of the chair. There were several scenes in the sculptures. One of them depicted an individual facing thousands of beings. Another depicted a huge oval enveloping all those thousands of beings, and they all died under that dome. You should have figured it out by now. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Luo Feng with a grinning face. The seniors of the human race decided that you're the 19th Universe Master of the human race. Luo Feng couldn't help be overjoyed at first. And then, he was a bit confused. The 19th one? That meant the human race had 18 Universe Masters in total before Luo Feng became one. That meant the human race had a great number of Universe Masters comparatively. The bug race and automaton race might only have fewer than 10 Universe Masters, and the demon race might have around the same number. Yes, Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. But according to my information, Luo Feng looked confused. He had the access authority of a top-tier Universe Master, and he should have been able to get information about T. He Universe Masters of the human race and other powers in the universe. Based on the information he had on hand, there were only 15 Universe Masters in the human race. Why was he the 19th? You know of 15, right? Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. Each power has some secrets, and there are some hidden Universe Masters within our race. There are 18 Universe Masters in total in our human race, excluding you. There are 5 from the Virtual Universe Company and Huge Axe Dojo, 3 from the Universe Mercenary Alliance, 3 from the Universe First Bank, and 2 from Universe Star River Bank. Luo Feng listened carefully. What Primal Chaos City Leader had just said was different from what he knew. He knew there were only 4 in the Virtual Universe Company, so apparently, one was in the shadows the whole time. Of course, if we include you, there are 6 in total now. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. You're the first disciple of mine to become a Universe Master. Ha ha. I have an edge at this in front of my brother now. Brother? Luo Feng couldn't help asking. You have a brother? 2, actually, said Primal Chaos City Leader. They are both Universe Masters, and there are lots of other brothers who are not Universe Masters. Luo Feng nodded. He also had lots of brothers. Wait, if there are brothers, there must be a teacher. Primal Chaos City Leader had 2 brothers who were Universe Masters, which meant that teacher had 3 disciples who were Universe Masters. Who was he? Let me introduce you to the Universe Masters of my Virtual Universe Company. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. The first one is Long Yen Master. He's an elder in my Virtual Universe Company, and he's been a Universe Master for a very long time. You've met him before. Luo Feng nodded. The second one, also my brother, is Ice Mountain Master. He's very aloof, but he's great at handling the important issues. Luo Feng knew of this Ice Mountain Master too. He was a great being proficient in close combat, and he was one of the Pinnacle Universe Masters as well. He was only slightly weaker than Primal Chaos City Leader, and he might have been stronger than Flame Emperor. The third one, also my brother, is Darkness Master. He's rarely involved with the issues of the human race, and he hardly ever shows up. Few know of him, and he's a very low-key disciple of our teacher. Without letting anyone know, he has become a Universe Master. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. Luo Feng was startled. Darkness Master. He'd never heard of him. Even the powers of the universe don't know about him, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Of course, Darkness Master is well known in the Universe Ocean. And he's a terrifying Universe Master. Haha. The powers in the universe don't even know that Darkness Master is of the human race when they run into him in the Universe Ocean. The fourth one is Remote Lord Master, said Primal Chaos City Leader. He's the youngest of the 5 Universe Masters in the Virtual Universe Company before you joined. And he's a disciple of Darkness Master. Luo Feng was startled. Remoteness Lord Master was also a reckless Universe Master who is great in killing and combat. Of course, he was weaker than Ice Mountain Master and Primal Chaos City Leader, but he was also a strong Universe Master. He was at the same level as the previous Blood Cloud Palace Leader. And he was a disciple of Darkness Master. My brother's disciple became a Universe Master, and now, my disciple has also become a Universe Master. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. From now on, there will be 6 Universe Masters in the Virtual Universe. Okay, I'll call the 4 of them here now. The Universe Masters of the Virtual Universe should gather first. Luo Feng nodded. There were several groups in the human race, and the Virtual Universe was a group itself. However, the group had significant power, as Primal Chaos City Leader and Ice Mountain Master were both top-tier Universe Masters. Long Yin Master was not much weaker. As for Darkness Master, he was mysterious and probably rivaled Primal Chaos City Leader. Although Remote Lord Master was a youngster, he was also powerful. Luo Feng was as strong as Remote Lord Master, without Star Tower, of course. Luo Feng sat there and waited. A being walked in. He was lanky and had a horn on both of his ears. There was an eye between the eyebrows, and he wore scaled navy armor. He didn't wear his Remote Lord bayonet, as he was in the Virtual Universe. Luo Feng recognized him immediately and stood up. Remote Lord Master. Luo Feng. Remote Lord Master looked fierce, but he was still smiling when he saw Luo Feng. Remote Lord Master, Luo Feng said again, smiling. Uncle. Remote Lord Master bowed to Primal Chaos City Leader to show respect, but didn't bow low. After all, he was a Universe Master. Sit, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Interesting. Another being walked in. That towering body and the dragon tail. It was Long Yin Master. I haven't seen the Universe Masters from the huge Axe Dojo that upset for a long time. Long Yin Master sat down and gave Luo Feng a nod. Luo Feng, you were really impressive on that original star when you killed more than 6,000 Universe Knights in one strike. We calculated that each alliance lost at least 1 domain-type pinnacle true treasure. Luo Feng shook his head. I could have done better. I should have fought Master of Banfu for a longer time so that more Universe Knights went into the zone. Long Yin Master and Remote Lord Master were at first dazed, then started to guffaw. Suddenly, a sense of coldness permeated. It was a silver-haired man carrying a blade on his back. He wore ancient armor with bloodstains on it, and he was the most handsome Universe Master in the Virtual Universe Company. It was Ice Mountain Master. Ice Mountain Master nodded at Primal Chaos City Leader and sat down. He glanced at Long Yin Master, Luo Feng, and Remote Lord Master, and they all nodded at him. So cold, Luo Feng thought. Suddenly, a being walked in from the distance, and before they could see clearly who he was, a wicked, dark force permeated. He wore a black coat outside and silver and black armor inside. He was bald, and his skin was like jade. There were complex black engravings on his head, and he gazed at people like a snake extending his tongue. Even space and time were affected by him, trapped in a strange atmosphere. Brother, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Brother, said Darkness Master. Luo Feng was startled. He suddenly realized the difference between his teacher Primal Chaos City Leader and Darkness Master. Primal Chaos City Leader looked peaceful and tranquil while Darkness Master was endlessly dark and wicked. They had exactly the opposite aura. And their power was at the same level. No wonder, thought Luo Feng. He's Darkness Master. Darkness Master stood in his chair and looked at Luo Feng. Brother, is this your disciple, Luo Feng? The moment Darkness Master set his eyes on someone, a creepy and strange tune would seem to start reverberating in that person's mind. Then, without being able to resist, the person would fall under his influence. The flow of illusion consisted of an unconscious penetration of the mind to draw one into an illusion. Darkness Master did not make use of any disguise, and everyone knew about his invisible influence, but pulling away from it was very difficult. Luo Feng, this is your teacher, uncle, Primal Chaos City Leader said. The moment he spoke, the spookiness in the surroundings became mild, while that creepy, strange force seemed to be wiped out. Teacher uncle, Luo Feng greeted. I heard you have cultivated for slightly over 1 billion years. Darkness Master studied Luo Feng's face and continued, I am not surprised you have been able to reach this standard within such a short time, since for an endless time, you have been my brother's most outstanding disciple. Luo Feng replied, actually, the time I spent on cultivation was not only slightly over 1 billion years. I once cultivated for a long time at a place where time flew by extremely fast. Everyone, including Primal Chaos City Leader, nodded. They were all relieved, but places like House of Time required an alarming amount of energy to sustain revolution, and the greater the rate of time velocity, the more expensive it would cost. Therefore, the more difficult sustenance would be. Furthermore, the evolution of the universe would last for an endless time, and combat was the best method for honing skills and building up bodies. This was why few top powers would send their geniuses to a certain place in isolation to get them to cultivate diligently. All right. Primal Chaos City leader scanned his surroundings. As of today, the 6 leaders of the Virtual Universe branch are all gathered here. At the moment, Long Yen Master, Ice Mountain Master, Darkness Master, Yuho Master, and Luo Feng L looked over to listen to what Primal Chaos City leader had to say. In terms of power and status, Primal Chaos City leader was unquestionably the leading figure of the Virtual Universe branch. The birth of one more Universe Master would be a blessing for us in the Virtual Universe, and it is also a blessing for humanity, said Primal Chaos City leader with a smile. And this disciple of mine, when it comes to survival ability, he beats all 6 of us hands down. Oh! Darkness Master looked over. Ice Mountain Master also looked at Luo Feng silently. Really? Yuho Master and Long Yen Master asked outright. Primal Chaos City leader elaborated. Luo Feng. For one thing, he has the talent of being able to divide bodies. 2. One of his bodies has a life form that resembles that of 9 Remoteness Master. 9 Remoteness Master? Darkness Master, Long Yen Master, Ice Mountain Master, Yuho Master all looked over at Luo Feng in surprise. Luo Feng said, I was just lucky. He showed no trace of displeasure toward his teacher's candid approach in pointing out his capabilities, as he was aware that he had to fight for his status with his capabilities. From how things looked to him, the Virtual Universe branch was the strongest. His apparent capability should be close to that of Yuho Master, who was the weakest of the lot. So long as he was able to show part of his capability, his status would be different. Moreover, whether his remote ocean body was revealed or not would not make much difference. It was just like how 9 Remoteness Master openly made known to the entire universe that no one would be able to do anything to him. Luo Feng. How big is the ocean of your godly body? Darkness Master asked out of curiosity. It was something the few other Universe Masters present were curious about too. After all, 9 Remoteness Master's ocean godly body was comparable to a supreme true treasure and was something many great beings were secretly envious of. The time I spent on cultivation was short, so the ocean of my godly body is still in the initial stage of expansion, Luo Feng said. Its diameter is only a couple tens of billions of miles. A couple tens of billions. Yuho Master took a deep breath. Darkness Master, Long Yen Master, and Ice Mountain Master were all taken aback. Gosh! Even the Li Volcano and World Tree, which were considered to have immensely large godly bodies, were only slightly past 6 billion miles. Such godly bodies were more than enough to send great beings into despair, so learning that Luo Feng's ocean godly body was several tens of billions of miles wide was astounding news. Everyone could only stare wide-eyed and mouth agape. The speed at which great beings fought and attacked to cause such an ocean to be used up would never match up to the speed of its self-recovery. Amazing! Admirable! What a massive godly body! Darkness Master and Ice Mountain Master sang Luo Feng's praises. They were startled to see him in a different light. Previously, their only impression of him was that he was just another Universe Master of humanity. Luo Feng's combat power was still much lower compared to theirs, but he had a limitless remote ocean that they did not possess, and because of this, Luo Feng's status immediately rose up the ranks. The question was, why was 9 Remoteness Master so frightening? The answer was because 9 Remoteness Master would always make use of his strongest talent technique and risk his life for every fight he was involved in. Even if 9 Remoteness Master were to self-destruct, within a twinkling of the eye, a new 9 Remoteness Master would appear. On the other hand, even if his opponent also had the talent of dividing bodies, to recover from the loss of a strong godly body would entail a hefty price. This was why 9 Remoteness Master became such an intimidating presence within the universe. Luo Feng. Darkness Master let out a smile, which was most rarely seen, and said, with your remote ocean body, making use of the strongest technique of a Universe Master, you self-destructed. This technique alone would enable you to run rampant throughout the universe. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. Yes, I am the universe was a technique that was very demanding on one's godly power. When one had reached the undying level, only with the perfect life gene level could he make use of this technique. Upon reaching the Universe Night level, remote ocean body would need a godly power that was at least 10 times stronger to be able to make use of I and the universe. With a body that was 5,500 miles tall, one could fully make use of I and the universe. The ultimate attack technique was to directly carry out destruction of miniature universe. His original Earthling body and Golden Horned Beast body did not dare to make use of destruction of miniature universe because the explosive power of this technique did not have the ability to differentiate foe from self. There was the possibility of self-annihilation. Yet remote ocean body had nothing to fear. From Luo Feng's point of view, he was now merely a universe knight. For a remote ocean body to make use of this technique of universe destruction, the power was not strong enough. When he had become a universe master, then this technique would truly instill fear among the other great beings. Remote ocean body was a trump card that would earn Luo Feng a unique status. Primal Chaos City leader smiled and said, "We will be carrying out the highest level meeting of the human race in a while. But before that, Luo Feng, for your status as Universe Master, what do you intend to use as your name?" "My name is a Universe Master." Luo Feng mused to himself. "Blade River Emperor was only one of your disguises previously," Primal Chaos City leader said. "Now, the whole universe calls you by the name of Blade River Master. You can use Blade River Master, or you can use another name of your choice. Upon becoming a Universe Master, maybe you will have your own opinions. This is why the majority of Universe Masters change their names to something new. Like me. When my teacher entrusted me with Primal Chaos City, to constantly remind myself of my teacher's entrustment, I changed my name to Primal Chaos City Leader." Luo Feng nodded. He understood. For some Universe Masters, if they were weaker, they did not dare to give themselves names that sounded overpowering, as this would cause other beings to look down on them. However, as they get more powerful, their ambitious goals would start to change. Therefore, they would change their universe names. A name. Luo Feng said to himself. Some great beings renamed themselves according to the weapons they were skilled in using. Some renamed themselves something in remembrance of their hometown or something in their hearts they wanted to hold on to. Some renamed themselves purely out of ambitious goals. Luo Feng smiled and announced, "Milky Way Horde Leader. I shall be called Milky Way Horde Leader." He could still remember those days on Earth when he looked up at the sky to see the limitless Milky Way filled with stars. The Milky Way, where home was. Making it to where he was today, was it all not for the sake of protecting his loved ones? Was it not for the sake of protecting his hometown? Horde Leader. It also represented his territory, so he needed to defend his own territory. Milky Way Horde Leader. The 5 Universe Masters gave his choice some thought, then all nodded in agreement. A name was merely a designation. When one chose to give himself another name, the other great beings would not interfere, unless the name was simply too awful or was a taboo that must be abstained from. Otherwise, regardless of how weird a name was, it truly did not matter. "Okay," said Primal Chaos City Leader. "So the 6th Universe Master of the Virtual Universe Branch will be Milky Way Horde Leader." He suddenly stood up and said, "Let's go. We shall go meet the creator of our Virtual Universe Branch now." Creator of our Virtual Universe Branch. Luo Feng felt a little tremor of fear in his heart. Huge Axe Creator was the creator of Huge Axe Dojo. But the creator of the Virtual Universe Branch. Who could that be? Luo Feng had tried to search for answers in the past, but always ended up with no returns. His authority was limited and thus insufficient. Darkness Master also stood up. "Let's go meet teacher." To meet teacher. Ice Mountain Master followed suit. In an instant, all 6 Universe Master ascended to the sky amidst a limitless chaotic airflow and advanced along the path of the airflow. Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City Leader, said as he flew. "I, Darkness, and Ice Mountain are all teacher's disciples. Teacher has made great contributions to humanity. If not for him, humanity would never be able to become a pinnacle race so easily. Even Huge Axe Creator had once received teacher's guidance and kindness. He was humanity's first universe supreme being." Following Primal Chaos City Leader's voice, Long Yan Master, who was beside them, also said, "I have also received his kind guidance." Luo Feng held his breath. He knew he had touched on highly confidential information about humankind. All these years, and he only knew that humanity had Huge Axe Creator. Even Sitting Mountain Guest only knew Huge Axe Creator. The strongest being in humanity that everyone knew of was Huge Axe Creator. They had not heard of another. "Teacher's name is Origin," Primal Chaos City Leader said. "Previously, humankind was only a strong race. Under teacher's guidance, we have grown and gotten stronger. Teacher ran rampant in the universe, roamed the universe ocean, and killed countless to eventually build up his reputation. This had allowed humanity to gain power and continue to grow stronger. In the primal universe, there are quite a few universe supreme beings, but teacher can be said to be incomparable. The other supreme beings keep their distance if they see him from afar. All the way across the universe ocean, his name is always the most renowned," continued Primal Chaos City Leader. "Invincible. No one is comparable to teacher." Primal Chaos City Leader's eyes were filled with admiration as memories of past events came flashing back. Even Darkness Master, Ice Mountain Master, and Long Yan Master fell silent. They were all immersed in their memories of their teacher. Previously, when humanity gained its reputation as a top power, even the Ancestral God School, who has the protection of the universe Origin, was reluctant to provoke our race. At that time, we humans were at our prime. The 6 universe masters flew through space together, causing the chaotic airflow in the surroundings to be continuously forced apart. There was absolute silence all around. Only Primal Chaos City Leader's voice could be heard. Luofeng was also completely immersed in his imagination as he tried to picture the one presence which, from the primal universe all the way across Universe Ocean, was said to be formidable. Even other supreme beings knew to keep their distance. "We have arrived," Primal Chaos City Leader said. Luofeng raised his head to look and saw that surrounded by the airflow were countless towering statues. There were endless fluctuations in the various laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, space, time, golden space, wooden space, water space. Various sorts of laws, to the extent of the fluctuations in the laws of revolution, all seemed to surge out of the countless statues. With a faraway look in his eyes, Luofeng seemed to have felt the similarity between these countless towering statues and the universe origins. Primal Chaos City Leader, Ice Mountain Master, and Darkness Master were flying in the front while Long Yin Master, Remote Lord Master, and Milky Way Horde Leader Luofeng flew at the back. 6 beings kept flying. In the boundless spa. See, the towering sculpture looked clearer when they approached it. The greatest being in human history? Thought Luofeng. The most powerful being in the original universe and even in the Universe Ocean? Cultivated 3 universe masters, including Primal Chaos City Leader? Luofeng gazed at the towering sculpture in the distance. Although he had only heard about him from his teacher, he was already filled with awe and worship. What an incredible being! He had created the virtual universe, and other universe supreme masters could only avoid him, and he made the human race the strongest power in the universe. Even the ancestral god school wasn't willing to mess with the human race. Impressive accomplishments. This is Teacher Origin. Luofeng kept observing the sculpture. Teacher Origin was a lanky man wearing a white cape with a smile on his face. Behind his smile was a perfection that could only be attained after fully comprehending everything. Luofeng raised his head and looked at the sculpture. He saw the trace of a smile on his face, and that smile made Luofeng completely peaceful. He felt as if he were nestling in his mother's arms again. He looked as if he had seen through everything in the universe, and that there was nothing he didn't know. He looked stalwart, as if he were the pillar of the universe. The universe revolved around him. Teacher, Primal Chaos City Leader, Ice Mountain Master, and Darkness Master stopped. Primal Chaos City Leader bowed and said, "There's one more universe master in the virtual universe now, and he's my disciple, Luofeng. I have brought him here to greet you." Primal Chaos City Leader turned to Luofeng. "Luofeng, greet your teacher, Origin." Luofeng walked up beside Primal Chaos City Leader and gave a salutation. "Teacher Origin," he said. Luofeng absolutely admired this legendary being, as the human race had risen because of Teacher Origin. He had guided huge Axe Founder. He had even created the virtual universe. If it weren't for Teacher Origin, the history of Earth might have been different. Primal Chaos City Leader raised his head and looked at the towering sculpture, and his eyes gleamed. "I follow your order. I've been guarding Primal Chaos City and the humans, and I didn't dare to slack in my duties. Now that Luofeng has become a universe master, we humans will be stronger. I believe that we will prosper." Darkness Master and Ice Mountain Master both bowed and whispered, but their voices were blocked from the outside. It was depressive in front of the sculpture. The atmosphere affected the 6 universe masters, and even Darkness Master became like a child. "We'll leave now." Primal Chaos City Leader bowed. The other universe masters did the same, then they all flew away. The air was flowing, and they disappeared in the airflow. The towering sculpture stood still, just as it had been doing for an infinity of eras, but its eyes blinked and glanced at the 6 beings who flew away. "Hey!" Dimming voice said. "Luofeng?" 6 beings kept flying in the airflow. Luofeng couldn't help asking, "Teacher, why did I feel that there were many law ripples around the sculpture of Teacher Origin, as if it were the land of origin? What a powerful place the land of origin was. Even Universe Supreme Masters didn't dare resist it. All the life forms in the universe trained themselves in the Universe Origin and accomplished everything because of the Origin Ocean." Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Luofeng. "That is the land of origin." "Yes." Ice Mountain Master, who had thus far been aloof, opened his mouth. "However, that's the land of origin of the virtual universe." The land of origin of the virtual universe. Luofeng was shocked. Another universe origin? Everything is virtual in the virtual universe, and all the laws can be practiced and comprehended. It was Darkness Master who spoke this time, and his voice sounded wicked but elegant. "Of course, there's a universe origin supporting the virtual universe. You won't be able to practice in a fantasy." Luofeng was rendered speechless. That was right. No fantasies allowed great beings to practice. "You can still practice in a fantasy," said Primal Chaos City Leader, "and you can't even feel the difference." However, only a few Universe Supreme Masters are able to perform those fantasies, and also, only the laws that Universe Supreme Masters can manifest can be practiced. It will consume a great amount of energy for great beings to practice in a fantasy. The virtual universe was created by Teacher Origin, said Luo Feng. Does that mean Teacher Origin knows all the laws? Is it possible? As the virtual universe can form a universe origin. Luo Feng found it hard to believe. Teacher Origin knew all the merge laws, all the individual laws, and even the law operation of the universe? No. Primal Chaos City leader glimpsed at Luo Feng and smiled. Remote Lord was also confused like you were when he went to visit Teacher Origin the first time. Remote Lord, why don't you explain it to Luo Feng? Remote Lord Master nodded and looked at Luo Feng. Not necessarily. Besides, the virtual universe is not a fantasy. It's different than a fantasy. It would require a great sum of energies for fantasies to allow great beings to practice laws, but the virtual universe can always be a place for great beings to train themselves, even for universe knights and universe masters. How much energy do you think would be consumed to allow so many great beings to practice if it's a fantasy? Remote Lord Master smiled. Actually, the virtual universe hardly consumes any energy. What? Luo Feng was dazed. Hardly consumed any energy? It would require a lot of energy to maintain a virtual space, and the virtual universe covered almost the entire universe. Countless humans were connected to the virtual universe every day, but it hardly required any energy. Brother Luo Feng, said Remote Lord Master with a smile. There are countless races breeding and fighting and even consuming the godly power in the origin ocean every day. Do you think the original universe is consuming energy? The energy from the original universe is eternal, said Luo Feng. Since the energy of the original universe is never consumed, why are those of virtual universe consumed? Said Remote Lord Master. Luo Feng was truly amazed. Could the virtual universe rival the original universe? Don't look down upon your Teacher Origin, said Primal Chaos City leader. He looked at Luo Feng, and Darkness Master and Ice Mountain Master looked odd as well. Darkness Master said, Humph. No Universe Supreme Masters dared to fight Teacher in the Universe Ocean. If our Teacher were still here, the three alliances wouldn't dare to scheme you. If they do, Teacher Origin will attack the three alliances directly, and they can only give valuables to mitigate it. Luo Feng couldn't help asking, then how did Teacher Origin? How did Teacher Origin die? The other 5 Universe Masters knew exactly what Luo Feng was about to ask. Teacher is still alive. Primal Chaos City leader said solemnly. Yes, he's still alive, said Darkness Master. Teacher won't die, said Ice Mountain Master. Luo Feng was bewildered. Then how come everyone said there was only one Universe Supreme Master within the human race, and he could only visit a sculpture? Teacher Origin was almighty, and he's the most powerful Universe Supreme Master. Darkness Master's eyes gleamed. No one can match Teacher Origin. However, Teacher Origin still seeks a path to be stronger, which goes against the Universe Operation Law, as he's provoking the Universe Origin. Provoking the Universe Origin? When Virtual Real Devil Master went to kill him, he had shown extremely incredible power. Chains had suddenly appeared in the sky and bound Virtual Real Devil Master. Those chains disappeared only after Virtual Real Devil Master weakened his power. The Universe Operation Law is not allowed to be provoked. However, Teacher Origin was so powerful that he wanted to go against it. He provoked it again and again. Then he was punished by the Universe Origin. Darkness Master said confidently. However, Teacher Origin already stood at the top of the Universe Supreme Masters, so even though the Universe Origin was infuriated and tried to punish him, it still couldn't stop him from advancing. Luo Feng was shocked. He could only imagine how the Universe Origin kept punishing Teacher Origin while he kept making breakthroughs. Eventually, Teacher Origin fought against the Universe Origin, Darkness Master said with awe in his eyes. And the result is that Teacher Origin was suppressed by the Universe Origin forever. Suppressed? Luo Feng held his breath. Wow! A Universe Supreme Master dared to fight the Universe Origin. How insane that was. However, he had been suppressed forever. Even though he's suppressed forever, Darkness Master said in his high pitch. D voice, Teacher Origin still performed the technique, Virtual Universe, which covers the entire universe. Only other Universe Supreme Masters and the Universe Origin can slightly hinder it. Luo Feng nodded. The range controlled by Space Beast Ancestor didn't allow for the Virtual Universe, as this was the will of Space Beast Ancestor. The virtual universe was also not allowed on the original stars because of the Universe Origin. It covers the entire universe. Darkness Master looked to Luo Feng. Have you ever heard of a technique that powerful? Teacher Origin even has a Universe Master slave, and he's a Universe Master of the Automaton race. That Universe Master is the intelligent core of the virtual universe, Darkness Master went on. Everyone knows the virtual universe needs to deal with countless programs every day, and it's extremely complicated. Even powerful Universe Masters won't be able to deal with it. However, the Universe Master of the Automaton race is an intelligent life form himself and can easily maintain it after becoming a Universe Master. Usually, that Universe Master deals with everything, and Teacher Origin doesn't care what we're doing. However, we have to go to the land of origin of the virtual universe if we want to meet Teacher Origin. Luofeng couldn't help asking, are there any ways to save Teacher Origin from this oppression? Luofeng had only gotten to learn some major information about this legendary character today, but that did not stop him from worshipping Teacher Origin then and there. In Luofeng's point of view, he had servants that were universe masters, had built the virtual universe, stood at the highest peak, and had gone to war with the universe origin. Finally, he had ended up in eternal suppression. Every event evoked a surge of admiration and respect for such a leader of humanity. If such a leader could appear in the universe once again, it would be one grand occasion for humanity. Is there any way out? Luofeng looked at the other universe masters. Darkness Master was silent. Primal Chaos City leader sighed and answered no. Long Yen Master's resounding voice was heard. Huge Axe Creator has thought about it too, but he could not come up with a solution either. The servant of Teacher Origin, who is the core intelligence of the virtual universe, also informed us that Teacher Origin was unable to find any solution. Luofeng sighed and nodded. After all, this was eternal suppression by the universe origin. Who could render help? All 6 universe masters, including Luofeng, had just returned to Thunder Island when they received mail from Huge Axe Creator, who was inviting them to join in the highest level meeting of the human race. There are 2 kinds of highest level meetings, Primal Chaos City leader said with a grin. One is a large-scale, highest-level meeting where all Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supreme Beings will have to attend. Such a large-scale, high-SD-level meeting would normally be about major happenings or events that would compromise the benefits of Universe Knights. The other important matters that only concern the race, normally an internal discussion would suffice, and this other kind of highest-level meeting would be attended by Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Beings. This was convened by Huge Axe Creator. Thus, it is also known as Huge Axe Meeting. Huge Axe Meeting. Luofeng nodded. The previous highest-level meeting attended by a large number of Universe Knights was merely an announcement session where they all listened to a Universe Master issue information. The actual decision-makers were Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Beings. This was why Huge Axe Meeting was where decisions for various matters of the race were made. Your authority limit has been increased, so you can directly transport over to Huge Axe God Palace, Primal Chaos City leader said. The Huge Axe Meeting will be held at Huge Axe God Palace. Oh! Luofeng checked again and realized there were a few additional places he could transport to. Let's go, Primal Chaos City leader said. Within an instant, the 6 Universe Masters of the Virtual Universe branch disappeared from Thunder Island. For their branch, Primal Chaos City leader was obviously the one in command. Amidst endless darkness, there were indistinct flashes of starlight from afar. A simple, plain-looking god palace hung suspended in midair. In the empty space in front of the god palace, which was not too big nor too small, there was a long stone table. There was only one stone chair at the position of the host seat, while on either side of the table was a stretch of stone chairs, all occupied by several towering figures. The Universe Masters were in discussion. They were divided into several cliques, so it was typical for them to poke fun at each other. Haha. Deserted mirror. Previously, all of you were so unwilling to hand over Earth's ownership rights to Luofeng. In the end, the final say still lies with Huge Axe. We have said that the day Luofeng sits with us will be the day we hand him Earth ownership rights. That wasn't too long ago, right? Luofeng has already earned his place beside us now. Didn't you also object to it previously? I have no family ties to worry about, so naturally, I will take a neutral stand. Actually, from how things turn out now, maybe you all should have acceded to Luofeng's request back then and accepted the disambiguation mirror stone for half of Earth's ownership rights. Now that Luofeng is on equal footing with us, according to what Huge Axe has said, we must surrender all the ownership rights to Luofeng, but at the same time, the disambiguation mirror stones are off limits to us. Humph. 6 figures appeared almost simultaneously. They were none other than the 6 great beings from the Virtual Universe branch with Primal Chaos City leader as their leader. Primal Chaos City leader. Prima. El Chaos City leader, you are here. Almost all the Universe Masters who were already present greeted Primal Chaos City leader the moment they saw him. After all, within all of humanity, the ones with the highest status were unquestionably Huge Axe Creator and Teacher Origin, who had been eternally suppressed by the Universe Origins. Other than these 2, Primal Chaos City leader, who was eternally protecting the Primal Universe, was right next in line, so naturally, he would be highly respected. Darkness, you are here too? It is quite rare to see you making an appearance. I didn't expect Darkness to turn up. There have been so many meetings before this, but never once has he turned up. The Universe Masters were speaking incessantly while the group of 6 with their leader, Primal Chaos City Leader, took their seats. The 6 Universe Masters of the Virtual Universe branch sat together in a straight, horizontal row, with Primal Chaos City Leader nearest to the host seat, followed by Long Yen Master, Darkness Master, Ice Mountain Master, Yuho Master, and lastly, Milky Way Horde Leader. Luo Feng sat down and observed the other Universe Masters as he humbly replied to their conversations. Luck. I was lucky to make such accomplishments because I had the chance to cultivate in peace for a long period in places like House of Time. It was just by chance encounter that I managed to create that technique. Haha. The 3 major alliances were after my life. I needed to be ruthless to save myself. As he spoke, he observed meticulously. After all those present were already the top-tier beings of humanity. Previously, he had only managed to look up some information, but he had never met them in person before. Huge Axe Dojo branch has Huge Axe Creator as its leader. Normally, Void Gold Master would be the one managing the dojo, who was previously the substitute teacher for my big brother, Hong, and the creator of the Sky Ruins tablet. Luo Feng looked over and saw that Void Gold Master was a towering figure with long, dazzling golden hair. He wore a smile on his face and had eyebrows that were so long they hung all the way down to his chest. In terms of how he carried himself, he was no less charismatic than Primal Chaos City Leader. The Universe Mercenary Alliance has Deserted Mirror Master as its leader, Luo Feng realized as he observed carefully. Deserted Mirror Master was hideous-looking, and his body was covered with complicated scales. There were 3 sharp horns on his head, so at first glance, he looked like a beast in human form. The aura he exuded was equally domineering. Deserted Mirror Master was also observing Luo Feng with due diligence. Of all the Universe Masters present who observing Luo Feng, the number of times he looked over at Luo Feng ranked in the top 3. The Universe First Bank has Qing Dong Master as its leader. Qing Dong Master was wearing a green armor with a green cape, and on his cape were complicated secret ravings that formed a beautiful beast diagram. That beast did not belong to any species of the 8 beast gods. Universe Star River Bank has Peng Gong Master as its leader. Luo Feng looked at Peng Gong Master. Of the 3 Universe Masters staring at Luo Feng, Peng Gong Master topped the list. He was slightly stout, bald, and had a large beard that drooped. From the aura he exuded, he was by far the weakest Universe Master present. And the Universe Star River Bank branch he led only had a total of 2 Universe Masters, which was the least of the lot. Yet, according to the information that Luo Feng had read up on, Peng Gong Master's power was ranked at the top of humanity. Even Void Gold Master was not his match. He was, in fact, comparable to Primal Chaos City Leader. Humanity is indeed strong. Luo Feng could not help but sigh. There are more Universe Masters at the pinnacle level. There were even a few that were at the top-tier level. This is considered extremely high in the universe. This was based on all the understanding Luo Feng had gained so far. The powers of Universe Masters could be categorized as elementary, ordinary, pinnacle, and top-tier. The elementary category referred to those who had just become Universe Masters, with a life gene level of 100 times, who had yet to create an ultimate technique of a Universe Master. This group of Universe Masters rarely made appearances. They were more inclined to isolate themselves in solitude to devote themselves to honing their power. The ordinary category referred to those who used a certain amount of resources to get their life gene level to reach a stage whereby it was temporarily difficult to achieve further increase, for example, 1,000 times the life gene level. In addition, they had created their ultimate technique of a Universe Master and had obtained quite outstanding true treasures. The pinnacle category was made up of Universe Masters who might possess very powerful true treasures, or created very strong techniques, or had life gene levels that might have reached around 10,000 times. Satisfying one of the above, then meeting the requirements of the other 2, would just be a matter of time. This was the point where a Universe Master was almost considered to be at the pinnacle level. The top-tier category referred to Universe Masters like Star River Master, Primal Chaos City Leader, and Darkness Master. In terms of life gene level, true treasures and techniques, these masters had attained an extremely high level. That was the only way to be considered top-tier. The 5 branches of humanity. From how I see it, the Virtual Universe branch is the strongest link. Especially the 3 disciples of Teacher Origin, Teacher, Darkness Master, and Ice Mountain Master. All of them were about the top-tier level. Luo Feng sighed inwardly as he thought about how truly powerful the disciples under the tutelage of Teacher Origin were. The other 4 branches seemed to pale in comparison. When it came to quality, even Huge Axe Creator had once received the guidance of Teacher Origin. As Luo Feng sat contemplating the power of the greatest level of humanity and sighing over how he was the last one in line, Huge Axe Creator finally turned up. With a head of disheveled hair, a wild-looking giant appeared on the host's seat. That very instant, the Universe Masters quietened down as all their expressions registered respect. Only Luo Feng, though also looking respectful, was unable to conceal the hint of surprise he felt. The wild-looking giant looked toward Luo Feng, smiled, and nodded. Luo Feng, he said. This is the first time you and I have met. Huge Axe Creator, Luo Feng replied respectfully while looking at Huge Axe Creator. The more he looked at this wild-looking giant, the more he noted the striking resemblance between Huge Axe Creator and his good friend from the past, Rong Jun. Rong Jun may have been a far cry from Huge Axe Creator, but he did carry some charismatic airs, albeit indistinctly. But they both shared the same kind of heroic spirit. Even their looks and disposition. As distinct as the differences between East and West, Huge Axe Creator and Wild Man Rong Jun contrasted, but they clearly shared a similar disposition. In terms of looks and appearance, Luo Feng experienced a new feeling, the feeling of being of the same race. When Rong Jun made his first appearance in Primal Chaos City, he was not outstanding at all, thought Luo Feng. At that time, we were merely a bunch of fellows who just emerged from the War of Talents. Many Universe Knights paid us no heed. Just like me, now, where would I find the time to care for those young emerging fellows? At that time, even Bo Lan was not taken in as a disciple by any Universe Knight. On the contrary, Rong Jun was the first to be accepted as a disciple by a Universe Country Master. When Rong Yang had been accepted as a disciple to a Universe Country Master, many participants of the War of Talents were jealous and reluctant to accept the fact. At that time, Luo Feng had also gritted his teeth and promised himself that, even if Rong Jun did have a Universe Country Master as teacher, he would surpass Rong Jun, somehow. Even then. Thereafter, when he did succeed in achieving outstanding results, there were still other beings like Heaven Erosion Palace Master who were betting that Luo Feng was still not Rong Jun's match. Why are they all in favor of Rong Jun? Luo Feng muttered under his breath. It seems highly possible he is from the branch under Huge Axe Creator. Who are the great beings under Huge Axe Creator's branch? A great deal of information on Universe Knights came rushing back to Luo Feng's mind as he speedily recalled his memories. However, most Universe Knights donned armor and boots. There were not many like Rong Jun, who carried the disposition of a wild man. There were 4 to 5 of them who seemed to have such a disposition or character. Luo Feng tired hard to recall so that he could differentiate something out. He was faintly sure of it. After all, he did take a shorter time to become a great being, so he only had a few good friends like Quang Zhou Knight. The rest of the Universe Knights were merely casual acquaintances. Just when Luo Feng was pondering the relationship between Rong Jun and Huge Axe Founder looked around all the Universe Masters and smiled. We haven't seen this for a while. All the Universe Masters gather here today. All the 19 Universe Masters left. We're here today because we want to give Luo Feng a formal welcome. Huge Axe Founder looked to Luo Feng. From today on, there'll be one more Universe Mazer within the human race. Luo Feng has the clone technique, and his surviving ability is ranked top 10 in the universe. It's lucky for us humans to have him. Most of the Universe Masters looked to Luo Feng, and some of them transmitted their voices to discuss. Apparently, Huge Axe Founder's assertion that Luo Feng's surviving ability was ranked in the top 10 startled them. It seems Huge Axe Founder knows about my remote ocean body, Luo Feng thought. Whereas the Universe Masters from other streams haven't known about it. Otherwise, they won't be that surprised. According to the rules of us humans, Huge Axe Founder said, smiling, anyone who becomes a Universe Master can be bestowed a valuable as precious as a top-tier true treasure weapon by our race. Luo Feng, what do you want? Luo Feng couldn't help exclaiming. This was one of the differences between the pinnacle race and the weaker ones. Even for the Northern Territory Alliance, which was one of the top 9 powers, Universe Masters wouldn't be bestowed valuables, as there were too many races and great beings, unless some mighty Universe Masters offered to join the Alliance. Just name your demand, Luo Feng. Huge Axe Founder looked to Luo Feng. All the Universe Masters looked to Luo Feng as well. Luo Feng turned to Huge Axe Founder and smiled. I don't want other true treasures, but I do want my territory, the Milky Way, to be reconstructed, and I want to stay there forever. I want to stay in my home forever and make it more stable. Stay in the Milky Way forever, said Primal Chaos City leader. The other Universe Masters were all a bit surprised. Normally, Universe Masters would choose secret region like the Primal Secret Region. It was unusual for a Universe Master to be stationed in one galaxy, but Primal Chaos City leader didn't try to hinder that, as he knew how much Luo Feng valued his home planet, especially since he had named himself Milky Way Horde leader. Luo Feng wants to be stationed in the Milky Way forever? The other Universe Masters were all surprised. However, they didn't voice their confusion, as the Universe Masters from the virtual universe didn't say much. I will, of course, allow that. Huge Axe Founder nodded. The Milky Way is only one galaxy and one top-tier true treasure is more than enough to stabilize it. It's indeed enough, said Luo Feng. It would be costly for one universe master to be stationed in the Milky Way and to reconstruct it. Although it was not as valuable as a top-tier true treasure, it wouldn't be much different. Besides, Luo Feng had a great many true treasures with him, so he didn't need ordinary true treasures. I remember that Luo Feng wants his home planet, Earth, back, said Huge Axe Founder again. Luo Feng's eyes immediately gleamed. The other universe masters went silent and all looked to Huge Axe Founder. Now that Luo Feng has become a universe master and is sitting with us, I should return the ownership of the Earth to Luo Feng, said Huge Axe Founder. Huge Axe, the scaled giant with 3 horns, suddenly said. Universe masters should make contributions and support an entire race. After being bestowed at the start, universe masters should make contributions before they gain more. True treasures need to be exchanged with true treasure points after contributions. And the same rule applies here. Milky Way Horde leader shouldn't get anything for free now. The other half of the ownership of Earth belongs to our race, and Milky Way Horde leader should contribute valuables as precious as that. Yes, he should give valuables to exchange, agreed some other universe masters. Luo Feng looked to that scaled giant with the 3 horns. It was Huang Jian Master. Huang Jian Master even gave Luo Feng a head nod. Huang Jian. Primal Chaos City leader said, the other half of ownership of Earth is under my virtual universe, and the contract was signed between my virtual universe company and Luo Feng. Although you all have offspring on Earth, those 50 billion mixed elements are paid by my virtual universe company. I can totally give it back to Luo Feng, as the other half of the ownership belongs to my virtual universe company. The virtual universe company is a part of the human race, said Huang Jian Master. How can the virtual universe company give out an asset like that? He should contribute before he gains. Haha. I bought the Earth for 50 billion mixed elements, said Primal Chaos City leader. Luo Feng, just pay 50 billion mixed elements to buy the other half of the ownership back. 50 billion mixed elements? Was that a joke? Any treasure would be much more precious than that. To universe masters, 50 billion mixed elements were like a drop of water, yet the Earth was a boundless ocean. There was no comparison. We all know how precious the Earth is, Huang Jian Master said with a frown. 50 billion mixed elements is nothing. Don't mention how you purchased it with 50 billion mixed elements. Firstly, we didn't know about the potential of Earth, and also, Luo Feng was extremely weak. 50 billion mixed elements were enough for him. Oh, Huang Jian, are you trying to interfere with the trade of my virtual universe company? Said Primal Chaos City leader. You're not the person in charge of the virtual universe company. I am. I'm not interfering, said Huang Jian Master, but we need to have rules. If it were a personal asset of yours, you could deal with it however you want. However, it's an asset of the virtual universe company, and it belongs to Teacher Origin. How can you just give away valuables of the virtual universe company like that? They kept arguing. One of them was the person in charge of the virtual universe company while the other was the founder of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Both of them were top-tier universe masters and held a similar status. Qingdong Master and Peng Gong Master stayed silent, sitting aside. After all, they were related to the Earth. Okay, Huge Axe Founder said. Huang Jian Master and Primal Chaos City leader looked to Huge Axe Founder. Huge Axe Founder frowned. I've said so. When Luo Feng is able to sit with me, the other half of the ownership will be returned to Luo Feng. I should live up to my promise. Since the other half of the ownership of the Earth belongs to the Virtual Universe Company, I'll just give a pinnacle true treasure to the Virtual Universe to cover the loss. Huge Axe. Huge Axe, said Huang Jian Master. Huge Axe Founder. Even Luo Feng couldn't help shouting. It's done, Huge Axe said. He glanced at all the universe masters, and they went silent. The main issue was to welcome Luo Feng. They also talked about the original stars and universe ocean before the meeting was over. The universe masters of the virtual universe were dismissed. Only Luo Feng was called by Primal Chaos City leader. Teacher, why does it end with Huge Axe Founder transferring a pinnacle true treasure to the virtual universe company? Luo Feng couldn't help asking as he felt like he owed Huge Axe Founder. Don't overthink it. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. Huge Axe Founder is a universe supreme master within our human race, and he has the greatest number of true treasures. He will just give away true treasures to races. Many powerful true treasures that need to be exchanged in the races are given away by Huge Axe Founder. It's nothing to him to give us one. After this is finished, I'll give the true treasure back to our race. Luo Feng nodded. It wasn't easy to support an entire race. The weak would be at a disadvantage if they were alone, but lone universe supreme masters could live a relaxing life. They stood among the strongest in the universe, and thus were able to obtain many true treasures. However, they only needed several true treasures. Others were useless to them. On the contrary, if the universe supreme masters were related to a race, they not only needed to be careful, but also needed to make continuous contributions to the race he belonged to. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. He knew that he needed to return the favor from Huge Axe Founder. Don't blame Huang Jian Master for trying to obstruct that, said Primal Chaos City leader. It's all about interest. Look at other universe masters. Did you wonder why others didn't say anything? Because it's related to the interests of the other 4 streams as well. Huang Jian Master was basically speaking for them. Almost every issue in the universe has to do with interests, either individual or relating to race. By the way, Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Do you really plan to stay in the Milky Way galaxy forever? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Forever. Universe masters in the human race are usually stationed in the important places in the human territory, said Primal Chaos City leader. For one thing, there are plenty of universe knights, undying fighters, and talents who need protection from the supreme beings, and for another, there are several universe masters in the important places. They can help each other out if there's a catastrophe. If there's only one of you staying in the Milky Way, other great beings will need to spend some time to get there if other races attack it. Of course, some universe masters choose to have one of their bodies to guard their homes. You're not changing your mind? Luo Feng smiled and said, no. I'll guard the Milky Way forever. He had fought for such a long time, and even risked his own life, for what? To stand at the top of the universe and protect his home. There were volcanoes in the God Country, and burning magma burst out of the volcanoes. It was a country of magma. Every moment, there was magma bursting out of the volcanoes. At the center of the God Country was a towering godly palace surrounded by endless flames, and there was a sculpture in front of the godly palace. It was a sculpture of Emo Luo. Shua. A being showed up in front of the godly palace. It was Emo Luo. Emo Luo was one of the talents in the Virtual Universe Company and had become undying 30,000 years ago. Although he was only an official level undying, he was a pinnacle official level undying known as Wild Beast Official. After being beaten by Luo Feng, he had been craving to surpass Luo Feng. Unfortunately, not only did he not surpass Luo Feng, but he was now overpowered by Bo Lan and Rong Jun, both of whom were Emperor-level undying now. Although he was slightly inferior to Bo Lan and Rong Jun, he still demonstrated great potential, which was why he became a disciple of South Fox Country Master. Standing in the sky, Missouri Luo became startled. Someone's here. It was his God Country. How could others enter his God Country? 3 towering beings showed up in a corner of the God Country, and they teleported themselves to in front of Emo Luo. Emo Luo took a look at the 3 beings and felt relieved. He walked up and said, "Greetings, teacher." South Fox Country Master looked at him with pity. South Fox Country Master looked to the 2 Universe Masters beside him and nodded. Ganwu, North Larva. Ganwu Country Master gazed at Emo Luo coldly and shouted, "Emo Luo, are you aware of your crimes?" Crimes? Luo Feng was terrified. He couldn't help looking to his teacher, South Fox Country Master, who looked gloomy. This told him something was wrong. "I've been following the rules consistently," he said, "and I haven't done anything against the laws. I don't know what crimes I've committed." The Universe Knight in white, emanating sense of indifference, smirked. "South Fox," he said, "your disciple still dares to quibble." "Not quibbling," Emo Luo said anxiously. "Please give me the evidence that I've committed crimes, teacher." He looked to his teacher ardently. "You still don't know your crimes?" South Fox Country Master shook his head. "This is an order from Milky Way Horde Leader. If you admit your crimes, you'll be sent to the First Star Domain prison for 10,000 eras. If you don't, you'll be executed." Emo Luo shook his body and looked petrified. "Executed? I've committed crimes. I admit it." Emo Luo yelled. "Teacher, I admit it. You 2 Universe Knights, I admit it." "What crimes?" North Larva Knight asked. Ganwu Country Master stared at Emo Luo coldly. "What crimes?" said Emo Luo. "I don't really know." Emo Luo was apprehensive. He started to think quickly. His mind operated faster than it ever had in his life. He had been born an orphan, and after all the life or death experiences, he had formed a mature way of living. He would kill all those who posted a threat to him. And he wouldn't leave any traces. Now that these seniors from the Virtual Universe Company were here to question him, all the incidents flooded his mind. He had done many cruel things, but, theoretically, he had left no trace of his actions. There were some beings who knew what he had done, but no one had evidence. Milky Way Horde Leader's order? Thought Emo Luo. Who is this Milky Way Horde Leader? Milky Way. A name came to Emo Luo's mind. Luo Feng. Luo Feng's home planet is Earth in the Milky Way. Could he be Milky Way Horde Leader? Emo Luo was undying, but he was so scared that he was sweating. He'd been following Luo Feng's process and had been terrified when he'd learned that Luo Feng had become a disciple of Primal Chaos City Leader. He was certain that if Luo Feng divulged his actions to Primal Chaos City Leader, he would be doomed. However, Emo Luo had also done his research. He knew Primal Chaos City Leader was famously fair. He won't prosecute me without evidence, thought Emo Luo. Initially, he had been scared, but he'd stopped being worried because Luo Feng hadn't revealed anything, even after all this time. As for Luo Feng's record on the original stars, Undying Fighters were not qualified to know about the original stars. Only Universe Masters, Universe Knights, and incredibly powerful, invincible emperors were qualified to know the truth about Luo Feng. Mo Luo had no idea what had happened. He didn't know about Luo Feng hunting on the original stars. Neither did he know that Luo Feng had killed more than 6,000 Universe Knights in one move. Luo Feng wants me dead? Mo L. Yuo raised his head and looked at the three Universe Knights. North Larva Knight and Ganwu Country Master gazed at him coldly while South Fox Country Master kept shaking his head. It is him. Mo Luo looked at South Fox Country Master. Teacher, even you don't believe me? I didn't do anything. I had ventured on Demon Note Mountain before, and we've had a feud since then because of valuables. I can't believe he still holds such a grudge against me after all these years. Teacher, please, be fair. Show justice. North Larva Knight smirked. You're still quibbling. Interesting, said Ganwu Country Master and shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. South Fox Country Master sighed. Mo Luo, I know that you're decisive, but I can't believe you're so ruthless. Teacher, I'm being framed, said Mo Luo. He didn't dare to admit it. He would be executed if he admitted it. Teacher. Mo Luo clenched his teeth. Tears welled in his eyes and rolled down his face. I'm being framed. Even if Luo Feng has become a Universe Knight, how can you allege that I'm guilty just because of what he said? I can only die to prove that I'm innocent. Strong godly power restrained every trace of Mo Luo's godly power. He wasn't even able to self-destruct under such suppression. Mo Luo couldn't help staring at Ganwu Country Master. Ganwu Senior, you. Mo Luo knew about resurrection and was certain he would be revived if he acted indignantly. However, Ganwu Country Master didn't even give him a chance to self-destruct himself. Don't even try, Ganwu Country Master said. We're here to deal with you under the orders of Milky Way Horde Leader. You'll be executed now as you didn't admit to your crimes. Mo Luo's eyes glinted with madness. Milky Way Horde Leader? Who is this Milky Way Horde Leader? Mo Luo yelled hoarsely. The Mr. Luo Feng you were talking about, said North Larva Knight. Luo Feng? Not possible. He just became a Universe Knight. How long has he been training himself? 100,000 years? How can he command you as only a Universe Knight? Mo Luo shook his head, unwilling to believe it. I know that I'll die, but please tell me who wants me dead. Ganwu Country Master gazed at Mo Luo. It's Mr. Luo Feng. Luo Feng has become a Universe Master. He's a pinnacle being in our human race. A Universe Master? Mo Luo opened his eyes wide. Luo Feng? A Universe Master? The same Luo Feng who had been kicked into the abyss had become a Universe Master? Milky Way Horde Leader is a Universe Master, said Ganwu Country Master. How can he frame you? His word is much more adequate than any evidence. You're indeed reckless. You dared to go against the orders of the Virtual Universe Company. No, I didn't. Mo Luo yelled. I don't believe Luo Feng has become a Universe Master. Not possible. Like the ground being cracked, Mo Luo's godly body started to crumble. It turned into dust, vanishing into thin air. All of a sudden, his god country, which was lively with magma bursting Tia volcanoes a moment before, went dead. The volcanoes stopped erupting. And all the volcanoes went dead, and the god country started to turn cold. If Mo Luo could be resurrected, his god country could come back to life. Unfortunately, Mo Luo would never be revived. Ganwu Country Master, North Larva Knight, and South Fox Country Master teleported themselves out of the dying god country. Earth, just as Mo Luo was executed. The foreigners living in the floating cities all roared. We must all migrate? Who gave the order? I sold the territory of an entire solar system to get the residential right to live on Earth for 1,000 years. Who's going to compensate me? Not possible. You're trying to expel us? I'll report it back to my family and make you all regret it. After the power of Earth was discovered, residency rights on Earth became incredibly expensive. Only those with solid connections in the 5 powers could enter. Besides, they all went to Earth to give birth to their children, and after their children were born, they would leave Earth in no time. Those were all beings with powerful families in the human territory, and they had paid a huge price to come to Earth. But now, they were all going to be expelled? Virtual Universe Company, Huge Axe Dojo, Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank, and Universe Star River Bank gave an order at the same time. Leave the Earth in 3 days. Otherwise die. Those beings with powerful families were nothing in front of a Universe Master. All they could do was reluctantly leave Earth. When the enforcement team expelled all the migrants, the pantheon in the solar system also disappeared. From now on, this would be the place where Milky Way Horde Leader guarded forever. And mass construction began in the Milky Way. Earth, a black-haired man stood in the solar system, looking at the blue planet. He smiled, stepped into the atmosphere of Earth, and dived. 100,000 years later, what would Earth be like? Long grass would be all about. Amidst all the greenery that embellished the surroundings, there were numerous residential buildings of unique structures. Birds were often seen flying in the sky, which was a deep azure blue. The air would be fresh, and if the standards of human domain were to be applied, then Earth would be categorized as a top-tier SSS-grade life planet of the highest standard. Nature and technology would have achieved perfect harmony. There would be many people, men and women alike, walking along the streets, dressed either in their training gear or just casual clothes. There would not be any public transportation like cars on the roads, and the underground tunnels that connected Earth to the various cities around would be advancing at a speed of 18,000 miles, a speed that allowed the people to arrive at other cities with much ease. Of course, allowing several large continents to stretch across the seabed to form tunnels would also be possible because of Luo Feng's authorate. Why? Earth would be entirely different, Luo Feng gasped in admiration. Su Exine smiled and replied, it will be even more different in the future. They walked along the street as a couple, looking just like any other ordinary husband and wife. The other people could not tell the difference at all. Actually, even if one had seen Luo Feng, their memories of him would vanish immediately in the blink of an eye. There was no way they could remember anything about him. Luo Feng observed everything around him carefully. Earlier on, he had sent Remote Ocean Body to garrison Earth. Yet Remote Ocean Body merely sat cross-legged in silence, in a quiet room deep within the Luo's family house. He would only make an appearance if a crucial situation occurred. Except for the other 2 times when Luo Feng had to accompany his family, Remote Ocean Body did not make any move at all. Su Xian, I realized that star traveler levels are frequently seen here, said Luo Feng. I saw many along the way. He could not hold it back longer, so he asked, are star traveler levels that common? Over 10,000 years, Earth would not have been able to develop so fast where the majority were star traveler levels. Su Xian shook her head. Oh well. The mysteries of Earth are top secrets, though they were never disclosed. However, large families of the top 5 powers like the Virtual Universe Company, the huge Axe Dojo, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance were all finding ways to enter Earth. You should have figured this out by now. The right to reside on Earth is in hot demand now. Previously, immigrants of the Earth's ocean would be aliens, while those on land would be us Earthlings, Su Exine said. Over 10,000 years of development, Earthlings are now scattered all over the Ganwu universe, and even in other universes. The numbers are immeasurable. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. In the past, the Earthling population has never been able to achieve a breakthrough. That was because there was a limitation of land. With the limitation lifted, there was a large quantity of grains as provisions. If there was a rapid multiplication of Earthling population thereafter, it would be understandable. Said Su Exine. Just like that, the Earthling population has multiplied to such a massive number that it might be incomparable. Putting others aside, just the number of people in our Luo family is intimidating enough. Luo Feng nodded. The population in Luo family had long exceeded the size of one starfield. No matter how development progressed, to increase the population size by 100 million times in 5,000 years was normal, but for a development that had progressed for more than 100,000 years, the population size would be so massive that it sounded exaggerated. Regardless of how much power the Luo family had, their massive size would still go under the influence of territorial limitations. Therefore, many members of the Luo family had to settle down on other planets or even in other universes. If the massive Luo family would face such a situation, what would the overall situation on Earth look like? At the Earth Management Association level, making use of the virtual universe would still be impossible to create identification records of every Earthling. After all, in the vast universe, if unfortunate events like air crashes happen and Earthlings were caught and enslaved by mineral planets, in a place where the population was so immense that it was impossible to keep track, the Earth Management Association would not be able to cover everything or everyone comprehensively. The population is too big, Su Exine said. Now we have to authenticate all the Earthlings' identities. Firstly, identity registration. More than 99% have been documented. Secondly, gene authentication. The Earthling branch of the family has a unique kind of gene that is very different from the other races among humanity. On Earth, land domain must be occupied by Earthling residents. If it were occupied by the other races, no matter how powerful or wealthy they were, they would not be granted the right of abode. Time passed, and the right to reside on Earth is in hot demand now. There are some residents on Earth who yearn for a more luxurious life. Therefore, they sold off their rights of abode and left Earth for another life planet. Maybe this was how some became planet horde leaders. Because the right to reside on the land on Earth can only be traded between Earthlings, the price was not as exaggerated as the value that alien immigrants had set. But it was nonetheless extremely high. Wanting to become a planet horde leader, wanting a life with illimitable luxuries, or wanting to become a great being with the ability to purchase great quantities of resources. The bottom line is, the right to reside on land on Earth is continually being traded, as there are some Earth elites with status and power who are continually entering Earth. There will be changes from generation to generation. Those who are able to enter Earth are all the cream of the crop. They have roamed the universe and established their business empires, or have become great fighters or great spirit readers. Therefore, more than half of our elites from the trillions of people of our entire Earth branch are gathered here on Earth. Su Exine smiled. Which was why, on Earth, star traveler levels are frequently seen. Even star levels to universe levels can often be seen. There are also quite a few undying beings living here on Earth. Luo Feng sighed and nodded. The undying spirit. It was true that with enough cultivation, the chances of becoming a great being would increase. Now, the Earthling branch had a total of 11 undying spirits, including Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God. 5 were staying on Earth. The number of sector lords was even bigger. With such might and power, it was no wonder universe masters of the 5 major factions of humanity thought so highly of Earth. The rig. HT of abode on Earth's land can be freely traded as one pleases. Luo Feng asked. So long as it is a transaction between an Earthling and Earth, free trading is the best option. Su Exine shook her head. One end is willing to buy, and the other end is willing to sell. Who can stop them? This would help our Earth branch's holy ground to continue rising up the ranks. After all, this is where over half the elites from the Earth branch are gathered. But Earthlings of high status and with strong powers would all want their future generations to get stronger, even if those Earthlings were already used to living on other planets. But for their younger generations, they would purchase the right of abode on Earth and send 2 to 3 family members over to stay here on Earth. It can also be said this way. Earth is where more than 50% of elites of the Earthling branch are gathered. Out of the first million Earth elites, 99% of them hold the right of abode on Earth. Luo Feng nodded. This was good too. The longer they took, the higher the status of the holy ground, Earth, would be. It had only been over 100,000 years of developing since the Earthling branch became a universe. There were many aspects of it that were yet to be considered extremely powerful, like the number of great beings, the power of its associations, and many more. As time passed, elites of this branch would gradually emerge into prominence. According to what the higher-ups of humanity calculated, the Earthling branch's continual development would be comparable to at least 10% of humanity. How many undying spirits would that be? How many universe knights? Clearly, the potential of the Earthling branch had just emerged and had yet to be fully unleashed. This unleashing of potential would need enough time. The greatest difficulty now is that the outstanding youths of our Earthling branch are unable to receive the best cultivation they could get, Su Exine said. Based on the data we retrieved from the alien immigrants, once a wife gets pregnant, she should enter Earth within the first 3 months of pregnancy. If the entire process from the gestation period of the fetus to the day the baby is born happens under the influence of Earth's environment, then there is bound to be a transformation. Therefore, it is crucial to rush to Earth during the first 3 months of pregnancy. Any later than that, and the effect will be very different. Our Earth Management Association manages a large number of Earthling youths, cultivating them with great care, then singling out the cream of the crop for deeper cultivation. We have wealth. But teaching them required a great deal of resources, for instance, a good teacher and a conducive environment for them to train in. Our family alone is insufficient. What we have come up with so far is nothing compared to the cultivation mechanism of the Ganwu universe. This has, to a certain degree, affected the rising of the Earthling branch. Luo Feng nodded and considered for a while. I will make arrangements as quickly as I can, he Luo Feng. Cultivation was very important. Like Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, if they had not stepped off Earth and advanced into the universe, if Luo Feng had not received Yun Emo Star Master's treasure and Babada's guidance, then naturally Golden Horned Beast would be gloriously sacrificed. The 3 of them would obviously be greatly limited, and the chances of attaining the universe level would also have been very low. Yet the moment they received cultivation, all 3 each displayed a dazzling light and were completely different right away. And if the Earthling branch wanted to rise up to recognition, cultivating the new and younger generations was obviously crucial. The mechanism that other universe masters use to cultivate their younger generations is highly matured, said Luo Feng. I shall take some reference from them and then make use of my own resources to establish my own mechanism. That should do. Luo Feng nodded to himself. Humanity has many places for cultivating their kind. The only problem is that even universe knights are not qualified to arrange for a large batch of members to undergo training simultaneously. But a universe master could. For instance, sending their family members to Blood River World or some other places. Of course, Luo Feng also needed to pay a small price for it, but to him, it was a piece of cake. After the alien immigrants' major move out of Earth, Earth started to undergo transformation once again. Making use of marine resources, recoordinating ocean and land, the natural order was enhanced to nearing perfection. Also, some restructuring was done to the numerous floating cities that were once occupied by alien immigrants to make them more suited for Earthlings to live in. The floating cities were normally a few hundred stories to 1,000 stories high. If residing on land was said to be done using 1 or 2 stories of land, then on a floating city of an alien immigrant, it would be considered a highly effective use of space. Adding up the surface area of the vast oceans, the total would come to a much greater amount compared to that of land. Although the distance between floating cities was vast, when all the floating cities suspended in the skies above the vast oceans like the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Indian Ocean were put together, the amount of space could accommodate a few 100 billion people. This will be able to accommodate a few 100 billion of people. We can then allow many young Earthling mothers to be to quickly enter Earth. We should also try our best to get them to arrive here on Earth within the first 3 months of pregnancy. Earthlings who were born on Earth, their cultivability is much stronger. On the other hand, for Earthlings born on extraterrestrial planets, the chances of producing great beings are worrying because they are much too low. Various plans were speedily formulated. Then, one by one, they were implemented. The first thing Luo Feng did when he returned to Earth was to make use of his power to start boosting the development of the Earth branch. He made a perfect combination out of his resources and the race's resources, which then sped up the rate of development of the Earthling branch tremendously. He believed that soon, it would not be wishful thinking for the Earthling branch to want to be stronger than the Yen-Shin race branch. If the Earthling branch can have some universe knights and a large number of undying spirits and go on to see the emergence of a universe master, that would be even greater. Luo Feng secretly looked forward to this. However, it would require a long time. There were several beasts on the farms where weeds were growing. Many varieties of broken cars sat abandoned and ruined on the highway. Some of them were tipped over, and the dust on the highway told its history. A shadow walked on the highway. Reserve? Luo Feng walked on the shabby highway, recalling the past a long time ago when he first joined the Firehammer Squad and adventured in the wilderness. He remembered Qin Gu, who used fiery weapons, who was very friendly to him. He remembered Zhang Ku, who lost his arm. The Wei brothers, who were skilled with a scimitar. And of course, that Captain Gao who was powerful with hammers. It's been more than 100,000 years. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. Those were the brothers who had endured troubles with him before. However, Luo Feng had been adventuring through the universe, and he didn't even have time to see his family members. As for those old friends, he had only seen them a few times. Luo's family had been secretly helping those old friends without affecting their lives. Time was cruel, however, and more than half of Luo Feng's friends had died. Although Luo Feng's family had infinite wealth, it still had control over resources. The family would help their old friends, but they wouldn't improve their friends' power to at universe level or domain lord level. There were still many reserves on Earth, which were remains from the era of Headquarter City. Some of the beasts were protected as endangered animals. Those animals were allowed to live in the reserves on the cracked highways in rolled-over cars. Ruined buildings in the reserves were renovated. New material was applied, material that could last for a long time. The surface was deliberately made to look ancient. After all, the concrete used before was not likely to be maintained. Tourists had to view them from spaceships in the sky. The areas could not be trespassed, and the beasts inside were off-limits. As for Luo Feng, he went in via teleportation. He had the highest access authority to the entire defense system of Earth, so he could get in without any problem. Luo Feng jumped up to the balcony on the 6th floor. He looked down. He could hear faint, beastly roars as he looked at the M1. Just like before, whispered Luo Feng. He frowned. Huh? He disappeared from the balcony. In a sky around 800 light-years away from Earth was a group of towering, resplendent palaces. Powerful guards walked within the palaces. Sector Lord guards and even undying servants were walking through corridors that were tens of millions of miles long. These were Luo Feng's godly palaces. Inside the tallest main palace, fires burned around 12 gigantic pillars. Suddenly, a giant being showed up on the throne. It was Luo Feng's 6,000-mile-tall body. He looked down at the three beings. Three beings bowed at the same time. Milky Way Horde Leader. Ganwu, Quangzhou, North Larva. Luo Feng smiled and looked down. You've done a great job. All of them had dealt with the issues he had asked them to do, and they had finished today. Of course, he needed to meet with the three of them. There was much more he needed these 3 Universe Knights to help him with. It's our honor to serve Horde Leader, said Quangzhou as he raised his head, followed by Ganwu Country Master and North Larva Knight. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. From now on, you'll be in charge of everything here. You can connect to the virtual universe if you need me, or you can crush your keepsake. Yes! 3 Universe Knights bowed. Luo Feng nodded and said, you may go now. The 3 Universe Knights bowed and left the palace. Luo Feng was 6,000 miles tall. He put his hands on the armrests and raised his head to look at the towering godly palace 6 million miles tall. Even for Luo Feng, the godly palace felt like an endless sky. The godly palaces are all so large, whispered Luo Feng. Okay. I've been studying the second level of Star Tower. However, I still haven't fully completed the second level of Shi-Wu Wings, which is inferior to Star Tower. I'll spend my time on Earth studying the Shi-Wu Wings. Luo Feng disappeared. He could arrive at Earth within one teleportation, as Earth was less than 1,000 light-years away from his godly palaces. As for the 3 Universe Knights, Undying Guards, and Sector Lord Guards and Servants, they had been arranged by the Virtual Universe Company. Generally, a Universe Master would select some Universe Knights as their disciples. There were only a few Universe Masters within the human race, most of whom were reluctant to take disciples, so most Universe Knights could be disciples of Universe Masters. Primal Chaos City leader wanted Luo Feng to take disciples. Luo Feng, however, not only needed to train himself, but also hadn't reached the Universe Master level at Law Comprehension. That was why he hadn't taken any disciples. Instead, he had chosen 3 Universe Knights to deal with his issues. Those Universe Knights who worked for Luo Feng directly had Luo Feng as a connection now. Those with connections were on a totally different level than those who didn't have them. Luo Feng firstly chose Ganwu Country Master and Guangzhou Knight, who were close to him. Then Ganwu Country Master had recommended North Larva Knight, who was his friend. Thus, these 3 Universe Knights were under Luo Feng now. Ganwu Country Master would never find himself in an embarrassing situation with Luo Feng as his connection. Ganwu, I can go to Horde Leader only because of you, said North Larva Knight. I can't even repay you. North Larva, we're best friends, said Ganwu Country Master, and you've helped me lots of times. This is nothing. Ganwu Country Master, Guangzhou Knight, and North Larva Knight had turned the tables around now. Having connections set them apart. They were bestowed with 1 ordinary true treasure each when Luo Feng admitted them. It was enough to make other Universe Knights jealous. Luo Feng made a portal connecting his god country with Earth. He was able to quickly go back to his god country from Earth and to arrive back at Earth from his god country. With that path, even space shock. 12 years passed. Haha. Shi-Wu Wing is more complicated than I thought, said Luo Feng. I've spent 12 years, and I've finally fully comprehended the second form. Luo Feng teleported from his palace to a silent sky hundreds of light years away. He didn't dare try the second form of the Shi-Wu Wings while on Earth. With his power, a slight trace of his Shi-Wu Wings could dismantle Earth. Luo Feng stood in space, his eyes gleaming. Let me see the power of the second form of Shi-Wu Wings. The 4-winged Shi-Wu Wings were a top-tier true treasure. The first form of the 4-winged Shi-Wu Wings was more powerful than the second form of the 2-winged Shi-Wu Wings. And the second form of the 4th wing should be more powerful than the 3rd form of the 2-wing version. The first form was called Space and Time in Disorder. But what about the second form? Endless burning power flooded Shi-Wu Wings along the engraving sculptures, and the power triggered all the sculptures. Instantly, the second level of sculptures on Shi-Wu Wings were completely utilized, and the silver wing immediately started to change. The wing became sharper, and golden threads appeared on it. An elegant but powerful force permeated from it. It made Shi-Wu Wings stronger than ordinary top-tier true treasures. The sky was enveloped in golden light. Luo Feng stood in the sky in silence. No matter how powerful the second form of Shi-Wu Wings was, Luo Feng wouldn't be overly surprised. Rather, the function of Shi-Wu Wings was what thrilled him. This. Luo Feng looked around. There is a star-level strange beast on a planet 1.2 light-years away. He looked in another direction. And there is a construction team 2.9 light-years away from me, reconstructing that planet. There's a spaceship 3.8 light-years away from me. There's Sector Lord team on patrol 19.6 light-years away from me. The 80 square light-year area was entirely enveloped by the blurry golden light. This area was completely under Luo Feng's control, and he knew everything that was happening within the area. How? How come? The more Luo Feng sensed everything around him, the more thrilled he got. Even Universe Masters aren't able to control such a giant area. Suppression. Luo Feng triggered the wing, and the constraining power on the space surged. All the spaceships in this area immediately slowed down. Some stars started to tremble. If Luo Feng didn't control his power intentionally, those stars would have been annihilated. Suppression. Luo Feng pointed to a star in the distance. The star, its 3 planets, and all the many asteroids held within its gravity were all annihilated under power that could kill a Universe Knight. A whole solar system vanished from existence just like that. So powerful. Luo Feng put all the suppression on himself. He could feel the incredible constraining power. It's stronger than that of Universe Masters. Luo Feng felt constraint akin to a Universe Master's control over space and time. He could tell clearly that his control over the area of 80 square light-years was more powerful than that of Universe Masters, but, of course, it was still inferior to that of Universe Supreme Masters. It's more powerful than that of Universe Masters. My Sherwu wings. Luo Feng was overjoyed. The first form can throw time and space into disorder, and the second form can fully control space and time. The control is stronger than that of Universe Masters, and so is the range. Luo Feng narrowed the golden light. I can control the size. Impressive. He smiled. From now on, I'll have the ability to control space and time. Who will doubt that I'm a Universe Master? Haha. It was within his expectations to discover that the second form had such a function, but it was an exhilarating surprise. I'll name the second form of Sherwu wings, whispered Luo Feng, who was covered with golden light, golden country. Form 1 of Sherwu wings, chaotic time-space. Form 2 of Sherwu wings, golden kingdom, considered an auxiliary power, but very much to Luo Feng's liking. After all, the greatest difference between a universe master and him would be the ability to control time and space. For instance, hunting and fighting used to be disadvantageous for him, but that weak spot had now been remedied. A radius of 80 light years, Luo Feng said. Even a top-tier domain-type true treasure like Thousand Treasure River was not as ridiculously immense. If the second form was already so strong, I cannot imagine the third form. Luo Feng started to examine the entire Sherwu wings with his godly power, covering every inch of the wings. There were some sculptures with secret engravings that appeared in his mind 1,000 times clearer than what the naked eye could see. Luo Feng took one look and immediately felt some disappointment. He understood that for the moment, this was the maximum power of Sherwu wings, or at least, the third form of secret engravings of this deformed Sherwu wings was originally imperfect. Clearly, Sherwu wings still lack certain components. At least, that was the case for the sculptures of secret engravings, where a part of the engravings is missing. No matter how powerful I am, it is impossible for me to activate the third form. To activate the third form, I must fulfill 2 requirements. Firstly, law comprehension acquired by oneself to attain a higher level of accomplishment in the studies of secret engravings. Secondly, finding the missing component of Sherwu wings to bring it nearer to perfection. After just one fusion, Sherwu wings had reached the level of a top-tier true treasure. If another fusion were to, Sherwu wings are indeed extraordinary, but I have no idea where I can find that missing component, Luo Feng lamented. He knew it would not be easy. Sherwu wings had belonged to Primal Chaos City Leader for a long time, yet even Primal Chaos City Leader was not able to discover any other components. However, he had not made use of Sherwu wings personally, so he would not have known. Luo Feng did use them, though. In addition, as countless great beings of the universe were gathered in the original star, Luo Feng managed to sense Tian Yang Night by chance encounter, which was how he learned about the other component of Sherwu wings, flowing light wings. Yet, through these years, as Luo Feng went into the original stars time and time again, he did not sense anything else that was new to him. Wanting to find the next component, the level of difficulty was palpable. Yet this feels strange too. The birth of Sherwu wings did not take place on an original star. If it did, then the original star would clearly indicate the level of this treasure. The treasure would have been divided into several components, and its birth would have taken place according to the divided pieces. What everyone has obtained would only be components, but all would understand how precious each component was. Tian Yang Knight and Teacher each received 1 wing, yet they did not see the greatness of this true treasure component. When Teacher first gave me his share, he said with surety that throughout the universe, he was the only one who had laid eyes on Sherwu wings. No second being had ever seen Sherwu wings before. Luo Feng said to himself. I have to ask Teacher about it again. I need to find out where exactly he found Sherwu wings. Luo Feng decided that he had to find the other components of Sherwu wings. If the power of the second form was this powerful, what would the power of the third form be like? Luo Feng was really looking forward to finding his answer. Time to head back. Luo Feng disappeared into the sky, which was still as quiet as ever. The only problem was, at a distance away, a galaxy was missing. The years of a great being were always so long that they felt like an eternity. The majority of the time passed by peacefully. This piece, however, was spent preparing for future fights. Wick H always seemed crazier than the preceding ones. The fights could be for their race, for power, or for oneself. I can't believe that the Disambiguation Temple is still not open by now. Luo Feng had been looking forward to the opening of the Disambiguation Temple. After all, it was a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. Only Star Tower could surpass it. The other treasures were lacking in comparison. Force Armor and Combat Blade Absolute Guest were all weaker by a notch. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to obtain such a true treasure. Naturally, it evoked an overwhelming sense of competitiveness in Luo Feng. At that time, Luo Feng was also cultivating the Beast God Path, which required him to study diagrams of secret engravings. So temporarily, he would be giving up on studying Star Tower, as the third level of secret engravings were shockingly complicated. This was clearly of a far higher level than all that he had studied previously. Only those who were more accomplished in the law comprehension and diagrams of secret engravings would be able to comprehend it. It was 165 years since Luo Feng first became Milky Way Horde leader. Within the Ancestral God's secret region, in an area on Redbud Island that was being enshrouded by the five-color Aurora Lake, Luo Feng stood by the railings of a pavilion and looked off into the distance, where he could see the public square in front of the palace of the Island Master. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the fountain resembling a curtain and strode through it to enter the land of inheritance. A moment later, he stepped out from behind the fountain. I already know how to use the ultimate technique of a universe master, and I have the heart of Beast God, he thought. Cultivating the Beast God path can be done at godlike speed. Also, I was fortunate that there is the land of inheritance, where I could always inherit, allowing my efficiency to be maximized. Luo Feng was clear on the fact that every time he entered the land of inheritance, a large amount of energy would be consumed. That was why the land of inheritance had very stringent control over the number of times one could enter. Usually, only those who newly joined were entitled to one free inheritance. Other times, everyone had to exchange for the chance to enter and inherit from the land of inheritance. Most of the other heirs could only make an exchange once in a blue moon. However, there was a year when Luo Feng had gone crazy engaging himself in various battles to the extent of fighting 620,000 battles. This had earned him many glory points, which could be used to exchange for many chances of entry. Usually, one would need to have acquired a new comprehension before another round of inheritance, so the sessions of energy-consuming inheritances were limited to a certain number. Luo Feng. A capacious voice rang by Luo Feng's ears and resonated in his mind. Huh. Standing by the waterfall, Luo Feng turned to look high up into the sky. A light emerged from the depths of five-color Aurora Lake that enveloped all that was beneath it. It moved to completely enshroud Luo Feng. One end of this light pillar kept Luo Feng enveloped. Looking carefully at the other end, Luo Feng saw that it was extended deep within the five-color Aurora Lake, all the way to the Ancestral God Palace. Ancestral God Palace. Luo Feng looked up and saw the colorful lights separating on their own to create a path for the light pillar to pass. Ancestral God, Luo Feng greeted. He recognized this voice. It was the voice of Doubleface Ancestral God. Come to me, the voice said. Instantly, an intangible power enveloped Luo Feng. The force brought Luo Feng up off Redbud Island and sent him on his way along the path of the light. Luo Feng went flying into the depths of five-color Aurora Lake in the direction of the Ancestral God Palace. At this point, Luo Feng's speed far exceeded the speed of light. Being able to reach such a speed in the primal universe was on thing. Obviously, only a universe supreme being was capable of such manipulation. Luo Feng did not fight this force. Given his power, he could have easily broken free from such restraint. Flying ahead, he could see the 3,000 stars, which represented 3,000 god worlds. He could also see the 72 general continents, where every continent was vast and imposing. Then he flew past Beast God Palace and the 8 Natural Beasts God Palace. Surrounding this were 16 other palaces. Arrived. Luo Feng landed on the massive, towering public square of the palace. Looking at this Ancestral God Palace from Redbud Island, the place had seemed immense and towering. Being on it, Luo Feng gained a true appreciation for how intimidating its size was. The entire palace exuded an endless, immensely strong power. This was an eye-opener even for someone like Luo Feng, who had laid eyes on various true treasures. This Ancestral God Palace must be a pinnacle flying palace true treasure. Luo Feng speculated. No other like the Ancestral God School. Even if humankind's teacher origin had yet to be suppressed, he would barely be comparable to this Ancestral God School. Luo Feng, come in. The voice was heard from within the large palace hall. Outside the hall, there were 8 guards clad in gold armor. They were all Universe Knights, and from the power exuded by the treasures they carried on them, their armor and weapons were true treasures. At this moment, all 8 knights were looking directly at Luo Feng. Yes, Luo Feng answered. He took a step forward and was instantly at the doorstep of the palace, where he made his way into the spacious hall. In the towering hall were many tall heavenly pillars that seemed never-ending. On every heavenly pillar was a totem engraving where the appearance of every race was engraved. There were sculptures with engravings of humans, bug soldiers, the automaton race, and there were also engravings of many other different NT races. Doubleface Ancestral God sat on his throne, the furthest one away. He looked toward Luo Feng and, with a smile, he asked, according to the information that your fellow humans have openly disseminated, you have fixed your chosen name as Milky Way Horde Leader? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Milky Way Horde Leader Luo Feng, you have been with the Ancestral God School for some time and also joined our sub-organization, Ancestral God said. You may be Milky Way Horde Leader now, but the Noble Universe Origin has told me that you have yet to become a Universe Master. You were able to make use of the ultimate technique of a universe master because you had an ability of another school of study, which had appeared in the primal universe for the first time. Luo Feng was secretly taken aback. The Ancestral God School openly made it known that they were the guardians of the universe origin. Even Primal Chaos City leader and company said that the universe origin was also reciprocating and guarding over the Ancestral God School. Previously, he had always managed to receive inheritances one after the other. Plus, he had created a technique with the help of another school of study. It seemed the rumors of the relationship between the Ancestral God School and universe origin were not unfounded. Both sides knew everything about one another. The day you truly become a universe master will be the day you become our guarding godly master, Ancestral God said, looking at Luo Feng. Then he continued, don't overanalyze. Every guarding godly master of the Ancestral God School is a universe master with extremely strong power. Ordinary universe masters will not be able to take up such a role. Every guarding godly master will have a few universe masters under his command. Luo Feng nodded. He already knew. Sky Beacon Godly Master, Nine Remoteness Godly Master. They were legendary existences in the universe. His current capability was certainly not enough for him to become a guarding godly master and to stand at equal rank as the rest. You joined the sub-organization of our Ancestral God School such a long time ago, but have yet to receive a single mission. Ancestral God looked at Luo Feng. Now, I am entrusting you with one. It does not implicate humanity, and the venue is very far away from the human domain. Are you willing to take up the mission? If it does not implicate humanity and my good friends, I would be happy to oblige, Luo Feng said. He had accepted numerous inheritances and received much kindness from Ancestral God. Earlier on, Ancestral God had even stepped forward personally to protect him from Virtual Real Demon Master. It was only right to reciprocate with his services. Hua! A golden ray flashed and stopped right before Luo Feng. It resembled a statue of a golden toad, and the eyes of the toad were dark gray. Take this with you and head over to this domain. Any life form that causes its eyes to turn red must be annihilated. Ansist. Rao God looked down at Luo Feng. And you will also need to investigate what actually happened. The universe origin has communicated with me over there. Something is happening that bodes ill for our primal universe. Luo Feng took hold of the golden toad and looked at its pair of eyes. They would turn red? Ancestral God, when its eyes turn red, does it represent how far away the life form is that is causing the eyes to turn red? Luo Feng asked. How big is its area of surveillance? About 60 million miles, Ancestral God said. Where your life imprint is. Control it, and you can clearly sense whether the reaction you have detected is caused by an actual life form or a foreign object. If it's an actual life form, no matter who it is, you must annihilate it. If you are unwilling to kill with your own hands, transmit your findings to me, and I shall deploy some other members. This is a new transmission token. The previous one that 9 Remoteness gave you carried a lower authority. You will not be able to connect with me directly using that. With this one, you can. A golden token drifted over to Luo Feng. He caught hold of it right away. Why did this golden token look so much like the transmission token that his teacher, Sitting Mountain Guest, had made? Go, Ancestral God ordered. For the sake of the noble universe origin, every life form that makes it see red has to be annihilated. Not even one can be spared. Understood. Luo Feng bowed. According to the area the Ancestral God gave me, it should be in the Yuan Ao secret region. On an arid mineral planet, a silver being broke the hard rocks. The rocks flew around, and the being already stood in space. Luo Feng looked to the sky in the distance, standing in space. This is the closest place to the Yuan Ao secret region that my slaves are able to transport to. Luo Feng nodded, then changed his godly body. The original Earthling body went back to the World Ring while Blood Cloud Palace leader showed up. Blood Cloud Palace leader shook his tail, and Blood Cloud Palace showed up. Go! He entered Blood Cloud Palace leader and sped up. He immediately entered the Dark Universe and started to travel quickly through the Dark Universe toward Yuan Ao secret region. After all, he was only working for the Ancestral God School, and it was not urgent. Luo Feng wouldn't teleport, as it would be tiring to teleport continuously for more than a day. On the other hand, traveling with Blood Cloud Palace was much slower than teleportation, but was still comparatively fast in the Dark Universe. Inside the primal secret region of the human territory, 2 beings stood near the palace of Primal Chaos City Leader. One was Primal Chaos City Leader, and the other was Huge Axe Founder. Chaos, said Huge Axe Founder. I decided to go to Universe Ocean. I might be away from the original universe for a long time. From now on, you'll be in charge of the issues in the human race. Universe Ocean? Primal Sea. House City Leader frowned. For a long time? For beings like Huge Axe Founder, it would take thousands, or even tens of thousands of years for training one time. This was why when Huge Axe Founder said a long time, it might actually mean a long time. It might even be counted using eras. However, Primal Chaos City Leader was baffled because he didn't think it should take Huge Axe Founder that long to venture to Universe Ocean. Primal Chaos City Leader looked to Huge Axe Founder in shock. Is that so? That's right. I decided to venture to Tilted Peak Sector. Huge Axe Founder said, revealing his true intention. Huge Axe, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Tilted Peak Sector? I got a Tilted Peak Sector remnant diagram, said Huge Axe Founder. With that remnant diagram, I can inspect some of the areas on that diagram, and if I get lucky, I might obtain a Supreme True Treasure. Even if I'm not lucky enough, I might also get a Pinnacle Domain type True Treasure. Remnant diagram, said Primal Chaos City Leader joyfully. A remnant diagram of Tilted Peak Sector? Yes! Huge Axe Founder nodded with a smile. Even Primal Chaos City Leader was excited by the news. Universe Ocean was a place broader and more dangerous than the original universe. It was boundless. No great beings knew the end of Universe Ocean. Universe Supreme Masters were low-key in the original universe. In Universe Ocean, however, they were all fierce and cunning, fighting and seizing at every chance. Universe Ocean was where the most true treasures were born. Almost all the Supreme True Treasures came from mysterious places in Universe Ocean like Tilted Peak Sector. It was the most dangerous land of extremists in Universe Ocean, but there were all sorts of Pinnacle True Treasures and even Supreme True Treasures hidden in Tilted Peak Sector. Of course, it was extremely dangerous as well. Just the possibility of getting lost was enough to terrify Universe Supreme Masters. There were no directions in it, and it was very easy to get lost. Even Universe Supreme Masters who were able to defend themselves against all kinds of dangers might never be able to get out of Tilted Peak Sector. Even Universe Supreme Masters wouldn't dare adventure there without a map, but no complete map of Tilted Peak Sector existed. Fortunately, there were maps of some areas made by all the great beings who adventured in it, and they combined the maps of those areas into a remnant diagram. Remnant diagrams were highly valued by all the powers in the universe. The rarer a remnant diagram was, the fewer adventurers would be present in the areas depicted, which meant a higher chance of finding true treasures. One remnant diagram was priceless enough to be fought for by Universe Supreme Masters. This is a remnant diagram of Tilted Peak Sector, said Huge Axe Founder solemnly. Based on what I know, there are few adventurers there. I got this remnant diagram by luck, and I have to get there as soon as possible. Who? G-Axe, my original body will go with you, said Primal Chaos City Leader. No! Huge Axe Founder shook his head. The deeper it is in Tilted Peak Sector, the more dangerous it will be. The ecstasy sound alone is able to make a Universe Master fall into an eternal sleep. Primal Chaos City Leader was shocked. That was right. The power hidden in Tilted Peak Sector was more terrifying than that of Universe Supreme Masters. Even if he had the clone technique, his other bodies would be affected if one of his body's souls was contaminated, at which point he would fall into an eternal sleep, which was not much different from demise. I know all the most dangerous areas in Tilted Peak Sector, said Huge Axe Founder. My life won't be in danger unless I go to those areas. However, I'll strictly follow that remnant picture, and if it's incorrect, I'll go back immediately. Okay, be careful, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Haha. It's already very fortunate for me to get this remnant diagram, and this diagram covers a large area, said Huge Axe Founder. It might be made by the powers before the Grant incarnation. I can search further using the remnant diagram, and if I'm lucky enough, I can get a Supreme True Treasure by spending enough time. You'll be in charge of everything now. Huge Axe Founder disappeared. Primal Chaos City Leader stood in the sky for a long time, then nodded. If Huge Axe Founder can get a Supreme True Treasure, we humans will be more powerful. He teleported himself back to his palace. Luo Feng moved swiftly through the dark universe via Blood Cloud Palace and arrived at a secret region in a corner of the original universe in 8 days. It was Yuan Ao's secret region. Yuan Ao's secret region. Luo Feng stood in the space of Yuan Ao's secret region. He waved his hand, and the golden toad appeared. Its eyes were still gray. This must be Yuan Ao's secret region, based on the information from Ancestral God. There are 12 vast lands in Yuan Ao's secret region. The smallest has a diameter of 1 light year, and the largest has a diameter of almost 8 light years. There are many life forms of other races living on it. Luo Feng nodded. The entire secret region belongs to Yuan Ao Master. There was a significant number of life forms living in those vast lands, and it was normal that many sector lords were born in those lands. However, only a limited number of special life forms existed in one territory, and the fewer life forms there were, the more nurturing they could receive. Although there were plenty of individuals here, the number of great beings was significantly smaller than those in other territories. There are so many lives, and it's easy for undying fighters to be born, yet it's difficult for universe knights to be born, thought Luo Feng. And there are no other universe masters in Yuan Ao's secret region other than Yuan Ao Master. Besides, Yuan Ao Master is a special life form. Yuan Ao Master was a special life form with an enormous amount of power, and he roamed the universe all alone. He must have felt lonely, which may have been why he seized life forms in the universe from the weaker races. He seized hundreds of millions of individuals from different races. The most powerful one of those might only be a Universe Knight who didn't dare to go against a Universe Master. Besides, Yuan Ao Master only seized hundreds of millions of lives from trillions of life forms within a race. There were so many races in the universe, and other than pinnacle races and powerful races, there were plenty of ordinary races and weak races. Yuan Ao Master had seized life forms from 100 different races and put them in 12 vast lands for them to breed. There were more and more lives born in those lands, and Yuan Ao Master kept enlarging the lands. Now, there were zillions of individuals on those lands. There were undying fighters born in those lands, and the ordinary life forms believed in those undying fighters and followed them. Of course, there was a supreme god on those 12 lands. It was Yuan Ao Supreme God, worshipped by all in the 12 lands. Yuan Ao Master seized all those life forms, and he manipulated undying wars using the undying fighters under him, whispered Luo Feng. Ordinary life forms fight each other in those undying wars where many great beings were born. Thousands of undying fighters manipulated the undying wars, and the wars are like proving grounds. Dozens of Universe Knights were born in the conflicts, followed by thousands of undying fighters. Luo Feng smiled. Of course, those Universe Knights were useless, as he had killed more than 6,000 Universe Knights with one move. The real value of those Universe Knights was their potential to become Universe Masters, even one of them. Based on what Ancestral God said, something hazardous to the universe origin is happening here. Luo Feng nodded. I'll go to those lands and inspect them. After all the lives in the secret region are in those lands. Luo Feng teleported himself 1,000 light years away, and instantly, he had already traveled 1,000,000 light years. Suddenly, a boundless land appeared before him. It was one of the 12 lands that belonged to Yuan Ao Master. This must be Juan Land. There was a 7-color light membrane that was as thin as a piece of film high up in the sky covering the vast continent. It had an extremely strong resistance, but Luo Feng could easily pass through it. This resistance, I think only a Sector Lord will be able to penetrate. Luo Feng nodded slightly, then headed downward to the ground. Just being high up in the sky, Luo Feng could feel an extremely strong suction force from beneath. It was so strong that Luo Feng was taken aback. Such a strong force, he said. I think only those of universe level would be able to keep flying under such force. He only flashed about in midair for a short moment before he landed on the vast grounds. The moment his feet touched the ground as he landed, the strong suction force weakened to be almost negligible, all within an instant. Luo Feng commented lightly, Yuan Ao Master really put in a lot of thought and effort when he created these 12 continents. One great continent and one 7-color light membrane. There must be a repulsive force between the two so as not to feel such a strong repulsive force upon landing. Luo Feng could not help but marvel at the capability of Yuan Ao Master, who came to existence during the earliest period after the birth of the universe. At the very least, his efforts were evident in the creation of these 12 continents. Luo Feng scanned his surroundings. This was a deserted plain in pitch-black darkness. At first glance, there were countless skeletons left lying on the grounds, and many were already decomposing. There were some that were still sturdy and whole. Obviously, the death was not too long ago. This battlefield occupies a space around 6,000 miles wide, Luo Feng said to himself. Among the corpses lying around, there are some who were highly skilled, while the others were mediocre. The best around here is merely a Sector Lord. With his godly power, he investigated the entire battlefield and discovered the corpses of 3 Sector Lords. One was buried deep underground while the other 2 were hidden deep within the mountains. On either side of the battlefield, there was an incomparably majestic ancient city. On the wall surrounding both cities, for a distance of at least 6,000 miles, there were large numbers of warriors on patrol. These warriors looked like they all came from different races, and the city's walls reeked of blood, as though they were telling the cruelest stories found in the history of war. Battlefield? Impregnable passes on both sides? Luo Feng underwent a rapid transformation where his wings became a dark green color, and his hairstyle became a cropped, short, and fiery red. His skin also turned dark green. This look resembled the soldiers of one of the races he managed to detect when he investigated the place with his godly power. I cannot identify this race at all. He conducted his investigation with his consciousness, rapidly scanning through the virtual universe, but what he found gave him a good shock. Ka Vulture Clan? This weak little race disappeared from the universe a long time ago. Only some remnants of it are left in the Yuan Ao region. Luo Feng sighed. Previously, when Yuan Ao Master rampantly plundered about, who would have expected him to leave behind a trace of this Ka Vulture Clan? With one step, Luo Feng crossed the majestic frontier of the city, which was more than 6,000 miles away from where he was. Luo Feng appeared in the sky above the incomparably luxurious and vast city where thousands of people were bustling with excitement. Luo Feng was positioned high up in the sky, so naturally, those ordinary life forms would not be able to see him. Luo Feng checked the golden toad that he held and his left palm. Both eyes were still gray. Still gray. Every continent is immeasurably massive. This toad with its gray eyes will only be able to detect if I am within a distance of 60 million miles away from my target. How long will that take? Luo Feng took another step forward. He would continue investigating until he reached the 60 million mile range. Luo Feng embarked on a long period of investigative works. Out of these 12 continents, the one of the smallest diameter would be around 1 light year, and the biggest could be as big as 8 light years. Every time Luo Feng teleported, he made sure to maintain 60 million miles, so if he were to teleport 10,000 times a day, it would take 10 days for him to pass through a continent with a diameter of 1 light year. And the width itself was already 1 light year. If I had to look into 12 such continents, I'm afraid I would need several tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, the investigative works would only require some efforts on my part. Therefore, Luo Feng only took out a trace of his consciousness to begin on this long journey of investigative works. The bulk of his consciousness was completely devoted to studying the beast god path and pictures of secret engravings. In the twinkling of an eye, Luo Feng had spent half a year on this continent. Nothing. There is nothing here either. Here. Huh? It's red now. After teleporting repeatedly, Luo Feng suddenly stopped. The eyes of the golden toad in his hand turned fiery red. After half a year of probing around, this was the first time the eyes of the golden toad had turned red. Naturally, Luo Feng was so overwhelmed with emotions that his other bodies temporarily stopped cultivating too. In that direction, Luo Feng looked up into the distance. With one teleportation, he reached around 1 million miles away from his target. Thereafter, Luo Feng started flying. 1 million miles. I can make it there in a split moment. I have to see for myself what the situation is around the target. What could be so highly regarded by Ancestral God of the Ancestral God School, the universe's top power, who even mentioned that something terrible might happen to the primal universe? Luo Feng did not dare to be the least bit careless and maintained due vigilance. After all, Ancestral God mentioned that something bodes ill for the primal universe, so it would be no simple affair after all. Flying high in the air, Luo Feng's godly power investigated within 6,000 miles of his surroundings as he did not dare to probe too far away, lest he alerted his target unnecessarily and gave it the chance for escape. This was Luo Feng's first time investigating a vast continent so meticulously. This task showed him scenes depicting snippets of life on this continent where various events of love and hatred unfolded before him. Luo Feng got to see the uniqueness of the civilization on this dark continent with his own eyes, and that made him happy. Estang fellow, unlucky fellow. Luo Feng's power suddenly locked down on a certain spot of this continent. Mighty Flame family, just you wait. I, Bua, will become the great Holy One, and then I will raise the entire Mighty Flame fortress to the ground. A burly rider was seen on the back of his gigantic demon beast with tusks. He was tall, bulky, and his entire body was covered with sturdy armor. By the sides of his demon beast were 2 large, blood-red axes. On his face, there was a scar slashed across half of his face, adding on to his ferocity. How dare you insult me like that? I served him well, fought for him with my life, and yet he dared insult me so. Even my maid was snatched away from me and given to someone else. I will take my revenge, I definitely will. I will be back, and I will come back as the Great Holy One and stamp on the entire Mighty Flame Fortress until it becomes nothing but a flat piece of land. The demon beast rider cursed and swore. Then his demon beast took off in a sprint. Rumbling of hooves were heard from behind. The demon beast rider looked behind, and for the moment, his eyes widened as he went pale. Behind him, an army of at least 100 demon beast riders were charging toward him with murderous intentions. Gaga gaga. A piercing sound was heard from the sky, causing this demon beast rider, Bua, to look up. In midair, there was a gigantic beast that was fiery red all over, and its scaled armor and wings were surrounded by a ring of flames. Fire Pterosaur. There are only 9 fire pterosaurs in Mighty Flame Fortress, and just to kill me, a 5th grade rider, they have mobilized a fire pterosaur and 100 demon beast riders. Bua's eyes revealed a look of insanity as he grabbed a rider's rifle that was a good 36 feet long from the back of his demon beast in one swift move. With both hands, he held the rifle and took aim at the fire pterosaur fast approaching him from high up in the air. Beads of perspiration rolled down Bua's face as his entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth and stared. It was not fear he felt, it was because the fire pterosaur charging down from the sky was overwhelmingly oppressive. To be a worthy opponent of a fire pterosaur, one needed to be a 9th-grade rider, which was just second to the level of a holy one. He was merely a 5th-grade rider. Combining the efforts of 1,000 riders of his level would still be unable to defeat one fire pterosaur. The demon beast he was riding went soft in the knees and fell. Buah fell off its back in midair and crashed to the ground rapidly. Although his body was in a somersault as he fell, his hands were still holding onto the rifle and aiming at midair. Mighty Flame Family! Mighty Flame Family! You wretched beings! Buah roared. Even if I, the great Buah, were to perish now, I would come back as a demon rider to haunt you all. Ha ha! Demon rider. In your dreams. The fire pterosaur was hovering in midair while the other demon beast riders caught up at top speed. Soon, Buah was heavily surrounded. This troop of demon beast riders. Luo Feng judged from where he was, high up in the sky, and seemed to consist of 3 different races. In terms of power, that flying beast should probably be of a star level 7th to 8th grade standard. Although flying was usually only possible for beings of universe level, this beast had wings and the innate ability it could rely on, so flying was already almost possible. As for those riders, they should mostly be of the Star Traveler level standard. The highest of the lot would, at most, be at a Star Traveler level 9th grade standard. A rider wearing the most elegant armor, who was riding a snow-white, single-horned beast, said, Buah, I am not going to be a bully. My underlings are not fighting you, only me. I will fight you. Come, come, Uncle Buah shall spank your bottom. Buah, holding on to his gigantic rifle, grinned. He was like a crazy demon as he stared at the handsome rider. He was aware that before the mighty Flame Family, he was a puny nobody. Even though he knew that putting up a resistance would cost him his life, he was not going to take it lying down. Suddenly, everything between heaven and earth fell into silence. It was as though time stopped. Even the wild grass by the roadside that was bending in the direction of the winds froze in their respective positions. The riders and the beast hovering in midair stopped moving too. What is happening? Buah was terrified as he held onto his rifle. A lone figure approached him slowly, a smile on his face as he looked at Buah. You shall do, said the man with his dark green wings. He looked at Buah, and an invisible force held Buah captive. Around 600 miles away, in the middle of a deserted plain, Buah was released and fell onto the ground. He immediately stood up, while continuing to blabber, I must have encountered a ghost. Could Uncle Buah have met with a demon ghost? Where's the fire pterosaur? Where's this? Ah. The big, burly man looked at the figure standing in front of him with great terror. The figure wore a black robe that looked harmlessly simple. With his dark green wings and skin and his fiery red, cropped hair, his entire being seemed to exude a faint, mysterious aura. Sir. Buah bowed immediately. Luo Feng looked at Buah. After arriving at your world, I needed to find a life form to ask about certain things. You're the chosen one. I know you are fearful of that mighty Flame Family. Fret not. The troop that was after you will think you have escaped far away. Oh! You are guessing who I am? A holy one? A legendary being? A demigod? Buah's fear intensified. This being before him knew all the thoughts that were going through his mind. Luo Feng laughed. Being at universe level, he could easily conduct a soul search on another being at a Star Traveler level, given his current power. There was no way the thoughts of a weak little fellow could escape investigation. Luo Feng teased this fellow for fun, but at the same time, he was speedily scanning through his memories to conduct a meticulous search. Interesting world. Interesting young fellow. Luo Feng looked at Buah. At the same time, he turned to look far away into the mountains. Whatever caused the eyes of the golden toad to turn red is in that direction, and what lives there is actually what the locals call a legendary being. I admire your character, but I am curious to know what you will become if you own great power. Luo Feng studied Buah, who was in a mixed state of fear and uneasiness. Suddenly, a kiwi fruit seed, something ordinary that came from the universe, appeared on Luo Feng's palm. It was one of the countless materials hidden within Luo Feng's world ring. The next moment, it transformed into a stream of green light and enshrouded Buah. Buah was in great shock. Within an instant, he was entirely enveloped in that green light. Under the subtle control of Luo Feng's godly power, Buah's body continuously absorbed the essence of energy and achieved breakthroughs repeatedly. His life gene level was soaring at a frightening speed, almost instantaneously. Within a short moment, a 9th grade universe-level being was born. Luo Feng smiled as he watched everything happen. Since he had already obtained the information he needed, then what he had done to Buah was merely out of randomness to appease his earlier curiosity. To a great universe master, the value of a small seed taken from the universe could most probably be neglected. Turning around, Luo Feng stepped forward and left. Buah felt endless pain permeating his body. It came from the improvement of his life gene. He couldn't even think straight. He could barely open his eyes. All of a sudden, even the mountain range in the distance became clear. Buah felt that his hearing and sight were thousands of times better. So powerful. Impressive. The scars on Buah's face had already disappeared, and his face became clear. He extended his thick arms and swung them. Puh. The armor on his body cracked. Buah felt that the armor on his body was as fragile as paper. It could be destroyed if he simply tightened his muscles, which dazed him. Buah immediately started to search himself, and he was totally shocked. Is this real? Buah floated in the sky, and the original power in his body made him growl. He surged like a trace of light, then flew in an S-shaped curve. He dove and stopped when just 1 inch away from the ground. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. It's real. I became a saint. And I'm a pinnacle saint now. It's only 1 step away from a legend. Ha ha ha. The Yuan Ao Supreme God. The Great Pava God. Buah was exhilarated. There were billions of life forms on Juan land, and it was a long way from level 1 to level 9. Buah, as an example, had become an apprentice of a knight, and all he had done was to deal with minor issues for a second-level knight. He could grow only after being instructed. After becoming a knight, he would need to go through one war after another, wars among horde leaders, and even wars among empires. He had been to armies and slave camps, and he had survived all of them. He successfully passed level 3 and level 4 and entered Mighty Flame Family, becoming one of its knights. Mighty Flame Family was a family that ruled a large area, and there was a saint in the family. It was extremely difficult to progress from level 3 to level 4. And this was the case from level 6 to level 7 as well. As for becoming a saint from level 9, it was even more difficult. Once someone became a saint, he would be able to travel the sky and land and to become a great being on Juan land. When someone became a legend, it was an incredible achievement. It would be easy for them to establish a horde leader kingdom, and once someone became a half-god, he would be able to establish an empire. Those who were under level 3 didn't matter at all. It had taken Buah decades to become a 5th level knight. Saint. I'm now a pinnacle saint, and I'm 1 step away from becoming a legend. Buah was thrilled. I heard that only being blessed by God can make someone's power surge like this. Otherwise, it might take me thousands of years to become a pinnacle saint. That great being must be a god. Isn't that Pova God? Buah's body trembled. There were hundreds of gods on Juan land, and each of them ruled areas of trillions of square miles. Other god. Buah was terrified. Godly wars were the norm on Juan land. I can't tell anyone, not even my wife and children. It'll be a disaster if I do so. Buah clenched his teeth and smirked. He looked toward Mighty Flame Castle. Mighty Flame Castle. The leader only became a saint around 100 years ago, and it's a long way to go for him to become a pinnacle saint. My joyful days have come. I'll rule a land, build a castle, and have tens of thousands of women living in my castle. Buah shook his body, and the armor turned into ashes. He gathered his original power and made new armor, then flew toward that Mighty Flame Castle. Luo Feng stood in the sky and overlooked the mountains in the distance. Furious Flame Mountain. The target is there. Luo Feng looked in the distance. The ancestral god from the ancestral god school showed up. Is it a life or a valuable? Luo Feng had already completely forgotten about Buah, who he just rescued. He only needed to get to know the world, which was why he had chosen Buah, and he had compensated him by improving his life gene level. According to the memories of Buah, the mountain in front of Luo Feng was called Furious Flame Mountain, and a legend lived in there. A legend? Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. Although Juan land was in a universe secret region, Yuan Ao Master put too many life forms in the land, which led to overpopulation. They were only able to get a tiny portion of universe energies. Besides, Yuan Ao Master only sees life forms from weak races who had limited potential, so most of the individuals on Juan land were not more powerful than adult Earthlings. Level 1 to level 3 were under Star Traveler level. Level 4 to level 6 were Star Traveler level, and level 7 to level 9 were Star level. Saints were at Universe level. Legends were at Domain Lord level. Half-deities were Sector Lords. As for deities, they were undying. More than one legend lives in this angry flame mountain, Luo Feng thought as he was able to sense the power ripple. I can't let anyone go. Luo Feng became solemn. Angry Flame Mountain was over 600,000 miles long, and there were powerful demon beasts living in it, so no civilians were living around the mountain. Deep inside Angry Flame Mountain, in a black castle surrounded by mountains, boiling magma flowed under the castle, and there were strange beasts living in the magma. There were golden-armored knights around the castle, and all of them were at the 9th level. The castle was surrounded by magma. A black metal bridge was connecting the door and the outside. A white-caped elder approached from the distance, and each step took him over 300 feet. There was white light glowing around him, and Luo Feng could tell that he was a legend. Soon, that legend walked onto the bridge. "Open the door," shouted the elder. The door opened slowly, and a flamed knight stood in front of the door. That knight was also a legend. "Why are you here?" asked the flame knight. "Don't you know you can't come here unless you have something urgent?" "I do have something urgent to tell the great Pova god," said the white-caped elder as he walked inside the black castle. Inside a palace of the castle, a gleaming, undying fighter sat on the throne. Pova god looked down at the servants and was listening to his servants report to him. He felt superior. After all, he manipulated the wars and the slaughtering in his territory, making the empires more and more hostile toward each other. He would only show himself when everything went out of his control. "You've done well," said Pova god. The white-caped elder began to tear up from the great deity's compliment. The white-caped elder was waiting for instructions for the next step. However, he saw a blurry, golden light. He raised his head and found that. "Where's Pova god?" Pova god, who had previously been on the throne and emanating golden light, had disappeared. The servants and the 3 half-deities were all dazed. Then a half-deity said, "Pova god is resting now. I need instructions for the next step." The white-caped elder was anxious, but he answered, "Sure." Those in the palace all left, including the half-deities, as they all thought that Pova god had left for something important. What they didn't know was that Pova god was sitting on the throne all the time, but those sector lords and domain lords weren't able to see him anymore. Who are you?" Pova god gazed at the man in front of him, terrified as never before. The dimming golden light covered an area of 300 square feet, and the power contained in the golden light petrified Pova god. Luo Feng looked at Pova god in front of him and couldn't help laughing at himself inside. "I was so careful and performed the most powerful binding skill I have, Golden Country. I didn't expect my target to be a weak undying fighter." Luo Feng had performed Golden Country in the sky above Angry Flame Mountain, and he immediately narrowed the range when he found that his target was too weak, which was why those half-deities saw a golden flash. "Tell me everything important in your life," said Luo Feng. Sure, said Pova god. "I was born in." Luo Feng seemed to be listening, but actually, he had performed an illusion. After all, his mind and willpower were at the universe master level, and he was a spiritual force leader, even though he was not good at illusion. He was a great being following the engraving path. He had created several illusion skills, which easily trapped Pova god. Luo Feng easily searched his memories. Luo Feng could tell from the golden toad that his target was Pova god in front of him. However, he couldn't believe that a mere undying fighter could be harmful to the original universe, or that ancestral god sent him just for this. Luo Feng felt that something wrong. He could sense that Pova god was only a part of the whole. An undying fighter who had lived for an eternity had enormous memories. Fortunately, Luo Feng's brain worked incredibly fast, though it still took him around 5 minutes to categorize all the memories of Pova god. Still, the result dazed Luo Feng a little bit. I didn't find anything special or worth hesitating." Luo Feng was a bit surprised. "I became a general after becoming a saint," said Pova god, speaking like a robot. He had lost all the light in his eyes. Luo Feng looked at Pova god, frowning. Pova god was an undying fighter born on Juan Empire, and he had started from the bottom. After becoming a half-deity, he had established an empire. He led the empire to join wars upon wars, and after the empire fell, he started to adventure in Juan land alone. Eventually, he became an undying fighter. Pova god's soul was then controlled by Torch Smelting Master God, and then he joined Torch Smelting Master God. Based on Pova god's memories, the hundreds of undying fighters on Juan land were divided into 2 teams. One of them was on the Torch Smelting team, and the other was on the Mohi team. When the teams fought each other, they were led by top-tier great beings from different empires, and they were led by undying fighters. That's all. There's nothing special in Pova god's memories. Luo Feng was confused as the memories of Pova god were normal. Now that I know his memories. Luo Feng looked at Pova god sitting in front of him. Following ancestral god's order, everyone who makes the eyes of Golden Toad turn red should be killed. The dimming golden light was surrounding Pova god as well. Luo Feng moved his mind, and the power from Golden Country annihilated Pova god's godly body. The power of Golden Country was much stronger than a universe master's control over space and time, and it was at the same level as a top-tier domain-type true treasure. If it was fully utilized, top-tier universe overlords would be executed. As for a mere undying fighter, a mere slice of power could annihilate him. There was a vast desert on the vast Juan land, and at the end of the desert was a huge forest at the end of a boundless swamp bordered by mountain ranges rimmed with volcanoes. A towering palace stood at the center of the volcanoes. This was the top godly palace of the Torch Smelting Camp. It was where Torch Smelting Master God lived. The sinister aura of the godly palace and the sector lord-level demon beasts were enough to stop countless great beings. Torch-smelting Master God was holding a scepter and standing at the high of the godly palace. He looked confused. Pova God died. Based on the information Pova God gave me, the enemy is someone too powerful for him to fight, and he can emanate golden domain, which was strong enough to terrify him. Can it be other Master Gods? Torch-smelting Master God wondered. He didn't expect it to be a being from the outside, as Yuan Ao's secret region belonged to Yuan Ao Master, who had a high status in the universe. Yuan Ao Master had become a universe master at the start of the universe, and he wasn't easy to contend with. No powers were willing to mess with Yuan Ao Master. Torch-smelting Master God found it impossible for Yuan Ao Master to have killed that one. That power must have at least come from a Master God. Based on the descriptions, he looks like someone from Kavulture Clan, but Kavulture Clan doesn't have a Master God. Was he turned from my enemies? Also, that golden domain is so powerful. Is that from a domain-type true treasure? Or a domain-type treasure? There were only a few dozen universe knights under Yuan Ao Master, and only 3 of them had been bestowed true treasures. Why didn't he kill Pova God right away? Torch-smelting Master God was irritated. Although he controlled Pova God's soul, Pova God had stopped sending messages after first contact with the mysterious being, and he couldn't get in touch with Pova God. As for God Country transportation, Torch-smelting Master God hadn't even thought of that, as he didn't want to fight a Master God. Humph. I'll wait and see. There are over 100 Undying Fighters under me, and I won't take revenge this time. If you do that again, don't blame me for starting a war between Master Gods. The red eyes of Torch-smelting Master God glinted fiercely. Luo Feng floated above Angry Flame Mountain. His golden horned beast body and Masha body were checking the objects in Pova God's world ring, but none of those objects made the toad's eyes turn red. Luo Feng waved his hand, and a golden token showed up in his hands. Ancestral God. Luo Feng used it with familiarity, as it was exactly like the token given by Master Sitting Mountain Guest. Ancestral God gave a response quickly. What is it, Luo Feng? I found a target who was an ordinary Undying Fighter. He was the one who made the eyes turn red. I've inspected his memories, and that Undying Fighter has always been living on Juan land. There was nothing special about him. Luo Feng reported. Did I finish the task? Ha ha ha. It's only been a short while, Luo Feng. You've only killed an ordinary Undying Fighter who was in no way harmful to the original universe. Keep killing. Kill all those who turn the eyes red. Then when should I stop? Asked Luo Feng, as he didn't want to keep killing. I'll tell you when it's done, and the universe origin will tell me too. Go, Luo Feng. According to the instructions given by the universe origin, that Pova God is only a foot soldier. Keep searching. The communications were cut off. Luo Feng put away the golden token and shook his head. The golden toad can only inspect an area of 100 million square kilometers. Juan land is so large, and I've only searched a small part of it after half a year. If I keep doing that, I might alert someone. Fortunately, no one on Juan land can escape me, unless there are some hidden supreme beings. I might as well begin. Luo Feng infused his Shi Wu wings with his burning godly power. Dimming golden light enveloped everywhere on Juan land, the magma, the abyss, and the islands where demon beasts lived or Death Ocean. They were all covered by the golden light. Even the apex of Juan land was covered. This was Golden Country. Golden Country could cover an area with a diameter of 80 light years at most, and Juan land was obviously much smaller, so it was incredibly easy to encompass the whole land. Even top-tier universe overlords can be killed in my Golden Country, and even a universe master will be slowed down significantly here. Luo Feng immediately stopped the space ripple so that no great beings could teleport themselves. It was easy to manipulate time and space in Golden Country, so a space seal was easy. Luo Feng stood above Angry Flame Mountain and sensed everywhere on Juan land carefully. Why is there a trace of gold on the sky? Look, it's like the ocean is covered with a golden yarn. Everyone on Juan land was thrilled. Fortunately, the golden light was inconspicuous. It covered an enormous area, so one could only distinguish the golden light by looking carefully. What is that? Is it a Master God? All the Undying Fighters on Juan land were shocked. The weaker ones couldn't feel it, but Undying Fighters could tell that there was boundless power contained in the dim glow, as if they would all be annihilated if it was let out a little bit. Li. Told did they know, the 2 Master Gods, Torch-smelting Master God and Emohi Master, were also terrified. Torch-smelting Master God held a scepter, and the golden light was binding him like ropes. He couldn't move at all. His eyes were filled with terror. How is it so powerful? He said. I can't even move a bit. And the space around me is sealed. Ah, damn it. Muhi Master God's scorpion tail was slashing, but the golden light didn't even give him a chance to fight. His triangular head roar. Yuan Ao Supreme God. Are you punishing me? Luo Feng nodded. Good. No hidden beings. The most powerful beings are those two Universe Knights, Torch-Smelting Master God and Emohi Master God. Luo Feng freed other areas and only kept the space seal around Torch-Smelting Master God and Emohi Master God. Luo Feng teleported twice and showed up 10 million kilometers away from Torch-Smelting Master God and Emohi Master God, inspecting the area using the Golden Toad. Emohi Master God didn't make the eyes red, but Torch-Smelting Master God. This is the origin. Luo Feng stood above a volcano around 10 million kilometers away from Torch-Smelting Master God, and the eyes of the Golden Toad turned red even from a distance. Standing in midair above the mouth of the volcano, Luo Feng disappeared suddenly. Then, one after another, domains connected to the Dark Continent started appearing, but Luo Feng would always appear within 1 million miles of a place where undying spirits could be found. Not red. Red. After teleporting for a few hundred times, within an extremely short time, he finished surveying the few hundred undying spirits. Out of these undying spirits, there was a total of 12 who could cause both eyes of the Golden Toad to turn red. Being prudent, Luo Feng immediately put all 12 undying spirits within a dim, sealed space around them to ensure that all 12 undying spirits were unable to move an inch. Now, it is time to go meet Torch-Smelting Master God. Luo Feng trod ahead in midair. One step forward, and he arrived directly above the towering godly palace, which was completely surrounded by volcanoes. Huh? Luo Feng frowned. There are 2 targets within this godly palace? With the Golden Toad, he could detect that there were 2 targets beneath him. Within the godly palace, in a quiet palace hall, Torch-Smelting Master God held onto his scepter as he stood in one spot. He was unable to break free from the invisible golden light restraining him. Suddenly, there was absolute silence. A man with dark green wings was slowly descending from the sky and landed in this palace hall, which was in the highest point of this godly palace. Yet he was completely unnoticed by the guards stationed around the entire godly palace. Torch-Smelting Master God was a little intimidated when he saw the man before him. He said, "If I may ask, why is my lord here at Yuan Ao's secret region? If I am clear of your purpose of visit, I can request an audience for you it. H. Yuan Ao Master. Why not address him as Yuan Ao Supreme God?" Luo Feng jested. At the same time, he made a speedy judgment that this Torch-Smelting Master God was the cause of the eyes of that Golden Toad turning red, and not some strange object. "My lord, you possess such power," Torch-Smelting Master God said reverentially. "You must be a universe master from other powers of the universe." Luo Feng made no denial. "My lord, please feel free to give me your orders," Torch-Smelting Master God said. "I, Torch-Smelting, will do my best to serve you. Let me ask you," Luo Feng began. "Please speak your mind." Torch-Smelting Master God had barely started when his eyes darkened as though he had already entered an illusion. Luo Feng frowned as he looked at Torch-Smelting Master God before him. "I suppose he is only an elementary knight. Yet, I could only manage to make him fall into an illusion. I am unable to search his memory. To search memories, firstly, one had to be good in the skill itself. Secondly, both parties must be very far apart. This Torch-Smelting Master God was also a universe knight, albeit a very weak one, but he was very good with aspects involving souls, so Luo Feng could at most push him into an illusion, but was unable to search his memories. Luo Feng stood where he was, waiting silently for a moment. Finally, he cannot hold out any longer. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Torch-Smelting Knight had finally fallen into the illusion. Of course, this merely meant that Luo Feng could carry out his interrogation. He was still unable to search his memories. "Let me ask you, what special secret do you have?" Luo Feng asked. With his scepter in his hands, Torch-Smelting Knight started speaking in a mechanical manner. "I sneak-attacked Stoic God and killed him." Luo Feng listened with furrowed brows. Something was not right. It did not sound as though there was anything threatening the primal universe. The primal universe was impregnated with hundreds of millions of races. Even the invincible existence, human form, teacher origin, was suppressed by the universe origin. To be able to be termed as something that boded ill against the primal universe, where even teacher origin was mobilized, this was definitely no trivial matter. "Have you ever left Yuan Ao's secret region? Has Yuan Ao Master ever ordered you to handle some important matters? Have you ever obtained any unique treasures or met with any unique encounters? What makes you stand out from the other knights? What is special about you?" Luo Feng interrogated Torch-Smelting Master God without pause. Completely immersed within his illusionary world, Torch-Smelting Master God answered all Luo Feng's questions with everything he knew. The more Luo Feng heard, the more confused he got. Then, he was struck by a sudden thought. A figure encased in golden light flew over. This was the other target found within the godly palace that caused the eyes of the Golden Toad to turn red, an Unday ing spirit. This tall and burly life form was black all over. He merely stood in one spot with lifeless eyes. He had already fallen under Luo Feng's control, wordlessly and without any warning. Search his memories. Luo Feng was unable to search torch-smelting Master God, but he was able to search those of this Undying. A moment later. Huh. Luo Feng looked at the black and burly Undying life form and torch-smelting Master God. So coincidental? This Undying spirit and the one I killed previously, Pova God, are all soul servants of this torch-smelting Master God? Combining the two memories, Luo Feng discovered this common ground. With a thought in mind, Luo Feng made his move. In certain faraway lands within the Dark Continent, there were 12 Undying spirits who could also cause the eyes of the Golden Toad to become red. With a single thought, Luo Feng released them from the sealed space. Then, by switching time and space, he shifted all of them into this towering palace hall. Within this palace hall, 15 figures suddenly gathered. Now, Luo Feng was with torch-smelting Master God and 13 Undying spirits. Every one of them here are targets. Search. Immediately, Luo Feng went to the trouble of painstakingly searching the memories of every Undying spirit present. Apart from torch-smelting Master God, he searched the memories of all the other 13 Undying spirits. Then he carefully carried out comparisons. There is nothing out of the norm. They are all very ordinary Undying, and they crawled out step by step from the Dark Continent. Luo Feng analyzed this. The only common thing was, all 13 of them are soul servants of torch-smelting Master God. Torch-smelting. Luo Feng looked at torch-smelting. How many soul servants do you have? A total of 20, torch-smelting Master God replied. For have been annihilated. 16 left. Luo Feng took one look at the 13 Undying spirits standing there expressionlessly, as though they were in a coma, and asked, all are Undying? There are 3 demigods, torch-smelting Master God replied. Under the command of which Undying spirit from which empire? Luo Feng asked. Since he had already searched the memories of these 13 Undying spirits, he was naturally familiar with the geographical location of the entire Dark Continent. According to what torch-smelting Master God said, Luo Feng was able to locate the 3 soul servant of torch-smelting Master God, who were sector lords. He searched their memories, but the results were surprising. These 3 sector lords were unable to cause the eyes of the Golden Toad to turn red, so obviously, they were not the targets he was looking for. These 3 sector lords were not targets. But out of all the soul servants of torch-smelting Master God, every single one of the Undying servants are targets. Even torch-smelting Master God himself is a target. Luo Feng pondered this. But torch-smelting Master God himself does not seem to present any problems. Could it be? Torch-smelting, is Yuan Ao your master? Luo Feng asked. Yes, torch-smelting Master God replied in a mechanical manner. Luo Feng laughed suddenly. So, it is really him. Luo Feng continued pressing him for more information. Do you know whether Yuan Ao Master has other soul servants? Yes, there are 2 that I know of, torch-smelting Master God replied in his mechanical voice again. Tell me their names. Where are they? Luo Feng asked. A short while later. Including torch-smelting Master God, all 14 targets were annihilated without a second thought. Luo Feng retreated from this Golden Kingdom and immediately teleported away from the Dark Continent. Then he proceeded to an even wider continent out of the 12 large continents, Towering Continent. Within the mezzanine spaces corresponding to the universe space of the Yuan Ao secret region, in the depths of the limitless space debris, there was a vast, towering god country. This god country was mighty and boundless. Suspended in midair above this god country was a gigantic continent. This suspended continent had many black chains that were all at least 60 million miles long, plunged straight into the bottomless ocean. The entire suspended continent seemed unable to float away because of these few hundred huge black chains connected to it. Right in the core of this suspended continent, there was a vast lake. Within the lake, there was a boiling hot black fluid. If any universe knight were to fall within this black fluid, he would be burned and annihilated within an instant. There was an incomparably towering figure lying over there. This towering figure was like a giant sculpted out of a gigantic mountain, and it lay within the vast lake brimming with that boiling hot black fluid. The giant sat up suddenly. His head was squarish with only one large eye and a mouth. His godly body wore gray armor covered with a layer of mercury-like liquid set into a continuous motion. The moment he sat up, it was as though a towering mountain were emerging out of a lake filled with black fluid. The black fluid continuously flowed from his body to return to the lake. He was none other than the famous Yuan Ao Master. The misty, golden domain, Yuan Ao Master said in a low voice. Even torch smelting is unable to resist? Looks resembling that of the Kavulture clan with an invincible power. Oh! He has fallen into an illusion. Torch-smelting Master God was his soul servant, so naturally, they could communicate via their souls even if they were very far away from one another. Even at the very instant, he knew he had fallen into an illusion. Torch-smelting Master God was quick at providing Yuan Ao Master with information immediately. What a pity. He quickly fell into enemies' hands and was no longer able to transmit information. What strong power! A top-tier universe overlord? No, he must be a universe master. Yuan Ao Master waited in silence. Only a short moment later, Yuan Ao Master felt his servant, torch-smelting Master God, being annihilated. He really is dead. Yuan Ao Master affirmed the fact in a low voice, his eyes burning with a strange emotion. Everything is happening as expected. Once the plan is activated, the Ancestral God School, the self-proclaimed guardians of the primal universe origin, will be sure to make a move. Indeed, this move came pretty quickly. The Ancestral God School must have sent a universe master. Bring it on. What a great sacrifice, he continued, but Ancestral God School coming here doesn't really mean much. Since the great being from the Ancestral God School has arrived, I should also move on to my next step, the demons. The Space Beast Alliance. The Northern Territory Alliance. They should all make their way here one after the other. Luo Feng was oblivious to everything that was happening. Strange, he thought. It is understandable if Yuan Ao Master did not know about me killing Pova God. But I killed his soul servant, torch-smelting Master God. Yuan Ao Master would surely learn of it almost immediately. Luo Feng stood high up in the sky of the vast tower continent, with slightly furrowed brows as he considered. But Yuan Ao Master has not made a single move at all. Yuan Ao Master might have very strong power, but Luo Feng had no fear for him. But Yuan Ao Master did not appear. Luo Feng felt that something was not right. If there was someone slaughtering great beings in the human territory, then universe masters of the human race would have reacted and appeared quickly. Besides, based on the information obtained from earlier investigations, torch-smelting Master God and the other undying soul servants were already confirmed as targets. Since Yuan Ao Master was the master of torch-smelting Master God, it was very likely that the source might be found with Yuan Ao Master. We shall see. I am very interested to know what tricks he has up his sleeves and what could mean harm to the primal universe. With a thought in mind, Luo Feng made his move. An endless, misty, golden light, bringing with it the power of Milky Way Horde Leader, landed directly on this towering continent with a maximum diameter of 5.1 light-years. At this very moment, not one of those great beings on Towering Continent would ever hold hopes of eluding Luo Feng's control. Towering Continent was a relatively huge continent out of the 12 continents. There were countless beings living on the continent, and hundreds of millions of lives died during the Horde Leader Wars, Empire Wars, and Godly Wars. These wars had resulted in generations of great beings. There were 6 Master Gods in total on Towering Continent, around 1,000 undying fighters, and countless half-deities and legends. Seal. Luo Feng stood under the 7-color light membrane. His wings were open, and he looked down at the land. The dimming golden light covered the entire Towering Continent and everyone on it. Under the boundless golden light, those half-deities, NDS and Saints were still able to move, but undying fighters and Master Gods couldn't move even a bit. Under Space Seal, they couldn't teleport themselves. Such a strong binding. So powerful. The great Yuan Ao Supreme God. More than half of the undying fighters on Towering Continent shouted the name Yuan Ao Supreme God. These undying fighters had soul servants as well, and they could determine from their servants that the golden light was covering a vast area. Those undying fighters had made contact with their Master Gods, and they knew that those Master Gods were this powerful. Master Gods were only able to put pressure on individual undying fighters, but they wouldn't be able to affect an area of 10 billion square kilometers. Only Yuan Ao Supreme God was able to do that. My 22 servants are distributed on different areas on Towering Continent, and all of them are covered by golden light. How large the area is? It's over 1 square light-year. This is what a universe master is capable of. A gleaming godly palace floated in the mist, and there were white-caped and golden-caped servants in the palace. This was the godly palace of glorious Master God, and it was the honor of saints, legends, and half-deities to serve the great glorious Master God, Tawa. However, their glorious Master God now sat on the throne and couldn't even move a muscle. He was terrified. It isn't Yuan Ao Supreme God. Who is it? Who is it? Glorious Master God was horrified. This is a universe master. Undying fighters were yelling, Yuan Ao Supreme God. The half-deity guards were also shouting, Yuan Ao Supreme God. The legend servants were also shouting, Yuan Ao Supreme God. Glorious Master God Ta was sat on the throne, scared stiff. He couldn't scold the great beings under him. After all, those undying fighters didn't have much to do with Yuan Ao Supreme Master, but he was a sole servant of Yuan Ao Supreme God, so naturally, he knew that it didn't come from Yuan Ao Supreme God. Yuan Ao Supreme God. The great beings kept shouting. Suddenly, space and time were frozen, while those undying fighters and half-deities stopped talking under the increasing pressure. In the distance, a man with 4 teal-blue wings soaked in golden light walked in. All the undying fighters, half-deities, legends, and glorious Master God gazed at him. Tawa, said the winged man as he approached glorious Master God. His voice resounded in the palace. You're a sole slave of Yuan Ao? How dare you disrespect Yuan Ao Supreme God? A legend servant screamed. How dare you call Yuan Ao Supreme God by his name? Although he was afraid of this individual, he had been indoctrinated that Yuan Ao Supreme God was the almighty being deserving of awe. His belief was stronger than his fear of death, which was why he was infuriated by this stranger using the name Yuan Ao directly. How dare you call Yuan Ao Supreme God by name? You. All of a sudden, those who had spoken were turned to ashes. Luo Feng didn't even look at them. Those domain lords and sector lords just hadn't wanted to live, as they had dared to defy a universe master. On the contrary, the undying fighters in the palace and glorious Master God Tawa didn't say anything. No answer, whispered Luo Feng. Answer me. Are you a soul servant of Yuan Ao? Suddenly, Tawa's eyes lost all the light, and he answered, Yes, I'm a soul slave of Yuan Ao Supreme God. The undying fighters looked at Tawa in shock. They took note of his dismal eyes and stiff voice. They all understood now that Tawa was being controlled. They knew that Tawa Master God was a universe knight, and he was a great being who was able to roam the earth. Who would able to control a universe knight so easily? It is. I thought Torch Smelting's news was fake. Luo Feng smiled. Give me the names of your soul slaves. Kuya, Busi, Luo Machi. Glorious Master God Tawa answered repeatedly. All your undying soul slaves are targets. Luo Feng looked to the undying fighters down there. Time to kill you all. Luo Feng had teleported on Towering Continent before arriving at the palace. He found out that 2 universe knights and 49 undying fighters were targets. He searched the memories of undying fighters. There were thousands of undying fighters on the 12 continents, and they all knew each other. Since Luo Feng had searched their memories, he knew the undying fighters and their names. He also heard the names revealed to him by glorious Master God, and all those undying soul slaves were the targets. The undying fighters started to beg Luo Feng for mercy upon seeing him decide to kill them. No, please spare our lives. Great being, please spare our lives. Great being, we have no intention to be your enemy. Please spare our lives, we'll be grateful for your mercy forever. Luo Feng turned his head and looked into the distance. He could see that a being that had just arrived at Towering Continent. Above an ocean, a giant arm tore the 7-color light membrane, and a being walked into Towering Continent. He was a towering being, and the soul eye on his head gazed into the distance. He was Yuan Ao Master, the legendary Yuan Ao Supreme God of the 12 continents. After a snort, his armor started to burn with flames, and the golden light couldn't affect him at all. So powerful, he said. Even I can't control the space and time. It might be a top-tier domain-type true treasure. Fortunately, I have a top-tier domain-type true treasure as well. Otherwise, I would be at a disadvantage. Yuan Ao Master's godly body started to glow. All of a sudden, endless flames appeared on Towering Continent. Flames. Fire. Danger. Incredible. Just when all the lives on Towering Continent were horrified, they soon realized that those flames weren't powerful at all. Even a baby wouldn't be harmed by the flames. The golden flames were like a breeze. Nothing happened. It's so weird. Everyone on Tower ING Continent was thrilled. Even the wars were paused. Under those incredible flames, they couldn't see things in the distance. It was a miracle. The dimming golden light didn't affect the wars on the continent, but the flames significantly narrowed the residents' vision. Glorious God Palace. Please, spare our lives. Mercy, please. Just when the undying fighters were begging for their lives, endless flames arrived. The golden country formed by Sherwu Wings was fundamentally different from domain-type true treasures. Domain-type true treasures would clash with each other if their power were let out, as Thousand Treasures River and Floating Mountain Ocean clashed with each other on the original stars. However, if the powers were different, it would not happen. Master of Banfu's Luo sector still existed in Luo Feng's miniature universe, as they had contrasting types of power. Golden Country, a control over space and time, like that of a universe master, but much more powerful because it came from Sherwu Wing's secret techniques. That was why Yuan Ao Master wasn't able to control the space and time. I'll kill all the targets. Luo Feng glanced around. How dare you, roared the voice of Yuan Ao Master came from the endless golden flames. The flames immediately put Tawa and those undying fighters under their protection. Although the domain-type true treasure wasn't able to extend as far as Golden Country, it was almost as powerful. Yuan Ao, you can't protect them, said Luo Feng calmly. Luo Feng's words dazed everyone in the palace. This being wasn't even afraid of Yuan Ao Supreme God. They had been indoctrinated that Yuan Ao Supreme God was supreme since they were born. Help us, Yuan Ao Supreme God, yelled Glorious Master God. Save us, Yuan Ao Supreme God, yelled the Undying Fighters. He won't be able to kill you, said Yuan Ao Supreme God. Luo Feng shook his head. What a joke. A golden river surged from Luo Feng's body. The flames crumbled beneath Nine Tiger River, and Glorious Master God and his 3 soul slaves were annihilated immediately. Damn you, roared the voice from the endless flames. Luo Feng took a last look at the surviving undying spirits, demigods, and legendary beings who looked lifeless, shocked, and fearful. Then he turned and took a step forward, and left this glorious God Palace. Within the hall of the glorious God Palace, there were 2 undying spirits, not soul servants, a group of demigod guards, and a group of legendary servants. In the presence of Supreme God, how dare he? How dare he? He actually killed Glorious Master God, who was under the protection of our Supreme God. Who is he? A rolling sea of waves was upheaved in the minds of this group of legendary beings, demigods, and 2 undying spirits. As the 2 undying spirits were not strangers to the vast universe out of Yuan Ao's secret region, their brief understanding allowed them to guess that this enemy must be a universe master who came from the vast universe. But the demigods and legendary beings were different. They were oblivious. They had always been instilled with various beliefs like, no one can disobey Supreme God's commands, and Supreme God is invincible. To think. In the hearts of these legendary beings, domain masters, and demigods, sector lords, a new seed was sprouting. They had banished all such thoughts about the Supreme God being invincible as a sudden realization dawned on them. In the vast universe, the 12 large continents were never the core. There was an even larger world beyond their continents. That enemy was able to match up to Supreme God. Why can't I? The seed had been sown, so now there was hope of bearing fruit. Luo Feng took a step out of Glorious God Palace. Out in the surroundings, rolling waves of Nine Tiger River were surging. With the empowerment of Golden Kingdom, the weaker Nine Tiger River was still able to cause that endless flame to disperse to naught. Yuan Ao Master. Luo Feng looked at the towering figure standing amidst the endless flame from afar. The towering figure from afar was glaring furiously at Luo Feng with its single eye. Who are you? Don't sneak around. You are not from the Caw Vulture clan. Haha. Luo Feng laughed, and instantly, his fiery red hair changed to black, while his armor and wings transformed back to their original color. This was a black-haired man with silver armor and wings. And you are? Yuan Ao Master revealed a trace of uncertainty. Luo Feng. Luo Feng answered immediately. Yuan Ao Masters, I was filled with shock. The extraordinary genius from humanity that became a universe master? It has not been that long, has it? When did you become a universe master? Yuan Ao Master did not belong to any top power because he had quickly become a universe master soon after the birth of the universe. For countless years, his power naturally became very strong, so he did not need to be part of any top power and could roam the universe as a lone wanderer. Yet, because he was a lone wanderer, he was always behind time and uninformed of the latest news. Not too long ago, Luo Feng replied. Oh! Yuan Ao Master pondered for a slight moment as a complicated look flashed in his single eye. After a short while, he said, So, you are Milky Way Horde leader, Luo Feng. To think so many things have happened during these few short months of deep slumber. You actually killed over 6,000 universe knights from the 3 major alliances with one blow. That was pretty ruthless. Nothing much. Luo Feng afforded a slight smile. Obviously, this Yuan Ao Master before him must have learned about what happened on the original stars in the recent years through some intelligence channels. Humph, said Yuan Ao Master. Then he let out a roar. Even if you are a universe master, even if you are from the Human Alliance, you cannot be so impudent. The Yuan Ao secret region is my territory. You come here and kill as you please. This is a provocation to me. However, you are a universe master, and I do not wish to pursue the matter further. Hand over a senior true treasure as compensation and leave my territory as fast as you can. We shall bury the hatchet. Universe masters were unable to kill each other easily unless the difference in power was quite far apart. Most of them would either negotiate or incur hatred to end things. A senior true treasure. Luo Feng lightly shook his head. Milky Way Horde leader, do you think that I will let you off because you are from the Human Alliance? Yuan Ao Master roared. My apologies. There is no way we can put an end to this. Luo Feng looked at Yuan Ao Master. I am here under the orders of the Ancestral God School to exterminate you and the various great beings under your command. Yuan Ao Master's single eye was filled with shock, which was closely followed by rage and an endless raging fire. You said the Ancestral God School. Yuan Ao Master let out another roar. The Ancestral God School has sent you here to kill me? Loathsome bastard. Detestable ancestral god school. I, Yuan Ao Master, have run rampant in the universe as a loner. Even universe supreme beings can forget about killing me. Why would I fear your ancestral god school? Come, come. I am here at Yuan Ao's secret region. I will wait here and see who comes to kill me. Ha ha. Luo Feng raised his brows. Luo Feng could confirm that Yuan Ao Master indeed caused the eyes of the golden toad to turn red. Also, Yuan Ao Master carried with him another target that caused the eyes of the golden toad to turn red. 2 targets. One is Yuan Ao Master himself, thought Luo Feng. The other is something he carries by his side. Is it a soul servant that he carries within his world ring? Or another unique object? No matter what it was, so long as it could cause the eyes of the golden toad to turn red, it would be a target that needed to be eliminated and annihilated. When he had been executing Golden Kingdom, enshrouding the Dark Continent to kill torch-smelting Master God, Luo Feng had mentally prepared himself to face Yuan Ao Master. He made quite a conspicuous entrance as he once again landed in Towering Continent. Luo Feng had been waiting for Yuan Ao Master for some time, and sure enough, Yuan Ao Master had appeared. Everything was within his expectations. Yuan Ao Master was indeed the cause of the golden toad's eyes turning red. Luo Feng had revealed the ancestral god school as the perpetrator because he was aware that he could not kill this Yuan Ao Master. Yuan Ao Master is a special life form, thought Luo Feng. His godly body is 1,000,000 miles tall, and his godly power is 1 level purer than mine. And he has been around since the first era of the birth of the universe. By now, he must have accumulated countless treasures. Based on what I have gathered, those would be top-tier domain-type true treasures, pinnacle true treasure armor, and many They're true treasures. I suppose even Star River Master would not be able to kill him. So, earlier on, when Yuan Ao Master proclaimed that even a Universe Supreme being could forget about killing him, it was not empty talk. That was the truth. Extremely powerful beings like Star River Master, Primal Chaos City Leader, and 9 Remoteness Master did not fear Universe Supreme beings. Yuan Ao Master might be a notch lower than Star River Master in terms of combat power, but his massive godly body allowed him to run freely and rampantly throughout the universe without fearing anyone. Yuan Ao Master glared furiously at Luo Feng. Milky Way Horde Leader, he said. I am not afraid of those bastards of the Ancestral God School at all. As for you, Humph, you must be a peripheral member of the Ancestral God School. I could not be bothered with fighting you at all. If you have any sense in you, you will know to hand over a senior true treasure as compensation and get out of my territory as fast as you can. Otherwise, I shall let you see what I am capable of. Oh, I am indeed curious to know what you are capable of, Luo Feng said, laughing lightly. I would love the opportunity to measure my power against a universe master like you, who emerged during the birth of the universe. What will it be? Do you intend to exchange blows within the Towering Continent? Destroying this entire continent brings me no heartache at all. Yuan Ao Master snorted in an aloof manner. Since you want to court your doom, follow me. We shall battle within the void space of the secret region. Very well. Luo Feng nodded. One after the other, almost simultaneously, the two disappeared from Towering Continent in a flash. Golden Kingdom and Endless Flame, which were previously enshrouding Towering Continent, also disappeared instantaneously. The billions of various life forms on the entire Towering Continent were in a state of shock. The misty golden light and endless flames had arrived on their continent in an instant, one after the other. Now, they had vanished from the continent in an instant. This was unprecedented in the history of the Towering Continent. A couple dozen light years away from the 12 large continents, there was a void space filled with darkness. There was only a thin, fog-like universe energy. 2 figures, one after the other, arrived at this void space. You are merely the errand boy of the Ancestral God School, so I actually had no intention of making things difficult for you, said Yuan Ao Master. You killed 2 universe knights under my command and various undying spirits, all of which I cannot be bothered to make a fuss over. Just that, when I wanted you to compensate me with a senior true treasure, and then get out of my territory, you had the guts to provoke me into a fight? Humph. Just a young fellow with barely over 100,000 years of cultivation. Let me show you how vastly different I am from Master of Banff, the expert in using illusions. He massive figure with a single eye glared at Luo Feng from afar. Luo Feng stood within the void space with a blade slung across his back. Is that so? He said. The endless, misty golden light appeared, and the void space that was initially filled with darkness instantly transformed into a golden kingdom. The limitless power suppressed Yuan Ao Master, who let out a roar. Suddenly, endless flames appeared out of nowhere. There was only a fractional difference between the power of Golden Kingdom and that of the endless flames. Luo Feng was aware, however, that his Shi Wu wings were actually much stronger than endless flames. But his godly power was 1 level lower than Yuan Ao Master's, therefore, This made the power of the second form of this impaired true treasure Shi Wu Wings well matched in strength with endless flame. Other great beings would not be able to use two domain-type true treasures at the same time because domains are mutually exclusive, Luo Feng thought. However, my Golden Kingdom controls time and space, so it makes a perfect combination with a domain-time true treasure. Right. Nine Tiger River is too weak on its own. I need to obtain a much greater domain-type true treasure in the future. Luo Feng was secretly looking forward to his treasure hunt. With Golden Kingdom being a degree more powerful than a top-tier domain-type true treasure, if he could obtain another top-tier domain-type true treasure, he would likely own something that was comparable to a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. A miniature universe could be another method to consider, thought Luo Feng. Miniature universe, Golden Kingdom, domain-type true treasure, these three do not repel one another. They could be executed simultaneously. Suddenly, Luo Feng discovered a route that was suitable for him. He had made it all the way to where he was now. Unless he had become a universe master, it would have been very difficult for him to attain an explosive boost in his power within a short period. However, miniature universe, Golden Kingdom, and a domain-type true treasure. The confluence of these three would become a powerful stance that exclusively belonged to Luo Feng. Star River Master may be able to execute an ultimate technique, Dark Knight, which resembles miniature universe because he has a domain-type true treasure, thought Luo Feng. But he does not own a valuable treasure like Shi Wu Wings to allow him to control time and space. When it comes to controlling time and space, I think only a universe supreme being can surpass me, but just barely. Shi Wu Wings are truly amazing. Luo Feng could not help singing praises of his possession. At least, Luo Feng had not heard of any other true treasures with such power. Besides, Shi Wu Wings were still imperfect at this point, so Luo Feng was filled with anticipation for them. Various thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, but his eyes were glued to his opponent in the distance, a being that was mere. A slight notch weaker than Star River Master. Without using his supreme true treasure, Star Tower, what would he be capable of? Luo Feng really looked forward to finding out for himself. You little human kid who has cultivated for merely a few dozen eras, jeered Yuan Ao Master. I will teach you the consequences of provoking me. Then, with a roar, the radiant light of the endless flames charged right before Luo Feng's eyes. Luo Feng had thick arms, and one was carrying a cardinal shield while the other was carrying a bronze and bloody hammer. The hammer was enormous, and there were nails on it. Ho! There were flames around the hammer, and it dashed at Luo Feng with mighty power. The space around it turned into particles. Luo Feng's blade Absolute Guest came out of the sheath. Absolute Guest was a pinnacle true treasure blade created by Sitting Mountain Guest and was much more powerful than Blade Ghost Blade, which Luo Feng wielded to fight Master of Banff. A powerful true treasure could affect power to a large extent, and the closest power level was that of a supreme true treasure. The gap was larger. The blade hit the arm of the hammer, and the shock wave made Luo Feng take 3 steps back. Yuan Ao Master took 2 steps back and stopped. Yuan Ao Master growled and glared at Luo Feng. You were at an advantage when you were fighting Master of Banff only because you performed your supreme technique. Your blade technique wasn't that impressive. How could you just resist my hammer? Luo Feng sneered and said, "Stop talking. Show me your true power." Luo Feng knew exactly how powerful Yuan Ao Master was, despite the fact that he shouted like that. He had been suppressing Yuan Ao Master using Golden Country and Nine Tiger River at the beginning. As a matter of fact, Yuan Ao Master was indeed stronger than Luo Feng. When he was fighting Master of Banff used Floating Mountain Sea to suppress Luo Feng, and Luo Feng was only using Blood Ghost Blade. That was how Master of Banff was able to be at an advantage. However, Luo Feng was the one at an advantage now. He had better true treasures, and he was able to rival Yuan Ao Master even without I Am the Universe. How rampant you are! Yuan Ao Master roared. Well, you're indeed qualified to be rampant, as you've been only training for a few dozen eras. However, you need to learn that nobody cares how long you've been practicing. I'll reveal my true power now. The godly body of Yuan Ao Master was surrounded by flames that were like nebulas. The flames were so powerful that even Nine Tiger River under Golden Country crumbled instantly. So powerful. Luo Feng looked to the flame whirlpool in shock. It can rival the supreme technique Dark Knight of Star River Master. The breathtaking and shining flame whirlpool shrank and concentrated on that gigantic hammer. The fire on the hammer surged. All of a sudden, the hammer was emanating endless force, as if it were a pinnacle. E-domain type true treasure. Burn! Yuan Ao Master roared. The huge hammer looked bloody under the flame, and the bloodstains seemed to be triggered. An evil force permeated that drilled into Luo Feng and started to attack his body. Kill! 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 Die! The roaring resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Humph! Yuan Ao Master sneered. To him, although Luo Feng was a peerless genius in the human race, even in the universe, he had only practiced for a few dozen eras, and his mind might be his disadvantage. The hammer might not be a threat to real universe masters, but it was likely to work on this human genius. It could at least daze Luo Feng and put him in danger. The hammer arrived in front of Luo Feng. Golden light shone, and it was sharp and cold. It hit the hammer directly. Luo Feng was blasted away like a beam of light and didn't stop flying for thousands of kilometers, yet Yuan Ao Master stood in the sky, dazed. He resisted it? And his godly body isn't weakened, either, said Yuan Ao Master. Ha ha ha, is this your move, Yuan Ao Master? Luo Feng laughed on the outside, but inside, he was shocked. Even though he had 9 Tiger River and Golden Country, he was still at a severe disadvantage. That move was indeed terrifically powerful. Although it was less powerful than the trump card of Star River Master, it was only slightly weaker. However, it was different from when he was fighting Star River Master. He had Golden Country, 9 Tiger River, and Absolute Guest. He didn't have Star Tower, but Luo Feng had only lost 2/10, ths of his godly body. That Yuan Ao Master might have already lost 1/10, ths of his godly body already, Luo Feng thought. I have force armor to protect me. Good, said Yuan Ao Master. Incredible. No wonder you're a peerless genius in the human race. It's been less than 1 era since you fought Master of Banff, but your power has surged again. You're not even injured at my hands. I originally considered consuming you to death, as I have a large godly body, but now, you're qualified to make me use that. Yuan Ao Master glared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was surprised. Use that? Haha. Everyone can bluff, said Luo Feng. Don't you have a supreme true treasure? Luo Feng opened his 4 wings and stood on 9 Tiger River, looking at Yuan Ao Master in the distance. Humph. I've only used it once in Universe Ocean since I got it. This will be the first time I use it in the original universe. Yuan Ao Master waved his hands, and the hammer disappeared, after which a strange black object showed up in Yuan Ao Master's hands. The black object was mighty. How powerful! Luo Feng confirmed that the black object was one of the targets using his golden toad. That's a target? That strange object? Luo Feng was shocked. He had killed some undying fighters and universe knights since coming here. It had always been living beings that made the golden toad's eyes turn red. And he was supposed to kill all of them. Ancestral god as. Ked Luo Feng to find out what was happening here. Luo Feng surmised that the origin might be that strange object. That strange object looked like a giant piece of black wood, and one side was broken. The grains on the wood looked odd, like half-circles winding with each other, and the entire black wood was strangely powerful. So powerful. I've seen many valuables, but the only 2 things that can out-hour this are a fully utilized Star Tower and 5-color Aurora Lake, Luo Feng thought. I have Star Tower in my hands, but I can't fully utilize it, and it can't trump this Blackwood now. Although Yuan Ao Master had launched some attacks, that Blackwood was already more forceful than the True Treasure Maces and the Pinnacle True Treasure that Double-Face Ancestral God used. I killed a Universe Master with 1 attack. Yuan Ao Master stroked the Blackwood. This is a valuable I got in Universe Ocean after lots of efforts and dangers. I'll use it to rip you into pieces. I'll take your true treasures by destroying this body of yours, and it'll be your punishment. As for the Ancestral God School? Haha. I'm not even afraid of Ancestral God. Just come. Demon Race territory in the distance. Inside Dream Ancestor's secret region, a giant silver snake was floating in the space where the palaces of Dream Demon Ancestor. He looked up in a certain direction in the universe. A ripple? It's that ripple, said the silver snake slowly. It's in Yuan Ao's secret region. Did Yuan Ao Master get a strange object? What a moron. How stupid is he to bring that object back to the original universe? Doesn't he know the original universe doesn't allow that kind of strange object? The silver snake made an order immediately. Sky Wolf Umo, go to Yuan Ao's secret region. I'll go there if you run into dangers. Sky Wolf Master and UMO Master took the order. Both of them had lived for a long time, and Sky Wolf Master was a Pinnacle Universe Master with great surviving skills. So was UMO Master. The 2 Universe Masters were only scouts. The Northern Territory Alliance. That strange object. It's rare for it to show up even in Universe Ocean, and it shows up now? Though it still can't rival a Supreme True Treasure, it's very close already. Even Pinnacle Set True Treasures can't rival that. I'm sure that the Universe Supreme Masters in the original universe have already heard. I'll send 2 Universe Masters there to see, and I can get there immediately. Soon, Northern Territory Alliance sent 2 Universe Masters. Meanwhile, the Ancestral God School sent 3 Universe Masters. The Bug Race sent 1 Universe Master, and the Space Beast Alliance sent 2 Universe Masters. The superpowers in the universe all sent Universe Masters, and the Universe Supreme Masters behind them were observing the situation closely. On the contrary, the automaton race and the human race didn't send anyone, as Huge Axe Founder was in Universe Ocean while Father God was in another universe. With Golden Kingdom, Luo Feng had absolute control over time and space. Thus, he could feel the attraction and detect that black piece of wood. Due to certain factors, the black piece of wood was cracking. The splinters that broke off were distinct. This could be a valuable that was a naturally occurring treasure at the true treasure level. It could be big or small, and it had limitless power. I have never heard of such a strange object, Luo Feng mused. Due to special reasons that might put the universe at risk, life forms like Yuan Ao Master, Torch-Smelting Master God, and Glorious Master God needed to be exterminated. But this black piece of wood is nothing but a dead object. How can it cause harm to the primal universe? However powerful a true treasure like Star Tower was, it would not be powerful enough to bring harm to the primal universe. This kept Luo Feng on his toes. Human kid, Yuan Ao Master snorted at Luo Feng. His single eye was filled with smugness as he gloated over Luo Feng's situation. Regretting? Afraid? But too late. Out of the countless great beings of the primal universe, you are truly the first to have a taste of it. Don't blame me if you lose your armor, wings, and weapons. Ha ha. Suddenly, Yuan Ao Master roared, burn and destroy. He was using the same technique, which was also the only ultimate technique that Yuan Ao Master comprehended. The same scene unfolded. The glaring, magical, gigantic whirlpool of flames resembling a nebula whirlpool enshrouded Yuan Ao Master and added strength to his aura, which instantly skyrocketed. I'm not going to fool around any longer. Luo Feng stared and executed his ultimate technique while shouting, I am the universe. Luo Feng's godly body consumed his godly power at an unparalleled speed while the endless golden light that had been enveloping this part of the secret region suddenly changed. Chaotic airflow appeared to fill the air, drifting randomly and filling every space possible. At that instant, this ubiquitous presence changed the surroundings of an area with a diameter of 1 billion miles to a world of chaotic airflow. Chaotic airflow. Yuan Ao Master laughed with great delight. You are finally executing your ultimate technique. Great. Great, my ass. Luo Feng roared. Within the gigantic, egg-like miniature universe, chaotic airflow was everywhere. In terms of power, the miniature universe was much stronger than Golden Kingdom. Luo Feng made use of this technique in one of his previous battles, so even though Master of Banff had the Luo sector, he still could not stop Luo Feng from forcefully massacring over 6,000 universe knights. At this moment, Luo Feng shouted, Miniature Universe in power. Golden Kingdom in power. 9 Tiger River, attack. Other than Star Tower being an ultimate technique, the 3 techniques, namely Miniature Universe, which was the shrinking of the universe, Golden Kingdom, which was the absolute control of time and space, and 9 Tiger River, which was the domain of a domain-type true treasure, were all techniques of different types, so they did not contradict or repel one another. Within a split second, the 3 superimposed over one another. With this superimposition, solely Golden Kingdom and 9 Tiger River were enough to take down Endless Flame, much less with the addition of the powerful Miniature Universe. A crushing force and the vast, flaming domain surrounding Yuan Ao Master completely collapsed. Under the double empowerment of Miniature Universe and Golden Kingdom, 9 Tiger River had immeasurable power, allowing it to run rampant in its attacks. Yuan Ao Master was roused into action. Ha ha ha. What a delight, but you must still meet your doom. Yuan Ao Master roared. With a sudden crashing sound, his godly body started to expand. Within a split second, he reached a massive 1 million miles, the true size of his godly body. A gigantic Yuan Ao Master 1 million miles tall was now grasping a piece of black godly wood that was also several million miles long. The endless power brought about by burn and destroy was completely gathered on this black godly wood, which brought about winding threads of black airflow. One straight blow. From one fragmented end of the black godly wood, splinters flew directly to meet with the blow Luo Feng dealt. That one blow. Even with double empowerment, 9 Tiger River was still crumbling under the impact inch by inch. Its waves parted to either side, as it was unable to ward off the endless firelight and the black airflow winding around the black godly wood. At that moment, the black godly wood was continuing to expand and lengthen. It crashed directly at Luo Feng. Miniature Universe, gather. Luo Feng shouted. Suddenly, the seemingly disorganized Miniature Universe's chaotic airflow gathered around the absolute guest blade in Luo Feng's right hand like a tornado. Wielding the power that he obtained after fusing whatever existing power he had with this endless chaotic airflow, Luo Feng slashed ruthlessly at the black godly wood that was charging towards him. The power was sky-high. Luo Feng was thrown back a couple thousand miles. It was the same situation for Yuan Ao Master, who was also forced to retreat a good couple of 100 miles because of the frightening impact of the collision. Impossible. Yuan Ao Master's single eye was filled with insanity as he looked at the godly wood in his hands. Letting out an uninhibited roar, he shouted, "Go and die." "You think I fear you," said Luo Feng. "You are the one dying today." Luo Feng flapped his wings. Then, under the oppression of Miniature Universe, Golden Kingdom, and Nine Tiger River, he was completely on the winning end. In his grasp was Absolute Guest Blade, which, together with the power gathered from Miniature Universe, dealt another ferocious blow with the determination to annihilate Yuan Ao Master with one swift slash. Pang! 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 Both exchanged blows at lightning speed. All the blows were executed at full force. Suddenly, the vast Miniature Universe dispersed without a trace. The 9-second limit for maintaining one execution was up, and although he was able to continue maintaining its execution, Luo Feng did not feel like continuing with this battle. "Yuan Ao Master is Yuan Ao Master," said Luo Feng. "I salute you. I shall not stay any longer." With that, Luo Feng transformed into light and made a speedy escape. However, the surrounding space had been sealed much earlier. There was no way he could teleport. "You want to leave? Dream on." Yuan Ao Master roared, his murderous intent to hunt Luo Feng down. "Haha. You think you can catch up with me?" Luo Feng laughed out loud. With the double obstruction posed by Golden Kingdom and Nine Tiger River, Yuan Ao Master's speed was a far cry from that of Luo Feng's. Seeing Luo Feng escape, Yuan Ao Master was helpless. He was at his wit's end. He had already realized that the aura of Luo Feng's godly body was obviously weakened by one notch, and his guess was that Luo Feng might have lost 1/10 of his godly body. In his case, although he had executed his ultimate technique about a dozen times, the amount of his godly body consumed was merely 2 out of 1,000. Continuing to fight under such a situation, he would definitely be able to exhaust Luo Feng to his death. What a pity that Luo Feng had Golden Kingdom to empower his Nine Tiger River. Luo Feng held full control. If Luo Feng had been able to fight, he would have, but if not, he would still dare to put up a struggle. However, it seemed to him that he might lose his life in the fight, so he made a speedy decision to escape. "That human, Luo Feng," shouted Yuan Ao Master. "Good for you that you are fast, but I don't believe all the other universe masters of the Ancestral God School are equally fast. I shall wait here at my territory, and what can the Ancestral God School do to me?" Yuan Ao Master let out a resounding roar, and during his roar, Luo Feng flew out of the area under sealed space. Within an instant, he had disappeared from sight. How could that Yuan Ao Master be that powerful, and what exactly is that black godly wood? Luo Feng was in one of the void spaces of the Yuan Ao secret region. "In terms of technique," said Luo Feng, "he loses to Star River Master by a great deal, but that godly wood. In terms of attack power, it does not lose out to Star River Master's attack power." No wonder he mentioned earlier that he annihilated a Universe Master with a single blow at the Universe Ocean. "I have already mobilized all 3 techniques, Golden Kingdom, Miniature Universe, and Nine Tiger River, and yet I am still on the losing end." Luo Feng was consciously aware that he was not able to win. Even with Miniature Universe, Nine Tiger River, and Golden Kingdom, coupled with the golden technique executed with Absolute Guest Blade, the combined power was barely comparable to that of the second stage of Star Tower. Using Star Tower was not a consuming process for his godly power, but Miniature Universe used up a good 1/10 of his godly body. If I had not executed Miniature Universe just now, I would have been at an absolute disadvantage, thought Luo Feng. I would probably have been blown away from a distance, and my godly body would have sustained severe injuries. With the empowerment of Miniature Universe, he was able to alleviate his disadvantage by a little. Keeping each attack at maximum force, every execution would consume 10% of my godly body. Just a few executions and I will be a goner. Luo Feng shook his head in silence. Not a match. Luo Feng flipped his hand and retrieved a golden token. Ancestral God. Luo Feng. Ancestral God, Yuan Ao Master is a target, too, said Luo Feng. And he has a piece of black godly wood, which is also a target. The black godly wood is very powerful, and with Yuan Ao Master holding it, I am unable to ward off his attacks at all. To eradicate him is simply beyond my capabilities. You have done well, said Ancestral God. When Yuan Ao Master utilized that black godly wood, I had already learned of its origins. The true origin lies with that black wood. I have already deployed 9 Remoteness Master and 2 other Universe Masters. They will be gathering at Redbud Island first. You should quickly head over to meet them. God Country Transportation will send you there right away. 9 Remoteness Master. Luo Feng repeated immediately. I will leave right away to go meet them. Standing in void space with a cyan light by his side, Luo Feng's soul servant operated God Country Transportation. From there, 3 figures were seen walking out. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man garbed in a magnificent black robe. There were black engravings on his fair and pale face, and he exuded a devilish charm. He was different from Primal Chaos City Leader and different from Darkness Master. Throughout the universe, his existence was one that was terribly self-conceited and overweening with arrogance. Milky Way Horde leader, said this devilish, middle-aged man as he looked at Luo Feng to acknowledge his presence. Luo Feng returned his greetings. Nine Remoteness Master. The two looked at one another. Interesting, said Nine Remoteness Master. This young fellow I encountered back then has become so powerful in the twinkling of an eye. He turned behind and said, you should know these two beside me. Luo Feng took one look and smiled. This must be Yunnan Master from the Thorn Ring Alliance, and this must be Anaconda Master from the Ancestral God School. Through the virtual universe, he had already read up on the more renowned universe masters from various top powers within the universe. It was a natural reaction to memorize some prominent information about these numerous universe masters so he could at least know what some of these universe masters were skilled in. In times of battle, such information would enable him to be well prepared and to know what to be cautious about. That's right. Nine Remoteness Master nodded. These two here are also peripheral members of the Ancestral God School and belong to my Nine Remoteness branch. You are also one of my Nine Remoteness branch, so the four of us are actually closely related. Milky Way Horde leader. Yunnan Master and Anaconda Master greeted at the same time. Yunnan Master was a bald man with bone wings, while Anaconda Master was a giant boa constrictor whose godly body took the form of a winding spiral and had flashing mirages all about its surroundings. Both looked toward Luo Feng with kind intentions. Nice to meet you both, Luo Feng said with a smile. Nine Remoteness Master nodded and said, this concerns matters pertaining to Yuan Ao Master. We of the Nine Remoteness branch will be appearing as representatives of the Ancestral God School. Ancestral God School. Luo Feng sensed something. Nine Remoteness Master have powers outside the Ancestral God School come? Yes. Nine Remoteness Master nodded. Yunnan Master had his bone wing open, but he had a gentle voice as he said, not just Ancestral God School. All the powers that have Universe Supreme Masters will send Universe Masters here. All the superpowers in the universe might send Universe Masters here. Anaconda Master had a hoarse voice. We have Milky Way Horde leader to lead us, he said, and we can arrive there as quickly as possible using God Country transportation. Other powers might need some more time. After all, it's a place that belongs to Yuan Ao Master and only a few left keepsakes there. Why are they coming? Luo Feng couldn't help asking. Because they know that strange object, answered Yunnan Master. How? Strange objects can only be born in the three lands of Extremis, said Yunnan Master. They all look natural, like wood or grass. They're all naturally bred, and they're all powerful. They are the closest to Supreme True Treasures. Also, there's one difference between them and Supreme True Treasures. For Supreme True Treasures, the users need to study the mysteries behind them to wield their power, and if they can't, Supreme True Treasures won't wield their real power. Luo Feng nodded. He was only able to use the second level of Star Tower, but the second level of Star Tower was already mighty enough. Strange objects are different, Yunnan Master continued gently. There are no engravings on strange objects, and any great being is able to wield their maximum power. Supreme True Treasures not fully utilized are at the same level as strange objects. Only Supreme True Treasures fully utilized can overpower strange objects. You can imagine how precious they are. The Pinnacle Set True Treasure that Doubleface Ancestral God used and the Pinnacle True Treasure Maces that Star River Master used were both inferior to that strange object. Even the second level of Star Tower W. As barely at the same level as that black wood, and the black wood could be wielded at its strongest immediately. Who wouldn't want that? However, there's a downside to strange objects, said Yunnan Master. They are rejected by the universe. Both the original universe and miniature universe rejected strange objects. It seems the strange objects can affect the stability of the universe origin once they're in one. They seem to be aligned naturally against the universe origin. Luo Feng now understood. Naturally against the universe origin. No wonder Ancestral God said something harmful to the original universe was going on here. Unfortunately for Yuan Ao Master, he's a loner, said Yunnan Master. Although he's free to be a loner, nobody shares secrets with him. Besides, it's rare that strange objects are born, so even for me, I just learned the secret from Ancestral God. He smiled. Yuan Ao Master doesn't know that the black wood is rejected by the original universe, which is why he brought it back to the original universe. It's okay that he doesn't use it, but if he uses it, the power from that black wood clashes with the universe origin. Other great beings aren't able to sense that, but Universe Supreme Masters can clearly sense the existence of that black object. That black wood can't be brought back to the original universe, continued Yunnan Master, but most of the great beings adventure in Universe Ocean, which is why they keep the black wood in Universe Ocean and preserve them all by themselves. Apparently, they are already second-class Supreme True Treasures. How can the powers not go mad for them? The Universe Supreme Masters will come here by themselves if they don't know that other powers know about the secret. Luo Feng now fully understood the story. It's been a long time since Yuan Ao brought that strange object back, said Nine Remoteness Master slowly. That strange object is rejected by the original universe, and the power merges with his body, which is why the original universe starts to reject him. This time, Yuan Ao Master needs to be eradicated as well. Luo Feng was shocked. Merge with his body? Strange objects are special, evil, and powerful, said Nine Remoteness Master. Few great beings are able to resist their temptation. Who can resist a second-hand supreme true treasure? Both Yunnan Master and Anaconda Master exclaimed. Luo Feng nodded. It was almost impossible to get a supreme true treasure, and no universe masters in the universe were known to have supreme true treasures, not even Primal Chaos City Leader and Star River Master. Even some supreme masters didn't have supreme true treasures. Who didn't want a strange object that was only slightly inferior to a supreme true treasure? They're nothing to me. Nine Remoteness Master shook his head and smiled. Every time I fight, I'm prepared for my bodies to die, so I don't carry any important true treasures. Luo Feng was unable to suppress a laugh. Let us go, said Nine Remoteness Master. Our ancestral god school is the quickest, and it'll take around half a day for the other powers to arrive. I'll deal with that Yuan Ao Master, and I'll see how powerful that Yuan Ao Master can be with that strange object. Luo Feng smiled. I haven't seen Nine Remoteness Master attack. The four supreme beings disappeared. For being stood in the space and looked at the 12 floating continents. How can we get him to come? Asked Yunnan Master. The easiest way is to use godly power to cause an explosion on one of the continents, and then Yuan Ao Master would come. However, Yunnan Master and the others were all of high status, and they wouldn't do such a thing if those ordinary lives didn't mess with them. Leave it to me, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng opened his wings. Boundless golden light permeated, and a golden space with a radius of 18 light years was formed. It was Golden Country. The Golden Country enveloped all the 12 continents, which made Nine Remoteness Master, and the others looked to Luo Feng in shock. Such a large area. Even a top-tier domain-type true treasure couldn't cover such a vast area. Yuan Ao, shouted Luo Feng. Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao. Luo Feng's voice blasted throughout every inch of space on the 12 continents, and all the lives on the continents were terrified. A roar. Human Luo Feng. A flame flew out of a continent, and he arrived at a space only 1,000,000 kilometers away from Luo Feng and the others. You still dare to come? The towering Yuan Ao Master's eyes were glinting with madness. He sneered and said, no wonder Milky Way Horde leader still dares to come. He has helpers now. I'll see who they are. Oh, two nobodies. Wait, isn't this Nine Remoteness Master? The mighty and well-known Nine Remoteness Master. Nine Remoteness, are you going to battle me with those three? I won't care. Nine Remoteness Master looked to him. Don't worry, I myself am enough. I admit that you're incredible and have a boundless godly body, said Yuan Ao Master. I'd rather deal with Primal Chaos City Leader and Star River Master than you. And I certainly won't confront you if I don't have the strange object. However, I'm not afraid you right now. Yuan Ao Master laughed. I'm not even afraid of Universe Supreme Masters. Really? Nine Remoteness Master moved, and the space around him was completely sealed. Come. The forceful black which showed up in Yuan Ao Master's face, and the soul I was glinting with madness. Luo Feng, Yunnan Master, and Anaconda Master were all watching. Nine Remoteness Master dashed at Yuan Ao Master like a trace of light and screamed. Nine Remoteness Master turned into an ocean, and the water charged at Yuan Ao Master. Meanwhile, Yuan Ao Master performed his supreme technique, Burn. The water was churning and formed a huge ocean whirlpool, covering Yuan Ao Master. Nine Remoteness, Ocean Eye, said Yunnan Master. Luo Feng he. LD his breath. Nine Remoteness, Ocean Eye, was a legendary supreme technique, and it could only be performed by Nine Remoteness Master. The ocean formed a giant whirlpool, and it expanded. All of a sudden, it was like a star exploding, and it shrank to the size of a neutron. The whirlpool shrank, and the godly power exploded. It was a technique at the cost of self-destruction. Luo Feng knew that as well. Miniature universe. Of course, Luo Feng's technique was an inherited technique, while the one Nine Remoteness Ocean used was created by him based on the characteristic of Nine Remoteness Ocean. The whirlpool shrank to the size of an earthling's fist before it was completely gone. Yuan Ao Master, who was only the size of a fist, looked horrendous. The power from the whirlpool had turned the space around it into particles, and the particles were like water in a huge pot. Everything went away. Yuan Ao Master returned to the original size after that. Luo Feng looked forward to wielding that after becoming a Universe Master. Yuan Ao Master, who shrank into the size of a fist, then suddenly underwent explosive growth. At the same time, he let out crazy and wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Nine Remoteness, the legendary Nine Remoteness. Fearsome Nine Remoteness. His legendary ultimate technique, 9 Remoteness Ocean Eye, is famous throughout the universe ocean. Many top powers are afraid of it. But I have the Godly Wood. 9 Remoteness poses no threat to me at all. Haha. In the primal universe, the universe supreme being's powers can only be so strong at the very most, slightly higher than 9 Remoteness's legendary ultimate technique. Who can take me down? Bring it on, human. Luo Feng, Yunnan, Anaconda. You 3 fellows, come here. Let me trample on you. With a stern expression, Yunnan Master said, let's go. Luo Feng nodded, and Anaconda Master also gave a slight nod with its gigantic snake's head. They transformed into light and flew away at high speed. With the large, black godly wood in his hands, Yuan Ao Master stood within the void space as he looked at the 3 beams of light escaping. He let out unrestrained and wild laughter. Escaping is all you are capable of? Haha. Ancestral God School. Haha. You are unable to do anything to a universe supreme being. I have this godly wood. Its power is almost the same as a universe supreme being. I am not afraid of you. Haha. Afar, the 3 beams of light made their way out of the sealed space of that domain and immediately vanished from sight. Within the quiet void space of Yuan Ao's secret region, a continuous, mountainous region hovered in midair. And within this mountainous region, there was a waterfall. Luo Feng, Yunnan Master, and Anaconda Master stood by the pond beneath the waterfall. A dim ray of light appeared, and a lone figure walked out. It was 9 Remoteness Master in his magnificent black robe. 9 Remoteness Master, Luo Feng, Yunnan Master, and Anaconda Master all said, look. ING over. Very powerful. 9 Remoteness Master shook his head and said, my strongest technique, together with a self-destruction attack. If he did not have that godly wood, my attacks would give him severe injuries. However, he was able to rely on the black godly wood to ward off my attacks and retaliate. This rendered 90% of my attacks useless, as he could easily ward them off. From how I see it, the attacks earlier on only made him lose 11/1000th of his godly body. Luo Feng, Yunnan Master, and Anaconda Master fell into momentary silence. Being able to cause Yuan Ao Master to lose 1/1000th of his godly body was considered quite a feat previously. When Luo Feng had fought against Yuan Ao Master, he had not been able to hurt him at all. On the contrary, Yuan Ao Master might have consumed some of his godly body, but that was because he chose to execute his strongest technique, which caused him to use up some of his godly power. If Yuan Ao Master were to execute his ultimate technique with the empowerment of the Black Godly Wood, he might be at a disadvantage, but there was no doubt he could ward off Luo Feng's attacks without consuming his godly body. 9 Remoteness, within the primal universe, in terms of attack techniques, probably only a universe supreme being can surpass you, Anaconda Master said. If even you are unable to, Yunnan Master said, what can we do? Luo Feng was also frowning. Since becoming Milky Way Horde leader, Luo Feng would engage in idle chats occasionally with his teacher, Primal Chaos City leader, to obtain a deeper understanding of the powers of Universe Masters. Based on what he already knew, Universe Masters could be categorized into the levels of Elementary, Ordinary, Pinnacle, and Top Tier. To be considered top tier, one's life gene level, true treasures, and techniques had to reach the pinnacle stage. Numerous existences in the universe, like Ice Mountain Master and Void Gold Master, could all be pulled into this category. However, Star River Master, Primal Chaos City Leader, 9 Remoteness Master, and a few others were the cream of the crop and were more outstanding than the rest. For instance, Star River Master's technique had achieved the perfect combination of 2 supreme techniques. As for 9 Remoteness Master, every time he divided out another body, its life gene level would likely only be able to reach 1,000 times, but as for the supreme technique that he could execute, once he self-destructed, he was able to converge all the energy of his entire godly being to bring about a mass explosion in an instant. The explosive surge in power was certainly alarming. That was why Star River Master, Primal Chaos City Leader, and 9 Remoteness Master were considered the cream of the crop and could be regarded as the most powerful universe masters within the universe today. Of course, 9 Remoteness Master's flaws were obvious. Each body could only execute its most powerful attack once. On sea execution was completed, another body would be required. God Country Transportation would then send another one. By that time, the enemy would have long fled the scene. So, relatively speaking, Star River Master and Primal Chaos City Leader were more intimidating. Primal Chaos City Leader's supreme technique sustainability was not as good as that of Star River Master, while Star River Master's godly body remained a mystery. All that was known was that he could execute his supreme technique repeatedly and sustain it for a long time. Naturally, this made Star River Master a tad stronger than Primal Chaos City Leader when it came to being a deterrent force in the vast universe. Above the rank of a Supreme Universe Master was the Universe Supreme Being. The primal universe had a strong binding force over the powers of supreme universe beings, and all of them were under this constraint, allowing the powers that these universe supreme beings unleashed to be a notch stronger than those of Star River Master and Primal Chaos City Leader. That was all. Of course, their merits were obvious, too. They could repeatedly and continuously execute a technique without having to worry about consumption of their godly bodies, because the amount of godly body being used up would be nowhere near the limit designated to a universe supreme being. In a head-on battle, no one within this primal universe would be able to kill Yuan Ao Master, 9 Remoteness Master said. What can we do? The few of us will not be able to shoulder the weight of this responsibility. 9 Remoteness Master's eyes scanned the crowd of 3, including Luofeng. Then he said, hold it. Let's continue this conversation when the others have arrived. Right. That's all we can do for now. The first to arrive was Sea Lotus Master from the Bug Clan. The number of Universe Masters in the Bug Clan was pathetic, but every single Universe Master wielded a power that was so frighteningly strong. Universe Masters of the Bug Clan, even the weakest one was of a pinnacle level. They were not only skilled in soul-type techniques like creating illusions, but could also rely on the bug soldiers under their command to execute material techniques, which were not easy to deal with. An area in space collapsed. Space particles rolled about like countless grains of sand in an endless stream. A dazzling golden mother nest was suspended in void space, surrounded by 1,000 strong and burly bug soldiers. Every one of them exuded staggering power and could be regarded as top-tier universe overlords. Under the control of the consciousness of a universe master, this power would be even more intense. Innumerable blades converged and swept across the vast sky. Yuan Ao Master stood at a towering height of 1,000,000 miles. Ha ha ha, Sea Lotus, it's futile. All those techniques of yours are completely useless. His hand still held the black godly wood that was a few million miles long. It swept across the void. Space in a frenzied manner, crushing anything in its way. It was unstoppable and met blows dealt by the bug soldiers head-on, blocking off the bug soldiers repeatedly. From afar, 9 Remoteness Master, Luofeng, Anaconda Master, and Yunnan Master watched the fight as bystanders. Sea Lotus Master's escape technique was resolute. When he knew he could not beat Yuan Ao Master, he was quick to flee the battlefield after gathering his bug soldier warriors. Thereafter, he joined 9 Remoteness Master and company. 9 Remoteness, you did not help me, lamented Sea Lotus Master, a captivating beauty with frail wings that lightly trembling and pretty eyes looking at 9 Remoteness Master. You saw how powerful he was, 9 Remoteness Master said, shaking his head. There was no way I could help you. What are you Ancestral God School fellows prepared to do? Sea Lotus Master asked. How about you all from the Bug Clan? 9 Remoteness Master rebuked. I have to report everything to our queen, then wait and see. Our queen is the one who decides what should be done. 9 Remoteness Master laughed. We shall wait and see then. When the various top powers reached the Yuan Ao secret region, those who immediately went to confront Yuan Ao Master suffered great losses. Fortunately, universe supreme beings of the various top powers knew that Yuan Ao Master had a strange object, so the universe masters they sent forth were not the strongest in power. Rather, they were extremely skilled in life-saving techniques, so not one being was annihilated. A battle raged in the midst of the void space. It was a fight in which Sky Wolf Master and UMO Master from the Demon Clan joined forces to fight Yuan Ao Master. Haha. Look. Sky Wolf Master and UMO Master are here. The two of them alone are life forms that would be trampled on. Haha, laughed Yuan Ao Master. Sky Wolf. UMO. The two of you want to fight me? What's your worth? Yuan Ao Master held onto his black godly wood and stood as a towering figure in the midst of the void space like an undefeatable entity, seeking attention wildly and with no inhibitions. The black godly wood in his hands would occasionally exhibit a sudden immense growth, which was when he would wield it in a frenzied manner, slashing about insanely. Yuan Ao Master was aware that he could not possibly kill all these fellows with their hidden trump cards. As such, he could not be bothered using his supreme technique. Every single attack was only a display of his ultimate technique. With Yuan Ao Master's massive godly body, he could rely on it to naturally replenish all that he had consumed from the use of his ultimate technique. No matter how long a fight was, he would never feel the toil. Haha. Using my ultimate technique, I could trample on both of you. Yuan Ao Master waved his black godly wood once again, and for the next few moments, either Sky Wolf Master could be seen being hurled away, or UMO Master could be seen RETR. Eating in midair. Sky Wolf Master and UMO Master were in a rage. Bastard! Loathsome Yuan Ao. They had both realized that while they were exchanging blows with Yuan Ao Master, the commotion had attracted a group of onlookers who watched comfortably from afar without lifting a helping hand. The group included universe masters such as 9 Remoteness Master, Sea Lotus Master, and Golden Horn Master, who represented the Ancestral God School, the Bug Clan, and the Space Beast Alliance respectively. Sky Wolf Master and UMO Master wanted to salvage some dignity. Initially, Yuan Ao Master's power was comparable to theirs, so even if he were to use his ultimate technique to fight them, he would still be able to surpass them by a notch without breaking a sweat. But now, with that black godly wood in hand, he was trampling them without reservations. We are not going to fight on further. 9 Remoteness Master and company must have failed to gain any benefits, either. Let's go. The moment Sky Wolf Master and UMO Master came to a decision, they immediately acted. The next moment, Sky Wolf Master returned to his Sky Wolf Palace while UMO Master transformed into an endless black airflow and made a speedy departure. In the middle of the void space, Yuan Ao Master let out hearty laughter. Ha ha. I have driven away the Ancestral God School, the Bug Clan, the Space Beast Alliance, and the demons. I know all of you want this godly wood, but with me holding on to it, you can covet it all you want. Even bringing a Universe Supreme being here would be pointless. Ha ha. Time flew by, and batches of great beings came. Various top powers within the universe had arrived, but every single batch met the fate of being trampled on. Eventually, they would all flock to 9 Remoteness Master and company, where previous groups had gathered. Humph. Sky Wolf Master, who was pitch black from head to toe, looked at the human form of Luofeng in the distance. With 4 hooves suspended in midair above a mountain peak in the secret region, his eyes flashed with a trace of ferocious hostility as he shouted, "Human Luofeng." Sitting cross-legged on a rock, Luofeng seemed to sense his glare from afar and looked over. His eyes met those of Sky Wolf Master. Sky Wolf. Luofeng gave a light-hearted laugh, then he turned around and no longer bothered himself with Sky Wolf Master. Luofeng's eyes scanned his surroundings. Whether standing, sitting cross-legged, or sprawling on the ground a ways away, the various Universe Masters from different races and clans were all getting suspicious. Strange. Why are the Universe Masters representing humanity still not here? Of all the top powers, only the Automaton clan and the human race are missing representatives. I need to ask teacher. Right away, Luofeng connected to the virtual universe with his consciousness. In the virtual universe, Luofeng went to Thunder Island to visit Primal Chaos City leader. Teacher. Luofeng saw a golden-caped being the second he arrived. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. Luofeng, why are you here? I've been waiting for the Universe Masters of us humans in Yuan Ao's secret region, but I didn't see any of them, and that's why I'm here, answered Luofeng. Yuan Ao's secret region. Primal Chaos City leader looked confused. Why are you in Yuan Ao's secret region? And why are you waiting for the Universe Masters of us humans? What do you mean? Are you saying they should be there? Primal Chaos City leader was confused, but he realized that something was going on. Luofeng was dazed. Didn't Huge Axe Founder give an order? The Universe Masters of the superpowers in the universe had arrived except for those from Automaton race and the human race. Theoretically, Universe Supreme Masters would stay in the territory of their race, as they were the most intimidating and greatest power. Even if they went to Universe Ocean, they would come back soon. After all, Universe Supreme Masters were pretty efficient in fighting and killing, so they usually stayed within their race's territories. Huge Axe is not in the race now, he's in Universe Ocean, said Primal Chaos City leader solemnly. What happened? Tell me. This is the case. Doubleface Ancestral God came to find me. Luofeng elaborated on what happened. He finished in no time. Only the Automaton race and the human race are missing in Yuan Ao's secret region, said Luofeng. A strange object? Primal Chaos City leader was shocked. The human race wouldn't have known if Luofeng hadn't told him. After all, the powers of the universe wouldn't leak the news. They wanted as few powers there as possible. Fortunately, we have you now. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. Teacher, what should we do? Asked Luofeng. This is not just a power struggle, said Primal Chaos City leader. That strange object is rejected by the original universe. Which is why the owner, Yuan Ao Master, is also rejected by the original universe, so even Universe Supreme Masters who kill him won't be punished. Luofeng was surprised. Besides, said Primal Chaos City leader, if we get this strange object out of the original universe, we'll make contributions. Like us humans, if we make a contribution, the original universe will favor us in a short period of time, and the universe energies beneficial to us humans will be improved. As a result, human babies born during that period will have more potential. Everyone knows that it's impossible for one power to own it, so what you're going to do is to take your uncle Ice Mountain and ask him to pair with you. You and your uncle will be enough. Sure. Luofeng nodded. Ice Mountain Master. He was one of the 3 disciples of Teacher Origin, and all the 3 disciples of Teacher Origins were incredible. Ice Mountain Master might have been slightly weaker than Primal Chaos City leader, but the gap wasn't significant. After all, he was a disciple of Teacher Origin. In a remote territory of Yuan Ao's secret region, a green light shone from a rock of the mountain range. Luo Feng and a silver man with bloody armor and a bloody blade flew together, and the moment that silver-haired man showed up, he attracted the attention of all the supreme beings on the mountains. Ice Mountain Master. You're here, Ice Mountain. The human race sent Ice Mountain and Luo Feng. Immediately, the spotlight was on Ice Mountain Master. Ice Mountain Master glanced around and nodded at the great beings he was familiar with, like Nine Remoteness Master, Golden Horn Master, and Canthus Devil Master. Ice Mountain Master. He was a disciple of Teacher Origin. He had great power. Nine Remoteness Master could only use his supreme technique once with one of his bodies, but Ice Mountain Master could use his supreme technique continuously, even though that technique was slightly weaker. He was an incredible universe master. The great beings arrived one after another. Soon, the 9 superpowers had all arrived, except the automaton race. Even the 9 Territory Alliance sent 2 universe masters. The 9 Territory Alliance shouldn't have known it, but it seemed they had been informed by a lone universe supreme master. 9 Territory Alliance. Flame Emperor and Ju Feng Master. Why were they here? The 9 Territory Alliance isn't a superpower. Though they have more than 10 universe masters as well, they don't have a universe supreme master. Did some lone universe supreme master tell them? The other 8 powers were all confused and looked to the 2 in the distance. Flame Emperor was built with scales on his body and had a horn on his head. He emanated power. As for the other one, it was a strange beast with a rocky body and looked like a lion with 9 heads. The eyes on his heads were scanning his surroundings. He was Ju Feng Master, and he was at Flame Emperor's level. The 9 Territory Alliance was a second-class power, but the Universe Masters sent were both powerful, at least more powerful than Sky Wolf Master and UMO Master. Flame Emperor. Ju Feng Master. They were both top-tier Universe Masters. Flame Emperor. Ice Mountain Master glanced at him and snorted. You dare to come where we humans are? Why not? Flame Emperor glared at Ice Mountain Master. I would definitely crush you if the other powers were not here, Ice Mountain Master said. He was being extremely hostile, and Flame Emperor glared at him. Ice Mountain Master was the first one to become infuriated when everyone learned that Flame Emperor had betrayed the humans. Ice Mountain Master took out his blade, and Flame Emperor resorted to fleeing with his force armor. Even after an infinity of time, Flame Emperor knew that he was weaker than Ice Mountain Master, so he could only promise himself, humph. Someday I'll outpower you and make you annihilate in the universe. Flame Emperor, said another voice. Flame Emperor turned his head around and smiled. Oh! This must be the peerless genius, Milky Way Horde leader Luo Feng. I'm surprised to see you here, Flame Emperor, whispered Luo Feng. Haha. My 9 Territory Alliance shouldn't have known, Flame Emperor laughed. However, Sitting Mountain Guest instructed us to come here. It's our honor to work for Sitting Mountain Guest. This surprised Luo Feng. Teacher Sitting Mountain Guest? All the other powers were shocked too. Sitting Mountain Guest? All the lone universe supreme masters were handfuls, while Sitting Mountain Guest was the most difficult one to deal with. He rarely fought other great beings, but the special skills he had were already enough to drive the powers crazy. Sitting Mountain Guest was connected to lots of superpowers. He had a good relationship with the 9 Territory Alliance, and lots of powers speculated that Sitting Mountain Guest was connected to Flame Emperor, as Sitting Mountain Guest publicly helped Flame Emperor several times. Sitting Mountain Guest was close to the Ancestral God School as well. It's been a long time. 9 Remoteness Master looked around. The automaton race still hasn't arrived. It seems Father God is in his universe and doesn't know about it. We won't wait. We'll wait no more. The powers here still regarded the Ancestral God School as their leader, and the Ancestral God School was represented by 9 Remoteness Master. Actually, the other powers all assumed Father God was staying in the universe of the automaton race. There are 9 powers here, said 9 Remoteness Master. I think everyone is aware of the power of Yuan Ao Master. Everyone, give a suggestion of how to deal with it. The Universe Master spoke up. Yuan Ao Master has a strange object, which puts him at the same level of Star River Master. In the original universe, even Universe Supreme Masters can't kill him, let alone us. What should we do? We can't kill. There's no other way. There's only one way. That's right. Only that move. All the Universe Masters nodded. 9 Remoteness Master nodded. It seems everyone's reached a consensus. It's impossible to kill Yuan Ao Master directly. There's only one way. Seal him. Seal him and send him to an individual universe. Then we'll kill him. All the powers nodded. Luo Feng understood as well. It was difficult to kill even ordinary Universe Masters except for Universe Masters like Star River Master and Yuan Ao Master while wielding the piece of black wood. As for those more powerful or those with great true treasures, even Universe Masters like Star River Master found it difficult to kill them. For Universe Masters like Star River Master, and even those like Ice Mountain Master, it was impossible for Universe Supreme Masters to kill them. What could they do? Seal them. It might be impossible to kill them, but it was possible to suppress them and suck them into a sealing-type true treasure. It was impossible for a Universe Supreme Master to break a top-tier sealing-type true treasure. Then they would be sent to places like the Primal Universe. Primal Chaos City Leader was invincible in the Primal Universe and was able to kill even a Universe Supreme Master using the Primal Universe origin, not to mention Yuan AO Master. The only way to stop Yuan AO Master is to seal him, said 9 Remoteness Master to all the other Universe Masters. However, Yuan AO Master isn't stupid. He must be alert, as he knows this is the only way to kill him, so he won't just let us seal him. We need a plan to do that. I have a Pinnacle Domain-type true treasure, and it can cover an area of tens of square light years. It'll be impossible for Yuan AO Master to escape. I have a Seal-type true treasure, and it's top-tier level. It can seal him. All the Universe Masters voiced their opinions and announced their true treasures. All tried their best, as they all knew that the strange object was rejected by the original universe, and once Yuan AO Master was killed and the strange object was driven out of the original universe, they would be bestowed based on their contribution. How impressive, whispered Luo Feng. No wonder they were the representatives from all the superpowers. 3 of them had Pinnacle Domain-type true treasures. They were Golden Horn Master, Sea Lotus Master, and Contus Devil Master. As for the Pinnacle Seal-type true treasure, it was carried by Ice Mountain Master. After a while, good. 9 Remoteness Master nodded. The plan is made, and we'll follow the plan. However, Yuan AO Master isn't stupid. We need to be careful. Okay, of course. Don't worry, 9 Remoteness. All the Universe Masters answered. Your plan sounds good, but are you sure you can seal that Yuan AO Master, even with all of you? A cold voice resounded in the space, which attracted all the Universe Masters. Luo Feng looked into the distance. In the space, an ineffable force arrived. The mighty willpower made all the Universe Masters feel pressured. It's a Universe Supreme Master, said Ice Mountain Master. Which Supreme Master is it? Asked 9 Remoteness Master. The blurry being became clearer. It was someone in human form wearing black armor. The black armor was engulfed in fire, and a huge phantom stood behind it in the space. There were stars in the phantom, as if it were a universe in itself. Black Universe. Black Universe Creator. It's him. He's wearing a supreme true treasure, Black Universe armor. All the Universe Masters felt pressured by the sudden arrival of this great being, Black Universe Creator. Luo Feng gazed at Black Universe Creator as well. This was Black Universe Creator? Based on the information he had gathered, Black Universe Creator was a fire life form. That golden fire was bright and heated, but the phantom behind it was dark and cold, which was the opposite of the golden fire. Is this the supreme true treasure, Black Universe armor? Luo Feng looked carefully and saw a seemingly ordinary black arm. Or, which sometimes merged with the golden flame-like liquid, but sometimes showed itself. A fiery head showed up in the golden flame and said, I have a suggestion. I'll be in charge of attacking Yuan AO Master, and you'll help me trap him in the seal-type true treasure. I'm a lone Universe Supreme Master, and I don't lead any powers or territories, so you don't need to worry about me taking advantages. The Universe Masters all went silent. What do you want? Asked 9 Remoteness Master. I want that strange object, said the golden flame. Don't worry, I'm not trying to seize it. Instead, I'm willing to trade for it. I can give you some Pinnacle true treasures to have that strange object. There's only one strange object, and you can't divide it. You might just give that to me, and I'll give you the true treasures. What do you think? 9 Remoteness Master glanced around. After a while, Sea Lotus Master said, now that Black Universe Creator has shown up, we of the Bug Race have no problem with that. The Northern Territory Alliance has no problem. The Prison Race has no problem. The Human Race has no problem, said Ice Mountain Master. Even those Universe Masters who were reluctant agreed in the end. It wasn't that they agreed personally, but the Universe Supreme Masters behind them agreed. This already had to do with the Universe Supreme Masters in the universe, and now, even Black Universe Creator himself was willing to show up alone, only for a strange object. It was a fair trade. They didn't need to upset that Universe Supreme Master. After all, nobody was willing to offend a Universe Supreme Master. Beings like Yuan AO Master might be sealed, but no powers were able to seal a Universe Supreme Master. I'll control an area of space, and with your domain-type true treasures, Yuan AO Master will have a reduced chance to run away, said Black Universe Creator. Of course, if he runs beforehand, I won't be able to track him. Then I'll need to ask the Ancestral God School for help. The Ancestral God School should be able to locate him easily. Sure. 9 Remoteness Master nodded. They would not be able to locate Yuan AO Master, but they could locate that strange object. Before Yuan AO Master took out that black wood, the Ancestral God School found out that something was wrong with his area and sent Luo Feng. After he took the black wood out, he was targeted. Yuan AO's secret region. One towering being after another crawling type life forms, rock life forms, and blood and flesh type life forms showed up 10 light years away from the 12 continents, and their leader was the forceful golden flame giant that dissipated the universe origin law. "Let's go," said Black Universe Creator. A towering being showed up in the sky outside Towering Continent. "Lock," said Black Universe Creator. An area of 100 square light years was sealed, and the space constraint surged. "I've locked that Yuan AO Master," said Black Universe Creator. "You can attack now." Endless Light Domain. Golden Horn Master from the Space Beast Alliance opened his huge wing, and an endless light domain with a radius of 80 light years showed up. It was gleaming with white light, and everyone present was able to sense the power from the light. Incredible Golden Horn Master. Luo Feng took a glimpse. "He doesn't know that I'm Golden Mountain Knight." A towering being flew out of Towering Continent, and he was holding a giant black wood. He looked up and roared, "I can't believe you'll fight together for a strange object. You're from the superpowers in the original universe." "A Universe Supreme Master. I wouldn't fear any of you if I fought you one-on-one. But now that you're fighting together, I'll flee." Yuan AO Master roared. He stepped on the space, and the space turned into particles. He went into the space interlayers directly. There were countless space shatters in the space interlayers. Yuan AO Master roared and traveled into the space interlayers. However, Endless Light Domain went into the space interlayers as well. The Golden Flame Giant took a step, and the space cracked. He went in too. Flame Emperor tore the space with his right hand and stepped into the crack. "Don't even think about running, Yuan AO Master." "Let's go," Luo Feng said Ice Mountain Master, and he and Luo Feng slashed the space and went into the space interlayers. The universe masters present were all powerful, and they went into the space interlayers easily. The deeper it was in the space interlayers, the more powerful the space flood was, and the space shatters were able to kill even some universe knights. However, all those universe masters were much stronger than universe knights, and they weren't afraid of the space shatters at all. They all flew into the space interlayers. Golden Horn Master's wing hit all the space shatters and annihilated them. To him, they were as weak as drops of water. Luo Feng turned into a beam of golden light. He was performing golden light, and with his Shiwu wing, he was incredibly fast as well. Black Universe Creator was the fastest out of all the great beings chasing Yuan AO Master, but even the slowest among them was much faster than Yuan AO Master. For one thing, Yuan AO Master was bound by the Pinnacle Domain type True Treasures. For another, Black Universe Creator was pressuring him by using his control over space and time. Yuan AO Master was ridiculously slow under the double effect of the pressure, and he was caught up with very quickly. Finally, said Yuan AO Master. He looked furious, but he was actually looking forward to it. "I've been planning this for a long time and waiting for all the powers, and now they've all arrived. However, I didn't expect Black Universe Creator to come. Regardless, it doesn't change my plan. Just come. You're all supreme beings of the original universe, but you're all encircling me. Shameless." Yuan Master fled while roaring. "If this is a 1-0-N1 fight, none of you will be able to do anything to me. Just for this godly wood, all of you have joined efforts to attack me. This brazen behavior is simply shocking." Yuan AO Master went on a rampage. In that vast space filled with waves, he crashed and sent gigantic pieces of debris flying about at extremely high speeds while roaring his rage to vent his anger. Yet no matter how angry he was, there was Black Universe Creator controlling a part of time and space, and Golden Horn Master executing his Pinnacle Domain type True Treasure, Endless Light Domain. Both combined caused Yuan AO Master's speed to be extremely slow. Following behind them, Black Universe Creator and Universe Masters of the top 9 powers were making their way over in a formidable array. Curse all you want now. You are going to be annihilated right away." What a pathetic fellow. Who can he blame? He was always alone. How would he have known that strange object should never be brought into the primal universe? The moment he allowed the object to recognize its master and brought it into the primal universe, his fate was sealed. The universe masters following behind either snorted or sympathized. Even Luo Feng shook his head silently. A universe master who had gained his reputation rapidly during the birth period of the universe was about to be annihilated. Ice Mountain Master did a voice transmission. "The chances of strange objects appearing in the universe ocean are low. The number of strange objects appearing is comparable to the numbers of supreme true treasures. For me, teacher did tell me about this previously. That is how I know we cannot bring strange objects into the primal universe. Even for some of the universe masters who are here now, I believe quite a few of you only got to know about the secret information regarding strange objects now because of this accidental event. So, I don't think that it's strange for Yuan AO Master to be so clueless about it." "That's true." Luo Feng sighed. If he had known, he would never have done so. Who can he blame? Ice Mountain Master said half-heartedly. He can only blame the fate that dictated his annihilation. Luo Feng sighed. Take the fate of the 8 natural beast gods. They had been born as universe masters where their entire bodies constituted of treasures. In the beginning, when the number of great beings from various top powers of the universe were few, the 8 natural beast gods were safe. However, as the great beings from countless races started to sprout, it was only natural for them to come to covet after valuables, so they made their advances like a pack of hungry wolves. That marked the end of the 8 natural beast gods, who were subsequently split up like prey. Why was Blood Cloud Palace Master attacked? 1. Because he was indeed an insane fellow. And 2. Because he did not have an impressive background. On the contrary, Luo Feng, who had killed over 6,000 universe knights in one move, belonged to the Hong Alliance. Furthermore, he had the support of the Ancestral God School. The 3 major alliances could only suppress their anger and submit to humiliation. On the other hand, if he was alone, wandering universe master, if he were to pull off such an unbridled massacre of universe knights, the 3 major alliances would definitely go crazy and retaliate. To great beings like Sitting Mountain Guest, Space Ancestor, and Huge Axe Creator, an impressive background was a burden. But to universe masters like Luo Feng, such backgrounds would serve as their tower of strength, their backing. Without backing, one would be like Yuan Ao Master, ostracized by the primal universe because of a strange object. Even the Ancestral God School was first in line to launch their attack. When universe supreme beings made their moves and attacked, they would not be punished. And these top powers would show no trace of mercy. Even the 8 beast gods who had the Ancestral God School as their backing were all killed. What would it have been like if various top powers were to go crazy coveting after valuables? The devastating scene would be massive. This was why Sitting Mountain Guest had warned Luo Feng against rushing to reveal Star Tower. Come, said Yuan Ao Master. You all want to kill me, so I might as well take a few of you as my funerary subjects. Yuan Ao Master was like a man possessed, crashing and crushing gigantic space debris, roaring without a pause like a rabid dog putting up its final struggle. His display of anger made various super beings hot on his heels either sigh inwardly or sneer at his predicament. An endless light shrouded a large area of the surroundings, and the group of super beings chasing up from behind in that area. The fastest of them all, Black Universe Creator, was rapidly approaching. Yuan Ao Master looked behind him, and his anger intensified. Black Universe. The gigantic, golden-flamed figure spoke up. Give it up. In your dreams. Yuan Ao Master roared. The golden-flamed figure was dangerously near. When Luo Feng and the group of universe masters were still far behind, the golden-flamed figure was considered to have caught up with Yuan Ao Master. There is no escape for you. The golden-flamed figure suddenly stretched out his palm, and this gigantic palm immediately swung about in the direction of the opponent before him. The surroundings had completely collapsed and scattered. Only a gigantic black palm could be seen sweeping across the sky. This black palm was as high as a few million miles tall. There were faint traces of countless stars rotating right in the middle of the palm. It looked as though endless stars were within this gigantic palm, which had reached Yuan Ao Master's spot high up in the sky in a rapid move. Want to kill me? Roared Yuan Ao Master. What makes you, Black Universe, think you are capable of killing me? Burn and die. Yuan Ao Master's voice was like Rezona. Ting thunder as a gigantic whirlpool of flames appeared to surround his godly body. The bright, dazzling flames were all concentrating together to gather on that black godly wood. Therefore, the black godly wood suddenly expanded tremendously. Limitless power gathered on this black godly wood like a pillar to heaven. Then the black godly wood directly smashed at that gigantic black palm that was slamming down from above. A tremor ran through Yuan Ao Master's godly body. Suddenly, he plummeted down. Even his godly body suddenly trembled. Many cracks appeared, but his body underwent a speedy recovery. You are indeed a universe supreme being, said Yuan Ao Master. With one strike, you have annihilated 3/1,000 THS of my godly body. Yuan Ao Master looked up and let out a crazy roar. If there is only one of you, without the help of any other universe master, there will be no way you can stop me should I want to escape. If I had better armor, you wouldn't be able to hurt me at all. The golden-flamed figure paid no heed. With another strike of his gigantic palm, he said, and now, it is time for you to accept your death sentence. The gigantic black palm that contained countless stars circulating within it started trampling on Yuan Ao Master all over again. When Luo Feng and company saw what was happening in the distance, they flew over quickly. Huh? 9 Remoteness Master may be able to make him lose 1/1,000 TH of his godly body, but this Black Universe Creator can actually make him lose 3/1,000 THS of his godly body? Luo Feng took a while to process and understand. Firstly, the power executed by a Universe Supreme Being was only able to surpass the self-destruction attack method by 9 Remoteness Master by a finger's breadth. Secondly, the two attack methods were different. It was just like the exchange of blows between Star River Master and Luo Feng, when Luo Feng had used Star Tower to ward off his attack. The attack power was first weakened by the defense mechanism of Star Tower before it was transmitted to the body. The exchange of blows between Black Universe Creator and Yuan Ao Master was the same. Black Universe Creator's strike was on the strange object, which was the Godly Wood. Upon absorbing the blow, the Godly Wood would be weakened. Thus, the impact of his strike would be transmitted to Yuan Ao Master's entire body. Nine Remoteness Master had a different self-destruction attack method. It was similar to Explosion of Universe. Within an instant, power from all directions converged and took aim at Yuan Ao Master. Although Yuan Ao Master was using the Black Godly Wood to absorb part of the explosive power, there was still the remaining power attacking him from all other directions. The Godly Wood was only able to block attacks from one direction. It could not ward off the impact from the endless power coming from any other directions. Yuan Ao Master would inevitably sustain heavy injuries. 9 Remoteness Master's injury level WA. S1/1, 000th. Black Universe Creator's injury level was 3/1, 000ths. Luo Feng nodded to himself. No wonder he was so confident. If he had Force Armor, a top-quality pinnacle true treasure, his loss would be even smaller. When they saw Black Universe Creator suppressing Yuan Ao Master from afar, the numerous great beings from various top powers, Milky River Horde Leader Luo Feng, Ice Mountain Master, Sea Lotus Master, Golden Horn Master, Xianmia Master, Umo Master, Sky Wolf Master, Canthus Devil Master, Yunnan Master, Flame Emperor, race in from all directions to surround them. Give it up, Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao Master, there is no way you can escape. Universe Masters from all directions looked over to the middle, where Yuan Ao Master was being trampled on. Yuan Ao Master was a sorry sight. With the Black Godly Wood in his hand, he was flying in an inverted manner. Under the restraint of the vast light, even inverted flight was rapidly brought to a halt. He looked around, teeth clenched with extreme anger, his single eye was filled with insanity. I just obtained this strange object, he shouted. If I had a little more time, I would have been able to exchange this for even better armor. Or exchange it for more precious materials to increase my life gene level. By then, even you, Black Universe Creator, would not have been able to injure me easily. Luo Feng nodded to himself. True. Yuan Ao Master may have had a strange object that allowed him to attain an attack force that matched the level of Star River Master and 9 Remoteness Master, but his godly body's life gene level and defense armor were still a notch lower. So his defense level was obviously not on par. Even if you had better armor, you would still be unable to put up resistance. The golden-flamed figure advanced again. At the same time, he shouted out an order. Ice Mountain, it's time to take out your true treasure. Ice Mountain! From afar, Ice Mountain Master shouted a command. Suddenly, a crystal palace appeared and rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had become a towering place that was 60 million miles tall. The entire palace was filled with sculptures of secret engravings and exuded an ancient, cold aura. Open! Ice Mountain Master shouted. The doors of that ancient palace opened with a loud rumble, and behind those doors was pitch-black darkness. An immeasurably massive suction force was exerted on Yuan Ao Master in an instant. This was a pinnacle ceiling-type true treasure. Activated by Ice Mountain Master, its power was so strong that even Yuan Master felt his godly body budging repeatedly under its influence. You think you can suppress and seal me in here, said Yuan Ao Master. His godly power was burning as he did all he could to resist. At the same time, he shouted and looking about frantically in all directions. At that moment, Yuan Ao Master resembled a lone wolf at its craziest. He had come to the moment of life or death. If you're not going in on your own, I will send you in, the golden-flamed figure said with a wave of his hand. Black Universe Creator. Yuan Ao Master clenched his teeth with rage. As though with great reluctance, he shouted, if you help me, I will give you this Black Godly Wood. Suddenly, Black Universe Creator stopped. Black Universe Creator. 9 Remoteness Master and Golden Horn Master called out at the same time. They seemed to be very angry. Black Universe Creator sighed. Yuan Ao, even if I don't help you, I can still obtain that Black Godly Wood at the expense of some of my true treasures. But if I were to help you, it would be equivalent to offending various powers of the primal universe. Yuan Ao Master's single eye was filled with insanity as he scanned his surroundings. Through gritted teeth, he said, I still have one treasure. A remnant diagram left behind by a Universe Supreme being called Xian Yuan, who was annihilated long ago, the Tilted Peak Sector Remnant Diagram. What? Xian Yuan's legacy? Tilted Peak Sector Remnant Diagram? Every super being present was shocked, including Black Universe Creator. It was the same feeling for Luo Feng. He did not know Xian Yuan, but he was dumbfounded by the description, a Universe Supreme being called Xian Yuan, who was annihilated long ago. Universe Supreme Masters were almighty. They might not be able to kill Universe Masters like Nine Remoteness Master or Star River Master, but it was ridiculous for Universe Supreme Masters to die. Even Teacher Origin, who went against the original universe, was only suppressed. Die? A Universe Supreme Master died? Luo Feng was shocked. Remote Ocean Body immediately connected to the virtual universe and started to search for the information on Xian Yuan. Luo Feng got the information immediately with his access authority. Xian Yuan, a Universe Supreme Master born before the Great Incarnation. He loves adventure. He died because he got trapped in one of the 3 lands of Extremis in Universe Ocean, Tilted Peak Sector. 3 lands of Extremis in Universe Ocean? Adventure? Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind. A Universe Supreme Master died there. How dangerous is Tilted Peak Sector? 3 lands of Extremis? No wonder if it's a land of Extremis. Just when Luo Feng learned about the information through the virtual universe, Yuan Ao Master believed that he had grasped the last chance to survive. Yes, Xian Yuan. That adventurer and explorer Xian Yuan. Yuan Ao Master stood in the sky, and the space fragments were crushed by the endless light domain. The small fragments hit Yuan Ao Master, but he was standing there still like a mountain. He was in extreme danger, and was under a pinnacle seal-type true treasure, Ice Mountain Palace. As long as the other great beings kept attacking him in a group so that he wasn't able to resist Ice Mountain Palace, he would be doomed if he was sucked into the palace. How will you prove that you have a Nant diagram of Tilted Peak Sector? You might be lying to survive. The Universe Masters gazed at him in the distance. Even Black Universe Creator didn't make a move. Thought I was lying? Where do you think I got that black wood? Yuan Ao Master looked around. I think you all know that this strange object will only show up in the 3 lands of Extremis. All the Universe Masters went silent. A strange object was only born in the lands of Extremis. I got the remnant diagram by luck, but I never dared to let any great beings know because I don't want trouble, said Yuan Ao Master. With this remnant diagram, I explored Tilted Peak Sector and got a strange object by luck. Another Universe Master, also found it, but he got killed by me instantly. You were the one who killed him. You killed Master. The Universe Masters understood what happened now. Some Universe Masters died in Universe Ocean without even sending any messages, so the reasons for their deaths remained unknown. Haha. He's just unlucky. Yuan Ao Master looked around. I just got that strange object and Universe Ocean is too dangerous, so I came back to the original universe and tried to find some powers to buy a true treasure. After all, with that godly wood, my attacking true treasures are useless, and I can get a higher defensive armor. Even some valuables to improve my life gene. However, before I can do something, that human Luo Feng came. Yuan Ao Master looked to Luo Feng and clenched his teeth. Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled at him in the distance. I don't understand it. The Ancestral God School knows everything. Why does it want me dead? Yuan Ao Master clenched his teeth and glared at Luo Feng. 9 Remoteness, can you tell me why you come here to kill me? I haven't offended the Ancestral God School at all. You deserve to die, said 9 Remoteness Master coldly. Tell me why. Yuan Ao Master roared. Stop rambling, shouted Flame Emperor. You might have just made up the whole story. Everyone knows you got that strange object by luck. But you can't prove you have a real Tilted Peak Sector remnant diagram. And you can't prove it was left by Xian Yuan. There were many Tilted Peak Sector remnant diagrams. Tilted Peak Sector was one of the 3 lands of Extremis in Universe Ocean, and it was boundless. The remnant diagram of its periphery was worthless. On the contrary, those diagrams that documented the depth were invaluable. And it had to do with the area as well. A diagram that pictured an area of 1,000,000 square kilometers was nothing compared to that of 100 square light years. As for Xian Yuan, he was a Universe Supreme Master born before the Great Incarnation, and he'd lived longer than any Universe Supreme Master in the original universe. After all his adventures, he'd inspected Tilted Peak Sector countless times. The Tilted Peak Sector remnant diagram was priceless, and that remnant diagram could certainly be used to gain quite a few valuables. Even supreme true treasures. This is the diagram of Xian Yuan. Yuan Ao Master roared. He waved his hands, and a black and gold cloth showed up. This is Pulling Traces diagram. Pulling traces are extremely rare and valuable materials. Even Universe Supreme Masters won't use those to make a map easily. Pulling Traces diagram. Those are pulling traces. The map carried by Xian Yuan was a Pulling Traces diagram. All the Universe Masters were thrilled, as none of them were rich enough to make a map using pulling traces. In the virtual universe, Luo Feng and Ice Mountain Master stood in front of Primal Chaos City Leader. We can't be sure whether what he said is true or not, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Brother, Yuan Ao Master just took out a Pulling Traces diagram, said Ice Mountain Master. A Pulling Traces diagram? Primal Chaos City leader was shocked. Yuan Ao Master is only a lone universe master. He suddenly got a strange object, and he just took out a pulling traces diagram. He might be telling the truth. If it is indeed a tilted peak sector remnant diagram left by Xian Yuan, it'll be incredibly valuable. More valuable than that strange object. Brother Luofeng, try your best to get that pulling traces diagram. There's only one pulling traces diagram, and it can't be divided. Cooperate with each other and get it. Sure. Ice Mountain Master nodded, and his eyes glinted fiercely. Sure, teacher. Luofeng nodded as well. Pulling traces diagram? Yuan Ao Master seems to be telling the truth, as he has a pulling traces diagram. The space and time around me are locked, and I can't get there directly by God Country transportation. Try your best to get that pulling traces diagram first before seizing that strange object. The demon race. You have to seize it. You can't divide pulling traces diagram, and nobody is willing to do that. Black Universe Creator is so lucky that he got there first. It'll take us some time to arrive there, and it'll be too late. Sky Wolf, UMO, try to get that pulling traces diagram and run. Yes, Sky Wolf Master and UMO Master answered. Both of them left their avatars there to report to Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor. Their original target was the strange object, but now their target was the tilted peak sector remnant diagram. The prison race, the crystal race, and the space beast alliance. All the powers were tempted. Universe Ocean was a place where many more valuables were located than in the original universe. Many pinnacle true treasures, and even supreme true treasures were born in the lands of Extremis in Universe Ocean. Which was why the remnant diagrams of the three land of Extremis were always worthwhile, and the larger the area on the diagram was, the more precious the diagrams would be. Besides, the great beings in the original universe were all born after the Great Incarnation. The great beings born before the Great Incarnation had all lived longer, so they were more familiar with lands of Extremis. A remnant diagram left by Xian Yuan was definitely more valuable than a strange object. Hong, 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 Hong. Powerful forces surged, and the great beings were all staring at Yuan Ao Master and Black Universe Creator. Black Universe Creator, you won't be that greedy, will you? Said Nine Remoteness Master. Black Universe Creator, you have a supreme true treasure, and you're a lone universe supreme master, said Golden Horn Master. That remnant diagram is not that useful to you. All the supreme beings were gazing at Black Universe Creator. Nine Remoteness Master, Golden Horn Master, Ice Mountain Master, and Canthus Devil Master. All of them were able to stall him. I'll have the diagram, said Black Universe Creator. I'll protect you. You won't. Do it. All the supreme beings of the 9 superpowers exploded, while Golden Horn Master and Canthus Devil Master tried to corner Black Universe Creator. Golden Horn Master opened his wing wide, roared, and charged at Black Universe Creator. So did Canthus Devil Master. Kill. All was madness. Damn it. Black Universe Creator shouted. He was infuriated, but his power was suppressed in the original universe, so both Golden Horn Master and Canthus Devil Master were only slightly weaker. Besides, Golden Horn Master and Canthus Devil Master had strong armor and were both top-tier beings in their alliances. Get in. All the Universe Masters were encircling Yuan Ao Master. He was in despair. The Universe Masters sent were all-powerful. Golden Horn Master and Canthus Devil Master alone were able to pin down Black Universe Creator, and it was too easy for those Universe Masters to seal Yuan Ao Master if they worked together. Want to kill me? Said Yuan Ao Master. Want to get my true treasures? Then come and get them. Yuan Ao Master roared and tore the pulling traces diagram apart. It became dozens of pieces, and the pieces flew away at all directions, attracting all the Universe Masters. Just get it. Yuan Ao Master turned around and fled like a beam of light. After all, the pulling traces diagram was merely a piece of tilted peak sector map that was made out of a unique material. Since Yuan Ao Master's power could allow him to tear and destroy an ordinary true treasure effortlessly, the pulling traces diagram would naturally be torn and divided into a dozen smaller pieces within the blink of an eye. This was like the black metal boards Luofeng used to record the 9-volume manual. Although the diagram had been shredded into pieces, every fragment would still contain a part of the drawing on the diagram. Putting all 12 smaller fragments together into one combination, a complete version of the tilted peak sector remnant diagram left behind by Xian Yuan would be obtained. That loathsome Yuan Ao. Initially, the dozen Universe Masters from numerous top powers were angry, but their anger was soon replaced by a contiguous scramble for the fragment. Deep pulling traces diagram. This was because they were all aware that even if only fragments were left, they were nonetheless part of Xian Yuan's legacy, so every fragment still recorded a part of the remnant diagram. All of these were highly valuable. Ice Mountain Master anxiously sent out a voice transmission. Luofeng, grab that pulling traces diagram. Understood. Luophone was also frantically trying his best. The towering yet pale-looking Canthus Devil Master let out a fearsome roar. Do not contend with me. He stopped his attacks on Black Universe Creator. Then, paying no heed to Black Universe Creator, he headed straight for one of the flying fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram that was nearest to him. It was one of the bigger fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram. Get lost. Hong. Long. Canthus Devil Master was holding onto a gigantic, long whip. With a sudden lash, the whip grew even longer. It was more than 60 million miles, and it swept towards Sea Lotus Master of the Bug Clan, who was about to snatch a fragment of the Pulling Traces diagram. Amidst these frenzied attacks raining down, Sea Lotus Master did not dare summon the large number of bug soldiers under his command. Canthus Devil. Sea Lotus Master's beautiful face was scrunched up in anger. That is mine, Bug Clan. Don't even think about taking it. Canthus Devil Master gave a furious roar and charged. Humph. That is mine, you go look for others, said Sea Lotus Master. Suddenly, endless ripples started appearing within Sea Lotus Master's surroundings and spread out in a circular motion. The strong impact repelled all of Endless Light Domain within that area, which naturally formed a suppression over Canthus Devil Master. The pale-looking Canthus Devil Master roared. Suddenly, black waves started spreading out in all directions with him as the center. Black, raging water of the ocean also spread out within the blink of an eye, charging at the Endless Light Domain and Endless Ripples region in the surroundings. The Universe Masters from the top 9 powers who were present at the Yuan Ao secret region were all well prepared. 3 of them had Pinnacle Domain type True Treasures Golden Horn Master, Sea Lotus Master, and Canthus Devil Master. Previously, when they were fighting Yuan Ao Master, solely Golden Horn Master's Pinnacle Domain type True Treasure was enough, as everyone was quite united and acted with concerted efforts. However, they were now all fighting for this Pulling Traces diagram. How could they stay united? As expected, all of them would be putting in their best. Those with greater powers would naturally be more ambitious, seeking to claim one or several pieces or the bigger fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram. Black Universe Creator suddenly gave a low growl. You all can fight for that Pulling Traces diagram. I don't want it. I only want that strange object. Black Universe Creator, we shall not contend with you. The strange object S. All be yours. The strange object goes to you. Pulling Traces diagram goes to us. Many great beings let out sighs of relief upon hearing this. In terms of power, Black Universe Creator was definitely able to defeat them. Earlier, through joint efforts, they could suppress even a Universe Supreme Being. But the moment they were no longer united, if Black Universe Creator set his heart on fighting, even if it was not possible to obtain half of it, he could still hope to get quite a sizable amount. Humph. Black Universe Creator sneered inwardly. If it was the complete tilted peak sector remnant diagram left behind by Xian Yuan, then it would definitely have records of the details of the situation from the outer world to the bottommost depth. But now it is tattered and torn. Even if I were to obtain 10 fragments, they would still be segregated fragments scattered about randomly. They would not be able to form a clear route, which means their value would be greatly reduced. I would be better off with this strange object in hand. With this strange object, my power within the universe ocean would be boosted to another level up. Black Universe Creator chased after the escaping Yuan Ao Master as fast as he could. Although the various parties were fighting each other regardless of being under the suppression of Endless Light Domain, Endless Ripples region, or Endless Blackwater region, they would all be dealt with intentional suppression. Since they had all given their word to Black Universe that the strange object would be his to claim, they would naturally fulfill their promise and give the favor to Black Universe Creator. Besides, the act of Yuan Ao Master shredding the Pulling Traces diagram into fragments had made many of these Universe Masters angry. Ice Mountain Master, help me out, Black Universe Creator said. Give me full control of your Ice Mountain Palace. After all this, I will give you a Pinnacle True Treasure as a gift of gratitude. Ice Mountain Master used part of his consciousness to control Ice Mountain Palace as he tried his best to suck Yuan Ao Master into it. As for Ice Mountain Master himself, of course he would be with the other Universe Masters fighting crazily for the fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram. Yuan Ao Master, you are hopeless, Black Universe Creator said, rapidly closing up the distance. Annoying. Yuan Ao Master's speed was ridiculously slow. With Black Universe Creator's ability to restrain time and space, his Pinnacle Domain type True Treasure and Pinnacle Ceiling type True Treasure's suction force. Under the 3-tiered restraint, Yuan Ao Master's speed was piteously slow, while Black Universe Creator could maintain his speed. Yuan Ao Master communicated via voice transmission. Black Universe Creator, I will give you this strange object. How about you let me off? Surrounding voices in the void space had already been distorted by the suction force of Ice Mountain Palace, so even godly powers dispersed and scattered. This, in turn, allowed Ice Mountain Master to be able to detect the Yuan Ao Master's voice that was meant to be transmitted to Black Universe Creator. Even though he was far away, Ice Mountain Master's consciousness was constantly following everything that was happening on the side. "We cannot let him off," said Ice Mountain Master. "Black Universe Creator. He has to die. Kill him." Universe Masters had very powerful consciousnesses. Even if they were to give their all to fight for the fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram, they were still able to pay attention to the scene of Black Universe Creator going after Yuan Ao Master. Clearly, they all wanted Yuan Ao Master's life. Once he was annihilated, they would be considered to have made a great contribution in their capacities as top powers of the universe. The Primal Universe would bestow rewards to their races in return. "You will give me the strange object?" Black Universe Creator asked. "Yes, I am giving it to you," Yuan Ao Master said with heightened anxiety. "Let me go. If I kill you, I will also be able to obtain the strange object," said Black Universe Creator, "in addition to all the various true treasures you carry with you. I will also be considered to have made a great contribution. Although none of these factors are important to me except to be able to contribute to the primal universe, of course, more is better." Black Universe Creator laughed and announced, "Yuan Ao, meet your doom." "Contribution? What are you contributing?" Yuan Ao Master asked persistently. "Dying fellow, there is no need for you to know so much," Black Universe Creator said. Then he charged toward Yuan Ao Master at high speed. Because Black Universe Creator did not involve himself in the fight for fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram, the time and space under his control had shrunken to a size that was only surrounding the area he and Yuan Ao Master was in, and his control had no influence over the others. Therefore, Luo Feng had much to gain out of this situation. Golden Kingdom. Luo Feng flapped his wings. In an instant, an endless, misty golden light enshrouded a region with a radius as big as 1 light year except for the part of the region that was under Black Universe Creator's control. Every other region fell under Luo Feng's control. What strong control! Black Universe Creator watched from afar, where that endless space had been broken off by the force from the silver-winged figure. Then he continued raining attacks on Yuan Ao Master. Golden waves were spreading. Nine Tiger River had covered an area of 1,800 miles in an instant. With the empowerment of Golden Kingdom, Nine Tiger River was blatantly superior. Except for the 3 main regions, namely, Ripples Region, Blackwater Region, and Light Region, the top-tier domain-type true treasures used by other great beings were all destroyed to naught when Luo Feng's Nine Tiger River crashed into them. Everyone understood the rules. Like Luo Feng's Golden Kingdom, although it was able to control an extremely large area, he would never intentionally cause destruction to other regions. Due to the far distance, even if he were to cause destruction intentionally, he would never succeed. On the contrary, he would be offending the other great beings. Those who owned pinnacle domain-type true treasures like Golden Horn Master, Sea Lotus Master, and Canthus Devil Master were all clear of their own capabilities. They exercised self-restraint when it came to pinnacle domain-type true treasures and would never cause disruptions to the operations of other great beings. By doing so, they would become a common enemy and would be subjected to mass attacks by the others. Annoying. "Luo Feng, how dare you contend with me?" "Courting death," Flame Emperor shouted as the fragment of Pulling Traces diagram that was almost within his grasp became enshrouded by Luo Feng's Nine Tiger River instead. This was because his domain true treasure fell apart after being crushed by Luo Feng's true treasure. "Flame Emperor, this valuable was meant to be owned by the abled," mocked Luo Feng. "If you have the capability, come get it." The fragment of the Pulling Traces diagram was within Nine Tiger River, and it flew toward Luo Feng at a rapid speed. "That is mine." Nine Tiger River transformed into a stream of light, but he directly charged into Nine Tiger River. Flame Emperor held on to his Yenshin halberd. Then he roared, and with a wave of his Yenshin halberd, he sliced a path out of the endless golden waves and made his way after the fragment of the Pulling Traces diagram. This made Luo Feng jump with shock. The Pulling Traces diagram was still 12 million miles away from him. It would take quite a while for it to reach him, so it seemed like Flame Emperor could easily intercept midway. Luo Feng was holding onto his pinnacle true treasure, Absolute Guest. Immediately, he charged over. At the same time, using Nine Tiger River, he intentionally manipulated the fragment of Pulling Traces diagram into making a detour so that it would be moving at a speed that was close to his. Then, with a single beckoning, he speedily stored the Pulling Traces diagram in his world ring. This is the first fragment he had obtained. "Ha ha ha. Many thanks, Flame Emperor," Luo Feng said, gazing at Flame Emperor. "Courtesy calls for reciprocity. Isn't that so? I believe we have achieved that now." Flame Emperor went pale. He knew what Luo Feng was referring to. Back when Luo Feng had approached him to claim his force armor, he had secretly let out news about Luo Feng's tracks, which caused many Universe Knights and Universe Overlords to lay ambush and attack Luo Feng. That had nearly cost Luo Feng his life, and, even up to the moment when Luo Feng finally reached him, Flame Emperor had not been willing to hand over force armor. Eventually, Luo Feng had to use Sitting Mountain Guest's name to oppress Flame M. Pair, at which point Flame Emperor had finally given up force armor. Back then, Flame Emperor's doings were vicious. This time around, Luo Feng had managed to take an eye for an eye. Humph, Flame Emperor said. If not for teacher's bias toward you, which allowed you to own such a supreme true treasure, you would not be able to possess such unique skills in controlling space. Then how would you be able to manage to snatch the fragment of the pulling traces diagram away from me? Flame Emperor's transmitted voice dripped with coldness. In terms of capability, you are not my match at all. Ha ha ha. You can't snatch it from me, so you are blaming it on teacher, saying that he was biased. Luo Feng scoffed. Luo Feng turned and flew off. He could not be bothered with Flame Emperor. Loathsome, snarled Flame Emperor. His expression was fearsome. With gritted teeth, he turned to fly off in another direction, where his final hope of obtaining a fragment of the pulling traces diagram was. Suppression. With Black Universe creators' great efforts, coupled with the cooperation of Ice Mountain Master and the coordination of a pinnacle domain-type true treasure, Yuan Ao Master sustained such severe injuries that he finally flew toward the gigantic doors of the palace and out of Ice Mountain Palace. Yuan Ao Master roared with insanity. You want me dead? You want my true treasure? You all think I will let things go your way so easily? Self-destruct. How frightening the godly power contained by a Universe Master's million-mile-tall godly body was. And for it to self-destruct within an instant. That self-destructive power was so strong that it surpassed the strongest attack by Star River Master to fully attain the ultimate limit set under the influence of the primal universe. All at once, an immeasurable energy wave charged out in all directions. Yuan Ao has self-destructed. Protect the pulling traces diagram. Protect it well. Be careful. The Universe Masters who were fighting each other were all terrified by the self-destruction of Yuan Ao Master. A Universe Master 1,000,000 kilometers tall had blown himself up, and the energies burst out instantly. The resulting shockwave was billions of times stronger than a supernova. It eradicated everything. The space fragments flying in the distance turned into particles. So did the space around him. As for the Universe Masters, they all tried to form a huge protection, either by using pinnacle domain-type true treasures or burning their godly power. Defend. We can't let that shockwave destroy the pulling traces diagram. Everyone, including Black Universe Creator, manipulating the space, was trying to resist that shockwave. The center of the explosion was horrendous, and Black Universe Creator, who was fighting Yuan Ao Master, was affected the most. However, he had a supreme true treasure to protect him, so he only bounced away several kilometers without being injured. As for Ice Mountain Palace, which was close to Yuan Ao Master, it was also blasted away. Hong! 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 The power of the shock wave was already significantly weakened when the shock wave arrived at the Universe Masters, but the Universe Masters still felt pressured, as they needed to protect both themselves and the fragments of pulling traces diagram. Even with that defense, the shock wave turned the space into particles. As for the fragments of pulling traces diagram, they were floating in space, and because of the shock wave, they flew in all directions. After a while, the shock wave dissipated. We protected it. Humph. That Yuan Ao Master didn't want to make things difficult for us, even going so far as to commit suicide. If it weren't for so many Universe Masters being here, the pulling traces diagram fragments would have been turned into ashes. Thank God. The space 10 billion square kilometers around them had been turned to particles, and they flowed like sand. The particles, elements of space, started to gather. Luo Feng was relieved after defending himself against that shock wave. Luo Feng, 2 huge fragments of the pulling traces diagram are flying toward you. A godly power transmitted a voice. Luo Feng noticed the 2 fragments of pulling traces diagram instantly. He looked back and saw 2 fragments floating tens of millions of kilometers away from him, and the 2 fragments were significantly large. The smaller one was twice as big as the one he obtained, and the larger one was more than 3 times larger. It's mine. Luo Feng flew toward it like a beam of light. Not on my watch. A roar was transmitted through godly power. That's mine. Luo Feng took a glimpse. The giant black sky wolf was also flying toward it, roaring at several others who were trying to seize it. Humph. Sky Wolf, you want to compete with me for that? Towering Flame Emperor, holding his giant Yenshin halberd, transmitted his voice. My third brother, don't even think about getting this one. Ha ha. I haven't gotten any fragments yet, Yunnan Master laughed. Then let's fight, said Luo Feng coldly. At that moment, Flame Emperor, Luo Feng, Yunnan Master, and Sky Wolf Master were the closest to the fragment, and Flame Emperor and Luo Feng tried to compete for it. Other than them, Ice Mountain Master and UMO Master were also approaching the fragments. Apparently, the 2 fragments were close to each other, and since they were large, the Universe Masters would fight for those 2. Let me help you, Luo Feng. Ice Mountain Master flew toward him like a trace of light. Sky Wolf, let's strive together. UMO Master also flew toward them. All was madness. The 6 Universe Masters were all staring at the fragments with eyes gleaming. No. Luo Feng felt intimidated. Yunnan Master was incredibly fast, the fastest out of all of them. Luo Feng tried to suppress him using his Golden Country, but the black mist around Yunnan Master blocked it. They were rather AR from each other, so 9 Tiger River couldn't reach him. Uncle, do you have a domain-type true treasure? Luo Feng transmitted his voice instantly. I do, answered Ice Mountain Master. Uncle, combine your domain-type true treasure and my Golden Country, said Luo Feng. Then we can resist them. The black mist permeated, and there were ice crystals in the mist surrounded by golden light. They tried to stop the other parties altogether. Under that power, the black mist of Yunnan Master crumbled. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng, this winged true treasure of yours is indeed powerful, said Ice Mountain Master. It has such a strong control over space. With my top-tier domain-type true treasure, Cold Fog Sector, it can compare to a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. Ice Mountain Master was excited, which was rare. These 2 fragments belong to us humans. Yes! Luo Feng got excited. Damn it! Flame Emperor roared. Under that double pressure of the black mist and the golden light, Flame Emperor was slowed down significantly. However, he could only clench his teeth and reluctantly admit defeat. He transmitted his exasperated voice. Damn you, third brother. Flame Emperor flew in another direction. He didn't want to waste his time, as he knew he couldn't get the fragments. He needed to hurry and get other fragments. Ha ha ha. Milky Way Horde Leader, you're indeed impressive. It seems the 2 fragments will fall into your hands. I'll stop now. Yunnan Master also found out that he was too slow to get that under the suppression. He transmitted his guffawing voice and left like a beam of light. 2 parties chose to leave. Only the demon race and human race were still competing. Human Luo Feng. Sky Wolf Master stared at Luo Feng in the distance. You were just a baby when I first met you, and now you're so powerful. Unfortunately, you humans are too V compared to us demon race. Colorful threads showed up in the sky, and they extended everywhere. They hit the black mist, which was suppressed and retreated instantly. Even with Golden Country, Cold Fog Sector kept drawing back under that power. Ice Mountain Master was irritated. Dream Ancestor Domain. Dream Ancestor Domain. Dream Demon Ancestor was one of the 2 Universe Supreme Masters of the demon race, and the true treasure she used was naturally famous. She had several true treasures that were well known in the universe, at least, and the pinnacle domain-type true treasure, Dream Ancestor Domain, was one of them. They have Dream Ancestor Domain. Luo Feng grew anxious. It's a bit trickier now. The combination of Golden Country and Cold Fog Sector may have been able to rival a pinnacle domain-type true treasure, but it was still inferior to Dream Ancestor Domain. I don't have enough godly power. If I become a Universe Master, my godly power will be able to make Golden Country stronger, and with Ice Fog Sector, it'll be able to rival that Dream Ancestor Domain. Luo Feng felt bad, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ice Mountain Master transmitted his voice. We still have hope. However, the hideous UMO Master screamed, and black vines shot out of his body. Instantly, 81 black vines covered the sky for tens of millions of square kilometers, and they charged Luo Feng. Devil Islet Vine. Luo Feng looked ghastly. It's Devil Islet Vine. Ice Mountain Master was also furious. Devil Islet Vine was another one of the well-known true treasures of Dream Demon Ancestor, and it was a pinnacle attack-type true treasure on the spiritual force leader path. Pinnacle true treasures should be the least valuable out of all the pinnacle true treasures, yet there were huge gaps among the pinnacle true treasure weapons. Force armor, for instance, was one of the best pinnacle true treasure armors. As for those inferior ones, they were only able to weaken the attack to 1/10, 000th. The same rule applied to Devil Islet Vine. It was extremely valuable. The vines could be combined as one and could be used as a splash. They could be separated to bind the enemies. Although they could be cut into parts, those parts could merge as one immediately. Haha. The major powers in the universe sent Universe Masters, but the Universe Masters sent by the demon race are the weakest. Sky Wolf Master transmitted his voice and sounded insolent. Haha. The demon race is the strongest among the 6 pinnacle races. How is it possible that it sent the weakest Universe Masters? We're just here to show that we're weak, and we'll only show our trump card when it's crucial. Dream Demon Ancestor gave us Dream Ancestor Domain and Devil Islet Vine, and they're extraordinary in terms of fighting and fleeing. Ha ha ha, you didn't know our trump cards in the first place, so you relaxed. You weren't vigilant, and that's how we can now take advantage. If you knew our trump cards in advance and resisted us, wouldn't have been able to do that. These 2 fragments are worthy of our trump cards. Sky Wolf Master was smug as the 81 black vines waved through space. Luo Feng immediately appeared, and so did Ice Mountain Master. Damn it. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. Ice Mountain Master looked irritated as well. They both understood that they had been played by the demon race. Luo Feng looked at the two fragments of the pulling traces diagram floating far away, then at the 81 swaying black vines, which exuded a vast power as he thought to himself. Even if I were to execute I Am the Universe together with Golden Kingdom and Cold Fog Sector, I might only be able to suppress Dream Ancestor's domain. That Devil Island vine would still be able to beset me. One-on-one, even if Sky Wolf Master possessed Dream Ancestor's domain, he would still dare to brave it out. But if the two pinnacle true treasures, Devil Island Vine and Dream Ancestor's domain, were to be combined, he would meet the end of his resources, helpless and without hope. Ice Mountain Master was more decisive and straightforward. RD. The moment he realized this fragment was hopeless, he gave up immediately. Luo Feng, let's go, he said. We shall go get the other fragments of Pulling Traces diagram. Okay. Luo Feng nodded and looked at the faraway fragment of the Pulling Traces diagram with great reluctance before transforming into a beam of light and flying off. Ha ha. The Black Sky Wolf flew towards the two fragments of Pulling Traces diagram, feeling extremely pleased. Human Luo Feng. Ha ha. You mere humans want to contend with us demons? What a joke. Humph. In earlier years, when you were all weak, you showed such arrogance. Now that you have become a Universe Master, you are still not my match. Sky Wolf, there is still a fragment of Pulling Traces diagram far away, and I am making my way there, Remote Lord Master informed him via voice transmission. Okay, Sky Wolf Master was quick to agree. The other fragments of Pulling Traces diagram here are drifting further apart, and the majority are not that big. They are not worth our joint efforts. We shall split for now and seek the other fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram separately. Maybe we are able to obtain more that way. Luo Feng and Ice Mountain Master were quick to separate and seek the random fragments, too. After all, there was only a total of close to 20 Universe Masters. The number of fragments of Pulling Traces diagram was more than the number of Universe Masters. If two Universe Masters were to act together, although it would greatly boost the success rate of obtaining fragments, they would lose out in chances to fight for more fragments. Unless they were in a situation similar to the previous one, where one fight could earn them something that was comparable to 6 or 7 fragments, it was not a preferred method to join hands in a battle. It's mine. Ice Mountain, stay away from this piece. Ha ha. 9 Remoteness Master, you are here too? Without a domain-type true treasure, how can you defeat us? The battles for contention grew serious. The interlayer of this space had been formed when close to 20 Universe Masters from the top 9 powers exerted their powers. Some of them were blessed with natural strength, like Ice Mountain Master and Canthus Devil Master, while some had extremely strong true treasures, like Remote Lord Master, Sky Wolf Master, and Sea Lotus Master. All of these Universe Masters were executing their techniques. I am the Universe. During the process of fighting for the fragments of Pulling Traces diagram, Luo Feng had used I Am the Universe twice, and to his best efforts. Yet, even though he had used it twice, he could only obtain a fragment once. This showed how intense the fights were. While Universe Masters of the top 9 powers were individually exerting their powers, fighting like crazy for those fragments, in the void space in the distance, Black Universe Creator's gigantic flaming palm had grabbed hold of that black godly wood. Strange object obtained, said Black Universe Creator in a voice that was low and powerful. With a slight turn of his flaming head, he looked far into the void space, where chaotic battle raged. Previously, it was because Yuan Ao Master had been constantly on the run while Black Universe Creator remained in hot pursuit. The self-destruction of Yuan Ao Master had happened at a position that was very far from the Pulling Traces diagram. I thought I would need to pay a hefty price to find this strange object, thought Black Universe Creator, and I was quite prepared to offer some true treasures to the top 9 powers. Who would have thought I could get it so easily? Black Universe Creator's eyes scanned his surroundings. In a faraway spot within the void space, there were fragments flying about randomly at high speeds, colliding into a gigantic shield, sending the shield tumbling and flying off in a frenzy. Shield, round hammer, holy grail, gray armor. One after another, true treasures were scattered and flying off randomly in all directions within that void space. Previously, when Yuan Ao Master self-destructed, the force that emanated was frighteningly powerful. Even his world ring had cracked and shattered. Some ordinary materials and objects were annihilated to nothing. Only some of the precious true treasures could survive the impact. Numerous true treasures were flying off in random directions, and because of the collisions with countless other fragments flying at high speeds at random, these true treasures changed course and flew off in other directions too. With this object, I have achieved my goal. Black Universe Creator looked at the chaotic battle going on far away. These true treasures are scattered all over the place. If I were to go fight for some, the traveling alone would require a long time. I would probably be able to get 1 or 2 treasures. To me, I am content with a self-protection type supreme true treasure, and the strange godly wood for attacking purposes. As for the various true treasures scattered all over, since flying there would already be time-consuming, I will just leave it to the rest to toil through the battles. I'm leaving. The golden-flamed figure speedily flew up into the sky and vanished amidst the vast, chaotic space. There had not been many fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram in the first place. With nearly 20 universe masters from the top powers of the primal universe fighting their best to obtain these fragments, it only took a short moment for everything that could be seen in space to be taken by eager seekers. The stronger beings with more powerful true treasures like Canthus Devil Master and Golden Horn Master naturally had an edge above the rest, while those who were extremely skilled in controlling time and space would have a small advantage over the rest. Luo Feng had not managed to seize much, merely 2 fragments, yet he used his Golden Kingdom to help Ice Mountain Master, who was already an extremely powerful being. After if the area under the influence of Golden Kingdom expanded, then no matter where Ice Mountain Master wanted to seize something from, with Golden Kingdom supplementing him, he would succeed no matter what. This made him invincible. Haha. This has been quite rewarding, Ice Mountain Master said, expressing his gratitude via voice transmission. I must thank you, Luo Feng, for your help. With your Golden Kingdom assisting me, together with my top-tier domain-type true treasure and my personal power, I have seized an amount that is comparable to Canthus Devil Master, which is a total of 5. Adding on to the 2 you seized, we humans have managed to obtain a total of 7, which is considered quite a feat. A pity the demons managed to obtain 2 fragments that were much bigger. What a pity. This time, among the 9 top powers, the distribution was as such: some got more, the others got less. The Space Beast Alliance topped the list, obtaining a total of 10. The 9 Territory Alliance was at the bottom of the list with merely 3. Of course, the judgment could not be based solely on superficial numbers, because the fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram were different in size. A larger piece could be the equivalent of many small ones. While Sky Wolf Master and Remote Lord Master of the Demon Clan might have obtained a total of 5 altogether, the total area obtained by adding all the fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram might not lose out much to that of the Space Beast Alliance. The Space Beast Alliance has Golden Horn Master, said Flame Emperor. The Prison Clan has Canthus Lord Master. And humanity has Ice Mountain Master who, in turn, has Golden Kingdom as empowerment. The Demon Clan actually brought along 2 of Dream Demon Ancestors' extremely powerful true treasures. These 4 top powers have already seized more than half of the total, with each possessing about 1/6 of the total. Universe Masters had everything that happened within battlefields at their fingertips. They were also very clear about how much they obtained. The exchange of blows this time around was also a clear demonstration of Luo Feng's capability. Endless golden light and the ability to control time and space. He is much stronger than a Universe Master who only wields the power to control a part of time and space. And that endless golden light seemed to be activated and catalyzed by the 4 silver wings. His true treasure wings may lose out a little to a pinnacle domain-type true treasure in terms of power, but when it could control time and space, this was simply unbelievable. Its value is completely comparable to that of a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. Humph. If he did not have that golden light space and time domain, Ice Mountain Master would never have been able to seize so many fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram. Sky Wolf Master and some other Universe Masters were now coveting Luo Feng's true treasures. But their helplessness to match their desires. Luo Feng was someone who had single-handedly killed over 6,000 Universe Knights from the 3 major alliances. They just had to let their desires go, albeit with great reluctance. Sitting Mountain Guest is so biased, said Flame Emperor. He only gave me Original Soul and Yenshin Halberd. And Force Armor was only on loan when I needed it. When Luo Feng entered the picture, I had to return it to Luo Feng. Flame Emperor's heart was filled with hatred. Sitting Mountain Guest even gave the supreme true treasure, Star Tower, to Luo Feng. Force Armor and Star Tower. I was aware that he had given them to him, but his true treasure wings that can control time and space. How rare and unique they are. Only someone like Sitting Mountain Guest could possibly own it, and he actually gave it to Luo Feng. What bias? Just wait, just wait. I may not have gotten as much as you, but I will trample on you, and one fine day, I may even be able to be like Teacher Origin, who is everyone, even Sitting Mountain Guest, at his feet. Throughout the universe, rampaging the universe. I am the universe. Flame Emperor was so overwhelmed that it filled his entire heart. There are true treasures a distance from here. Those are the true treasures that Yuan Ao Master left behind after he self-destructed. Black Universe Creator actually left. Hurry up, true treasures. A Universe Supreme being who was a lone wanderer, with nothing to worry about and nothing to hold him back, had gained a strange godly wood. Maybe to Black Universe Creator, the only thing left that could attract him was a supreme true treasure. As for those true treasures that Yuan Ao Master had left behind after his death, they were nothing worthy to Black Universe Creator. It's the same reason why Sitting Mountain Guest could give such a great amount of valuables to his disciples without any regrets. Why? Because he had enough for himself, with nothing to worry about and nothing to hold him back, so there was nothing more he required. Those that became excess would only be stored in the treasure vault, never to see daylight again. On the contrary, Space Ancestor and Huge Axe Creator both led their races. They had responsibilities to take care of, so they valued and held other pinnacle true treasure with high regard. So, one by one, the Universe Masters flew off in various directions at top speed. Yuan Ao Master left behind quite a sizable amount of valuable treasures after being annihilated, but as his godly body self-destructed with such great might, all his true treasures had been rocketed in all directions. All of them had landed very far from where Yuan Ao had self-destructed and, unfortunately, also very far apart from one another. The Universe Masters could only choose one target and head in that specific direction. Luo Feng locked his eyes on the Holy Grail right away. Sand Cup. That Holy Grail was originally named Sand Cup. It was also known as Flame Sand Cup and was one of the top-tier domain-type true treasure under Yuan Ao Master's possession. Previously, this Sand Cup was what Yuan Ao Master had used to release that domain of flame. The armor, shield, hammer, and everything else are all useless to me, said Luo Feng. To maximize the full potential of my Golden Kingdom, I will need a top-tier domain-type true treasure that matches it well. Then, together with my miniature universe, even in the face of a pinnacle domain-type true treasure, I am pretty sure the combination of these three would be difficult to suppress. Naturally, Luo Feng was determined to get his way, but at that moment, Sky Wolf Master was also making his way over rapidly from another direction. Sky Wolf Master, Golden Horn Master, and Sea Lotus Master, who owned pinnacle domain-type true treasures, were all giving full play to their treasure's power, continuously colliding with one another from afar. Luo Feng's endless golden light moved to form a complete cover, but without colliding with the others. The other Universe Masters were unable to control time and space, unable to use their domain to their advantage, or, even worse, unable to detect the position of some true treasures that were slightly further away. That's mine. Sky Wolf Master flew over at top speed. It's mine, said Luo Feng. Both attempted to shift the Flame Sand Cup nearer to them by exerting control over the true treasure from afar. However, it was obvious that Sky Wolf Master's pinnacle domain-type true treasure was a notch stronger. Xiao! Luo Feng and Sky Wolf Master were closing in on the Sand Cup without so much as a pause. When they were both around 60 million miles away from the Sand Cup, and when there was only Luo Feng and Sky Wolf Master left within that 60 million mile area, Luo Feng's eyes flashed a sharp look. The seizure of treasures has to come to an end, and this Sand Cup must fall in my hands, he announced. I am the universe. Because he had his golden horned beast body to replenish his godly power, his equal's original earthling body was able to stay at its pinnacle condition. The vast void space fell into darkness in an instant. A chaotic airflow spread outward. Within this miniature universe, at a diameter of 60 million miles, there were only two souls, Luo Feng and Sky Wolf Master. Is that the chaotic world that has been shrunken to a miniature size? Said Sky Wolf Master. Sky Wolf Master was shocked. This operation had been rather delightful, and the number of fragments of the pulling traces diagram obtained was plentiful. If he could finish things off by obtaining this top-tier domain-type true treasure, everything would be perfect. But one look at this endless chaotic airflow, and he knew right away that Luo Feng was going to use his strongest technique. Ha ha ha. Human Luo Feng, it's just you alone, said Sky Wolf Master, yet you wish to fight me? The black form of Sky Wolf Master flew amidst the endless chaotic airflow. Ow, but his voice alone was able to make the surrounding chaotic airflow tremor and disperse. Luo Feng looked at Sky Wolf Master in the distance. He hadn't had any power to resist Sky Wolf Master before. He was a top-tier universe master when it came to mind, willpower, techniques, and true treasures. Even if he had a weaker godly body, with his true treasures, he didn't need to fear any universe master. Humph. That Yuan Ao Master had the godly wood, and even he couldn't defeat me, Luo Feng thought. As for this Sky Wolf Master, he's the weakest among the 19 universe masters, and he's inferior to Flame Emperor. The only edge he has is Dream Ancestor Domain. I can combine Miniature Universe, Golden Country, and Nine Tiger River to suppress him. I might have a weaker godly body, so I can't rival those powerful universe masters. However, a mere Sky Wolf Master. Luo Feng didn't even consider Sky Wolf Palace a challenge. Ha ha ha. You want to fight me with this small chaos world, roared Sky Wolf Master. I have a true treasure from Dream Demon Ancestor, and I'll let you see the true power of the true treasure. Get away. The dreamland formed by the colorful traces blasted everywhere and hit the membrane of Luo Feng's miniature universe. However, that miniature universe consumed 10% of Luo Feng's godly body, and it was formed by his supreme technique. It was not that easy to break. Skywolf Master, this Dream Ancestor domain is all you've got. Luo Feng shouted. Just watch me break this Dream Ancestor domain. Let's see how you're going to fight me after that. Hua, 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 hua. An endless golden river flooded out and permeated the surrounding space. Haha. Dream Ancestor domain is a pinnacle domain type true treasure, said Skywolf Master. You want a dash? Skywolf Master was shocked. That colorful dreamland started to clash, and with the help of Golden Country and Miniature Universe, the Golden River was unstoppable. Pang! 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 The dreamland was like a huge star domain. It tried to expand, but it was forced to contract under the power of the Golden River. Impossible! This is a true treasure of Dream Demon Ancestor. It won't lose. Break! 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 The green eyes of Skywolf Master glinted with fierceness. Dream Ancestor domain formed a dreamy domain. It kept hitting the Golden River, but it kept retreating and getting smaller. Ha ha ha. You're destined to lose. Luo Feng guffawed. It's useless. Golden Country and Ice Fog Sector combined, and they were already able to rival the ordinary pinnacle domain type true treasures. This was only slightly weaker than Dream Ancestor domain. As for Miniature Universe, it was more powerful than Ice Fog Sector. Miniature Universe, Golden Country, and Nine Tiger River. The combination of these three was slightly more powerful than Dream Ancestor domain. Trap! Luo Feng shouted. He wasn't far from Skywolf Master, who was in the area of Nine Tiger River. The Golden River covered Skywolf Master like a huge egg, and the Dream Ancestor domain remained around Skywolf Palace like a yolk. How is it possible? Dream Ancestor domain is being suppressed. Skywolf Master was shocked. Once Luo Feng performed Miniature Universe, he immediately trapped and suppressed Skywolf Palace with the aid of Golden Country and Nine Tiger River. However, Luo Feng faced a difficult choice. Miniature Universe can only be maintained for 9 seconds every time it's performed. Even if I fly in light speed, I can only travel several million kilometers in 9 minutes. I'm now 18 million kilometers away from Skywolf Master and almost 100 million kilometers away from the Flame Sand Cup. I can't get to Skywolf Master or get the Flame Sand Cup solely by flying. I have to use my Masha Body. Masha Body could teleport himself several hundred times in 1 second, and he could travel several million kilometers every second. It would take around 30 seconds to travel 100 million kilometers. It would take around 5 seconds to travel 18 million kilometers. The most important thing is to get Flame Sand Cup. Luo Feng didn't dare take any risks. He moved his mind, and Masha Body showed up. So. Phantoms appeared in the Golden River. They came from Masha Body moving at its greatest speed. He traveled 400 times every second, and it took him 24 seconds to get to the Flame Sand Cup. The Flame Sand Cup was a strange, transparent cup filled with sand. Halos surrounded the sand. Masha Body took Flame Sand Cup and put it in the World Ring. Then he performed his inherited technique domain again and rushed toward the original Earthling original. It took him another 24 seconds to get back to the original Earthling body and get back into the World Ring. Ha ha. Luo Feng laughed. He had to maintain I am the universe, so he couldn't get into the World Ring. 10% of his godly body was consumed every 9 seconds, and around 60% of his godly body was gone. He had performed it twice while fighting for the Pulling Traces diagram. Fortunately, he had Golden Horned Beast body to supply the godly power, so the original Earthling body was still at its best status. However, Golden Horned Beast was extremely weak now. After Luo Feng fought Yuan Ao Master, he went back to his god country once and filled the godly power. Damn it! The black form of Skywolf Master broke the golden waves with the dreamy light domain around his godly body. However, after a few dozen seconds, he saw Luo Feng get the valuable. Although he tried his best, the golden waves were too broad, and with the Golden Country and Miniature Universe, he wasted all his time. Miniature Universe disappeared. Skywolf Master, you had UMO Master to help you last time, and that was how you got the fragment of the Pulling Traces diagram, said Luo Feng. How dare you fight me alone this time? If it weren't for Dream Ancestor domain, I would crush you so badly that you could only resort to hiding in your Skywolf Palace. Luo Feng guffawed. This infuriated Skywolf Master. Human Luo Feng, are you really comparing yourself to me? You were suppressed even after practicing for such a long time, and you think it's an honor. Luo Feng shook his wing, took back Spacial, and flew into the distance. Skywolf Master floated in the sky, watched and clenched his teeth. It was exceedingly difficult for a Universe Master to kill another Universe Master unless the power gap between them was significant, so most of the fights were about esteem. Skywolf Master and UMO Master had suddenly utilized the two incredible true treasures Dream Ancestor Domain and Devil Islet Vine, so they could surely get the fragments. However, he had fought Luo Feng for that Flame Sand Cup with Dream Ancestor Domain, but he lost the fight. It was like a slap in the face from Luo Feng. Damn it, grumbled Sky Wolf Master. That human nobody, he dared to. Sky Wolf Master recalled that he had been bestowed Dream Ancestor Domain because of a special situation, and he needed to return it to Dream Demon Ancestor. He was suppressed even with Dream Ancestor Domain if he hadn't had that. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he got. I should have killed Luo Feng when I saw the first time. Sky Wolf Master clenched his teeth. He saw UMO Master look at him. I'm coming. Sky Wolf Master teleported himself and went toward him. Luo Feng had rescinded the space seal, so Sky Wolf Master was able to teleport. Perhaps all the Universe Masters, and also Black Universe Creator, thought that they had suffered a loss compared to other great beings, but they had all benefited big time. The only unlucky one was Yuan Ao Master, who had self-destructed. Luo Feng met Ice Mountain Master. Ha ha ha. I saw that Sky Wolf Master suffered losses, and you defeated him. Ice Mountain Master smiled. Luo Feng smiled. I got Flame Sand Cup. Flame Sand Cup? Ice Mountain Master's eyes gleamed, and he praised Luo Feng. Impressive, Luo Feng. Flame Sand Cup is a top-tier domain-type true treasure. Each top-tier domain-type true treasure is precious. Like that Blade River Luo. The components are scattered, and it'll take a long time to find all of them. Like your teacher, Star River Master, many well-known Universe Masters are using top-tier domain-type true treasures. Luo Feng nodded. The uncle in front of him was also using a top-tier domain-type true treasure. Actually, the reason why so many of them carry pinnacle true treasures is because of the mega struggle, said Ice Mountain Master. Most of them don't own pinnacle true treasures themselves, but were lent them by Universe Supreme Masters. It's only been a short time since you became a Universe Master, but you possess better true treasures than many Universe Masters. Luo Feng smiled. Like Sky Wolf Master, he was only using a top-tier true treasure, and Sky Wolf Palace was only a senior Flying Pala. C-type true treasure. All your true treasures wing, weapon, armor, and Flame Sand Cup are incredible, Ice Mountain Master complimented. It's just slightly inferior to your teachers. During the conversation, they broke the space and went back to the Yuan Ao secret region. 3 beings flew toward them. They were 9 Remoteness Master, Yunnan Master, and Anaconda Master. Luo Feng, do you want to go to the Ancestral God School? Said 9 Remoteness Master. Luo Feng smiled. 9 Remoteness Master, I've reported it to Ancestral God, and the task is finished. Now that Ancestral God knows, I don't need to get back. I need to go back to the human territory. Milky Way Horde Leader will separate here. Yunnan Master and Anaconda Master stood beside 9 Remoteness Master. The golden light shone, and 9 Remoteness Master, Yunnan Master, and Anaconda Master went into the golden light and disappeared. Luo Feng turned around and looked to Ice Mountain Master. Uncle, let's go. Sure. Ice Mountain Master nodded. A green light shone, and Luo Feng and Ice Mountain Master left and went back to the human territory. Every power had gained something, but Yuan Ao Master had died. After going back to the human territory, Luo Feng and Ice Mountain Master immediately connected to the virtual universe and told Primal Chaos City leader everything. The virtual universe at the apex of Thunder Island. Luo Feng and Ice Mountain Master walked through the hallway side by side, looking pleased. Although the fight on the original star had made him famous, and even made him a Universe Master, Luo Feng knew that he was still only one of the weakest Universe Masters. The real reason he had killed all those Universe Knights was that he'd wanted to regain ownership of Earth and give it back to the Earthlings. The Earth was back now. The Earthlings had become a bloodline in the universe just like Menka clan. The Earthlings had also become a royal bloodline. Luo Feng knew that he was still weak. He was still at a disadvantage with his Force Armor and Star Tower in front of Star River Master. Without that Star Tower, he was indeed one of the weakest. Fortunately, I went to the original secret region and found another path, thought Luo Feng. Sherwu Wings are very special and can control space and time. And I was lucky enough to get a top-tier domain-type true treasure, Flame Sand Cup. Miniature Universe, Sherwu Wings, and Flame Sand Cup. The combination of those 3 can definitely outpower a pinnacle domain-type true treasure and rival the best pinnacle domain-type true treasures. Perhaps only Supreme True Treasures would be able to suppress it. Under that move, my enemy's power will be at least 1 level weaker. Usually, the combination of Golden Country and Flame Domain can barely rival a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. At crucial times, I can use Miniature Universe, but 10% of my godly body will be consumed. When Luo Feng was Undying, it took 10% of his godly body, but now, Luo Feng could spend only 1% or even just 0.1% of his godly body to perform it, although the power would be significantly weaker. Sadly, I only have 1 supreme technique, and it's an aiding technique like Miniature Universe, Luo Feng thought. If only I had an attack-type supreme technique. Beings like Star River Master and Ice Mountain Master all had attack-type supreme techniques. I was one of the weakest before, but luckily I had force armor to protect myself. Now, I can at least suppress Skywolf Master. Luo Feng looked to the being sitting in the distance. He stopped thinking and walked toward him. Teacher. Brother, yelled Ice Mountain Master. Sit, said Primal Chaos City Leader as he poured grape wine for Luo Feng and Ice Mountain Master. Luo Feng and Ice Mountain Master sat down. I can tell that you've gained a lot. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. Good job, you too. Luo Feng, tell me everything that happened. Ice Mountain Master was aloof. He had gained quite a few fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram during the fight in Yuan Ao's secret region, and he'd been helped by Luo Feng, so he was exceptionally nice to Luo Feng. I followed the orders of Double-Face Ancestral Cod, Luo Feng said and began to share the details. Luo Feng knew the circumstances better than any other great being. After all, they had all joined after Luo Feng. Ice Mountain listened carefully. Luo Feng finished after a short while. 2 fragments of the Pulling Traces diagram. 5. Primal Chaos City Leader looked to Ice Mountain Master. Luo Feng's so humble, said Ice Mountain Master. If it weren't for his golden country, I wouldn't have gotten so many against all those universe masters. That golden country. It can control space and time, and it's even more powerful than a universe master's control over space and time. With my cold fog sector, it can rival a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. Golden country. Primal Chaos City Leader was thrilled. What golden country? Luo Feng, when did you gain a true treasure to control space and time? Ha ha. Brother, you're his teacher. Even you don't know. Ice Mountain Master smiled, as he rarely saw his brother surprised. I really don't know. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Luo Feng. It's Shi Wu Wings, answered Luo Feng. Shi Wu Wings. Primal Chaos City Leader was awestruck. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, Shi Wu Wings. I got another true treasure wing on the original star by accident, and that pair of wings merged with the Shi Wu Wings. Together, they formed the wings I have now. Merged? It was a broken true treasure. Primal Chaos City Leader was shocked. A broken true treasure. Ice Mountain Master was surprised, too. No wonder, said Primal Chaos City Leader. I got the Shi Wu Wings in Universe Ocean, and I felt that the material was special, but I couldn't tell that it was broken from the outside. I just thought. It was a wing true treasure made of special material. It's a component. Usually, the power will be affected if it's only a component, but the Shi Wu Wings are perfect. It seems that true treasure is incredible. How's its power? Asked Primal Chaos City Leader. Shi Wu Wings can control space and time, said Luo Feng. Better than Universe Masters, but weaker than Universe Supreme Masters. It must be a top-tier true treasure. A top-tier true treasure. Primal Chaos City Leader exclaimed. It can control space and time, and it's special. It must be more precious than ordinary top-tier domain-type true treasures. Is the 4-wing true treasure complete? I don't think so, said Luo Feng. He had a different status now, so he didn't need to hide even if he had a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. Besides, the Shi Wu Wings had been given to him by his teacher, so Primal Chaos City Leader would know if he got the 3rd component. It would be best not to hide from him. It's not. Primal Chaos City Leader was surprised. So was Ice Mountain Master. It's not, he said. Haha. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. It must be a top-tier pinnacle true treasure, and it's special as well. Luo Feng couldn't help asking, could it be a component of a supreme true treasure? Haha, a component. Primal Chaos City Leader couldn't help laughing. Luo Feng, all the supreme true treasures are perfect, and they're indestructible. Even in the lands of extremis, they can't be destroyed, which is why supreme true treasures are always born in one piece. Only owners of supreme true treasures can take parts of supreme true treasures. To break one? No one is able to do that. Luo Feng nodded. Supreme true treasures like Star Tower. Only Star Tower and Seal Stars could be taken out. As for breaking it, it was impossible. Brother, said Ice Mountain Master. Your disciple didn't just help with the fragments. He also suppressed Skywolf Master, who was using Dream Ancestor Domain, and got the Flame Sand Cup. Flame Sand Cup? Primal Chaos City Leader's eyes gleamed. By luck, said Luo Feng. Primal Chaos City Leader gazed at Luo Feng, looking confused. Not by luck. He shook his head. Luo Feng, I know that your godly power is weaker than other Universe Masters and significantly weaker than Star River Master and me. However, if you're able to suppress Skywolf Master and get the Flame Sand Cup, we wanted to protect you and only send you to Universe Ocean after you became a Universe Master. But now, you can go. Luo Feng was dazed. Universe Ocean? Brother, Ice Mountain Master said, frowning. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head at Ice Mountain Master and looked at Luo Feng. Universe Ocean is extremely dangerous, but some top-tier universe overlords will go there. You can go, but when you become a Universe Master, you'll be another pillar of the human race. We planned for you to go to Universe Ocean after you became a Universe Master, but you're stronger than we though. Ought. You can go to Universe Ocean now. Comparatively, the original universe is only a cradle. A cradle that breeds and nurtures us. It's safe. Universe Ocean is the real war zone. Many supreme beings before the Great Incarnation, and even Universe Supreme Masters, are in Universe Ocean. He stared at Luo Feng. It's more dangerous, especially the lands of extremists. Even Universe Supreme Masters can die there. That's where the great beings gather, continued Primal Chaos City Leader. Many true treasures and valuables are born in Universe Ocean. It takes an eternity for original stars to open, and the most precious one is a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. As for the depths of the lands of extremists, there are many supreme true treasures and countless pinnacle true treasures. Of course, don't even go to the internal area, let alone the depths. You can only adventure in the outer area. You'll be sharpened there. The great beings before the Great Incarnation are all older than those in the original universe. Those ancient great beings are almighty, and fighting them can give you more inspiration so that you can improve faster. The Great Incarnation. When the original universe was born, transformed, operated, got weak, and died, this was an incarnation. Everything in the original universe would be annihilated after one incarnation. After the original universe bred new races, it would be another incarnation. As for the great beings before the Great Incarnation, some of them were able to survive the Great Incarnation. Go back and prepare, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Send me all the information on the fragments of the pulling traces diagram. I'll send them to Huge Axe Founder. He and the virtual universe will determine how many contribution points you can get. Luo Feng nodded. He had made great contributions this time, but Primal Chaos City Leader didn't have the authority to determine that. Brother, Luo Feng made the greater contribution this time, said Ice Mountain Master. Without him, we wouldn't even know about the Yuan Ao secret region. I gained the 5 fragments with the help of Luo Feng. If it weren't for the power of Uncle, I would be useless, said Luo Feng. Relax. Our race will treat contributors fairly. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. Luo Feng, make some preparations. Universe Ocean is not a cradle like the original universe. Yes, Luo Feng answered. Universe Ocean. Luo Feng whispered. He was looked forward to it. Universe Ocean was boundless. No Universe Supreme Masters were able to find the end of it. There was chaos airflow in Universe Ocean, and the original universe was known to be the largest celestial body there. It was unbelievably large. Aside from the original universe, there were some other small universes. These small universes were less than 1/1000th the size of the original universe. It was like an ocean compared to a drop of water. There was a small universe 10 billion light-years away from the original universe. Inside the small universe. Ha ha. The plan was made, a towering iron being said. He had a pair of eyes that were on fire, eyes more terrific than billions of stars combined. The Na'vi beings in the original universe didn't suspect anything, but they tried to get the valuables. I gave up that soul slave Yuan Ao Master. I didn't want to, but he didn't make it. And Hao lay through the strange object, the godly wood. But it's all worth it. The power trembled the ground. Don't celebrate now, a crawling, mountainous being covered with brown rocks growled. It's just the start. We need to wait for the harvest. A lightning giant phantom was in the sky. There were lightning balls in the chest, each of which was like a star. This era is our last chance, he said. If we can't seize it, we'll die, and so will our race. The 3 great beings remained silent for a long time. We've set our plan, and we're fully prepared, said the lightning giant. We sacrificed a lot, and we must succeed. For eternity, for a race, we must succeed. For eternity, for a race, said the crawling, mountainous being. For eternity, for a race, said the iron being. The voices rang with absolute determination. 1159 Toya Black Hole. Within the vast expanse of the God Country, rolling waves surged on the endless remote ocean. Remote ocean? Luo Feng stood by the edge of the palace square, overlooking the endless remote ocean as his consciousness established a connection with the virtual universe to investigate for more information. Remote ocean. This truly boundless existence was a domain filled with endless chaotic airflow and a land impregnated with various risks and dangers. The 3 most dangerous lands of all were Tilted Peak Sector, flowing countless mountains, and Universe Boat. Other than these dangerous grounds, the other most common sites within the Universe Ocean would be the countless universes. These universes were divided into 2 categories. The first category was the primal universe that had been born naturally within the Universe Ocean. The primal universe was the greatest existence within the entire Universe Ocean. It was one of a kind. The birth of a primal universe led to the breeding and evolution of trillions of races, which reached the peak of reproduction, then went through deterioration or decline, and then ruination. Reincarnation followed. After the final stage of ruination, everything would return to square one, when a new cycle would begin. This was how the primal universe had given birth of billions of races and the birth of countless great beings. The other category was the universe created by universe supreme beings. The cultivation levels that great beings could attain were many. Undying great beings could own their god countries. And as a great being got stronger, his god country would gradually reach completion. After he became a universe master, the space within his god country and its time laws would be complete. And he cleared the final stage and became a universe supreme being. His entire god country would undergo the final change. It would transform into a miniature universe at its most primal form. Thereafter, it would start evolving gradually. Miniature universes are creations of universe supreme beings. No wonder Space Ancestor has won. Luo Feng sighed. Since he was about to make his way to Universe Ocean, he prepared by immersing himself in the abundant and complex information he had found. Right, said Luo Feng. The primal universe of humanity must be Teacher Origin's creation. As he was being suppressed, the evolution of his primal universe stopped. That was why we were always in the primal stage. The primal universe was the point of origin of everything. It had given birth to billions of races, various types of life forms, and countless great beings. The universe supreme beings that were born in a primal universe would henceforth create many miniature universes. Upon comparison, the miniature universes would never be comparable to the primal universe. Both were on completely different energy levels. One round of reincarnation of the primal universe would give birth to countless races and a large number of great beings. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. The so-called great beings before the final stage of ruination would be life forms from the previous universe era. Even the virtual universe network did not contain any background information about great beings before the final stage of ruination of each universe. Or, at least, Luo Feng did not find such information. But obviously, judging by his previous conversation with Primal Chaos City leader, many great beings were still living even after the final stage of ruination. Every one of these great beings before ruination is more ancient than any of the great beings in our primal universe. Luo Feng mused. Those old fellows, with their countless periods of cultivation, have survived many various ordeals in Universe Ocean. I am sure they are not a group to be trifled with. Teacher is right. By comparison, our primal universe is merely a baby's cradle. No wonder Teacher was not prepared to let me enter Universe Ocean too early. I have to show that I had a different kind of ability to gain recognition. 3 days later, a message arrived from Primal Chaos City leader. The content was simple. Luo Feng, after joint verification by Huge Axe Creator and the Virtual Universe System, you have contributed greatly this time, but the fragments of the pulling traces diagram are individual fragments that showed no coherence. We are giving you 1,200 true treasure points for the fragments, and we are giving Ice Mountain Master 600 true treasure points to reward him for his efforts. You should prepare yourself. My deity body is rushing over from Universe Ocean. This time, I shall personally bring you into Universe Ocean in my deity form. Teacher's deity form? Luo Feng's ES lit up with great anticipation. Teacher has 3 godly bodies. One assumes leadership duties in Primal Chaos City, another assumes leadership duties in the Primal Universe, and the third wanders about Universe Ocean. It is said that Teacher's deity form that wanders in Universe Ocean has extremely high combat powers. This is something I have never seen before. 1,200 true treasure points is twice the amount given to Teacher Uncle. Seems like the events of me providing my race with important information and helping Teacher Uncle in battle have been recognized as greater contributions. Luo Feng started pondering how he should make use of the 1,200 true treasure points. 1,200 true treasure points could roughly buy him an ordinary pinnacle true treasure weapon. Of course, top-tier domain-type true treasures like his Flame Sand Cup would be more expensive, roughly 3,000 true treasure points. Even a slightly less superior top-tier domain-type true treasure would require at least 2,000 true treasure points. Top-tier Flying Palace-type true treasures and top-tier Soul-type true treasures were all very valuable. He already owned a Soul-type true treasure of the Flying Palace type, Blood Cloud Palace. But he dared not take it out into the open, as that would have been equivalent to revealing that he was Blood Cloud Palace Master. With 1,200 true treasure points, if I want to buy a top-tier Flying Palace-type true treasure, then I do not have enough. Luo Feng shook his head. As for a senior Flying Palace-type true treasure, the price is not worth paying. Forget it. I shall just keep it for future use when I need Teacher Sitting Mountain guests to help me with making a precious true treasure. I will make use of these 1,200 true treasure points then. Luo Feng had already made plans for this trip to Universe Ocean. His original Earthling body would take Golden Horned Beast body and Masha body. The combined power of these 3 different bodies would justify why it was not worth spending 1,200 true treasure points on a senior Flying Palace-type true treasure. I shall not concern myself with this anymore, thought Luo Feng. Let me familiarize myself with my Flame Sand Cup first. By using Miniature Universe, Flame Sand Cup, and Sherwoo Wings concurrently, I will have the power to run rampant in Universe Ocean. Luo Feng stood in the sky of the vast remote ocean. In an instant, the boundless, blazing flames spread out in all directions. At the core of God Country, a gigantic golden fireball appeared. Luo Feng stood directly in the middle of that golden fireball. In the twinkling of an eye, almost a month had passed. Within the human territory of the Primal Universe, in the Primal Secret Region where Primal Chaos City Leader resided, Thousand Treasures River was as vast and mighty as ever, loosely stretching over a width of a few light years. Teacher, Luo Feng said, bowing respectfully. Are you ready? Asked Primal Chaos City Leader. He had a golden robe and had green scales all over his head. His face was cool, just like an earthling. Both eyes were peaceful like the stars in the vast sky. Just standing there, he exuded an overwhelming power, as though the surrounding time and space might explode and shatter. It was an intensely aggressive aura. Yes, teacher, Luo Feng said with a nod while observing Teacher's deity form. Teacher's deity form had the exact same look as the image that often appeared within the virtual universe. The body in charge of matters within Primal Chaos City was ferocious-looking, while the body in the Primal Universe had to be a special life form. Follow me. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded and led the way, first through teleportation, then followed by God Country transportation. In a deserted land in the Primal Universe, there was a gigantic black hole. This black hole had long caused the vast surrounding starfield to fall into darkness, but two figures appeared in a flash. They were none other than Primal Chaos City Leader and Luo Feng. There are two ways to get to Universe Ocean, Primal Chaos City Leader explained. One way is to enter the interlayer of space, then teleport all the way to the other end of the interlayer where the membrane walls of the endless universe will be. Then, one can go through the walls of the universe membrane. They are strongly obstructive, but any universe master can break through them. Luo Feng nodded as he listened intently. The second way is to go through this Toya black hole and leave the Primal Universe, Primal Chaos City Leader said. The Toya black hole is said to be the strongest black hole in the whole Primal Universe. It has such a strong gravitational power that it keeps destroying the membrane walls, which is why, after entering the black hole, you are still able to exit right away. Luo Feng was shocked. It's really that powerful? Black holes can be strong or weak, Primal Chaos City Leader explained. Of course, if it were so easy to walk out of here just like that, we would not allow all great beings to make their exit through here. The most important reason is that the region one reaches upon exiting the Toya black hole is surrounded by a total of natural 39 wormholes. Natural wormholes? Luo Feng's eyes brightened. Universe Ocean is vast and boundless. Primal Chaos City Leader said, once you enter Universe Ocean, you are no longer in an area under the influence of the Primal Universe. You won't be able to depend on God Country transportation or the Dark Universe to fly. If you want to roam Universe Ocean, you can only depend on teleportation or the natural wormholes. Universe Ocean is shockingly big. Even the Primal Universe is only a fraction of the vast Universe Ocean. Solely depending on teleportation, how long would that take? Primal Chaos City Leader laughed. That's why the natural wormholes are so important. Universe Ocean is full of illusions that are mysterious and, Dias, continued Primal Chaos City Leader. Luckily, we have many natural wormholes. Following the path along these natural wormholes from one end to the other may take a couple of billion light years. To move about quickly within Universe Ocean, the most common way is to depend on these natural wormholes. Thus, the majority of the journey will be spent moving along these wormholes. There are also some other journeys that will require teleportation. Of course, after an endlessly long period, a large quantity of natural wormholes would have been connected at 2 points, and these would be recorded. Thus, it is easy to find the fastest route to reach your destination. Remember, Universe Ocean is different from the Primal Universe, Primal Chaos City Leader said. The unique structure of the Primal Universe allows you to confirm coordinates wherever you are. However, there are no ways to confirm coordinates within the Universe Ocean. So, while within Universe Ocean, carrying a map is of the utmost importance. The reference objects on the map are also very important. Based on the map and the reference objects, you will not get lost. Getting lost in the Universe Ocean is terrifying. Once you lost your way. If you think to teleport to get back on the right track, you will more likely find yourself moving further away with each teleportation. Thereafter, you will be forever lost within Universe Ocean. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to find your way back, after countless eras. The very idea made Luo Feng's heart tremble. That is why it is necessary for every Universe Master to leave an avatar in the Primal Universe, continued Primal Chaos City Leader. This will prevent him from getting completely lost within Universe Ocean if he meets with unforeseen circumstances. With an avatar around, at least you are still able to obtain a map. However, even if you do obtain a map, if you get lost somewhere too far away, where you cannot find a reference object on the map, it's also game over for you. That's why, When you are in Universe Ocean, you had better not run about as you please. If you want to explore Universe Ocean, you must depend on flight because whatever you fly by, you can record the details of it on the map. Luo Feng nodded his head repeatedly. He understood. The places on the map with clear markings are where you can teleport, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Then he took on a serious tone, warning, the places the map does not cover are unknown domains where teleportation is strictly forbidden. I am going to give you the map of Universe Ocean now. This is the most detailed map known to humanity. Of course, it is merely a tiny little region within the midst of the Universe Ocean, but at least, the 3 dangerous lands are included in it. Soon, Luo Feng received an extremely complicated and gigantic map. It was so complex that it made Luo Feng's heart tremble. Let's go, said Primal Chaos City Leader. We shall go to University SE Ocean. The two flew straight toward the depths of Toya Black Hole and quickly vanished from sight. 1160 Broken Universe. Toya Black Hole was the most powerful black hole in the original universe. Who? The immense gravity, a forceful swallowing and distorting power, could turn a universe night into ashes instantly, yet it was nothing to Luo Feng as he had his force armor to weaken it to 1/100,000th. Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City Leader arrived at the deepest part of Toya Black Hole in a short while. That's the original body of Toya Black Hole, Primal Chaos City Leader said, pointing into the distance. Luo Feng looked. It was a sphere with a diameter of 3 meters, and there were dark, golden engravings on the surface. The engravings formed a strange picture, and the ball was exerting terrific gravitational force. The membrane around the black hole was a membrane of the original universe, which created a hole with a diameter of around 10,000 kilometers. Shua! Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City Leader flew beside the black hole and resisted its gravitational pull. They flew along that membrane hole. Out there was Universe Ocean. Luo Feng flew into the Universe Ocean and saw the chaos airflow permeating. The chaos airflow was so terrifically powerful. It wasn't aggressive at all, but the force would have been able to annihilate an undying fighter instantly. So powerful! Luo Feng exclaimed. Much more so than the chaos airflow of my miniature universe. Chaos airflow is the source of the energies of a universe. Primal Chaos City Leader stood in the space and looked at the endless chaos airflow. I'm not sure about the original universe, but the miniature universes of Universe Supreme Masters all have chaos airflow as their sources of energies. The chaos airflow in Universe Ocean is the purest, much purer than that in the Primal Universe. Luo Feng nodded. The Primal Universe was only a small universe, and the chaos airflow didn't have pressure at all, which was why Luo Feng didn't feel anything before when he was only at star level. You'll venture through Universe Ocean after leaving the original universe. Primal Chaos City Leader turned around and looked to the back. Luo Feng turned around as well. They saw the hole at the center of the membrane. It emanated as if it were a screen covering half of the Universe Ocean. That's the original universe? Thought Luo Feng. The cradle that breeds billions of races? The cradle that bred me? He didn't feel the pressure from the original universe, but he felt it was untouchable, just as an ordinary person felt the sun was untouchable. Why did Teacher Origin dare to go against the original universe? Whispered Luo Feng. The stronger you get, the more you see. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at the membrane. Even Universe Supreme Masters, those born before the Great Incarnation, didn't dare to go against the original universe. Teacher Origin is the only one. Perhaps you'll only understand that when you can roam Universe Ocean and defeat those Universe Supreme Masters from born before the Great Incarnation. Let's go. Primal Chaos City Leader took Luo Feng and teleported them. There were 39 space holes in total, all of which were natural wormholes. 39 natural wormholes of varying sizes. They all lead to different places. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. You can distinguish among these wormholes, right? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. The map was accurate and there were many descriptions. It would be a horrendous thing to lose one's way in Universe Ocean. Luo Feng pointed to a relatively large wormhole. We'll go along the 15th wormhole. Yes. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. Let's go. There was chaos everywhere in Universe Ocean. However, Universe Masters didn't use their sight alone. The godly power they permeated could help them see the surroundings as well, which worked better than eyes. Natural wormholes. Teleportation. 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 Every time, they teleported themselves 10,000 light years away, and the mind and willpower of a Universe Master helped them teleport at the fastest speed. After 2 days, 2 beings emerged from a space whirlpool. Luo Feng was shocked. He saw a huge membrane in front of a gigantic celestial body. However, the membrane was broken. He saw hundreds of holes and cracks on it, allowing chaos airflow to travel between Universe Ocean and the membrane. Luo Feng was shocked. This is a small universe? This is a miniature universe with a diameter of 100 million light years, said Primal Chaos City Leader, dressed in a golden cape. He looked at the small universe and whispered, "A broken miniature universe." "Broken," said Luo Feng. Although he had the map, it was too complicated. He only knew the reference objects. He didn't read the details. When a Universe Supreme Master dies, his miniature universe will be broken as well. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Luo Feng. The highest form of a great being is a Universe Supreme Master, and the highest form of a god country is a miniature universe. If an undying fighter dies, his god country will be left broken. If a Universe Supreme Master dies, his miniature universe will be broken as well. Let's go. I'll show you this broken miniature universe. One teleportation transferred Luo Feng to a crack of the membrane. Universe membrane. Luo Feng saw the chaos airflow traveling and hitting that crack, trembling it. It was a crack more than 30,000 kilometers tall and hundreds of kilometers wide. Luo Feng looked at it. There were space and land fragments, huge mountains were floating, as well as some broken dead bodies. A part of the membrane broke off. The universe was crumbling. Sometimes, a part of the universe membrane came off, and sometimes, the fragments hit each other. The universe just kept crumbling. The original universe breeds countless great beings and sometime, the original universe will reach its pinnacle level, die, and be destroyed, said Primal Chaos City Leader. After which, another incarnation will begin, and lots of genius will be born. Some Universe Supreme Masters and lots of Universe Masters will be born. One incarnation takes an eternity. In every incarnation, there will be some Universe Supreme Masters, and they'll each have one miniature universe. Lots of miniature universes are unable to be detected. We found 18,022 small universes in total. This is the third universe era, said Primal Chaos City Leader. And there were 2 universe eras before us. In the entire universe ocean. Other than 2 sanctuaries, only great beings of the 3 universe eras are still alive. As for the others, they're all dead. 3 universe eras? Luo Feng was shocked. Huh? Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. Yes, there are 3 universe eras represented in Universe Ocean. Our 3rd universe era is still thriving. As for the 2 eras before us, they've been through a complete incarnation. As a result, they have much more great beings than we do. We're in the 3rd universe era, and it's the weakest era. The 1st era was the strongest. Luo Feng understood it as well. At the start of the original universe, it would take a long time for great beings to be born. After all, techniques needed time to be perfected. However, as time went by, it would take less time. The 3rd universe era, which he was in, might have only been through half the incarnation, yet the former 2 eras had been through the incarnations completely, so the number of great beings was different. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head and smiled. No need to look down upon ourselves. Teacher Origin roamed Universe Ocean and was invincible. All the Universe Supreme Masters avoided him. Teacher, did you say 3 universe eras and 2 sanctuaries? Luo Feng frowned. Which 2? Actually, we can tell from the number of small universes that a great number of Universe Supreme Masters was born. However, almost all of them are broken already. Apparently, those Universe Supreme Master all died. There are 2 powers in the Universe Ocean other than the 3 universe eras, and they belong to one miniature universe, said Primal Chaos City Leader. The 2 miniature universes were born tens of incarnations before us. Luo Feng was shocked. There were still beings alive from before the 2 incarnations? Those 2 miniature universes are enormous, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Normally, a miniature universe has a diameter of 100 million light-years. As for those 2, one is 2.1 billion light-years, and the other is 3.2 light-years. They're the biggest miniature universes, and we can't tell which incarnation they belong to. Luo Feng was shocked. If those 2 miniature universes had survived all the incarnations, they were indeed incredible. 3 universe eras and 2 sanctuaries are the powers in the Universe. And, of course, there's no unity within any universe era. Just as our era is divided among 9 superpowers and 12 top-tier powers, the other 2 eras are also divided among tens of powers, so Universe Ocean is chaotic. Any other power will attack you. 1161 The external domain of Tilted Peak Sector. Primal Chaos City Leader stood amidst the void space. 3 universe reincarnation eras can be divided into dozens of powers, with a total almost up to 100 powers, he said. Close to 100 powers, yet not one of these is comparable to the 2 holy grounds. He sighed. Both of these 2 holy grounds are extremely powerful. Compared 1-to-1, no power stands up to theirs. Of course, if we were to look at an entire universe reincarnation era and not just individual powers, even our primal universe, which seems to be the weakest reincarnation era, would be stronger than either one of the holy grounds alone. I am guessing that it would need the total powers of both holy grounds to be comparable to the power of our entire primal universe. But Luo Feng was genuinely shocked. The power of an entire primal universe? There were only a couple of Universe Supreme beings in the primal universe. For instance, the Hong Alliance had slightly more than 30 universe masters from its top 9 powers and top-tier 12 powers, but the highest power stopped at the top-tier level. Although it did not have any universe supreme beings, its universe masters were far from weak. Some other universe masters were lone wanderers, some stayed hidden, and some had gone missing. Adding all these up, the entire primal universe could be estimated to have at least 1,000 universe masters. There were only a couple of universe supreme beings, but close to 1,000 universe masters. And 2 holy grounds had to be combined powers to stay competitive and comparable? Don't look so shocked, said Primal Chaos City leader. Putting together both holy grounds, the total quantity of universe masters might not match up to ours in the primal universe, but they may have undergone countless cycles of reincarnation. He sighed. They may not best us in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality, they are top-notch. At least, they dared to step out of their comfort zone to wander and roam, and most of them can comprehend a strongest technique. Luo Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. A strongest technique? Those who came out were all able to comprehend the strongest techniques? This was the information recorded by great beings from the primal universe, the final stage of ruination of the second universe era, the first universe era, and the 2 holy grounds. With a wave, Primal Chaos City leader took out a transparent crystal ball that was dazzling with threads of golden light. In a serious tone, he said, "This is extremely classified information, and it has taken us eons to collect it. Some of these materials may implicate highly confidential events. Even if the powers of our primal universe did communicate and exchange information, the highly confidential ones are always kept hidden. Once you have finished going through them, destroy it all." "Yes, teacher," Luo Feng said, nodding. He understood. During the trip to Universe Ocean, Primal Chaos City leader had been gradually briefing him on some of the information he needed to know first and foremost. If such a great deal of information was directly given to him while still in the primal universe, he might not have absorbed it with due vigilance. But in Universe Ocean, if one saw how the universe had undergone ruination and personally experienced the kind of shock it brought about, he would come to hold such information in high regards. With the transparent crystal ball in his hand, Luo Feng penetrated it with his godly power. At that moment, information rushed into his mind. Within this universe that was collapsing, there were a few godly corpses floating afar. Primal Chaos City leader's attention was focused on Luo Feng, who was accepting the information he had been given. This, Luo Feng's eyes widened as he gazed at Primal Chaos City leader. "Have you felt the pressure yet?" Primal Chaos City leader laughed. "Yes." Luo Feng nodded repeatedly. After learning all this confidential information, Luo Feng felt a rising sense of crisis. It was too weak. The primal universe he was from was indeed the weakest. His godly power was at a disadvantage. Being the weaker side, he relied on miniature universe, Sherwu wings, and flame sand cup to enable himself to be one of the better faring ones in the primal universe. However, if he was compared amongst those in the Universe Ocean, it was obvious that he would be at the end of the line. Just like the 2 holy grounds, in terms of godly power, Luo Feng lost when it came to strength. Furthermore, all of those that formed the 2 holy grounds were able to comprehend their strongest technique. Meanwhile, even if Luo Feng had miniature universe, Sherwu wings, and flame sand cup to boost his power, he still ranked at the bottom compared to the 2 holy grounds. "Initially, I intended for you to come here only after you had become a universe master," said Primal Chaos City leader. "You may not have the ability to win fights, but you are very confident at keeping yourself alive. If you continue to sharpen and hone your skills, it will be very helpful in helping you become a universe master." Primal Chaos City leader led the way for Luo Feng. They left this miniature universe that was on the verge of collapsing in an instant and continued on their journey. They continuously teleported at a high frequency, at times traveling along natural wormholes. On the 6th day after Luo Feng entered Universe Ocean, amidst the endless chaotic airflow. "Right ahead is one of the dangerous lands," said Primal Chaos City leader, pointing to a point far ahead. "Vibrating Sand River. Although its danger level is much lower than the 3 most dangerous lands, if caught trespassing, you would still face the danger of annihilation. Even for me, I must pay extra caution when exploring that land. If we were so arrogant as to teleport anywhere we wished within the Vibrating Sand River, I'm afraid we would be in danger of being annihilated." Luo Feng nodded. On the Universe Ocean map given to him previously, there were many descriptions of the various dangerous lands, and Vibrating Sand River was considered an average one. "Within Universe Ocean, we humans must know the dangerous lands," said Primal Chaos City leader. "The total consists of more than 3,000 places, and with the passing of time, the numbers are gradually increasing." He laughed and continued, "Universe Ocean is truly too big. Only places like the 2 holy grounds would know more about these dangerous lands, but they are not willing to share the information with us." In a blink of the eye, it was already Luo Feng's 8th day in the Universe Ocean. Primal Chaos City leader brought Luo Feng on another teleportation before they finally stopped. Very soon, we will be able to see one of the three most dangerous lands, Tilted Peak Sector. The other dangerous lands were nothing compared to Tilted Peak Sector. Luofeng and Primal Chaos City Leader stood in the void space, side by side, and gazed into the distance. Luofeng squinted. Wow! In the distance was a lofty mountain. One of the peaks had fallen off to mid-mountain level, as though some great existence with limitless power had sliced through the mountain horizontally, causing the peak to fall off midway down the mountain. From the peak of that slippery main mountain, enormous waterfalls cascaded down, landing midway down the mountain. The water flow spread out to fill its surroundings, submerging a small part of the fallen mountain peak. At the same time, countless small rocks rotated around that mountain peak in continuous flight. That is Tilted Peak Sector, explained Primal Chaos City Leader. It is named Tilted Peak because the mountain's peak fell in this tilted manner. Look at those small rocks. He pointed to the countless rocks continuously flying in a winding manner around the mountain and said with a laugh, "We are currently 100 million light-years away. They seem like small rocks from here. If you were to guess, how big do you think they are?" Luofeng was stunned. The universe ocean map that was given to him was considered very detailed in its descriptions of Tilted Peak Sector. For instance, Tilted Peak Sector's main mountain stood at a height of 98.02 million light-years, and the fallen peak had a maximum diameter of 12.26 million light-years. The external domain made up the outside area of the mountain. Its danger level was lower, but some dangerous spots in the external domain would still be enough to annihilate certain universe masters who were weaker in the ability to save themselves. The internal domain made up the inside area of the Mountai. The danger level here was very high, even the strongest universe masters might be annihilated. Meanwhile, at the core of the mountain, even universe supreme beings might be annihilated. The rocks. Luofeng muttered under his breath. The map did not provide any descriptions of the sizes of those rocks, whether they are big or small. But if the main mountain is tall as 98.02 million light-years, then, going by proportion, we could estimate the sizes of those rocks. Luofeng tried to visualize how big the rocks were by estimation. "I suppose the size would be measured in terms of light-years," he said, again shocked by what he just learned. Within the primal universe, a mountain as tall as 100 million light-years was an impossible sight. For a single rock to take a size that had to be calculated in light-years, only Universe Ocean, where the primal universe had emerged from, could make this possible. Primal Chaos City Leader laughed. "Let's go. We are still very far from it. We still need to teleport for quite some time." A while later, Luofeng and Primal Chaos City Leader made it to the external area of Tilted Peak Sector. Numerous gigantic boulders flew about at high speeds. Previously, while they had observed the scene from 100 million light-years away, these had appeared to be small rocks. Now, looking at them close up, they were so big that they were practically immeasurable, and all of them were maintaining a speed of flight that was several times the speed of light. The ultimate speed of light in Universe Ocean was not the same as the speed of light in the primal universe. "Look," said Primal Chaos City Leader. "That is one of the great beings from the Geo race, one of the pinnacle races from the first universe era." Primal Chaos City Leader pointed to a beast in the distance. It took the look of a flying beast with gigantic wings covered with scales and a blood-red body. It was looking in their direction. "Primal Chaos City Leader," it said. The flying beast's single eye flashed a look of fear, then it teleported away as soon as it could. "The Geo race," said Luofeng. He recalled that the races that had been born 2 universe reincarnation eras before the final ruination would exhibit differences from the Geo race in the current primal universe upon undergoing changes. The Geo race had been born within the current primal universe, but the entire race had since been exterminated. However, during the first universe reincarnation era, it had actually developed into a pinnacle race. They teleported repeatedly, and another long moment passed. Passing by celestial rocks that were flying at a speed which was a few times faster than the speed of light, they finally landed on a celestial rock with a diameter of approximately 8.2 light-years. The external domain of Tilted Peak Sector has countless celestial rocks, and these rocks are constantly flying at an extremely high speed, Primal Chaos City Leader said. He stood on T. He surface of the celestial rock and looked around at the surrounding void space. However, standing on this celestial rock, you will realize that all the other rocks appear relatively static. Luofeng nodded. Yes, the rocks that were near the main mountain peak were flying slowly, while the ones farthest away flew the fastest. This was how the relative distance between the countless rocks was kept at an eternal constant. Huge Axe Creator is currently here in Tilted Peak Sector. Primal Chaos City Leader laughed and continued, "So, the great beings of our human race in Universe Ocean are mainly gathered here in Tilted Peak Sector." Understanding dawned upon Luofeng. No wonder Huge Axe Creator was not aware of what happened earlier in the Yuan Ao secret region. He was right here. "This celestial rock will be the temporary gathering point for our human race," Primal Chaos City Leader explained. Of course, universe masters of other races from the Hong Alliance will be gathering here, too. Follow me. He led Luo Feng away via short-distance teleportation. They reached another spot that was 3 light years away from the celestial rock. On the surface of the celestial rock, any of those indentations could easily be as deep as 1,000,000 miles or even more. Amidst this valley was a temple. Outside the temple, 2 figures were engaged in casual conversation. When they saw Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City Leader arriving all of a sudden, they rushed to greet him. Primal Chaos City Leader, said one. Primal Chaos City Leader, you have arrived, said the other. Have you brought Luo Feng? The moment Luo Feng landed within the valley, he could sense a total of 5 universe masters inside and outside the temple. They were all universe masters whom Luo Feng had seen before via the virtual universe, and they exuded auras that were the same as the simulated ones in the virtual universe, which was why he was able to determine their identities clearly. Out of these 5 universe masters, 3 were from the human race, and 2 were members of the Hong Alliance and were from non-human races. Primal Chaos City Leader. 3 figures stepped out from the palace to welcome them, clearly appearing because Primal Chaos City Leader was a figure of an extremely high position. Milky Way Horde Leader, welcome to Tilted Peak Sector. Friendly laughter resounded. This was someone Luo Feng was familiar with, Remote Lord Master. In the Godly Palace, 7 universe masters sat around the round table. We all come from Tilted Peak Sector to see you, knowing you are here. Remote Lord Master smiled. Both of them were of the bloodline of teacher origin. One was a disciple of Darkness Master, and the other was a disciple of Primal Chaos City Leader, so they were naturally close. Luo Feng looked around. Peng Gong Master, Absolute Darkness Master, Firestone Master, Roach Prison Master. Thanks for welcoming me here. This is the first time you entered Universe Ocean. We surely need to welcome you here. Peng Gong Master stroked his beard and smiled. Some universe masters entered the water area or internal area of Tilted Peak Sector. It'll take them at least 100 years, sometimes even an era, to fly out, as they need to dodge the dangerous places, which is why they're not here. Luo Feng nodded. The more dangerous the place was, the more cautious he needed to be when teleporting. It's the first time Luo Feng has entered Universe Ocean, so, according to the tradition, Primal Chaos City Leader waved his hands, and wine cups showed up in front of all the universe masters. There was already wine in them. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled and said to his disciple, Milky Way Horde Leader, we wish for you to have endless true treasures and eternal life. The other 5 universe masters followed. Endless true treasures, eternal life. Luo Feng nodded. Endless true treasures and eternal life. He knew about this tradition as well. After all, it would be a real adventure in Universe Ocean. Even universe masters with multiple bodies could die. Even universe supreme masters could be killed. Nobody could say for sure that they could survive. They could only avoid those places that were too dangerous. Without a doubt, it was an adventure in Universe Ocean. And they were all there for valuables. Milky Way Horde Leader, although we wish you endless true treasures and eternal life, I have some warnings to give you, said Firestone Master. Luo Feng raised his eyebrow and smiled. Please go on, Firestone Master. He'd heard that Firestone Master was stubborn and straightforward. Firestone Master's voice resounded in the palace. Your power is enough to see the outer area of Tilted Peak Sector with other universe masters. However, it's not enough to adventure alone and get true treasures. The Universe Supreme Masters from the first universe era are all maniacs. If you meet one of them, you might die. Of course, you have multiple bodies, but the true treasures with your human body might be gone. I think your true treasures are highly valuable. Luo Feng shook his head. It was indeed true that this Firestone Master was forthright. He knew he was not strong enough, but it was unnecessary to be so frank. That's right, said Remote Lord Master. The great beings from the first universe era are mad. They might haunt you to death. We can't really blame them, said Absolute Darkness Master. There were generations of incarnations in the universe. Even if they can survive the Big Bang of the original universe, a great being can live, at most, for 3 incarnations. When the time has come, all the great beings of the first universe era will die, including Universe Supreme Masters. That's right, 3 eras at most. Just look at those broken miniature universes, and you'll know how many Universe Supreme Masters have died. Almost nobody can live for more than 3 incarnations. Except the 2 Sanct Yuris. Those are only 2 universes. Luo Feng nodded. There were indeed lots of mysteries in Universe Ocean. Why 3 incarnations only? And why were the 2 sanctuaries the exceptions? How large was Universe Ocean? How many small universes were there in Universe Ocean? How many dangerous places were there? How many lands of extremists were there? Were there only 3 lands of extremists? Could there be a 4th land of extremists aside from the Tilted Peak Sector, flowing countless mountains and universe boat? The first universe era faces extinction, said Primal Chaos City Leader. So they train themselves with madness. Without a doubt, you can only break the circle if you get stronger. After all, the two sanctuaries succeeded, so nobody wants to give up. Luo Feng, you need to watch out for the great beings of the First Universe era. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng nodded. Not only those from the First Universe era, said Firestone Master. You need to mark down all those top-tier Universe Masters. You need to avoid them, and the two sanctuaries. You need to avoid everyone from the two sanctuaries. You're nothing compared to them. Luo Feng frowned. I know you're upset now, but this is for us of the Hong Alliance, said Firestone Master. If you run into danger, report it to the virtual universe, and the virtual universe system will tell all the great beings in the Hong Alliance. Great beings closest to you will get there as soon as possible. I understand. Luo Feng nodded his head without saying anything further. He was indeed a bit displeased, but he didn't defend himself against anything. He wanted to prove himself with his accomplishments. Soon, Remote Lord Master, Panggong Master, Absolute Darkness Master, Firestone Master, and Roach Prison Master left the palace and started to adventure through Tilted Peak Sector. Roach Prison Master and Firestone Master were talking in the space of the outer area of Tilted Peak Sector. Firestone, why were you so mean just now? Luo Feng isn't that weak. Why? Why do I have to be less mean? Just because of Primal Chaos City Leader? Besides, I wasn't wrong. Firestone Master's nose exhaled fire. Luo Feng fought Master of Banff before. Master of Banff is good at illusions and bad at material attack, and he doesn't even have a supreme technique. How did Luo Feng do? He was suppressed, and he could barely rival Master of Banff with that miniature universe. That miniature universe killed all those universe knights with one shot, Roach Prison Master said. Humph. He can only kill the weaker ones, said Firestone Master. A miniature universe is like a domain-type true treasure. It can only kill the weak, but what about the strong? It can only aid, and that kind of supreme technique requires a lot of energy. It consumes godly power, and it can only add some power. Even so, he only has material attack skills equivalent to Master of Banff. Without that miniature universe, anyone can crush him. Firestone Master was breathing fire again as he continued, humph. I was being too nice. He is one of the weakest. Those ancient guys from the First Universe era are all mad, and everyone from the two sanctuaries can crush him. Was I wrong? If he dies, the true treasures will be seized. How long has he practiced? The true treasures might be bestowed by the human race. We have to make great efforts to get a good Universe Master, yet he has so many after just becoming a Universe Master. Just wait and see. He'll be crushed. Yes, he is indeed weak. Roach Prison Master lowered his giant head. Humph, said Firestone Master. He's human, so his teacher Primal Chaos City Leader will go rescue him every time he's in danger. Without his teacher, he'll definitely be killed in Tilted Peak Sector. Only Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City Leader were left in the palace. Luo Feng, I'll go adventure as well, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Contact me through the virtual universe. Okay. Primal Chaos City Leader glanced at Luo Feng, smiled, and disappeared. Luo Feng looked back to the godly palace. He was the only one here now. It seemed that great beings in Universe Ocean were indeed sharpening themselves. I need to study the information on Tilted Peak Sector and great beings. On a rock outside the godly palace, Luo Feng closed his eyes with his legs crossed and started to organize the information and highlight the important parts. The rocks were flying at a speed several times the speed of light, but Luo Feng looked tranquil. He didn't rush to adventure the outer area of Tilted Peak Sector. Huh. Luo Feng took a token out. Teacher Sitting Mountain Guest is contacting me? No wonder it's a true treasure communications token. I can make contact even in Universe Ocean. Luo Feng penetrated the token with a trace of his mind. Luo Feng, are you in Universe Ocean? Sitting Mountain Guest passed on a piece of information. Yes, answered Luo Feng. Which lands of Extremis? Asked Sitting Mountain Guest. Tilted Peak Sector. How do you know I am in one of the lands of Extremis? Because they have the most true treasures. Where else would you go? Some remote and dangerous places with few valuables? The human race is not stupid. Okay, if you run into danger, you can call for help, but I hope you won't do so. I understand, answered Luo Feng. Universe Ocean, deep in the chaos airflow, in a dangerous place known as Bei Hua Shuelan Domain. A palace was floating. There were servants in the palaces. All of them were Universe Knights. This was where Sitting Mountain Guest really lived, and Bei Hua Shuelan Domain represented him. There were almost 100 powers in Universe Ocean, but no power wanted to mess with Sitting Mountain Guest. Everyone knew he was a handful. Inside the palace, a towering elder sat on the throne, and a human with a snake's tail and a human body was serving him. Haha, Puti, your little brother entered Universe Ocean. As well, Sitting Mountain Guest's voice rumbled. Congratulations, teacher, said Puti. It's too early to congratulate me now. He's not powerful enough. Sitting Mountain Guest looked down at Puti. Puti, you've been following me the longest, so you know me the best. Your second brother disappoints me, so I have almost given up on him now. You're the most hardworking one, but I know that Luo Feng has the greatest potential, followed by your second brother. You have the least potential, but now you're the strongest. Pu Ti bowed. I've been practicing for the longest time, and I've been by your side. I've seen a lot, so I comprehended more. He was low-key and never showed off. Even Flame Emperor looked down on Pu Ti, as he only viewed him as a servant. He didn't know that Pu Ti had surpassed him. I'll give you a chance. The same chance your second and third brother have. Go to Universe Ocean. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Pu Ti and took out a piece of blue wood. I can't give you the true treasure that suits you best, so I'll give you this strange object. Godly wood. I've had it for an eternity, but I just view it as a collectible. You should be able to wield its power. Pu Ti's godly body trembled. The same chance his second and third brother had? He'd been waiting for this for so long. Yes, teacher, I'll try my best not to disappoint you. Pu Ti bowed, but his voice was filled with faith. Sitting Mountain Guest nodded. Go. Pu Ti bowed again before leaving the palace. Sitting Mountain Guest looked through the palace door toward Tilted Peak sector in the distance, and he said slowly, I've been waiting for too long. On the surface of the celestial rock was a soul that looked as big as a speck of dust. Standing at a height of thousands of kilometers was the human form of Luo Feng. Tilted Peak sector. Luo Feng stood on the celestial rock and looked around the vast void space that surrounded him. From afar, he could see the lofty and boundless main mountain with a gigantic waterfall cascading from its peak. It exuded endless power without restraint. This power attracted countless celestial rocks to circulate it while in flight, and it also forced a great amount of chaotic airflow to break apart. From today onward, I, Luo Feng, shall start to roam Universe Ocean. Radiant rays surged in Luo Feng's eyes, making them sparkle like crystals. He disappeared from the celestial rock right away and reappeared amidst the faraway void space. Thereafter, he repeatedly teleported himself and charged down toward the boundless water domain that took form upon repeated impact by the cascading waterfall. Tilted Peak sector's external domain could be divided into space domain and water domain. Space domain referred to the void space where many gigantic celestial rocks flew about randomly. The danger level here was extremely low, as only some celestial rocks would occasionally pose a degree of danger. The majority of these countless celestial rocks had already been explored over a long period of time. That was why great beings would more often refer to the external domain of Tilted Peak to the water domain. The water domain that took form under the impact of the cascading waterfall spread out to encircle the entire main mountain. There were jagged rocks of distorted forms fraught with danger. Many areas would deter even Universe Masters from teleporting about. Universe Masters had to be extremely careful even when they were flying forward. They would only dare teleport when they were by the area near the edge of the water domain and had carefully inspected with a domain-type true treasure to ensure that the coast was clear. The most common yet most terrifying danger found within the water domain in the external domain of Tilted Peak region would be Water Flow Spirit. Luo Feng stood high up in the sky and overlooked the vast water domain beneath him. The water domain was massive, with a diameter of a couple 100 million light-years. It was even bigger than an entire human universe kingdom, and bigger than the ancestral god's secret region. Water flow spirits have no intelligence, nor do they bear any consciousness, Luo Feng said to himself. They only have basic instincts. They will only attack you if you get close to them. A water flow spirit in this water domain will be able to rely on its surroundings for power, and such power is comparable to that of a universe master. Thereafter, he was extremely careful as he directly rushed into the water domain below him, causing splashes of water as he landed. In Universe Ocean, even undying godly spirits would be annihilated the moment they entered. Yet this endless water domain was able to exist. Clearly, there must have been something extraordinary about this water. Every drop was like a star, and when waves of this water surged, the impact was extremely frightening. However, Universe Masters would still be able to block off this impact without difficulty. The water domain is fraught with danger but loaded with treasures. Luo Feng was also aware that the treasures within the water domain existed in various forms. To obtain a treasure, one needed luck, power, and guts. When Luo Feng entered the water domain, the depths of the vast and limitless water domain was around 100 million light-years. With such a large quantity of undulating rocks and the water pressure reaching such a frighteningly suppressive degree, even a universe knight could have turned to powder in an instant. Hong, long. One celestial stone slowly rose from beneath, causing the surrounding stones to start vibrating as it continued its gradual emergence. Slowly, it continued. The entire process took quite a while before coming to a halt. The celestial stone was already jutting out at an approximate height of close to 1,000,000 kilometers. Then peace resumed. Being 100 million light-years away, Luo Feng did not detect anything amiss. He continued to explore the water domain with extreme care, and he was only at the shallowest region of the water domain. 3 million light-years away from Luo Feng. Firestone Master, with his towering godly body vaguely encircled by flames, flew slowly within the water domain. As a matter of course, he had parted ways with Roach Prison Master. After all, while roaming the universe ocean, the chances of finding treasures would be higher if one was traveling alone. Humph. Humanity sent Luo Feng into universe ocean, probably for him to hone his skills and steel himself. They want to cultivate his ability well. We, the non-human races from the Hong Alliance, did not have such opportunities. Firestone Master was filled with bitterness. He was able to gain so many true treasures without having to take any risks. It was said that, at the Sector Lord level, he already owned a few true treasures. We shall see. See how much trouble this fellow can create. I think it won't take him long to start calling various parties for help. Firestone Master was filled with disdain. Such occurrences of great beings seeking help were not unprecedented. Way back when the demons of the primal universe wanted to cultivate and train Chang Vulture Master, who was an extraordinary genius with staggering powers and extremely high potential, they sent him into universe ocean to enable him to hone his skills. They bestowed him with some formidable true treasures for self-protection. When he met with dangers that he could not ward off or resist, other great beings from the demon race would send help immediately. After a long period of training and cultivation, Chang Vulture Master eventually became a universe master known to be the cream of the crop and a most frightening figure. He was high in the ranks, only second to Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor. Apparently, Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor were incredibly sharp in identifying Chang Vulture Master's potential. But this did not conceal the fact that Chang Vulture Master had sent out calls for help on several occasions, and those calls for help had created quite a commotion among the entire Demon Alliance. Luo Feng has great potential. Definitely an extraordinary genius with astounding power, but obviously still at the bottom of the ranks. If he were to run into the older universe masters, he would be at a great disadvantage and would probably have to send out calls for help. Firestone Master shook his head. Make a scene. Just go ahead and make a scene. There is only one thing that I don't know. Will he be able to reach the level of Chang Vulture Master of the demon race in the future? Although he was displeased, Firestone Master knew that the moment Luo Feng asked for help, if he was nearby, he would immediately dash over to wherever Luo Feng was to render help. If he asks for help and I provide him with help, I'll be able to give him a piece of my mind, Firestone Master sighed. To himself. He knew that this would make Luo Feng unhappy, but he was a universe master who had undergone an immeasurable period of cultivation. Why should he allow himself to be bound by any rules or anything else at all? If he wanted to laugh, he would. If he felt like scolding, he should. He was diehard stubborn. So what? I am unhappy with you, he thought. I would curse at you. I simply cannot find anything pleasing about you, Luo Feng. So what can you do? Firestone Master was in the depth of the water domain, careful to avoid the water flow spirits in the distance. The water flow spirits were all white. At times, they took the form of white airflows. Other times, they took the form of humans, and other times, they were in the form of beasts. They were always in different strange forms as they drifted about the water domain. This area was already considered quite deep and extremely dangerous. The speed of flight was way much slower. And teleporting? It was impossible to teleport at all. After all, once a water flow spirit attached itself to any being, the results were scary to imagine. A sudden realization gave Firestone Master a good shock, a sealed space. The space waves within the surroundings of the water domain ceased in a split second. Firestone Master knew there was trouble looming. He looked around carefully and saw a spot of light in the distance. The spot of light laughed. Its laughter was transmitted via the water domain, and almost within an instant, it reached Firestone Master. Ha ha ha, Firestone Master from the human alliance of the primal universe? That spot of light. It was a life form taking the form of a human. His entire body gave off a hazy, white light, and at the back of his head, there was a circular white light. Amidst the white light was a vague form of a gigantic, single-eyed shadow. Divine Eye Race. Firestone Master immediately transformed into a beam of light and fled. The Divine Eye Race was one of the pinnacle races from the First Universe era and was said to be the strongest pinnacle race during that era, with a total of 7 Universe Supreme Beings within the race. The Divine Eye Race was a very secretive and scary race. They could have emerged in the First Universe Reincarnation era possibly due to certain unique accidents that happened during the evolution of the Primal Universe, and they possessed astounding power. You think you can escape us? He Great Being from the Divine Eye Race said. Countless grains of sand appeared out of nowhere, and these countless grains filled the surrounding area with a radius of 3 light years within an instant. The surrounding space was earlier sealed, but even if it had not been sealed, no one would have dared to teleport through it without inhibitions. After all, this area was a dangerous land located deep within. A radius of 3 light years. How could Firestone Master possibly fly out of it within a short time? Ice Sand Ocean. Foresto. Any master gritted his teeth and looked back at that human form life being dazzling with white light. With a furious hum, he spurted flames out of his nostrils. And young master, I have not gained any incredible true treasure. And I escaped the moment I saw you. Must you chase after me so relentlessly? Life is limited, the human form dazzling with white light slowly articulated. Eternity is hard to find. Through endless killings, I seek the path to eternity. This is my only path now. Firestone Master, meet your doom. Enshrouded in white light, with circular white rays at the back of his head, the single-eyed shadow of a young master approached at an extremely high speed and charged towards Firestone Master at full force. Damn, said Firestone Master. Then he roared in rage, wanna kill me? In your dreams. Yet he continued fleeing at full throttle, trying his very best to stall for time. At the same time, in the primal universe, his other body was speedily calling for help within the virtual universe. Previously, I was still commenting about Luo Feng's pleas for help. Who would have thought that, in the blink of an eye, I would become the one asking for help? This lunatic from the first universe era, he truly is insane. How unlucky I am to have bumped into a young master. Firestone Master was filled with anxiety. He knew that he was facing true danger now. I only have a hope of surviving if either Primal Chaos City leader or Pangong Master rushes over now. Firestone Master was also aware that those who were able to make it over to him within the shortest time possible were those few he had met up with earlier at the gathering point, Remote Lord Master, Roach Prison Master, and Absolute Darkness Master. But they were not powerful enough, and Luo Feng was not even worth a mention. Only Primal Chaos City leader and Pangong Master could save him. But those two were so powerful that they would most probably be at the internal domain of Tilted Peak Sector, and if they were really at the internal domain, then rushing over here would take a long time. The call for help was sent, and the virtual universe system transferred the call to the universe masters of the Human Alliance who were within Universe Ocean at that very moment right away. Within the deep mountain region of Tilted Peak Sector's main mountain. Firestone Master is calling for help? A young master of the Divine Eye race from the first universe era is hunting him down. Flames shot up into the sky. Every flame exerted an impact that was strong enough to annihilate a universe master. A barbaric giant whose every step was elusive like that of a phantom, flashed past the erratic outburst of flames. I am too deep inside. Even rushing back will take a long time. I won't be able to make it on time. Firestone, you have to depend on your luck. And young master? At that moment, Roach Prison Master was considered the nearest to Firestone Master. It was somewhere with. In the water domain, more than 1 million light years away from Firestone Master. On its gigantic head, its eyes blinked. Big trouble. I'm afraid my presence will not make much of a difference, but I will try my best and see if I can be of any help. Roach Prison Master sped up and charged into the sky. With a single teleportation, he was in the upper skies of the water domain. Thereafter, he repeatedly teleported through the void space to get to his intended destination in the fastest time possible. Luo Feng also received the call for help. Huh? A call for help? Firestone Master is calling out for help? The address indicates that the place is only slightly more than 3 million light years away from me. Luo Feng did feel some resentment toward Firestone Master, but they both were, after all, fellow members of the Human Alliance. And young master is not one to be trifled with. Luo Feng teleported out of the water domain right away, and thereafter teleported repeatedly and speedily, rushing toward his destination. Two towering beings fought each other in the water area of Tilted Peak Sector. And young master held a golden scepter, sometimes using it as a long staff, sometimes as a hammer. Constantly, he performed a supreme technique. Besides, and young master didn't defend himself against Firestone Master at all. Maniac. The beings from the first universe era are all maniacs, and in young master is a maniac even compared to those other maniacs. Firestone Master roared. He tried to stay away to buy some more time. However, in Ice Sand Ocean, he was significantly slower, and he was at an absolute disadvantage, which was why he was caught up to buying young master time and time again. Firestone from the Human Alliance, die and become a sacrifice on the path of my eternity, said an young master. He had a gentle voice, but that scepter was piercing the universe space. The golden scepter had an oval head, and the head of the oval was like a gourd. The scepter avoided the shuttle from Firestone Master, and the head hit the chest of Firestone Master. Without a true treasure weapon to resist it, the power of an young master hit the chest of Firestone Master. Crash! The armor trembled, and his chest trembled as well. His godly body cracked, and he bounced away. Just when he bounced away, his shuttle hit an young master as well. There was a deep sound. An young master's godly body was weakened after getting hit, but it quickly recovered. He only paused for a second before charging again. Firestone Master was indignant. Maniac! He is insane! Why did I have to run into him? I would have at least been better off if I'd run into others. Actually, he was a pinnacle universe master like Flame Emperor. And Yong had better true treasures and a stronger godly body, so he was one level superior to Firestone Master. Firestone Master was at pinnacle level while Yong Master was at the top tier level, rivaling Ice Mountain Master. Firestone Master's life should have been in danger, as he was only one level inferior. However, Yong Master was trading his own injuries for his enemy's injuries and was utilizing his speed and consuming his godly body. Even those at his level would be in trouble, not to mention Firestone Master, who was one level beneath him. When Luo Feng was fighting Star River Master, Star River's supreme technique, River in Darkness, had been first resisted by Star Tower, but Luo Feng's godly body was still consumed. If it weren't for Star Tower, Luo Feng might have been annihilated with one move. Injuries for injuries. It wasn't easy to implement. If Firestone Master had been as powerful as Huge Axe Creator and able to resist the scepter, Yong Master wouldn't have been able to implement that move. However, Yong Master was better at techniques, and he used several supreme techniques interchangeably. Sometimes, he used it as a hammer, sometimes a staff, and sometimes as a bayonet. Each move had terrific power, and Firestone Master wasn't able to resist most of them. To trade injuries for injuries, one needed to have enough confidence in his godly body. After all, he was hurting himself while hurting others. If he didn't have a strong enough godly body, he would die before killing his enemy. A voice was transmitted through the water area. Firestone, I don't dare to venture into Ice Sand Ocean, so I can't help you. You're on your own now. Roach Prison Master? Firestone Master felt happy first, but then was let down. It was useless. Roach Prison Master was at his level. That Ice Sand Ocean covered an area of several square light years, and it would take him a long time to fly here. Besides, even if he made it, Roach Prison Master wasn't strong enough. Nobody can save you, said Yong Master, holding his scepter. You only have 50% of your godly body left, and I can kill you within 10 moves. Damn it. You just have your armor and body. Firestone Master roared. He ran away when he saw Yong Master, as he knew how Yong Master fought. Yong Master's armor was a top-tier pinnacle true treasure armor, and it was able to weaken the attack to 1/100,000th. The godly body of Yong Master had a life gene level of almost 10,000 times. He had a plant body, and it had a godly body several million kilometers tall. Even if he were trading injuries for injuries, he could implement it smoothly with that huge body constantly supplying power. My godly body is also a special life form, and it's 100,000 kilometers tall. Under my weapon, it might take him a long time to kill me. But he's trading injuries for injuries. It consumes my godly body hundreds of times faster. Firestone Master was still hit no matter how hard he tried. His godly body was being weakened. 42%. 37%. 31%. Yong Master smiled. Die. No. No, said Firestone Master. He had tried everything to dodge the attacks or to use his weapon to resist them, but it was no use. Yong Master used his techniques alternatively, and Firestone Master couldn't defend himself against them at all. Roach Prison Master was at the shallow water area. He looked at the endless ice sand ocean and sighed. Firestone, only Pangong Master and Primal Chaos City Leader can get there to save you. Otherwise, nobody can help you now. A being showed up. Roach Prison Master, said a familiar voice. Roach Prison Master turned his giant head, and he a black-haired human in silver armor. Luo Feng? Roach Prison Master was disappointed. He transmitted his voice. Luo Feng, Firestone Master is being hunted by Yong Master, and only Pangong Master and Primal Chaos City Leader can save him. We can't do anything about it. Don't go in. You'll be in danger if you enter that ice sand ocean. Perhaps I can't defeat Yong Master, said the black-haired human, but I'm not afraid of him, either. Huh? Roach Prison Master was dazed. And then, a dimming golden light appeared in the water area. At the same time, golden flames extended and crushed Ice Sand Ocean with the help of Golden Country, Sure Wu Wings and Fire Sand Cup. A combination of the two. Helpless. Firestone Master felt helpless. He only had 20% of his godly body left, so he couldn't even resist anymore. Yong Master smiled and moved forward. Die. But suddenly, Yong Master grew angry. Who? He roared. Ice Mountain Ocean, which had trapped and slowed down Firestone Master, was dismantled. The water became an ocean of flames. The sight thrilled Firestone Master. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Still not going, Firestone Master? This voice, Firestone Master was dazed. Wasn't that Luo Feng? Quick! Go! Luo Feng urged. Firestone Master ran away. He felt unhindered. While in Ice Sand Ocean, he felt like he was trapped in the swamp. However, he didn't feel any resistance in the golden flames. Instead, the flames were boosting him and making him faster. It was the opposite for Yong Master. He immediately slowed down. Who is it? And Young Master roared. This is the Flame Sand Cup of Yuan Ao Master. And that golden light domain can control the space and time. Who are you? He had a stronger godly power than Luo Feng, but he was at a disadvantage. True treasures and techniques had different requirements for godly power. True treasures and techniques had thresholds and limits. When it came to miniature universe, becoming undying was the basic requirement, and it would take 10% of the godly body. However, when Luo Feng got stronger, he would hit the limit. If Luo Feng became a universe master and improved his godly body 100 times, miniature universe wouldn't take 10% of his godly body, because when universe masters performed supreme techniques, it only took them a limited amount of godly power. Ultimate techniques were also different from supreme techniques. The same rule applied to true treasures. The user need to be strong enough to drive it. The more powerful one got, the more powerful true treasures he was able to wield. However, there was a limit to true treasures, which was why ordinary true treasures were abandoned by universe masters. They craved pinnacle true treasures, and even supreme true treasures. Top-tier true treasures, pinnacle true treasures, and supreme true treasures. I won't let you run away if I have a pinnacle domain-type true treasure, said An Young Master. He was exasperated and rescinded the space seal. Firestone Master was thrilled. He teleported himself to the shallow water. I see how it is, said An Young Master. He sensed that Firestone Master was only several light years away. He teleported himself there as well. Luo Feng and Roach Prison Master were both in the water area when Firestone Master showed up. Firestone Master felt awkward. Luo, he said. Luo Feng's facial expression changed. Wait. A being appeared near them, a being with a scepter. There were halos behind his head, and a single-eyed phantom was in the halo. It was An Young Master. An Young Master's eye glinted with anger. He glared at Luo Feng. Human, I've never seen you. An Young Master said furiously. Luo Feng glanced at An Young Master. Now you do. Luo Feng and the two universe masters teleported themselves, and they got out of the water area and fled away. Human. Silver-armored and black-haired human. An Young Master shouted with madness and indignation. An Young Master stood in the shallow water. His solitary eye looked ferocious. That silver-armored and black-haired human. He came here to rescue Firestone Master, and he's with Roach Prison Master. He must be a human from the original universe. An Young Master was thinking. The human race was bred in all the three universe eras, and humanity was a pinnacle race in both the first and the third universe eras. Only in the second era were the humans relatively weak, as only one universe supreme master had been born. In the original universe, any race with one universe supreme master could be called a pinnacle race. However, for the first and second universe eras that went through the complete incarnations, they had quite a few universe supreme masters. The human race of the second universe era was as powerful as the one in the original universe, yet it wasn't a pinnacle race. I haven't seen him. And he's not in the database of Divine Eye race, An Young Master thought. He must be a new great being, and he's using the Flame Sand Cup of Yuan Ao Master. I saw Yuan Ao Master use that last time. Apparently, he got it recently. Did Yuan Ao Master die? Otherwise, the Flame Sand Cup wouldn't have fallen into the hands of that human. An Young Master was baffled. The Divine Eye clan had 7 universe supreme masters, so it had 7 miniature universes. In one of the miniature universes, 7th True Master, An Young Master's avatar walked out of the gleaming and half-transparent palace and looked up at the sky. Was a new universe supreme master born in the human race of the original universe? I was trying to kill that Firestone Master, but I was stopped by a silver-armored and black-haired man. I want his information. A voice came from the sky. Stopped? Is he stronger than you? No, he's far weaker than me. An Young Master raised his head. However, he has the Flame Sand Cup and a special valuable to control space and time, so he suppressed my Ice Sand Ocean. Besides, he, Roach Prison Master, and Firestone Master were all there. I can't defeat them all. An Young had teleported himself and found Luo Feng and the other two. If he had been confident enough, he would have performed Space Seal and fought them. However, he knew that his enemy had a domain to suppress him, and there were 3 of them, so he watched Luo Feng leave. Wait a moment, and I'll make contact and ask about it, said the voice from the sky. Please, 7th True Master. An Young Master bowed. After a short while. Actually, there had been trades among the powers in Universe Ocean. Some related to valuables, while some had to do with information sharing. As long as there were benefits, there would be trades. The Divine Eye clan was a superpower from the first universe era, so there were many powers who wanted to fawn over the Divine Eye race. I've got the result, said the voice from the sky. An Young Master immediately raised his head. Silver armor and black hair, the voice continued. You haven't met him, but he's a new universe master of the human race. Milky Way Horde leader, Luo Feng. He's just an ordinary master, and he has the same level of material attack as Master Vanf. The only supreme technique he knows is like a miniature chaos world. Oh, a new guy. And young master smiled. Master of Vanf is proficient in soul attack, but he's weak at material attack. It seems this guy is weak. There are 6 levels of universe masters, and he must be at the 2nd level, said the voice from the sky. He seems to have a special true treasure. The human race gives him some precious true treasures to protect him. And young master smiled. He was only a young guy who was good at fleeing, which meant there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Only at the 2nd level. The first universe era divided universe masters into 6 levels. The first level was the elementary universe masters with a life gene level of 100 times, and they didn't even create ultimate techniques. The 2nd level had a life gene level of 1000 times, and they created ultimate techniques and had good true treasures. They were the ordinary level. The 3rd level was the pinnacle level, like Flame Emperor and Firestone Master. The 4th level was the top-tier level, like Ice Mountain Master and Young Master and Star River Master who didn't perform his trump technique. The 5th level, the top tier of the top tier, consisted of those like Star River Master and Prim. Al Chaos City Leader. They usually had merged supreme techniques or had gained strange objects. The 6th level, which didn't exist in the original universe, was for those who had supreme true treasures. Only at the 2nd level. And Young Master sneered. He was at the 4th level. He had a plant life body at a life gene level of almost 10,000 times, and his armor was able to weaken attacks to 1/100,000th. Even Luo Feng was only able to rival him after becoming a universe master. If he repaid injuries for injuries, even Ice Mountain Master would have needed to avoid him. Humph. There are only few pinnacle domain-type true treasures, said an Young Master. The Divine Eye race has almost 100 universe masters. The most powerful universe masters have all the pinnacle domain-type true treasures. If I can have one, you, Milky Way Horde leader, will die. And Young Master looked forward to it. After all, the Divine Eye race was the most powerful pinnacle race in the first universe era. They had 7 universe supreme masters and almost 100 universe masters. They had all lived for an eternity. And Young Master was only a middle universe master. Just wait and see, Milky Way Horde leader, said an Young Master. This was only our first meeting. We have plenty of time to fight each other. 3 beings stood on the rock in the outer area of Tilted Peak Sector. Firestone Master, you don't need to, said Luo Feng. You've saved my life, so I owe you big time, said Firestone Master. No need to be humble. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll be there as soon as I can, no matter what I'm doing. Luo Feng couldn't help laughing. This was Firestone Master. Stubborn. Incredibly stubborn. He would scold you no matter how much you'd accomplished, but once he made a promise, he would fulfill it no matter how high the cost. Firestone Master, even you're not able to deal with the danger? Luo Feng couldn't help asking. He was confused, as he thought that someone who had survived Universe Ocean for such a long time would at least have some survival skills. Even if I run into a Universe Supreme Master, I can defend myself against him for a long time, as long as he doesn't use a Supreme True Treasure. I'll use my True Treasure weapon to resist it, and it can weaken the power by more than 90%, and with my armor, the threat will be very small. Unfortunately, the fighting style of an Young Master can suppress me exactly. He has a variety of moves, yet I just make attacks directly. And he exchanges injuries for injuries. Actually, continued Firestone Master, I have a strong godly body too. I have a godly body of 100,000 kilometers, so normally, I'm not afraid of that. However, an Young Master is better than me. He knows several supreme techniques, and he can change his moves at any time. It's already rare for someone to be capable of that. And there are fewer whom I can't defend against. On top of that, those with better godly bodies, basically, don't exist. There are only a few of them in Universe Ocean, so I usually avoid them. Luo Feng nodded. He was right. Several supreme techniques, change of moves, and a fast and better godly body than Firestone Master. It was indeed rare for someone to possess all 3 of those. I've decided after this time, said Firestone Master. I've lost a great portion of my godly body, so I'll study defensive technique during this time. I'm a Firestone special life form, so I'm not flexible enough. I need to create a shield technique. If I can have both a shield and a shuttle, I'll be much safer. You should have done so a long time ago, Roach Prison Master said. Yes. Luo Feng nodded as well. Different life forms had different ways of fighting. Yuan Ao Master was like that. He had an enormous body and wasn't flexible enough, so he used a shield. Of course, humans were naturally flexible. Luo Feng was able to resist with a blade. I'm too overconfident, the voice of Firestone Master rumbled. Luo Feng, I owe you forever. Just ask me anytime you need something. I'll go back to the original universe first. Next time, I'll bring a shield. Have a safe trip, said Luo Feng. Firestone Master told Roach Prison Master, too, and then they left. Although my armor is 10 times stronger than that of Firestone Master, his godly power is tens of times better than mine, so he has better defensive power than me. And he has a bigger godly body. Luo Feng sighed. The good thing was, he was more flexible, so he could resist In Young Master. With his Shi-Wu wings and the Flame Sand Cup, he could fight and run whenever he wanted. I need to sharpen myself, said Luo Feng. My weakness is that my attacking technique is only at the ultimate level. Those such as Firestone Master and Roach Prison Master have created a supreme technique. As for In Young Master, he has several supreme techniques. Luo Feng and Roach Prison Master separated, and he kept adventuring through the outer area of Tilted Peak Sector. Time flew. Luo Feng could sometimes run into the great beings before the incarnation, but with Shi-Wu wings and Flame Sand Cup, he didn't encounter any real danger. After all, the top-tier Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Masters were in the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. Luo Feng was gradually made known to the great beings from the other 2 universe eras, and they knew that although Luo Feng had mediocre power, he was a handful. In the twinkling of an eye, it was already Luo Feng's 16th year in Universe Ocean, amidst the deep end of Tilted Peak Sector's water domain. I have been here at Tilted Peak Sector for 16 years, but I have not seen any true treasure around. Luo Feng leaned against a mountain rock and looked at the white water flow spirits that were tens of thousands of kilometers away. White streaks fluttered and drifted about, be it white human form or white beast form, the strangely shaped. Water flow spirits were attracted to their own kind based on pure instinct. They were playing together within the deep region of the water domain where, occasionally, high-frequency piercing cries could be heard. The celestial rocks within the water domain were all equally huge. Each and every one of these rocks resembled a towering mountain range, where every sunken area was like a Grand Canyon, every protruding part was like a gigantic mountain peak, and every gently sloping surface was like a vast plain. At least, that was how it looked to Luo Feng, whose godly body was hovering at least 1,000 kilometers away. I have encountered more than 100 battles these past 16 years, and these battles have allowed me to greatly improve in my cultivation of Beast God Path. Luo Feng was quite satisfied. Over 100 times, he had fought hand-to-hand with great beings from the first and second universe eras. The Primal Universe, third universe era, was very weak, so great beings from its top 9 powers and top-tier 12 powers, regardless of being in the Primal Universe or in the Universe Ocean, unless there were attractions such as treasures, would be highly unlikely to fight and kill one another. However, during the first universe era and second universe era, even if there were no true treasures, great beings would fight and kill one another the moment they crossed paths. During his time in Universe Ocean, Luo Feng had the chance to get in touch with novel styles of combat. Also, the novel ways of making use of universe laws were real eye-openers for him, as he could then comprehend by analogy. This allowed him to improve tremendously when it came to the cultivation of Beast God Path. It was many times faster than diligently training for it in the Primal Universe. Even his accomplishments in the study of secret engravings were also improved by leaps and bounds. What a pity I am still unable to create a strongest technique, Luo Feng lamented. When can I attain the 3rd level of Star Tower is still an unknown with no definite future. Just wait. Roaming Tilted Peak Sector is always as such. The majority of the time, there will be peace, but the moment an opportunity arrives, everyone will go all out to fight for it. Luo Feng transformed into a beam of light and took flight quietly, where he began to explore again. The water domain was simply immense. Countless great beings from the 3 universe eras had spent endless time exploring the water domain, but no one was able to explore all of it. Now, Luo Feng was also exploring the water domain at his own pace. Previously, when I discovered Firestone Master, I secretly followed him, said In Young Master. When I was near enough, I immediately released a domain-type true treasure and sealed space. In Young Master, positioned in the void space, shook his head with a sigh. Firestone Master was such a silly one, just when I managed to exercise some self-restraint and was so close to being to kill him, this human form Luo Feng from the Primal Universe had to appear out of nowhere and foil my plan. If I had succeeded in killing Firestone Master, I would have obtained many true treasures, and with those treasures that I already owned, I suppose I would be able to exchange for a pinnacle domain true treasure. Again, In Young Master shook his head and sighed. He was full of resentment. By his side was another great being from the Divine Eye clan. The circular light behind its head also had a single-eyed shadow. This was a characteristic that was unique to great beings of the Divine Eye clan. And Young, any gains from your trip to the internal domain? The other great being asked. The internal domain is much too dangerous, said In Young Master. I merely wandered about the considerably safer areas within the internal domain. These places had already been thoroughly searched before. Although I fought quite a fair number of battles here, and there was even once where I managed to corner my opponent, the other party was crazy enough to dash into the dangerous region within the internal domain. I was not daring enough to follow suit. And young master was filled with a sense of helplessness. Therefore, nothing gained. I think it is still better to explore the water domain at one's own pace, the great being of the Divine Eye clan said. The danger level is low, and occasionally, a treasure may be up for grabs. Who knows? You may even be able to cross paths with some weaker universe masters who you can kill easily. Imperial, your trip was rewarding? And young master asked. Slightly. Imperial master smiled. This was the only conversation that Imperial master and young master shared. Thereafter, they parted ways. It was always lonelier within Tilted Peak sector, so great beings of the same clan would usually engage in conversations, albeit briefly, when they met with one another. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years flew by. Imperial Master was handsome, and his entire being dazzled with a misty, white light. At the back of his head was the same circular light, and within the circular light was a single-eyed shadow. He flew slowly at the lowest region of the water domain. He did his best to explore the various mountain peaks at the lowest region of the water domain, naturally protruding mountain rocks, as well as the numerous valleys. He did this without a trace of impatience. He was a super great being of endless life, and, even if he were to spend tens of thousands of eras exploring, it would still be very peaceful. A cave. A seemingly ordinary mountain cave appeared ahead, and Imperial Master flew in right away. The cave had an approximate diameter of several tens of thousands of kilometers. Its depth was tens of millions kilometers. Imperial Master flew within the cave with great caution. At times, within the water domain, caves and valleys that seemed ordinary might possibly house hidden treasures. Huh. Imp. Aerial Master felt a faint and weak trace of energy ripples. Energy ripples. Could it be? Imperial Master's eyes lit up in an instant. His face changed to one filled with vigor as his eyes swept every inch of the cave before him. He even used his godly power to scan the surroundings. He advanced at an extremely slow pace. The cave was dark, deep, and winding. Imperial Master suppressed his raging emotions. His speed went even slower. After close to 6 hours. That is it. Imperial Master had just completed a bend in the cave when he saw, at the far end, a screen of bright light. This got him even more worked up. Haha. It might be possible that there are hidden treasures within the water domain, probably even unique gains to claim. Imperial Master was moving at a very slow speed, but he soon arrived at the screen of bright light. Valuables. Great treasures. Imperial Master raised his head and saw that there was a bright screen blocking the path ahead. This bright screen was giving off an extremely weak energy ripple. Even stranger, Imperial Master had previously used his godly power to scan his surroundings, but he had not discovered this bright screen. A bright screen. Only if there were some extremely strong true treasures in Tilted Peak sector would such a unique situation surface. For example, if there was a dangerous land in the surroundings, or there were bright screens such as this one that went undetected. Imperial Master was now running high on emotions. As a great being from the first universe era, he had no lack of experience. Based on his previous experiences, the bright screen by itself posed no threat. Still better to exercise more caution, Imperial Master said with a wave. A blue sphere appeared out of thin air and started to expand rapidly. It soon reached a height of thousands of kilometers. Imperial Master's godly body stood at a height of 1,000 kilometers. Thus, with one step, he had made his way into the sphere. This must be a top-tier sealed palace-type true treasure. If I were to hide within it, even if a Universe Supreme Master were to launch a full-scale attack, he would not be able to kill me. Imperial Master grew increasingly excited. He might have roamed about for countless period and encountered unique situations due to appearances of certain treasures, but those were times that he was with the other great beings of Divine Eye clan. This was the very first time he could have such a valuable treasure all to himself. Judging from this level of activity, this would, at the very least, be at the level of a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. Who knows? It may be a strange object or even some unique object that is extraordinary. Imperial Master was controlling the top-tier sealed palace-type true treasure. Flying slowly, when he came into contact with that bright screen, it felt as though he was breaking through a layer of water. There was not a trace of obstruction at all. Huh? Another brig. HT screen. Imperial Master was shocked to discover that there was another layer of the bright screen behind the first one. Again, he broke through another layer of bright screen. A third layer. Imperial Master was getting more excited and expectant as he continued breaking past layers. A fourth layer. A fifth layer. A sixth layer. There was a total of 9 layers. This must be some incredible treasure land. Haha. Seems like I, Imperial Master, have quite good luck. Imperial Master had just passed through the 9th layer of the bright screen. No! Everything resumed a state of silence. The dark, deep and winding cave went back to its normal quiet serenity. The bright screen was still there. There was not a trace of difference or change. It was as though Imperial Master had never entered. The Divine Eye race from the first universe era owned 7 miniature universes. In the middle of one. Before his avatar appeared, Imperial Master was filled with excitement and expectation, but what closely followed was a look of fear and panic. His avatar was annihilated. The instant when his avatar was annihilated, the master of that entire miniature universe, which was the third true master of the Divine Eye clan, discovered right away. Imperial has been annihilated. His sighs resonated throughout the entire miniature universe. On the supreme land of the miniature universe, the avatars of a dozen universe masters residing at different places started to arrive. Third true master, Imperial Master has been annihilated? How did he come to be annihilated? Who killed him? How did he die? Within an instant, everyone was shooting questions out of anxiety. After all, according to their clan's method of division, Imperial Master was a 4th-tier universe master, considered to be at the top-tier level, so even if he was exchanging blows with a universe supreme being, if the fight lasted for a short period of time, he could still hope for chances of survival. To the entire Divine Eye clan, the annihilation of a universe master was an occurrence that would only happen once in a blue moon. A sound was heard from the sky. Imperial was annihilated within a split second. His avatar was not able to leave behind any information at all. The speed at which he was annihilated did not even give him time to leave any information. The moment one meets with an extremely dangerous situation, the foremost thing to do should be to establish contact with other great beings to call for help. The voice articulated these words slowly. That means, Imperial Master must not have detected any trace of danger beforehand. And when he realized how frighteningly close danger was, it was time for him to face annihilation. He didn't even get to find out why he was annihilated? Even a Universe Supreme Master would not be able to achieve this. What can be so fearsome? Seems like it was purely Tilted Peak Sector in its truest form creating such fearsome. Danger. Solely a great being's power alone will not be able to achieve something of this degree. The avatars of these Universe Masters all knew. The Divine Eye clan was divided into 7 major miniature universes, and naturally, all of them kept close contact with one another. News of the annihilation of Imperial Master was rapidly spread to the higher-ups of the Divine Eye clan. Imperial was exploring the water domain. Danger must have reached him from a certain area within the water domain. For something to create the danger of instant annihilation for Imperial even within its water domain. There is something quite extraordinary about this place. According to the final information related to this situation that could be found, shortly before his annihilation, Imperial ought to have been at the 193,293rd frame of reference shortly before his fall. Now, I am ordering the 3 Universe Masters from my clan who are in the water domain of Tilted Peak Sector, and Yang Master, Replenishment Master, and Time Vanishing Master, to head to this frame of reference within the water domain to conduct investigations. You all must be very careful. If you find something amiss or detect a trace of danger, you cannot dash in there on your own. Understood. Understood. And Young Master, Replenishment Master, and Time Vanishing Master responded to the order without further ado, then teleported within the void space of Tilted Peak Sector at a very high speed. They ventured deep into the water domain and advanced to the 193,293rd frame of reference for detailed exploration. On top of Tilted Peak Sector, the giant rocks flew several times faster than light, and 3 beings gathered, all of them glowing. Imperial didn't leave any message when he died, said a great being of Divine Eye clan. I can't even imagine the danger he ran into. Even if it's in the inner area, few places could render Imperial Master unable to leave a message. It's normal only at the center of Tilted Peak Sector. Yes, it's indeed very dangerous this time. We shall follow the order from the first true master, and once we find somewhere dangerous or strange, we'll report it immediately. I'm just afraid that our efforts will be in vain. Chances are Imperial didn't even die in the area specified. That's right. That's the area that was specified days before Imperial died. He might have died in the area around it, and chances are he died in the inner area. Doesn't matter. Just follow the order. I'll be responsible for this area, and Young, that one, Time Vanishing, that one. Okay, they dispersed. The area was too large, and there were countless creatures such as water flow spirits. None of the powers dared to claim that they had inspected the entire water area, and the water area would change as time went by. After 6 days, I finished. Me too. No one. 3 Universe Masters met. They looked at each other, but no one had found anything. What should they do? One reference area is too large. We use domain-type true treasure for inspection, and each time, we can inspect several light years, said an Young Master. Though it's fast, we can't find the real lands of valuables. Of course we know. Then what should we do? Go in there one by one. However, It'll take forever to walk 1 light-year. An area 1 light-year long, 1 light-year wide, and 1 light-year tall, how long will it take? The inspection wasn't flying. Imperial inspected those caves carefully and got out if he didn't find any valuables. He walked slowly across the caves, cracks, and woods. It would take more than 10,000 eras to finish 1 light-year. And it would take far more than 100 million eras to finish the entire era. We can't do a detailed inspection. We can only do a brief one. Let's report it back. They reported. Keep inspecting, ordered First True Master. It's been a long time since Imperial died in that reference area. And he might have left the area before he died. Keep searching. Inspect all the areas around reference area 193293. Yes, replied In Young Master obediently. They wouldn't resist, not even for a brief inspection. It took another few years for them to inspect the 100 nearby areas. They acquired senior true treasure weapons by luck and found 2 strange places. However, when the 6th True Master arrived, he didn't find anything. What a waste of time. Who knows where Imperial died? Perhaps in the inner area. It was in vain. The Divine Eye clan did thorough research as well. They first inspected the water area, then researched whether the true treasure Imperial Master had appeared in the hands of the great beings of other races. The 6th True Master went there directly. However, they could only admit failure in the end. They didn't gain anything. Usually, the Divine Eye race wouldn't just give up if its great beings were killed. However, they couldn't find anything this time, so they could only deal with it. And Young Master, Time Banishing Master, and Replenishment Master separated from one another. Time Banishing Master and Replenishment Master left while Young Master kept going deeper in the water area. I met Imperial before he died, and he seemed to have gotten something in the water area, said Young Master. It's likely that he died in the water area. I'll keep inspecting in reference system 193293. 12 years had passed since Imperial Master died. Luo Feng flew in the space, and he looked at the waterfall on the towering Tilted Peak sector. Tilted Peak sector is said to be one of the 3 lands of Extremis. It's been 30 years since I came here, and I haven't run into any danger. The giant waterfall was tens of millions of light-years high, and each drop of water could rival a star. How powerful the entire waterfall was. If all the water was concentrated to one point, even Universe Supreme Masters could be killed. While separated, the water at the bottom kept changing under the churning and crashing. I'll go to the main mountain of Tilted Peak sector. I'll just stay on top. It's not going to be dangerous if I don't go in. Luo Feng kept teleporting himself. He kept approaching that mountain. And it was the first time he arrived at the main body of Tilted Peak sector. After 30 million light-years of teleportation, Luo Feng was pretty close to the main mountain. Huh? Luo Feng stopped in the sky. In front of him was the main mountain of Tilted Peak sector. However, Luo Feng frowned and looked down. How? My Shiwu wings. He looked back at his Shiwu wings, which were intermittently trembling. Summoning. It was like magnets attracting each other. His Shiwu wings seemed to be attracted toward something. It's a weak call. Which direction is it? The deep of water area? Luo Feng looked down and frowned. He wasn't inexperienced. Tianyang Knight's light wings had previously attracted his wing, but that attraction had been incredibly strong. This attraction, however, was feeble. Is the 3rd wing down there? Luo Feng wondered. I'll go check. Luo Feng teleported himself 10 light-years. Much stronger. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, and his Shiwu wings started to tremble heavily. Apparently, the summon was strong. Down. Luo Feng teleported himself again. He entered the shallow water. His Shiwu wings started to shake intensely. Such strong summoning. Luo Feng was exhilarated. He performed Golden Country. The dim light permeated and formed a blurry golden light area with a diameter of 10 light-years. Of course, this wasn't the limit of Golden Country, but Luo Feng didn't dare teleport himself too far in the dangerous water area. Luo Feng moved 3 light-years forward and entered the danger zone. He could only teleport himself a little bit farther in the deep water zone. Following the summoning, he went forward. However, he moved 100 million kilometers forward each time. It has to be a component of the Shiwu wings, said Luo Feng. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I know there were other components. I didn't expect to find them in the outer area of Tilted Peak sector. Luo Feng was exhilarated. When he found the true treasure wing of Tianyang Knight, they found that the 3rd level of engravings wasn't complete. Apparently, there were other components. He thought that they may have been taken by other great beings in Universe Ocean. After all, many great beings had wing valuables, and chances were, the great beings who acquired a true treasure wing might give it to a Universe Knight, as they thought it wasn't powerful enough. Another possibility was that it had been left in Tilted Peak sector. I can't believe I sense it so easily, thought Luo Feng. Is it on a great being, or just resting in place somewhere? Luo Feng flew quickly, and he landed in front of a cave. It's inside. It's coming from the inside. Luo Feng looked at the cave and started to move inside carefully. The CAV was enormous. Wang, Wang, Wang. Shi Wu Wing trembled intensely, and Luo Feng even needed to suppress it with his godly power. The summoning power is too strong, much stronger than last time, Luo Feng whispered. Is it because my Shi Wu Wings are complete? Luo Feng felt confused. After more than 3 hours, Luo Feng saw the screen of light in the distance. A light screen. Luo Feng got close carefully and looked at the light screen in the distance. Although the Shi Wu Wings on his back were trying to fly off of him, Luo Feng was still calm and cautious. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Luo Feng frowned. If Shi Wu Wings have another component, and that component doesn't have an owner, it should fly toward me. On the other hand, if the component has an owner, he should also be able to feel the attraction. Isn't he curious? Luo Feng looked to the light screen. Based on what I know about Tilted Peak Sector, only special valuables will lead to light screens like this one. As for ordinary to top-tier true treasures, they would be randomly placed in a corner. A light screen and a summoning from Shi Wu Wings, said Luo Feng. That component isn't flying toward me. Although Luo Feng desperately wanted to get this component, he didn't dare to venture forward. He knew how dangerous Tilted Peak Sector was. This is so strange. I'll let my Masha body get in first. Luo Feng decided quickly. In the past years, every time he ran into something weird, he let his Masha body go first. Masha body appeared and flew forward. He touched the light screen and entered. The Masha godly body was small. The purity of its godly power was low, and it did not own any true treasure. Even if a Masha body had been sacrificed, the godly bodies of Golden Horned Beast and the original Earthling body could easily recover this minuscule loss by breathing for a short moment. That was the reason why, for the past 30 years, Masha body was stationed at the external domain of Tilted Peak Sector to deal with areas that involved uncertainties. Going through the bright screen. Masha body looked ahead, feeling confused. It was still a tunnel ahead of him, and there was a new bright screen. 2 layers of the bright screens? The 3 most dangerous lands are the scariest places of Universe Ocean. Unique situations will only arise under certain extremely unique regions. Masha body was confused. Now, there are 2 bright screens in a row. What could possibly be in there? Moving forth with agility, he easily passed through that bright screen. The screens on their own would not be able to obstruct the way of intruders, but they could cause all sorts of exploration, even those by godly powers, to fail. My God! A 3rd layer of the bright screen. Masha body was in great shock. He continued drilling. The 4th layer. The 5th layer. The 6th layer. Masha body was in total shock by then. From the information regarding Tilted Peak Sector, Flowing Countal, SS Mountains, and Universe Boat that the human race had provided, there were descriptions of scenarios of scary true treasures being born. And also, records of scenarios involving the birth of supreme true treasures. But of course, every scenario was different. There was a total of 12 records on bright screens, of which 3 were related to true treasures and 9 were related to rare treasures. The former 3 scenarios about true treasures involved a pinnacle true treasure with 1 layer of the bright screen, a superb pinnacle true treasure with 3 layers of the bright screens, and a superb pinnacle true treasure with 3 layers of the bright screens, respectively. The 7th layer, the 8th layer. There is actually a 9th layer. A great hidden treasure. This is definitely a super, great hidden treasure. If a great being told me that there was a supreme true treasure within it, I would believe without a doubt. Masha body was worked up as he looked at the 9th layer of the bright screen before him. Judging by the way the Shi Wu Wings put up such a crazy struggle in their efforts to fly into this cave, it is possible that there is another component of Shi Wu Wings inside. Even if it was a component of a supreme true treasure, it would not possibly be so overwhelmingly powerful. It would not be able to wield 9 layers of the bright screens. Masha body did not know what to make out of the situation. Luo Feng was filled with confusion. Firstly, that missing component did not fly out on its own. Secondly, the beckoning was intense. It far surpassed the time when he first encountered flowing light wings. Thirdly, 9 layers of the bright screens was unbelievable. Could it be that in there is not only a component of Shi Wu Wings, but also another true treasure? For instance, a supreme true treasure. Masha body tried to suppress the many thoughts running through his mind. When it came to hidden treasures, if one held on to overly beautified expectations, the greater the disappointment would be. Reality could, at times, be very cruel. Whatever. I shall find out for myself. He drilled past the 9th layer of the bright screen easily. This is... The moment Masha body passed the 9th bright screen, he realized that the surroundings had become an incomparably gigantic, dazzling space. Masha body still had a fleeting moment to make some quick, careful observations before numerous gigantic dazzling rays swept past him like blades. Then he felt excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. Masha body was annihilated in an instant. Luo Feng was in the cave, outside of the first bright screen. What the hell is this? Luo Feng blinked his eyes in disbelief, completely taken aback. This. My Masha body is, at the very least, a universe knight, yet this was enough to annihilate a universe knight within an instant. He was not allowed any time to think at all. What an extremely frightening attack. It was comparable to the attack by a universe master. Luo Feng pondered a bit. I shall try again. The next moment, another Masha body appeared beside him. Like a flash of light, it once again made its way past the bright screen before them. Before the 9th bright screen, Masha body gritted his teeth. The moment I enter, I shall execute my talent technique domain. That will be able to keep me alive for a short period of time. I shall see for myself just what treasures there are in this land of hidden treasures, to be able to enshroud the surroundings with such a fearsome power. In a split second, he had drilled his way past the 9th bright screen, and the moment he entered, he executed his talent technique domain. Within that immeasurably vast space, Masha body had completely conformed to an area of 10,000 kilometers. Countless mighty rays swept across everything like sharp blades. In this vast space, universe space itself had become an endless stream of particles. Not long after Masha body had transformed into domain, he felt the impact of the earth-shattering power that attacked him, annihilating him in an instant. Luo Feng stood frozen before the first bright screen deep within the cave, too stunned for any reaction. The next instant, his eyes lit up. Heaven-destroying and earth-shattering. This destroys everything within the universe space. Time and space constitute the universe. My Masha body executed its talent technique, domain, but was still unable to survive. This is utterly. Luo Feng was greatly fearful as the realization dawned upon him, but at the same time, deep within his heart, he felt a surge of immeasurable ecstasy. Hidden treasures were absolutely the utmost, greatest, top-tier hidden treasures, and it was highly possible that a supreme true treasure was hidden within them. The so-called force-breaking method. All laws in the face of such an absolute power would have to retreat. It was just like how universe supreme beings could ensure that their orders, once given, would be strictly enforced. Even the origin of the primal universe would temporarily retreat from the battle without a fight. Similarly, the power unleashed by a supreme true treasure could form an absolute domain for a certain area, and all laws pull back and no longer exert any influence within this domain. Within this domain, even universe masters might be annihilated. The mysterious land beyond the 9th bright screen is already so powerful that it can destroy time and space. Force-breaking method. I suppose it would be something on the level of universe supreme masters and supreme true treasures. Luo Feng revealed a trace of glee. There was not a hint of fear, only excitement and happiness. The stronger, the better. Its strength represented the fact that this treasure was undoubtedly fearsome. Luo Feng was not at all worried that he would not be able to get that treasure. I have Blood Cloud Palace and Star Tower with me, Luo Feng sighed. D to himself. Blood Cloud Palace is a flying palace-type true treasure. It was extremely powerful and was best in defense against material attacks. Even if Universe Supreme Beings dealt a full blow with all their might, they would not be able to destroy Blood Cloud Palace. Even the power dispersed by a supreme true treasure would not be able to easily annihilate a top-tier flying palace true treasure. This was common knowledge. With a top-tier flying-type true treasure, one could run rampant within the universe ocean. But Luo Feng was unaware that, before him, Imperial Master of Divine Eye Clan had tried to intrude this same region as he did now, while hiding within a top-tier palace-type true treasure. Imperial Master had tried to intrude by flying in while hiding in his palace-type true treasure, and he had come to a tragic end. Blood Cloud Palace and Star Tower, especially Star Tower, are supreme true treasures, Luo Feng said to himself. Based on what teacher said, there is not a place in the 3 most dangerous lands that would be able to cause damage to my supreme true treasures. But before I enter, it is always better to first understand the situation inside well. I don't believe that the blade rays that tore my Masha body apart could be so pervasive a presence, Luo Feng thought. Previously, Masha body had been annihilated twice without a glimpse of the actual situation inside. It only knew that the dazzling blade rays sent him to his doom. Masha body intruded once again. As expected, it was met with the sweeping strokes of those mighty, endlessly dazzling blade rays to be annihilated within a split second right away. The 3rd time, followed by the 4th, then the 5th. I shall try 100 times if that's what it takes. I don't believe that I will end up being annihilated every single time. Luo Feng was not someone who took risks easily. Star Tower might be powerful enough to keep him safe, but that only represented the fact that Star Tower was able to ward off material attacks. In the information provided by humans, there were more than a handful of records of such dangerous lands where even Star Tower would not be able to escape if it fell in. Getting Masha body to die repeatedly was a way to gather more information. It was out of safety considerations. As for Masha Body, even if it had to be annihilated 100 times, the godly power that it consumed would only require a short moment for the original Earthling body and Golden Horned Beast body to bring it to recovery. It was being annihilated insanely and repeatedly. Every single time, he would come to face with a high-frequency, mighty, and endless storm of blade rays and be annihilated in an instant. The 39th time, Masha Body intruded all over again. Masha Body was elated to see that the gigantic and endlessly dazzling blade rays had gathered into a storm. This boundless storm surrounded him all around, but it did not touch him at all, albeit momentarily. Masha Body immediately scanned his surroundings, speedily observing everything inside. Not even a millionth of a second. But with the speed of Luo Feng's consciousness, he could get a clear view of the scene. This was an incomparably vast space. Amidst the pitch-black space, there was a chaotic flow of countless rolling particles, and that endlessly dazzling blade storm swept everything in the surroundings. The area was so wide that one sweeping look around would be measured in light years. Within this vast space, the most dazzling sight was something far away. It was gigantic. It left Luo Feng completely at a loss for words. Wings. Endlessly tall and trillions of times more dazzling than the sun. The two outspread wings were infinitely huge. The dazzling rays of those white wings gave out a power that was so strong that even from high up, Luo Feng could feel the terrifying power bringing his consciousness to a standstill within a split second. Shortly after, Masha Body was swept up and strangled to death by the blade storm. Deep within the dark, winding cave, outside the first layer of the bright screen, Luo Feng stood rooted to the same spot. His mind was filled with that soul-shaking scene. It was an endless pair of wings trillions of times more dazzling than the sun. He felt like it was a pair of incomparably huge light wings. The sense of superiority they exuded gave Luo Feng the feeling of being subjugated. Wings? A pair of wings? This mysterious land is actually a pair of wings. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Could it be that this terrifying pair of wings makes up a component of my Shi-Wu wings? Is that possible? Is this possible? You've got to be kidding me. Luo Feng had seen many kinds of true treasures. Even supreme true treasures were not novel sights to him. He himself owned a supreme true treasure, Star Tower. Star Tower was extremely powerful. Its swallowing capacity alone could form the 9 Whirlpool Nebulas, which was considered very powerful. As for the true power of Star Tower, even Luo Feng was unclear. After all, Star Tower had always stayed in silence in the outer domain of space. He only knew that the 4 pinnacle races once fought and killed one another over it. Many Universe Supreme Masters had come forth to vie for it, but none had succeeded. Those dazzling, huge light wings must be a supreme true treasure. It must be. With such strong powers, if it is not a supreme true treasure, then something must be wrong. And judging from that extremely crazy blade storm, this must belong to an attack-type supreme true treasure. Luo Feng was overflowing with excitement, which was understandable. Any super great being within the universe would be equally excited if he could lay hands on such a supreme true treasure. Shortly after, endless confused thoughts started surging into Luo Feng's mind. He could not help frowning. Very strange. Through the endless storm, he thought he had vaguely seen or even concluded that He wings likely did not have a master. Yet they did not fly over to him out of their own accord. The Shi-Wu wings he was wearing wanted to fly over instead. Is it really a component? Luo Feng muttered under his breath. 2 of my wings put together would, at most, be at the top-tier true treasure level. That one pair of wings is already so strong on its own. Besides, how could a mere component of a supreme true treasure be so powerful? The force emanating from the endless wings of light was powerful enough to give him pause. At the Universe Master level, this was incredible. Is it because of the connection between the 2 wings and that pair of light wings? Wondered Luo Feng. Just like Tower Pearl, Seal Star, and Star Tower? Are the wings on my back only small components of that light wing? Just when Luo Feng was thinking, suddenly, the cave was filled with white sand, and the sand flew and filled everywhere. It could even pierce that hard rock. At the same time, the sand swept across the light screen, as if space and time were twisted. He couldn't figure out the mysteries behind that. Domain-type true treasure? Ice Sand Ocean? Luo Feng was shocked. Ice Sand Ocean was a domain-type true treasure used by an Young Master, and he had experienced its power when he tried to rescue Firestone Master. Ha ha ha. Human Milky Way Horde Leader, Luo Feng? A voice pierced through the sand ocean and entered Luo Feng's ears. The space ripples around him were clotted, and the space was sealed. Why is he here? Luo Feng swore in his heart. Without a doubt, that pair of light wings were a supreme true treasure, extremely precious and powerful, and it had something to do with his Shi-Wu wings. Masha Body only got a glimpse of it, and it could tell that it was extremely good at making attacks. If he had both Star Tower and the wing, 2 supreme true treasures, that would be incredible. Supreme true treasures, how precious and rare they are. Luo Feng whispered. It won't be an easy task to get them. Star Tower made lots of Universe Supreme Masters desperate. Even Sitting Mountain guests left it to him. It took him lots of energy to get that. These wings were no different. However, an Young Master had suddenly shown up. I can't let him find out the secrets in the cave. The Divine Eye Clan is almighty, much more powerful than us humans. If he notifies others in Divine Eye Clan, I won't be able to get the light wings. Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind, and then he made up his mind to fly out. An Young Master stood at the apex of a mountain and looked at the cave in the distance. He appeared excited. For all these years, he had been searching in the reference area number 193293. He had been searching carefully, but he found it a slow process to search every cave, valley, and plant, so from time to time, he would sweep an area of 100 square light years using his domain-type true treasure. He combined detailed inspection with brief, large-scale survey. So, many times, he would find something surprising, and this time, he had found the human Luo Feng. Actually, he had run across 2 universe masters of other races, and Luo Feng was the third. I found the human Luo Feng. Ha ha. How lucky I am. He's weak, so he doesn't dare enter the inner area, so he can only adventure the outer area. Unfortunately for him, he enters my domain, the number 193,293 reference area, so I'm not to blame for what happens to him. An Young Master felt superior to Luo Feng, as he thought Luo Feng was only a new universe master at the 2nd level. Luo Feng was just good at running. His domain is impressive. I won't be able to kill him by myself. The soul eye behind An Young Master looked fierce. The Divine Eye Clan had 7 miniature universes in total. Inside the miniature universe of the 7th true master, An Young Master stood in front of a mirror. I found the human Luo Feng from the original universe, and I am at 329,491, 100939, point of reference number 193293. Luo Feng was proficient in controlling domain. Anyone with a pinnacle domain-type true treasure, please come to help. The true treasures will be divided equally. Who can come here first? Heads appeared in the mirror. Haha. How lucky you are, An Young. It's the new Universe Supreme Master from the original universe, Luo Feng. Everyone knows that he has a special true treasure to control space and time, and he's a handful. One has to have a pinnacle domain-type true treasure. An Young, it'll take me 40 minutes to get there. An Young, I'm in Tilted Peak sector also, but it might take me several days to get out of the inner area. I'm in Universe Boat. It'll take me 2 hours to get there. More heads showed up on the mirror. The fastest one would be there in 40 minutes. Golden Surveyor Master, please come here as soon as possible. I'll be there as soon as possible. Please stall that Luo Feng. Golden Surveyor, An Young, I wish you all the best. Don't be beaten by the great beings of the human race. The human race will definitely protect that human Luo Feng. If you don't act fast enough, the great beings from the original universe will arrive, especially that primal Chaos City leader. He's a handful. In the inner area of Tilted Peak sector, lots of sand and rocks were flying 100 times faster than light speed, and there were some transparent grains of sand and rocks that cracked space. Bang, bang, bang. A golden spaceship flew by, but it trembled as it was hit by the sand and rocks. Inside the spaceship, a human-shaped creature in golden armor stood there. He was glowing with a halo behind his head, and there was a single-eyed phantom in the halo. Human Luo Feng, the great being of Divine Eye Clan, whispered. A true treasure that can control space and time? By the time the avatars of Golden Surveyor reached a pact, Luo Feng and An Young Master had met in reference area 193293. Luo Feng flew out of the cave and stood at the center of the water area. An Young Master was standing there, looking down at him. Golden flames swept across everything, and the sand all dissipated. With the help of Golden Country, Flame Sand Cup covered an area of several square light years, and Luo Feng stood in the middle of the flames, looking at An Young Master in the distance. I just keep running into you, An Young Master. Luo Feng growled. Ha ha ha, An Young Master laughed. I didn't look for you on purpose. I've been inspecting this place for a long time, and you're the one who came here for treasures. You chose your own death. Who else can you blame? Death? Luo Feng smirked. Lives are limited and eternity is almost impossible. An Young Master stared at Luo Feng. Killing is the only way. An Young Master didn't rush to attack Luo Feng. Although he was confident enough to defeat Luo Feng in one-on-one combat, he knew for sure that it was impossible for him to kill Luo Feng. Luo Feng stayed alert. Why has he been inspecting this area for a long time? Wondered Luo Feng. Did he get some information? The Light Wing was almighty. Luo Feng feared that something might go wrong, so he needed to eliminate all unexpected factors. Okay, it seems that he didn't know about it yet. Instead, he's busy searching everywhere, all the caves, rocks, valleys, and mountains. It might take him 10,000 eras to get to my cave. Luo Feng nodded. And Young Master didn't suspect anything when he emerged from the cave. It was normal for an Young Master not to be suspicious. There were countless caves in the water area, and many who looked for valuables entered the caves. When an Young Master found Luo Feng, he thought Luo Feng was only looking for valuables, so he didn't realize how special the cave was. Killing is the only way? Luo Feng grinned. You don't know who'll die. Luo Feng held absolute guest and dashed at an Young Master like a beam of light. You dare to fight me? And Young Master found it surprising that Luo Feng didn't run away. Little one, I might kill more great beings than you have ever seen. You dare to fight me? Die. The scepter started to glow. A trace of light showed up in the space. Fast. Dang. The blade of light hit the scepter, and Luo Feng bounced away. So fast, and I can barely resist it. No wonder even Firestone Master could resist that. Indeed powerful. And Young Master glanced at Luo Feng and gave in compliment. Your blade is fine, but your godly power seems to be weak, and your blade technique is only an ultimate technique. Just as he was giving the compliment, he rushed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng felt his body trembling. So strong. He had Shiwu Wings and Flame Sand Cup to help him, but he was still at an absolute disadvantage. I might need to perform I Am the Universe to rival him, Luo Feng thought. Haha. And Young Master walked slowly, but he had passed by the flames and arrived beside Luo Feng wielding the giant scepter. It hit Luo Feng. It was he. VY. Fast and heavy. Chi. A bright light erupted. Damn it. And Young Master roared. He tried to redirect his scepter, but it all happened too suddenly. A shuttle pierced through in Young Master's hand. A deep growling. Die. A red being showed up in the distance, and its tail was sweeping with a giant shuttle in his hands. It was Blood Cloud Palace. Star Tower became a long shuttle, and at the second level, it hit in Young Master. And Young Master howled, and his godly body was significantly weakened. Quickly, Luo Feng performed the supreme technique. I Am the Universe. Earlier on, the pierce of that long shuttle caused the golden flames in the surroundings to form a winding whirlpool. Likewise, the heavy water flow in the surroundings also became a gigantic whirlpool. With just one stab. Powerful. Swift. And Young Master was just about to execute his greatest technique with a wave of his scepter, so he was not in time to concurrently ward off the sudden attack. He reacted quickly by using his left palm to execute a stance from his greatest technique, sealing the sky. However, the power of this stance was weakened because it was executed with his left palm, where it should originally be executed through his scepter. Furthermore, and Young Master did not have any attack-type true treasures in his hand for self-defense. The tip of the long shuttle pierced right through his palm. And Young Master's godly body trembled. A large quantity of godly power was consumed, and his breathing weakened rapidly. In a split second, it had weakened to 50% and below. But in the blink of an eye, his avatar's godly body, which was housed within his internalized world ring, speedily transmitted endless godly power to him, allowing him to recover right away. Darkness fell upon the water domain, and it fell into a chaotic world. Chaotic airflow spread all over. Shiwu Wings, empower. Flame Sand Cup, empower. Miniature Universe, empower. Luo Feng was unstoppable. After executing Miniature Universe, without lifting a finger, he could rely on the terrifying oppression he had exerted earlier to gain an advantage over his opponent. Not far away, by his side, the towering Blood Cloud Palace Master exuded endless ferocity. Holding onto his long shuttle, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, he was also charging toward an Young Master with a murderous intention. Luo Feng and Blood Cloud Palace Master were joining efforts. Everything was happening according to Luo Feng's plan. Previously, with his Golden County and Flame Domain, he had defeated Ice Sand Ocean. Thereafter, everything fell within Luo Feng's control. And Young Master was unable to explore his surroundings, so naturally, he did not know that Luo Feng had secretly released his golden horned beast body in the guise of Blood Cloud Palace Master. Blood Cloud Palace Master. And Young Master saw him and was furious. He transmitted a roar of rage. Blood Cloud Palace Master, although you have disappeared for a long time, you remain a figure of repute. In the primal universe, you did not bother to get acquainted with anyone. Yet today, you dare to lay an ambush on me without considering your position. And to help this human form Luo Feng sneak an attack on me. Haha. I shall get acquainted with whoever I please, said Blood Cloud Palace Master, full of insolence. Who are you to control me? I find Luo Feng pleasing to the eye, and both of us come from the same primal universe. Even if I don't help him, do you think I will help you? Someone from the first universe era. Blood Cloud, the two of us shall act in concert to deal with him. Luo Feng shouted. Yes! Blood Cloud Palace Master shouted back in response. And Young Master was forced to retreat with mixed feelings of anxiety and rage. Everything was supposed to be happening in his favor, but he hadn't expected Blood Cloud Palace Master to turn up and attack him so suddenly. As a side note, it would be useful to know that the various top forces were always gathering information on certain high-end great beings. Even Luo Feng's information was sought after most thoroughly. The Divine Eye clan would naturally have searched for information on Blood Cloud Palace Master and learned that Blood Cloud Palace Master fought against Star River Master in the original Star and might have been on the losing end. But he did not lose much or even any of his godly power. Star River King had given his best but could only give up and leave in the end. This battle raised the overall evaluation of Blood Cloud Palace Master. Over 100 different powers of Universe Ocean changed their evaluation right away. The news is accurate, and Young Master thought. I was originally extremely strong in defense, and I believed in the principle of an eye for an eye, thus I dared to give an injury for an injury. I did not expect that one pierce from my long shuttle would cost me 50% of my Divine Eye clan body. And Young Master was speedily retreating to buy himself more time as he anxiously scoured for countermeasures to deal with the situation. Even if it were 1-to-1 against Blood Cloud Palace Master, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand. With these two joining forces, Blood Cloud Palace Master now has Luo Feng's help, who will put his domain and miniature chaotic universe into play. I will be completely suppressed. Between Blood Cloud Palace Master and myself, I am afraid the result will always be failure without victory. The thought flashed past him within an instant. The speed of a great being was extremely fast. How satisfying, thought Luo Feng. To be able to execute miniature universe within the Universe Ocean is truly a delight. Luo Feng was high on emotions and let out an excited howl. Universe Ocean was filled with chaotic airflow all over, and the purity level of this chaotic airflow was extremely high. The surroundings of Tilted Peak sector might have thinned down chaotic airflow, but it was, nonetheless, incomparably pure. After executing his miniature universe, Luo Feng was delighted to discover that the chaotic airflow he could control, when mixed together with those chaotic airflows of high purity level, could undergo a heightened boost in power in an instant. Miniature universe and chaotic airflow, gather. Luo Feng gave a sudden shout of command. Miniature universe gave form to two gigantic tornado whirlpools, and each moved to encircle Luo Feng's blade and Blood Cloud Palace Master's Star Tower Long Shuttle, respectively. Star Tower Long Shuttle moved to pierce Young Master again. Xiao! A dazzling golden blade sliced toward Young Master. Bastard! Young Master was anxious and furious. With his scepter in his hand, he transformed into a hazy shadow to execute his greatest technique, sealing the sky. Then a loud, rumbling bang was heard, and Young Master felt a great tremor throughout his godly body. The dazzling golden blade had hit him from behind, causing his godly body to tremble and immediately weaken by 10%. Damn. Young Master was infuriated. Ha 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 ha. Young, today shall be your day of annihilation. Luo Feng was overflowing with arrogance. Blood Cloud Palace Master revealed a sardonic smile. You're dead meat. The two attacked in concerted efforts. Where Young Master could ward off Blood Cloud Palace Master, he would not be able to defend against Luo Feng. On the other hand, blocking Luo Feng would mean that he was not able to ward off Blood Cloud Palace Master. After all, Blood Cloud Palace Master was able to activate the second-level power of Star Tower Long Shuttle, which was extremely fast. Luo Feng's blade technique, Golden Light, was also known for its speed. With the triple empowerment of Miniature Universe, Flame Ocean, and Golden Country, it was even faster, causing the speed of Young Master's weapon to slow down. No matter how strong a technique he had, he could barely ward off Luo Feng or Blood Cloud Palace Master. Undoubtedly, his choice would be to ward off Blood Cloud Palace Master. Blood Cloud Palace Master is certainly 4th tier, thought Young Master. And with the empowerment of his surrounding domain, he would most probably be comparable to 5th tier. That human form may only be on 2nd tier, but with the empowerment of his surrounding domain, he could be comparable to 4th tier. Young Master's heart was in his throat. His anxiety was at its peak. The power level was soaring, the increase was doubled. Golden Horned Beast Body had a supreme true treasure, barely making it a 4th tier combat power. Usually, Universe Masters with Supreme True Treasures would wield combat power up to the 6th tier. However, Luo Feng was unable to bring the power of this Supreme True Treasure to full force for 2 reasons. 1. He was only able to comprehend Star Tower up till its 2nd form. 2. The strength of his godly power was still too weak. Combined with the triple empowerment, it was certainly comparable to 5th tier combat power. However, true 5th tier beings like Primal Chaos City Leader and Star River Master usually had Pinnacle Domain True Treasures with them when they roamed Universe Ocean. With their capabilities, they could activate Pinnacle Domain True Treasures to higher forms, and these activated forms were much stronger than those of Sky Wolf Master. I may be weaker than Star River Master and Teacher, Primal Chaos City Leader, but I think I still have the confidence to trample Young Master with the two of us working together. Blood Cloud Palace Master and Luo Feng's original body attacked without inhibitions. They surrounded In Young Master and subjected him to a crazy round of attacks. Still dare to be so arrogant. Still thinking of killing me. Dream on. Luo Feng ranted as he trampled on In Young Master. In Young Master was so furious that his entire face glowered. The single-eyed shadow in the circular light behind him became distorted. He was angry beyond sanity. He was a universe master of top-tier existence, the 4th tier, with extremely strong defensive ability. If tackling an opponent one-to-one, even a universe supreme master might not have been able to force him to give in. But now, it was 2 against 1, and every time there was an exchange of blows, he was on the defensive. Godly body is weakening. Recover. What great tolerance, muttered Luo Feng. Luo Feng was cursing and swearing at In Young Master in his heart. In Young Master only maintained his defense against attacks by Blood Cloud Palace Master, regardless of how Luo Feng rained his attacks on In Young Master. Every time his godly body started to weaken, it would speedily recover. In the blink of an eye, 9 seconds passed. Luo Feng stopped his sustenance of miniature universe, and the next moment, the vast miniature universe dissipated. The chaotic airflow in the surroundings also dispersed. The suppression over In Young Master was immediately reduced. In Young Master saw his chance and quickly transformed into a stream of light and fled the scene. Want to escape? Blood Cloud Palace Master roared. Don't give chase. Luo Feng shouted. This In Young Master is a hardcore fellow who is almost impossible to exterminate. Luo Feng also recovered the sealed space. In Young Master released the sealed space while he was being mauled by Luo Feng and Blood Cloud Palace Master. The moment he felt the space ripples, he made his escape by teleporting far away immediately. He did not want to be surrounded and attacked. Using up his godly power was not a big deal. The sense of helplessness when subjected to attacks in such a manner was overbearing. It was a great insult. Deep in the water domain, Luo Feng and Blood Cloud Palace Master stood side by side. He is teleported away. Luo Feng sneered. With a single thought, he summoned Blood Cloud Palace Master, which was Akshua. LLY Golden Horned Beast Body in disguise, back into his world ring. Even if news of Blood Cloud Palace Master and I joining forces against In Young Master spreads, nothing much will happen, Luo Feng said to himself. After all, Blood Cloud Palace Master has no enmity toward the human race. Furthermore, In Young Master would not wish to lose face, so he will not be spreading news so detrimental to his reputation. Whether the news spread or not really did not matter. Luo Feng had already offended the 3 major alliances, namely, the Demons, Automaton Race, and the Bug Soldiers. Those that he had established good ties with were the Ancestral God School, the Space Beast Alliance, and his own kind, the human race. They would not make much out of him forming an alliance with Blood Cloud Palace Master. Luo Feng flew straight out of the cave. In the vast universe ocean, there were the 7 miniature universes of the Divine Eye clan. In the palace hall, In Young Master sat on his throne, his face contorted into a fearsome look. His anger was insuppressible. Damn, damn, damn. In Young Master roared. Suddenly, he frowned, and with a flip of his hand, a mirror appeared in front of him. In the middle, a figure clad in golden armor appeared. In Young, said the figure. Golden Surveyor, said In Young. In Young, I was just rushing out from the internal domain of Tilted Peak Sector. Why are you contacting me all of a sudden? Golden Surveyor Master, I have disappointed you. In Young Master lowered his head a slight degree to express his apology, then raised his head and said, I was dealing with the human Luo Feng from the Primal Universe, but I had not expected him to have Blood Cloud Palace Master's help. With Blood Cloud Palace Master and Luo Feng joining forces, even I will be at the losing end. This operation has failed. Failed? Golden Surveyor Master was a trifle annoyed. If you did not have full confidence, you should have enlisted my help right away. I have already penetrated layers of danger and now you are asking me to turn back? Such an event had better not happen a second time. The figure in the mirror vanished instantly. In Young Master could only let out a low grunt. There was nothing he could do. In terms of power and status, Golden Surveyor Master was always a notch above him. Owning a pinnacle domain-type true treasure already, to a certain extent, reflected Golden Surveyor Master's ability. Blood Cloud Palace Master. Human Luo Feng. The moment I discovered Luo Feng, I wasted no time in sealing space. There was no way Blood Cloud Palace Master could possibly have rushed over from the outside world. He must have been in Luo Feng's world ring. But no matter how close they were, it was unlikely that Blood Cloud Palace Master would have followed him so closely unless dash. And Young Master's eyes flashed with realization as he gritted his teeth. I knew it. The humans want to protect Luo Feng and Blood Cloud Palace Master's help is all part of their arrangement. No wonder. No wonder Blood Cloud Palace Master has never taken any action against the human race and is always wearing a mask. Blood Cloud Palace Master must be human. Blood Cloud Palace leader is human, and he's been secretly protecting Luofeng? Are you kidding? Who knows? The news is spread among the Universe Masters, and chances are it's genuine. Haha. No wonder that Blood Cloud Palace leader has never attacked humans. Now I know the reason. Goddamn human race. It secretly tells Blood Cloud Palace leader to attack us Northern Territory Alliance. The news kept being spread. The Divine Eye clan and some powers in the original universe had information-sharing agreements. When In Young Master spread the news, some of the powers that had suffered under Blood Cloud Palace leader went to question the great beings in the human race. Is Blood Cloud Palace leader human? Why do humans let Blood Cloud Palace leader slaughter all those beings? No? You're not admitting it. Okay, good for you. All those who went to question the human race got a similar response. Clearly, the human race wouldn't admit that Blood Cloud Palace was human, and it didn't care. When some great beings of other races asked whether they knew human the Luofeng was with Blood Cloud Palace leader, the human race replied indifferently, "We don't care who Luofeng makes friends with. We don't have any restrictions for who human universe masters to make friends with. If he's really a friend of Blood Cloud Palace leader, we won't do anything about it. Sorry, we don't need to tell you anything." The human race didn't care about other powers. However, though Primal Chaos City leader and Void Gold Master were tough to others, they were still surprised inside. They asked Luofeng about it through the virtual universe. Luofeng's answer was simple. "I met Blood Cloud Palace leader in the water area of Tilted Peak sector. We got along very well, so we decided to adventure through the area together." Everything had been planned by An Young Master, who had been beaten by Luofeng and Blood Cloud Palace leader. Thus far, his plan had failed, which upset An Young Master. If he couldn't kill Luofeng, at least he could cause trouble for him. That was why he had started to spread the news. "Blood Cloud Palace leader has lots of enemies," said An Young Master. "His enemies will be hostile against you, Luofeng." Humph. The more enemies you have, the more likely you'll be kicked when you're down. Just wait and see. An Young Master was patient. As a supreme being, he'd had a long life, and he'd made himself an enemy of lots of other great beings. They had been hostile toward each other for an eternity. "You dare to bully me?" muttered An Young Master. "And as a nobody? I won't let you get away with that so easily." "I won't." An Young Master would take revenge for everything. When the Great Incarnation came, he would die as a great being fr. The First Universe era. Also, he hadn't found any hope to survive the Great Incarnation. This was the true source of his anger. An Young Master only made some more enemies of Luofeng, but Luofeng didn't care much about it. Normal great beings won't make enemies, as they're afraid of having too many of them. "I have Star Tower, and it seems I can get another Supreme True Treasure, which means I'm destined to be exceptional. The more enemies I have, the more chances I have to sharpen myself." Luofeng was inside the cave between the first and the second light screen. He feared that it would be like last time. He went through the first light screen, and with the light screen, other great beings couldn't find him at all. The 100th time, Mashabadi had tried to get to that mysterious wing space 100 times. However, it had died every time as soon as he barely even entered the space. 100 times, and Mashabadi only got to observe the surroundings twice. Luofeng nodded. Twice. Aside from that gigantic light wing, a storm surrounded it. Luofeng made up his mind. "I'll use Star Tower now." He sat on the cold rock between the first light screen and the second light screen. He kept his eyes closed and tried to calm himself down. After all, it wasn't easy to get a Supreme True Treasure, not to mention, to make one recognize him as its owner. He couldn't be arrogant or careless. He spent 5 minutes calming himself down and forgot about all the anxiety and excitement. "Let's go." Luofeng moved his mind. A man in bloody armor showed up. It was Blood Cloud Palace leader. "Golden Horned Beast will stay here, and I'll go in," Luofeng thought. He let his original Earthling body get in, as he was the one wearing the Sherwu wings. Luofeng thought that might aid in getting those Supreme True Treasure light wings. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Luofeng held Star Tower. Star Tower bulged and grew into a tower 10,000 kilometers tall. Luofeng stepped into the tower. Inside the control room of the tower, the metal ground was transparent. Luofeng stood there. "I can see everything outside." His mind was connected to Star Tower's core mind. Star Tower had a certain level of intelligence, but it was highly limited. It might be able to do calculations incredibly fast, but emotionally, it was equivalent to a baby. Everything out there showed up. It was like eternal simulation in which Luofeng was able to see the rocks and the light screen on the outside. "Move forward." Luofeng controlled Star Tower, which started to fly. Second light screen, Luofeng whispered and kept controlling Star Tower. Star Tower flew slowly, but it went through one light screen after another. Before long, it reached the 9th light screen. "I'll now arrive in the mysterious space." Luofeng gritted his teeth. He was bringing Star Tower, Sherwu wings, and force armor along with him. He couldn't afford to lose. I have to succeed. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and entered the ninth light screen. In the dark space, the blade formed a storm that swept across everything, and when Star Tower showed up, it was hit by the blade storm. It bounced away like a small boat in a tsunami. Damn it. Luo Feng felt a terrific shock wave attacking Star Tower. One blade of light after another attacked Star Tower. Each time, it was like hundreds of blades striking at once, which blasted Star Tower away like a toy. Star Tower was completely defenseless. Hit! Hit! The blades of light kept hitting Star Tower, which rolled like a soccer ball. Oh my god, said Luo Feng. He stayed in the control room. Although Star Tower kept bouncing away, he didn't feel anything in the control room. He couldn't feel it, but he could see everything around it, including how Star Tower kept being blasted away like a toy. He couldn't resist such powerful shock waves. Powerful. Too powerful. The blade light is terrifically powerful. Luo Feng had his godly power infused everywhere in Star Tower, so he could clearly sense the shock wave. The blades of light were much stronger than the techniques from Star River Master. Hundreds of times more powerful. The blades of light are incredibly powerful, Luo Feng thought. Possibly more powerful than attacks from Universe Supreme Masters. Although he had never fought a Universe Supreme Master, even Universe Supreme Masters were only stronger than Star River Master to a limited extent. Yet the blades of light. Each one made Luo Feng feel that it was much stronger than the ultimate technique of Star River Master. Too powerful. If not for Star Tower, I would be killed instantly, Luo Feng thought. When he'd fought Star River Master, he had been slightly injured using the shuttle of Star Tower, so it was unsurprising that he would have been killed instantly by these blades, which were hundreds of times stronger. Luo Feng was right. Imperial Master had been in a top-tier palace-type true treasure, which couldn't even be destroyed by Universe Supreme Master. However, he had been annihilated instantly. Apparently, the Blade Storm was stronger than attacks from Universe Supreme Masters. The Blade Storm was extremely powerful. Even Luo Feng, who was incredibly strong, couldn't control Star Tower. It bounced away time and time again. Smaller. 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 Luo Feng kept controlling it. Star Tower shrank to the size of a grain of sand immediately. The original body of Star Tower was 9 light-years tall, and it could get larger. It could also become as small as a tiny particle. This was the ability of a supreme true treasure. Star Tower had many interior spaces, but even when Star Tower shrank and spaces weren't affected, normal treasures could also shrink, but not to the size of tiny particles. When it got smaller, Star Tower was only hit once in a while, as the blades of the storm were enormous. One blade alone won't affect Star Tower. Luo Feng felt he could fully control Star Tower now. Before, it had been flung about like a toy and couldn't be controlled. Now, it wouldn't be affected. After all, it was a supreme-type true treasure. The Light Wing. Luo Feng stayed in the particle-sized Star Tower. He looked at the endless storms outside and that glowing light wing. He flew Star Tower toward it immediately. The speed of Star Tower kept surging while the space was filled with blade storms, each of which was enormous. There were so many that Star Tower was hit once in a while, and it couldn't fly on a straight line. So far. Luo Feng looked at the giant light wing in the distance. This mysterious space might have a diameter of over 10 light-years, and the light wing is several light-years away from me. However, space and time have been completely crushed, so I can't do teleportation. Teleportation needed space ripples only a little bit. However, the blades were more terrifying than attacks from Universe Supreme Masters, so they would annihilate space, which left no ripples at all. Luo Feng had to fly to the White Wings. Fortunately, I'm in Universe Ocean, where the speed limit is much higher than in the original universe, Luo Feng thought. The speed limit in Universe Ocean is 100 times faster than light speed, but because of the Blade Storm, Star Tower isn't able to hit the highest speed. Fortunately, it can still maintain an average speed of 50 times faster than light speed. Flying. Star Tower swiftly flew through the Blade Storms. Time flew. After a month, Star Tower had already flown more than 5 light-years, and it was very close to those giant white wings. All those Blade Storms come from that white pair of wings. Luo Feng exclaimed, looking at the outside. He saw the edge of the white wings emanating endless light, sweeping in the mysterious space. Some of the blade storms were absorbed by the white wings when they touched it. Erupting and absorbing. Erupt and absorb? Conversation of energy? Luo Feng thought. It looks almighty, but it actually only consumes little energy. Incredible, how incredible. Much more powerful than Five-Color Aurora Lake. Five-Color Aurora Lake was a supreme domain-type true treasure, so it was weaker in attacking power. Besides, when Doubleface Ancestral God was fighting Virtual Real Devil Master, Five-Color Aurora Lake hadn't been fully utilized. It wasn't deliberately conserved, but Doubleface hadn't fully comprehended that. After all, it wasn't an easy task to wield the maximum power of a supreme true treasure. After another 3 days, Luo Feng was very close to the giant white wings. Luo Feng's facial expressions changed. He looked amazed before, but now he was shocked. This is. It isn't a wing. No. From a distance, it had indeed appeared to be extremely breathtaking white wings more dazzling than billions of stars combined. However, when Luo Feng got close enough, he saw that it wasn't a wing at all, but a phantom formed by the overlapping of sea. Atlas blade lights. Gosh, Luo Feng looked at everything with a thrill. In the distance, blade light overlapped with each other. On the edge, the blade light was thin, and the blade storm spread everywhere and enveloped the entire space. The closer it got to the center, the denser it was. A light wing formed by countless blades? Luo Feng exclaimed. Where did all the blade lights come from? There must be a terrific true treasure. Luo Feng was exhilarated. He kept flying. After another day of flying, Luo Feng finally saw it clearly. At the center of the huge light wing was a white wing, around which was a wing-shaped space. Outside the space around the white wing was the combination of all the blade light. The blade light formed a giant wing-shaped silhouette of light several light years tall, which formed blade storms. The origin seems to be that white wing. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. At the same time, the Shiwu wings on his back started to tremble, as if they wanted to fly toward that white wings. I have to get it. Luo Feng held his breath. The closer it got, the slower Star Tower became. 100 million kilometers. 10 million kilometers. 1 million kilometers. So, this is what it looks like. Luo Feng kept observing the wings, as he was now able to see them clearly with his naked eyes. The pair of white wings was 100 meters tall and spread wide open. They looked white because they were covered with dimming white light, and the material was white, but actually, it was covered with dust. Closer. The closer Luo Feng got, the clearer he saw it. It was a pair of white wings with bloodstains on it. 100,000 kilometers. 60,000 kilometers. 30,000 kilometers. Scram. 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 A mental force suddenly hit Luo Feng, which stupefied him. The mind contacting him was extremely overbearing. It made him feel like an ant facing off against a tiger. Luckily, Luo Feng was able to stay conscious. Something's wrong, thought Luo Feng. He found that the mind was hollow. Scram. The words of the mind kept attacking him, but he was able to stay calm. Hollow, thought Luo Feng. Although it's got terrific power, more so than huge axe founder, it's intangible. Luo Feng concentrated his mind. Kept going forward, but slowed down. 20,000 kilometers. 15,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. The mind kept roaring, but it wasn't difficult to resist it. Scram. Scram. Luo Feng dealt with it calmly and without fear. Star Tower had the power to guard the soul, so it could resist soul attacks as well as material attacks. As for crushing mental force, it was like a devilish force attacking him. It could, at most, crush one's mind, but as long as one kept his distance, his mind could quickly recover. Star Tower continued slowing down. 5,000 kilometers. 4,000 kilometers. 3.000 kilometers. It kept getting closer. That crushing mental force kept getting stronger, and it kept roaring scram. Bastard. Scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you. You would have done that already if you could, Luo Feng said with a smirk. Besides, I'm in Star Tower. Even Universe Supreme Masters can't do anything to me, let alone you, a simple and stupid mental force. It was, indeed, simple and stupid. That crushing mental force did feel superior, but the only thing it was able to do was roar and swear. When Luo Feng tried to merge with Blood River crystals, that devilish force knew how to form illusions, unlike this crushing mind, which only knew how to roar and swear. Rat bastard! Rat bastard! Scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you. I'll rip your soul off your body. I'll make you regret for the rest of your life. The crushing mind grew increasingly angrier the closer Luo Feng got. Luo Feng didn't care. The mind wouldn't threaten him if it could really kill him. Even those beasts on the earth were more intelligent than the wing. Bastard, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. You'll regret it. 2,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. Luo Feng really felt the difficulty of the task now. He was thrilled, as his willpower was at the Universe Master level. He wouldn't be affected if he was hit by other Universe Masters. Perhaps only a mental attack from Universe Supreme Masters would affect him. However, this mind was not that of any great being. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so primitive. Yet the strength was still terrific. So strange. Normally, distance doesn't matter when it comes to mental attacks, Luo Feng thought. Mental attacks from 10,000 kilometers would be no different from those from 100,000 kilometers. Is it converging? Luo Feng moved his mind and turned Star Tower. It had been drawing closer along a straight line. Now, it was following a curve. The several spots 800 kilometers away have the same level of attack. Low wisdom. And the mind attack can't be concentrated. Although he was baffled, Luo Feng kept moving forward. 800 kilometers. 600 kilometers. 400 kilometers. 200 kilometers. The mental attack kept getting stronger. Luo Feng started to sweat, and his eyes glinted fiercely and madly. So strong. 100 kilometers. Luo Feng kept moving forward slowly. The mind attack was much stronger. In such a short distance, the mind attack got denser and more pressing, and it surged exponentially. 80 kilometers. Luo Feng appeared to be in agony. 60 kilometers. Luo Feng's godly body started to shake. 50 kilometers. Luo Feng knelt down on one knee. His godly body was trembling. He clenched his teeth as if he were being attacked by a giant beast. Luo Feng had seen 3 bloodstains on the white wing before, but now that he was 50 kilometers away, he saw 3 scratches on those exquisite white wings. They looked like scratches made by a weapon, and the structures of the wings were a bit damaged. A broken wing? Luo Feng was dazed. There were 3 scratches on the fine lines of the blood-stained white wings. Luo Feng was baffled. Any one of those blade rays that spread all over space during the Blade Storm was even more frightening than the attack of any Universe Supreme Master. This pair of white wings was undoubtedly a Supreme True Treasure. Based on common knowledge, Supreme True Treasures could not be damaged. Even within the 3 most dangerous lands, the same theory applied. Damaged? How can it be damaged? Luo Feng was confused. Scratches? How did that happen? Which dreadfully scary fellow could have scratched it? Or was it caused by a certain uniquely dangerous environment within the core domain of the 3 most dangerous lands? Various thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind instantly. Something that could scratch these Supreme True Treasure wings, and even stain them with blood. There must have been a story behind this. Although he was shocked and confused, Luo Feng managed to stay level-headed. Since setting foot in Universe Ocean, he had grown to understand the area better through the information he acquired and had gained an understanding about certain matters. The Universe Ocean was simply too mysterious. The great beings of any reincarnation era could only live up to a maximum of 3 reincarnation eras, apart from the 2 holy grounds. Up to that very day, no one was able to explore beyond the boundaries of Universe Ocean. A large quantity of miniature universes, including the countless ones that had been destroyed, were all limited in size. Except for the 2 Holy Grounds universes, they were extremely big. A miniature universe was the creation of a Universe Supreme Master. As for the 2 existences that left behind the 2 Holy Grounds miniature universes, what level would their powers have reached? Until now, there was no relevant information. To be able to scratch this pair of Supreme True Treasure wings, I guess only the 2 existences who created the 2 Holy Grounds universes could achieve that, Luo Feng hypothesized. But there is no information about them at all. Of course, he was only speculating. The Universe Ocean was full of secrets. Even he was in a state of bewilderment. He looked at the pair of white wings from afar, those dazzling wings. Something must have happened to them, but I cannot be bothered. What I need to do now is to get a hold of this Supreme True Treasure. Luo Feng knelt on one knee and placed both palms on the floor to endure the crazy waves of oppressive willpower. That self-contented and insane willpower was roaring. Get lost. You bastard, get lost or I will kill you. Kill you. Advance. Luo Feng gritted his teeth as he manipulated Star Tower. The oppressive willpower was frightening. The intensity was only second to the time when Star Tower had gone through a life and death ordeal. Back then, the pain during the fusion with Tower Pearl had been excruciating. The pain now was quite tormenting, but it was nothing compared to the previous one. 45 kilometers. 40 kilometers. This oppressive willpower spread in all directions, and the closer it got to the white wings, more intense the oppression was. This intensity did not increase by mere degrees. Instead, it was a surge in level. 36 kilometers. 34 kilometers. 32 kilometers. 30 kilometers. 28 kilometers. Luo Feng trembled all over. His eyes were bloodshot and blood was pulsating through his veins. The surrounding space around him trembled as his muscles, viscera, and bones howled as though his life depended on it. Even Luo Feng found it so unbearable that he had to let out a small cry. Pain. It was horrendous agony. I can tolerate it. This is not the limit yet, Luo Feng said, telling himself to bear with the pain. He was closing on the distance. 22 kilometers. 20 kilometers. 18 kilometers. Luo Feng was starting to get attacks of syncope, intermittently blacking out. The oppressive willpower was making him fall into a deep slumber, yet it also seemed to be easing up on him while continuing to roar, "Bastard. Loathsome bastard, you think you can get close to me? Haha, far from it. Bastard, quickly take your leave, and I shall spare your life. Stop." Luo Feng gritted his teeth but still was unable to stop them from chattering. At 16 kilometers away, he finally stopped. This was only a hair's breadth away from the true limit between life and death, but it was already dangerously near. Luo Feng dared not intrude further. The white wings were still unleashing endless blades, which gave form to those dazzling, gigantic light wings. At 16 kilometers away from the white wings, Star Tower stopped. In the main control room, Luo Feng was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed, silently fighting the impact by the oppressive willpower. Thereafter, he eased into gradual adaptation to the impact. The oppression was gradually reduced. After half a year, Luo Feng opened his eyes. Under such suppression, my own willpower was able to undergo a honing process, allowing me to steel myself. This was my gain after all. Luo Feng smiled. Then, he looked out at the white wings. I must lay hands on this pair of wings, Luo Feng said with an intention in mind. Right away, a trace of godly power flew out of Star Tower. As the white wings released blade rays on a two-dimensional plane level to its light wings, there were no blade rays at the front or back of it for a full 10,000 kilometers. Gigantic, dazzling light wings that spread out to give rise to a blade storm might have swept through space. Yet 10,000 kilometers from the closest two sides of these white wings, there was not a single trace of a blade ray to be found. Godly power, get closer. Luo Feng manipulated his thread of godly power and directed it toward the white wings. Get lost. The oppressive willpower charged at his godly power right away. Godly power dispersed. Every trace of godly power had its own life imprints and willpower and thus, naturally would be easily annihilated. Seems like this is not going to work. Star Tower, grow longer. Luo Feng manipulated from within. Longer. Star Tower grew longer rapidly, and its tower peak got nearer to the white wings. However, the godly power from within Star Tower was still under the impact of that oppressive willpower, so even though the tower was growing bigger, the godly power it could exert was partial where the topmost region of the tower peak remaining void of godly power. Hook onto it. Star Tower was a 9-story tower, so naturally, its edges would be able to hook onto the wings. As Star Tower grew increasingly larger, gradually closing the distance to the white wings. Finally, the tower reached the white wings. The edge of the tower was a full 100 kilometers, and the white wings were only 100 meters, so, theoretically speaking, holding onto the white wings should be easy. The moment Star Tower's peak touched the white wings, the feeling evoked felt as though an ant had rammed against a mighty mountain. The wings did not even budge. I'm ramming into them, yet they did not move at all? Luo Feng could not believe his eyes. First, he maneuvered Star Tower into moving back slightly, then he charged forward suddenly while accelerating. Bang! Star Tower's peak rammed into the white wings ruthlessly. Yet the white wings continued to unleash endless blade rays that converged to form dazzling light wings. Star Tower's attempt to crash into the white wings proved futile. Damn! This. Luo Feng's eyes widened. Back when Star Tower was involved in battles in the outer domain, it was a treasure without a master, so it could not move about on its own. But due to its massive size, other great beings were unable to move it either. This pair of white wings before me is small, said Luo Feng. The wings are only 100 meters in size, yet my Star Tower, after reaching a massive size of a few thousand kilometers, is unable to cause it to budge at all? Star Tower was like a mallet banging the ancient, massive bell, ramming into the sides of the white wings from a horizontal angle repeatedly. It even retreated to accelerate to a dozen times the speed of light to continue ramming into the white wings. It really is not moving at all? Luo Feng was a little stunned. What should I do? If my godly power wanted to get closer, but is unable to, then there is no way I can get hold of those white wings. Luo Feng was getting frustrated. It was a piece of supreme true treasure that was only 16 kilometers away in midair, but it was unleashing endless power, demonstrating its capability. Luo Feng was at his wit's end. Time passed with Luo Feng thinking of new ways to try every day, yet every trial resulted in failure. However, Luo Feng was reluctant to give up. After all, this was a supreme true treasure. Luo Feng could now empathize with the helplessness the 4 pinnacle races felt when they had all fought hard for Star Tower, but none had been able to get the tower to recognize a master. With a twinkling of an eye, 9 days passed. Bastard, get lost. There is no way you see. And lay hands on the wings. Get lost. Don't court your doom. The oppressive willpower had never stopped for a breather, but Luo Feng had grown accustomed to the impact of this oppressive willpower. Suddenly, an intangible wave transmitted by the white wings in a split second reached deep within Star Tower and into Luo Feng's mind. Human, an ancient voice said. Sitting cross-legged, Luo Feng's eyes lit up. He clearly felt a willpower that was different from the first one. Who are you? I am the spirit of the wing's true treasure, the ancient voice said. Luo Feng was a little taken aback, but not completely shocked. It was just like how his supreme true treasure, Star Tower, had a spirit of its own, albeit with a low intelligence level. It was like a child, easily coaxed. This pair of wings seemed to be much more mature. I did not expect this, the ancient voice said. That I would actually have a component in the outside world. You did not expect to. Luo Feng was shocked. I once joined my master in a major battle where he was annihilated, the ancient voice explained. His wings were damaged, and the original spirit of the wings was also destroyed. I am a newly born spirit, so I can only recall snippets of the battle. I vaguely recall one blow from our enemy, but the rest is entirely forgotten. Since birth, I have been here. I thought I was a sole existence, but it seems like there are another 2 pairs of wings. Judging from their powers, though, I must be the core, while the other 2 pairs constitute parts of me. Luo Feng was secretly awestruck. A major battle? Damaged wings with the original spirit destroyed. How did you know that your master had been annihilated? Luo Feng could not help asking. I am an object without a master, so naturally my master must have been annihilated, the spirit of the wing said. Human, I have been trapped here for countless ages. I want to leave. But I am unable to. I need your help. Help? Luo Feng asked persistently. How can I help you? There are 4 bloodstains on my wings, the spirit of the wings began. Within each bloodstain, there is a terrifying power and willpower. For time beyond measure, I have been suppressing it, wanting to destroy it. In all that time, I only managed to expel 1. There are 3 remaining. Only if I can suppress and expel them all can my full potential be unleashed. Do you see the injury on my wings? Yes, Luo Feng replied. I'm injured. Expelling the 3 bloodstains is difficult. I need some precious true treasures. I will have to swallow these true treasures to facilitate my self-restoration. Now, I need your help. If you can provide me with enough true treasures to help my self-restoration, I am willing to recognize you as my master. But do bear in mind that I have very stringent requirements when it comes to recognizing a master. 1. You must have the perfect life genes. 2. Your willpower must be strong enough. If you are an Undying G fighter, your willpower must be comparable to a Universe Knight. If you are a Universe Knight, your willpower must be comparable to a Universe Master. If you are a Universe Master, your willpower must be comparable to a Universe Supreme Master. What a pity. I see that your willpower is only on the level of a Universe Master. You still need to improve and increase further. Listening to the voice of the spirit of the wings, Luo Feng was extremely calm. But suddenly, his heart gave a sudden throb. Something is not right. A sudden realization dawned upon Luo Feng. It is lying to me. The universe perceived that it was not dangerous to make true treasures recognize someone as their master. Luo Feng had a different experience as he tried to make Star Tower recognize him as its master. He knew exactly how dangerous it was. If he got killed and some great being tried to make Star Tower recognize him as its master, Tower Pearl was strong enough to kill that great being. When the spirit of the winged true treasure conveyed a message to Luo Feng's mind, he was extremely careful, as he didn't want to lose his life trying to make a supreme true treasure recognize it as its master. Which was why he kept pondering what the spirit said. The conditions for recognizing someone as a master, perfect gene level and powerful willpower, he fit them both. He had a perfect gene level, and he had the willpower of a universe master as a universe knight. I'll see what sort of games you're playing, Luo Feng thought. The feeble ripples permeated and penetrated Luo Feng's mind. They kept talking to each other. The 2 conditions you just mentioned? Luo Feng was overjoyed as he said, I fit them both. My life gene level is perfect, and I'm a universe knight. You fit them both? You're a universe knight? Aren't you a universe master? I am a universe knight, said Luo Feng. Don't lie, said the spirit. You won't be able to make me recognize you as a master if you don't fit the conditions. The wing on Luo Feng's back kept shaking. Actually, the Shiwu wings had been shaking intensely in the cave outside. It had been several months since Luo Feng had arrived at the mysterious space, and the Shiwu wings kept shaking. The closer it got, the more intense it shook. Luo Feng was only able to make sure that his Shiwu wings didn't fly out. I'm not lying. I am a universe knight and have perfect life gene level, said Luo Feng. I've fulfilled both the criteria, but I can't make you recognize me as your owner. My godly power can't even be near you. You mean the mind that hit you? The spirit said. The mind came from those 3 bloodstains, and it's suppressed by me. I'm trying to get it off me, so it's been struggling. It doesn't want any other life forms to approach me. Once I recognize someone else as my owner, I'll recover more quickly if I have an owner to help me, which is why it tried everything to stop you. I see, said Luo Feng. If you want me to recognize you as my master, it's pretty simple. Though you can't get close to me, I can fly a part of my core out. As long as you grab that component and make it recognize you as its master, I will, too. Luo Feng was thrilled, that's right. I can't get close, but if a part of your core leaves your body, I can surely grab it. But why should I trust you, human? Said the spirit. What? Luo Feng was dazed. I am broken, and I need to be repaired with some true treasure material, and I wish for my master to help me, said the spirit. I've told you that I'll recognize someone who can help me repair myself. I need you to show your sincerity and give me some material of a true treasure to help me recover. The precious material of a true treasure? At least enough material to make a pinnacle true treasure, said the spirit. You expect me to have that sort of material? Said Luo Feng. Or a pinnacle true treasure, said the spirit. I know you have lots of pinnacle true treasures on you. Like the blade you're carrying. Luo Feng looked hesitant. I need to repair myself, the spirit said, sounding a bit irritated. You won't need that blade anymore when you have me. I'll be much stronger. It's time to show your sincerity. Give me the material. I'll absorb some and I'll give you the core. You can lose one pinnacle true treasure now. The more you invest in me, the more you'll value me in the future, said the spirit. I need to make sure you're determined to repair me. Otherwise, I won't be able to change anything once I recognize you as my master. If you can't even do this, I won't be able to trust you. Then I'll wait until the next great being come. Am I the first one here? Asked Luo Feng. No, two came before, said the spirit. A universe master came not long before. He was flying a top-tier palace true treasure, but I killed him instantly. There was another one a long time ago, right after I was born. He came here in a pinnacle palace true treasure, and he talked with me for a long time. He told me a lot about the outer world. He let me know about universe masters and universe knights. He's the first life form I saw. I wasn't intelligent back then, and I was willing to recognize him as my master. Unfortunately, he didn't have a powerful mind. He often came here to sharpen it quickly and helped me look for the material. However, I lost track of him after some time. He hasn't been here for an eternity. He may have died. The spirit sighed. Luo Feng listened carefully. That superior mind kept hitting Luo Feng. It's the wing. The wing. It's terrifying. It'll kill you if you don't go. It kept roaring. It'll kill you. It'll kill you. Luo Feng stayed calm. Give me the material of a pinnacle true treasure, or a pinnacle true treasure, said the spirit. I don't think you'll care about one pinnacle true treasure, given your power. Are you not willing to trade one pinnacle true treasure? The mind from the bloodstains. Scared you? It fears that I'll eliminate it, which is why it keeps telling you to leave. I'm not going to urge you anymore. Make your own decision. The spirit went quiet. Luo Feng started to contact the spirit of his star tower. Star Tower, that pair of white wings just told me the conditions for me to become its master. Luo Feng told the spirit of Star Tower everything. Star Tower wasn't intelligent enough, but its operational speed might be quicker than that of a universe supreme master. Is it a trap? Asked Luo Feng. A mental wave emanated from the spirit of Star Tower. Master, lots of sector lords, undying fighters, and even universe supreme masters have ventured inside me. I've gathered lots of information. However, I don't know much about other supreme true treasures. I can't find anything deceiving about what the spirit of the wings just said. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. Star Tower shrank to 100 meters and floated beside the white wings. It was natural for Luo Feng to be hesitant. After all, everyone knew that it was difficult to make a supreme true treasure recognize someone as its master. When a great being wasn't sure, he wouldn't just give away a pinnacle true treasure. Was he willing to take such a gamble? Normally, great beings would be willing to risk it. After all, only those great beings with at least a pinnacle palace true treasure could make it to the spirit of the wing. Hence, for those great beings, they would be willing to trade a pinnacle true treasure for a supreme true treasure. After all, there was only one chance, which was why the spirit of the wing wasn't rushing anything. I'm not going to rush anything either, thought Luo Feng. I'll spend the time sharpening my willpower. It set me up, and it won't be able to wait for too long. I'll see what it's going to play next. It won't be able to do anything to me as long as I stay in Star Tower. Luo Feng was pretty sure that the spirit of the wing was lying to him. It thinks it's smart, but it doesn't realize that its story is flawed, Luo Feng thought. I'll wait and see. Luo Feng started to wait. Time flew by, and Luo Feng got closer and closer to the white wing. That willpower kept hitting him, but it was a fantastic chance for Luo Feng to sharpen his own willpower. He kept moving forward while challenging the limit of his willpower. After 6 years, Star Tower was only 15 kilometers away from the white wings. The Shi-Wu wings on Luo Feng trembled more intensely. Aye. A ripple came from Shi-Wu wing. Luo Feng was startled. The terrifying mind hit him, forcing him to drive Star Tower back to 20 kilometers away from the white wing. Only at that point was he able to resist that pressure and stabilize himself. That ripple? Luo Feng was startled. Aye. A feeble ripple came from Shi-Wu wing. Shi-Wu wings? Shi-Wu wings. Luo Feng was shocked. Those ripples were coming from his Shi-Wu wings? A spirit had been born in Shi-Wu wing? A top-tier true treasure? No, it must have been a component of a supreme true treasure. That pair of white wings was also a component, but it was much stronger. A spirit had been born in those white wings, but that didn't mean his Shi-Wu wings couldn't have a spirit. However, why had the spirit only shown up now? He'd been waiting for the next step from those white wings, but a spirit had been born in his Shi-Wu wings. The ripples were feeble. At first, they couldn't even convey a message. After 6 days, it managed to send the first message. I, Mas, Ter. Like a baby, the spirit of Shi Wuwing was weak. However, Luo Feng remained patient. Time went by, and the spirit grew more mature. After almost a year, it was finally able to converse with Luo Feng. A mental ripple was sent. Master, I want to get out. Out? Asked Luo Feng. To where? I want to eat the light outside, said the weak ripple. Light. The light of the origin. That's the origin. What's the origin? Asked Luo Feng. The origin is there, said the feeble ripple. Broken memories. There are 6 pairs of wings in my memories. The origin is there. I need the light from the origin. Luo Feng was completely bewildered. These wings. As the spirit of Shi Wuwing was newly born and was not very clear in expressing itself, Luo Feng was naturally extremely patient with it, spending almost half a day's time before he finally gained some understanding. Although this spirit had just been born, it did have some snippets of memories. It did not remember scenes of battle and fighting. Rather, it remembered the looks of its previous owners. Its previous owner, based on what the spirit of Shi Wuwing said, was a giant with 2 horns and a towering godly body that had 6 pairs of wings. Shi Wuwing made up 2 out of those 6 pairs of wings. And the spirit of Shi Wuwing was absolutely certain that its 6 pairs of wings were comparable to one another. Every pair was equally important. Within the structure of the entire true treasure, every pair had its own unique function. A missing pair would deprive the true treasure of true perfection. Then why is it so powerful? Luo Feng asked. The spirit of Shi Wuwing explained that it was because of its origin. Origin referred to the core of all 6 pairs of wings. Based on the communication with Shi Wuwing and the understanding he gained from it, its origin worked in a way similar to a car engine. And it had storage efficiency. Its previous owner was very powerful, and much of his godly power had needed to undergo conversion by the origin before it could be stored. That was the significance of the origin's existence, and that was why this pair of wings was so powerful. I have to obtain it, but how do I do it? Luo Feng asked. Get it to recognize you as its master, Shi Wu said. How do I get it to recognize me as its master? Luo Feng continued to press for answers. When a master imprints his godly power, and the wings, the moment life imprints are in place, the wings will recognize its master, Shi Wu said, then anxiously added, but master, I am a newborn spirit, and that pair of wings has a spirit too. Toward the end, when fusion is completed, we 2 spirits will have to attack and fight each other to the death. One will swallow the other, until finally, there is only one spirit left. Master, if there comes a time to recognize our masters, you must help me. Only you can help me. Then I will be able to devour it. Luo Feng sighed to himself. It was only half a day of interaction, but the more the spirit of Shi Wuwing spoke, the stronger its ability in exchanging information grew. All right, I will help you. Luo Feng nodded. Shi Wu had been with him the moment it was born. On the other hand, the spirit of the pair of white wings harbored ill intentions. If he had to choose, it would obviously be better to choose Shi Wu. But Shi Wu, with my godly power, I am unable to get close to that pair of wings. What should I do? Luo Feng asked. Shi Wu was the spirit of a true treasure. When it was first born, it would naturally be clear on its requirements for recognizing its master. Recognizing a master is difficult, said Shi Wu. Because that pair of white wings has an origin within it, and that origin is its core, the spirit born within that pair of wings was actually a spirit born with the origin as its main body. For us other kinds of wings, we can recognize someone as our masters easily, but it is different for the white pair of wings. The difficulty level for it to recognize someone as its master matches that of a complete wing true treasure. What are the requirements? Luo Feng questioned further. The requirements for willpower are high, Shi Wu explained. For a sector lord, the willpower must match that of a universe knight. For an undying fighter, the willpower must match that of a universe master. For a universe knight, the willpower must match that of a universe supreme master. For a universe supreme master, the willpower must exceed that of one beyond a universe supreme master. Luo Feng was astounded. He continued to bombard Shi Wu with more questions. Beyond a universe supreme master? That really exists? Yes, I vaguely remember so from the snippets of my memories, Shi Wu said. There is a much stronger existence than the universe supreme master that master knows of. My previous master was one of them. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Really? It was indeed true. Countless great beings within Universe Ocean had speculated about this, especially the Universe Masters from the 2 holy grounds. Those Universe Masters were especially arrogant and regarded their Universe Ancestors as far superior to the ancestors of the various other Universe Supreme Masters. They even considered their ancestors to be more powerful than Teacher Origin, who is said to be invincible. They shouted aloud that their Universe Ancestors were extreme. Illy powerful, that their Universe Ancestors were invincible. Yet no one had met those two before. However, it did not matter whether it was Teacher Origin or the other universe supreme beings. To the largely damaged miniature universe, they were all considered to be only slightly bigger. The two holy grounds that had two universes were the ones that were massive. The two holy grounds had undergone umpteen rounds of reincarnation, which had caused the other 100-plus powers to be wary of the legendary universe masters of these two holy grounds. In their hearts, they had identified with the fact that these two universe ancestors were possibly terrifying. It was just that no one had met them before. Countless eras. No one had met them before. Therefore, everyone took them to be non-existent. Shi Wing's previous master was a being that was more powerful than a universe supreme master. Luo Feng was stunned. Really? It turns out to be true. There really is an existence that is more powerful than a universe supreme master. Seems like the universe ancestors of the two holy grounds may have surpassed that level. Could it be, for my miniature universe to achieve eternal existence, I have to surpass a universe supreme master? Luo Feng came to a conclusion. Eternity was a difficult objective to achieve. Countless miniature universes had been destroyed. Only those of the two holy grounds had managed to survive, clearly showing the difficulty level. Seems like this has implicated some of the secrets of Universe Ocean, Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng buried all these thoughts deep within him. After all, in the vast Universe Ocean, where great beings gathered in great numbers, with that modest amount of power he had, he was still far from having a pristine understanding of those secrets of Universe Ocean. Shi Wu, you mentioned recognizing someone as its master? Luo Feng could not contain his questions. The requirements are so high? Master, you are a universe knight, so your willpower must match that of a universe supreme master, Shi Wu said. I am not so sure about the other extremely powerful true treasures, but I know that it is the case for that pair of white wings. After all, they were both wings born from the same origin, so naturally, Shi Wu would understand the white wings well. What if I cannot reach that level of willpower? Luo Feng pressed. Then you cannot succeed, Shi Wu replied without hesitation. At most, you fail to get it to recognize you as its master. Your life will not be in any form of danger. Recognizing someone as its master does not have any relation to life gene level, asked Luo Feng. Not at all, Shi Wu answered with certainty. Luo Feng's pupils contracted as he squinted. He had found the white wings suspicious earlier on. Now that Shi Wu had been born, from the various information he had acquired from Shi Wu, there was clearly no relation between recognizing a master and life gene level. Actually, thinking back to when he'd gotten Star Tower to recognize him as its owner, his life genes had not been involved at all. And the spirit of that pair of white wings had lied to him, lied by saying that a universe knight would need the willpower of a universe master. The truth was otherwise. A universe knight would require the willpower of a universe supreme master. Shi Wu, Luo Feng said. Previously, when I was interacting with that pair of white wings, Luo Feng told Shi Wu every detail about the previous conversation he had with the pair of white wings. It is lying to you, master, it is lying to you. Shi Wu said quickly. Your current willpower, master, is not enough at all. It will be too dangerous. I suspect that it is tricking you into believing that it will recognize you as its master. It is highly possible that it wants to kill you, master. Just one of the rays from its wings could annihilate you. I am already aware of that, Shi Wu. Tell me, what should I do to get hold of it? When master's willpower has reached an appropriate level, there are two ways. One is to imprint your godly power on that pair of wings. Once imprinted, your godly power will naturally spread to every inch of the wings. Shi Wu elaborated further. The other way is to get the pair of white wings to hand over its core origin. Once its origin makes its way to master, master can imprint his godly power onto its origin. Then it would have to recognize you as its master. But it has to be the origin. Any other individual component would be useless. Luo Feng nodded. He understood. Just like how Star Tower recognized him as its master, it had to be Tower Pearl fusing with the soul. If any other component within Star Tower, for instance, a sealed star, attempted to recognize someone as its master, it would not be of any help to Star Tower at all. Master, you should wait, Shi Wu continued. Wait patiently. If that pair of white wings starts to panic, then there might be a chance. So long as it gets its origin to fly out, I can clearly judge whether that is its origin or not. By then, Master can trap its origin within Star Tower. Star Tower is extremely powerful. If the origin is trapped within one of its space, it would definitely be able to escape. Master, you may as well loosen up for a long, slow wait. Go hone your willpower until your willpower reaches the threshold. Then you can obtain the origin to make it recognize you as its master. Luo Feng nodded. All right. I will wait. With the passing of time, the spirit of Shi Wu grew rapidly and at a visible range. Its intelligence level was not high, but its operational speed was extremely high, so when it came to the dissemination of information, it was naturally even clearer and more lucid. Sherwu was rearranging the snippets of its memories, then combining them with the various materials gathered from the present-day universe ocean to churn out a large number of deductions. Another 3 years passed. Finally, the Heir of White Wings transmitted a communication wave to Luo Feng. Human, the spirit of the White Wing said. Luo Feng laughed to himself. Indeed, it had come looking for him. Are you stalling for time on purpose? Began the spirit of the White Wings. You know that I want to self-restore. You have unlimited life. You have come to know that this place is a good place for honing your willpower, and that it is hard to come by, so you are not in any hurry, right? Right, Luo Feng replied honestly. You are very straightforward, but you are not willing to take out a single pinnacle true treasure, the spirit of the White Wing said. That is very disappointing. I'm not willing to take the gamble, said Luo Feng. If I failed, wouldn't I be losing a pinnacle true treasure? A pinnacle true treasure is very important to me. I am much stronger than a pinnacle true treasure, the spirit of the White Wing said. But you have yet to recognize anyone as your master, Luo Feng replied. Why should you be so insistent about my giving you a pinnacle true treasure first? If you recognize me as your master, I will own you, an extremely powerful true treasure. Naturally, I will find ways to make you even more powerful. A super great being only needs a few true treasures that suit himself. No one great being, after owning a true treasure such as yourself, would let your potential go to waste by not finding ways to boost your ability. Soon after, the spirit of the White Wings retreated. Luo Feng closed his eyes and continued to train his willpower. He was in no rush at all. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years went by. The communication wave came along again. All right, I concede defeat, the spirit of the White Wings admitted. Ha ha ha, don't worry, said Luo Feng. So long as you recognize me as your master, I will definitely find ways to restore you and allow your power to grow tremendously. You are my trump card. Wings, this process about recognizing your master, it requires your core component, doesn't it? Yes, the pair of White Wings said. I am now going to release a core component. Grab it and imprint your godly power. Then I will have to recognize you as my master. I hope you won't disappoint me. I will not disappoint you, Luo Feng said. A speck of light came flying out of the edge of the pair of White Wings. The very next moment, the densely gathered blade rays were sent flying away in random directions due to the impact of the collision. They were sent tens of thousands of kilometers away. At times, a random blade ray would happen to hit this speck of light right in its middle. Far away, amidst the endless blade storm, that speck of light was flying about haphazardly. Sherwu, is that the origin? Luo Feng asked quickly. No, master, said Sherwu. The origin is the source of those lights. If it flies out, then countless blade rays will be following it around as it flies. It is the true core of the endless rays. That is fake. I am sure of it. There is a blade ray concealed within it. If you try to get it to recognize you as your master, the blade will attack you right away. Then master will die. Luo Feng was shocked. If it weren't for the spirit of Sherwu Wing, he wouldn't have been able to tell that it was a trap. Human. A ripple came. Grab my core. A light spot was attracted and flew toward the White Wing. Star Tower was close to the White Wings and the light spot. Grab it, and I'll tell you how to make me recognize you and seal your godly power in it. I've grabbed it. Luo Feng let out his godly body, and he grabbed the light spot. It was a strange white bead. I've grabbed it with my godly power, but I can't seal my life imprint on it. Don't rush it, the ripple said. The more powerful a true treasure is, the more complex the process it. Grab the core and put it in your godly body. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh inside. If he put that core component inside Star Tower, the light would be let out instantly. In my body? I don't dare to do that. I've decided to let my soul slave try first, said Luo Feng. Soul slave? Your soul slave won't succeed, said the spirit. One needs to have a perfect life gene level and great willpower. Do you have such a soul slave? I can at least try, said Luo Feng. Then try, said the spirit. It kept waiting. Once it went into Star Tower, it would be able to kill Luo Feng. Star Tower took a step back. A black being flew out of Star Tower and went up in the sky. It was Masha Body. I come here and make you recognize me as your master. Masha Body flew toward that bead. The space around the White Wing was quiet, and Masha Body could exist in that space. You let your soul slave do it outside? The White Wing was startled, as it couldn't kill Luo Feng outside. Why not? Luo Feng asked. Masha tried, and nothing happened. Only those who can fulfill the conditions can succeed, said the spirit. Your soul slave won't be able to do it. Why didn't you say so before? Asked Luo Feng. Even if it's a powerful true treasure, it won't have any reactions. However, nothing happened when my soul slave tried just now. I can say for sure that it's a fake core. Give me the real one. It's different for supreme true treasures. You're lying, said Luo Feng. Give me the real core. The ripple stayed silent for a while. You'll never be able to get out, said Luo Feng. You have to have a master. Give me your real core. I'll do it once you give me the real core. Damn it. Damn human. How did you find out? You have finally stopped pretending? Luo Feng jeered. You're not as smart as you think. You started to set me up the first time I talked to you. You started with your broken memories and the fight, which shocked me. Indeed, it shocked me as I couldn't imagine that such a true treasure could be damaged. And then you told me that the conditions are hard. Perfect life gene and willpower. And then you wanted a pinnacle true treasure. Ha ha. One claim after another, you were just trying to lower my guard down. After all, you've been trying to stop me by giving all those conditions. Luo Feng smirked and continued. Lots of great beings aren't sharp enough. They might be hesitant if they could easily get valuables. However, if the conditions are high, they would be thrilled to know that they matched the criteria. Then they wouldn't be suspicious anymore. How did you start to suspect me? Asked the White Wings. You told me you needed my help for material to repair yourself, said Luo Feng. And then, you kept telling me how harsh the conditions were and that I needed to sharpen my willpower. These two statements are totally contradictory to each other. Contradictory? Contradictory how? The White Wings still hadn't figured out the problem. If I'm really a universe master, said Luo Feng, my godly power will be 100 times life gene. Yet you want a perfect life gene level, which alone is already almost impossible. How can I reach the perfect gene? A real universe master might just give up and not help you anymore. You need my help, so you pretended that I was a universe master. However, the conditions you have can make a real universe master give up. Don't you think it's contradictory? Luo Feng smirked. You also know that I have a supreme true treasure, he went on. If I can really get a supreme true treasure, do you really think I am a universe master with a life gene level of 100 times? Haha. It's contradictory. You tried to set me up. You thought if I was excited about matching all the conditions, I wouldn't notice. However, from your perspective, your narrative is full of problems. Luo Feng sneered. It was difficult to realize that it was a trap. Fortunately, Luo Feng was cautious from the very beginning, which was why he had been able to realize it was a trap. The trap is too complex, said Luo Feng. I spotted its flaws. Stop fighting and give me the core. You need to have a master anyway. You? My master, said the White Wings. You're not even close. Only the top-tier beings in Universe Ocean can be my master. You might not be able to utilize my power after an eternity. It'll be to my shame and to my previous owner's shame. How upsetting. Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. Then he gave an order. Absorb. Yes, master. Shi Wu had waited for a long time. Suddenly, 4 wings extended from the 4 portals of Star Tower, and they started to bulge from the size of specks to larger than a star, as if Star Tower had grown 4 wings. Light. Light from the origin. Shi Wu was excited. Inside this mysterious place, the giant white wings started to shake. So did the blade of light, as if a towering skyscraper was able to collapse. No! The White Wings were terrified. Spirit? Your wing has a spirit too? How is it possible? The blade of light started to fly toward that silver wings like moths flying toward a flame, and the giant white wings started to tremble as well, as if the blades were about to move. No! No! The spirit of the white wing tried to control it. Ripples were transmitted to Shi Wu. You, stop. Why? Shi Wu asked in a mild-mannered voice. Those energies are mine, said the spirit of the White Wings. We are one. They're yours and mine, said Shi Wu. Though you were more severely injured, I was too. I need energies to recover. Don't worry. I won't take them all, just enough to recover. Shi Wu Wing kept sucking the light. One tried to control it. One tried to absorb it. However, there was too much light for the spirit of the White Wings to control. The blade of light flew toward the 4 silver wings, and when it touched them, it was completely absorbed, like water touching dry land. Light started to flow on the wings, and the force began to change. Of course, that was only what was happening on the outside. The changes inside were sharper. Luo Feng could feel those changes as the owner of Shi Wu Wings. Shi Wu was delicate, and it could grow to several light years high. Those small components in Shi Wu Wing changed sharply after absorbing the light, like a rotten log turning back into fresh, new wood. So satisfying. Shi Wu was exhilarated. Master, my broken memories are further recovered. Huh? Luo Feng was curious. I can remember how terrifying that fight was, said Shi Wu. The wing true treasure was completely dismantled. The white wings are the ones on the top, and they were damaged. The other 5 pairs of wings were damaged inside. After a long time, the surface was still intact, but the inner parts were severely damaged. I need energies to recover. Master, you don't have enough godly power to revive me. The light from the origin is turned from my former master, and that's what can repair me. Only that severely damaged white wing needs other material for repair. The Shi Wu wings kept bulging. Hundreds of millions of kilometers. Billions of kilometers. Tens of billions of kilometers. 1 light year, 2 light years. It kept getting larger and absorbing more light, making the Shi Wu wings more powerful. No, it's mine. It's mine. The white wing was infuriated. Stop. Bigger. Bigger. Bigger, master, bigger. Sherwu sent Luo Feng message after message. Luo Feng was trying his best. Having spent endless time on the battlefields, there was one particularly outstanding battle in which the original Sherwu wings had split into 6 pairs of wings. From that, every pair had been inflicted with major damage. The 6th pair, in the topmost position, the white wings, had the empowerment of its origin, so even if it had been drifting about, at least some of the damage could be restored, leaving behind the 3 most severe injuries that could only be remedied by swallowing various precious materials. It was most fortunate it had the origin, which allowed it to wield overwhelming power. The other 5 pairs of wings were not so fortunate. After splitting up, they had drifted off to unknown places. Every single was severely damaged. Thus, their power levels had dropped very low. Furthermore, they did not have the origin as their core, so when they ran into dangerous situations while drifting, for instance, dangerous places that could annihilate Universe Supreme Masters and destroy Pinnacle True Treasures, like the 3 major dangerous lands, these wings might pull through every ordeal but would become more severely damaged every time. Until today, the 2 pairs of wings that Luo Feng had obtained were able to swallow the energy from the origin to their heart's content, thereby enabling their self-restoration to happen. Wait a while, wait a while. The pair of white wings was shouting frantically. On the other hand, Sherwu was pushing Luo Feng to go on. Bigger, bigger, bigger. The more complete Sherwu wings got, the easier it was to become bigger. The larger its size, the more blade rays could be absorbed within the same period. For wings, unbelievably towering and endless. Being scattered over an area of numerous light years, the Sherwu wings was now comparable in size to the gigantic pair of white wings. The pair of white wings had started trembling as though about to collapse, and a large quantity of its blade rays were flying towards the Sherwu wings to fuse with them. Master, for endless years, countless components within me have been damaged. Now, 10% has recovered. Sherwu was apparently very excited. Only 10%? After almost half a day. Luo Feng was secretly taken aback. The requirements for recovery for this grade of Supreme True Treasure was indeed stringent. Luckily, he had that origin. If he had solely depended on himself, at least within a short period of time, his godly power would never be enough. You are a robber. You are a bandit. This is my energy. Mine. The white wings had started by opposing, but now had abandoned all restraint and was shouting and cursing. Come, come. You can come over and kill me if you are capable of it. You think I am scared of you? Sherwu taunted. Moreover, the energy belonged to all 6 pairs of wings. I am not wrong in using part of it for self-restoration now. You want it all for yourself?